I forget her name though, so I need to check my own channel. So I'm just doing that now. Yeah, these people, they're so fake. They're all love and light, and you know, everyone's got Magenta Pixie used to say, everyone's got the right to free speech. And then there was Feel Good, who sent me an email threatening to sue me. Feel Good, Mr. Love and Light. That was a few years ago. And then because I don't care, right? Because I've said before, I give my life for this. Right? I don't care what these people do. And you know, I know low key they're scared. Like they don't want to be reviewed by me, and they hang on, and they low key don't want me to doubly expose them when they try and take my videos down. So so we're going to put Shauna Domelane Medium on a pedestal now as well, who I reviewed around about a month ago. What happens to our loved ones when they die? She comes across love and light, and she tried to take my video down. So just so you guys know, if you're into any of those two, that's what they tried to do. So I wonder why a small percentage of us see this as a farm, and what does that make us? Well, I don't think it makes us anything. You know, it just makes us cows that are more aware than other cows. Maybe the cows will end up being recycled back on the farm. So, but I don't know. I think maybe there is something in us that triggers us to wake up. So, my daughter, when she was 2.5 years old, told me how big crocodiles showed up at her elf planet and tricked her into going to see this beautiful planet Earth. No way! That's really interesting. I'm going to read that comment again because I want to highlight that. So Oksana says, my daughter, when she was 2.5 years old, told me how big crocodiles showed up at her elf planet and tricked her into going to see this beautiful planet Earth. That's her first incarnation. Wow, that is incredible. How mad is that? Actually, I watched a video on TikTok the other day of a little girl saying she doesn't like it here. She wants to go home. Why is she here? She didn't ever want to come here. And she must have been like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years old. So yeah, that's what I mean. I think maybe some of us are here because they tricked us, like your daughter. You know, maybe they said, "Oh, come to Earth. It's great. It's amazing. We have trees. We have a lot of cows as well." But that's a fascinating insight that you've just shared there. So thanks for that. Thank you for all here. Hey Tony, what's up? Hi Stephen. You haven't missed the shit sandwiches. There's plenty more shit sandwiches to dish out tonight. Yeah, someone ages ago, Feel Good, he threatened to sue me because I did a review on him. So yeah, I was just going through the people that have tried to take my videos down, and I've had a couple recently. So Oracle Girl as well was another one. Yeah, love and light. When you say they are sad, they call you out saying you're victim. Yeah, they say you're sad, or they say, "Oh, stop being so negative." You know, why don't you focus on the positive? You know, you always talk about the negative, like this is the hell realm and you know a soul trap. I'm like, well, all right. This guy today on my Facebook, he was like, "You're so negative." You know, I'm like, look, I'm not here to tickle your balls, mate. If you want someone to do that, go and like subscribe to a New Ager, right? Because I'm here for the truth, and I'm here to get out of this place and help others getting out of here. Like, if you want to act like you're 6-year-old.
But we begin tonight with that deadly shooting of that little girl in Brooklyn.
Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is live on the scene in East Williamsburg with new information on what happened. Stefan?
Well, Sade and Mike, those suspects opened fire into a crowd standing over there, several strollers and children in that group. The family of that baby then ran into that deli on the corner for cover. Workers in there say it took several minutes before the family realized the baby had been struck. What ensued was unimaginable heartbreak. Chaos and panic in East Williamsburg, Brooklyn, after gunfire erupted around 1:20 this afternoon. One of those bullets striking and killing a 7-month-old baby, a life that had barely begun, taken in an instant. Witnesses say they heard 3 shots.
I thought it was fireworks, but then it hit me in my leg. I got like little metal pieces on my leg.
That baby's mother and father and older sibling ran into this deli on the corner.
When she moved there, she see the other baby bleeding. Then she go crying and go crazy.
The suspects, meanwhile, fled from Humboldt and Moore Streets on a moped, heading the wrong way down a one-way street. 2 blocks away, they collided head-on with an oncoming vehicle. Both men thrown from the moped. The rear passenger, the alleged gunman, landed so hard, both his shoes came off as he hit the pavement. Workers at a deli where that happened say their firearm was flung into the street.
It looked like it's a gun. Yeah, it's a pistol gun, I don't know, something like that. They pick it up and also they left in the floor a couple of stuff, like a sandal.
From the moped, with an oncoming vehicle. With an oncoming vehicle, both men thrown from the moped. The rear passenger, the alleged gunman, landed so hard, both his shoes came off as he hit the pavement. Workers at a deli where that happened say their firearm was flung into the street.
It looked like it's a gun. Yeah, it's a pistol gun, I don't know, something like that. They pick it up and also they left in the floor a couple of stuff, like a sandal. I picked up the sandal and I gave it to the police.
The alleged gunman can be seen here limping after the collision. He was rushed to a hospital where he was later taken into custody. Investigators say this is the driver, last seen fleeing more than a mile away. Their moped found nearby and recovered by police.
He is the subject of a massive NYPD manhunt, and all New York City police officers have a very clear picture of this outstanding suspect on their phones. In addition, NYPD bloodhounds are currently working to track his movements.
There are no words that can mend the heartbreak this family is feeling now. No declaration strong enough to lift the grief they are now forced to carry. No embrace wide enough to heal the hole that has been left in their lives.
Police say this was a gang-motivated shooting. The suspect in custody has been arrested on an unrelated incident, a domestic violence-related robbery. This victim has been identified as 7-month-old Kaori Patterson Moore. Reporting live in East Williamsburg, Stefan Kim, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
So many people do that, guys. They base the truth on how it makes them feel. And it's so dangerous because if you do that, you're open to deception. And it's a very childish way of doing it. And this is what the whole new age is about. You know, people are gravitating to that because it all feels good. It's a bunch of horse shit, but it makes you feel good. I get quite tired of people saying stuff like that to me. You know, I'm not going to... I'm just going to put on fake positivity just to make you Aborigines. They've done to the Native Americans. This was definitely not the right time, right? It's just like there might have been, you know, like that tumbleweed. There should have been like this tumbleweed just like floating across the table, and then of course from there no one wanted to talk to me. So hey ho. Someone said to me Vikings were abducted. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I think all cultures have been, you know, look what they've done to Aborigines, they've done to the Native Americans, Africans. They go in, they torch their places, they genocide them, you know, they wipe out all their knowledge. It's just beyond evil. So probably happened there as well. So Adore you, Tony. I adore you. I adore you too. I literally, these new agers say, "Oh, I love you," and it's kind of fake, right? Because they're fake. But what I will say, I love this community. I love you guys as a community. I'm sure if I met you in person, then I'd probably love you as well because we'd be on a level, right? so yeah, I appreciate the love, and I just want all this to stop, or for us to get out of here, help others get out of here, and I just don't want this thing to exist anymore. So all any of us can do, guys, is you can only do what you think is right in the right moment. Like whether that's speaking your truth, whether that's resisting when you die, trying to just discern what you need to discern, filter the information, and then go with what feels right. That's all any of us can really do. We don't have the answers to everything right now, and that's never led me. Well, certainly in this lifetime, it's pretty much led me like into the right places. Maybe I got it wrong somewhere else, because maybe why am I here, So Oksana says she gave an interview on Starseed Talk channel talking about her elf planet. She is 16 years old and still remembers. I mean, I would love to speak to her as well about that experience. So send me an email, just go through my website, send me an email through there, or you can send it Tony Sayers at protonmail.com would be the other good one. Bacteria runs this realm. Yeah, it's parasitic. Everything's parasitic. Something consumes something else to survive. Even in nature, the fact that we have to eat animals and stuff. I've said it before. I used to be vegan. It doesn't work. But I still, if I could, I would still be. But my body was breaking down, and but even that's messed up. Like the fact that we have to eat other beings, it's just. But then other beings eat other beings. It's just. Gary Glitter's songs still make people feel good, do they? I don't know about that. Are we still at that stage? Gary Glitter was a paedophile in the UK, for people that don't know who he was. Oh yes, I only focus on the positive, bypassing peace. What does he say? Infinite waters diving deep once again. Oh man. Honestly, these people. And these people, they're charging like $5,000 for courses. I'm like, I need to put my prices up. I won't, right? Because people need them, right? But it's like, see, these people. And these people, they're charging like $5,000 for courses. I'm like, I need to put my prices up. I won't, right? Because people need them, right? But it's like, people pay through the nose for this useless bullshit that's not helping them at all. It's like, hi Tony, a video came up in my feed today. I haven't had a chance to watch it, called "Failed My Life Review," shown how I saw that. That came up on my feed. I'm gonna review that.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Position and kind of observe now more so than want to interact.
They copy and mimic.
They steal and gimmick, pretending to be what they are not, what they can never, ever be.
They're on the bottom feeders.
Wanting to be on top, they harass and stalk, they never stop.
Obsessed bitches and holy witches.
Ugly, ugly beasts, they envy and seethe with jealous little snake eyes.
Demonic behaviors.
They lie and lie, they spread rumors and cry fake tears.
They fear the authentic.
They make me sick.
They can't handle true artists.
Demonic fucks. Demonic behaviors.
Losers. Losers. Losers.
Demonic. They can stay here in hell and burn, 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 burn. Demonic losers. Losers. Stay here and El Diablo.
Get 'em.
Roast them! Roast the roaches. Roast them! I'm little piss ants.
Little piss ants.
Little piss ants. Weak, degenerate, pissy pants.
You're just peasants without sense, without thoughts, without anything.
Failures at life. Losers!
You see, you hear, you believe, you repeat, you loop and you loop again and again.
Lifetime upon lifetime.
Failures
throughout all of time.
Piss ants, peasants,
cockroaches, you never learn! You return here in hell to burn, recycled again and again. You don't remember.
You seek a savior.
You pack of losers, fools, druggies, niggas, and boozers.
This is your home, all alone, sealed in a fucking tomb.
Little bitches, zombies, little piss ants, peasants.
have earned. Stay here and burn in hell. Burn, 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 burn forever.
Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher.
There's only one. One. There's only one. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. It looks like that weirdo is live again. That weirdo, that weird freak is live again. That weirdo. Of course, they're going somewhere to be degenerate. Of course, what else is new? That weirdo went somewhere to be a degenerate, of course. Smoke weed. Smoke more weed. That's all they do. They don't do anything else. This is absolutely retarded. They don't have any taste in music. What else is new? It looks like they're around a lot of straight guys, though. I wonder how tiny Mushroom feels around these guys. Because Mushroom wishes they were a man, but they're not. They're not, of course. They never will be. They never will be. They're delusional. They're mental. They're mental. They're absolutely mental.
Appreciate you. Huge support.
So she's going to say she appreciates this Tony guy because he gives Landry money all the time. That's the way it is. If you give them money, they like you. That's the way these demons are. These lazy bums. Look at him having to work for a living now. He can't make it on YouTube because I devastated this piece of shit. He's got a rake up on a roof. I love it. He should be digging ditches and pumping out septic tanks. He should be down in the sewers pumping up septic tanks. That's too good for him. He should be down in the sewers of Hell Realm, this creature, Landry. He should be in the sewers.
I know. I was supposed to be at home. I thought I'm still here. Apparently, he's wearing off on me. So anyway, and then big shout out to Tony. Big fan of you, Tony. Really appreciate you. Huge support.
You're a big fan of someone that sends you money? That's all he does. This weirdo Tony guy, he used to follow Jeranism channel for years and be a supporter of his. Now he's moved over to Landry. Just a weirdo looking for praise like Hank for giving money. Hank, Chuck, Tony Coriolis, lots of these creatures. That's what they are. They try to buy friends. It's pathetic.
And Logic.
Hey, guess what state Tony's in?
What?
Arizona.
For real?
Yeah.
So that's close enough that we should.
Yeah.
Tony, interview. We need you.
I asked him. He doesn't want to be.
Oh, all right. No, it doesn't matter if you have clout.
I know.
I don't have clout. I'm nobody.
I know that.
And Logic, yes, I apologize because Landry did show me what you want to talk about. So we will have to. I don't know if tonight's a good night for that because we are really.
No, it's a great night.
All right. All right. All right.
Boston Spark is my favorite.
Let's do that. Let's do that. You heard this guy, Join Jack. And what's up, Snow?
That guy was me.
DJM is not here tonight. I hope you're okay with that.
DJM's here. Very good.
Oh, very good. Sorry, DJM is here
Last
tonight.
time my boys were just at the basketball.
That's good stuff. All right. So, what do you guys want to start with first?
Shout out to Tarek.
Should we take some votes?
Well, we should pair them up in the chat since they don't want to play the game. So we're pairing up Tarek and Snow for sure.
Tarek and Snow.
Looks like Tarek got screwed. He gave Jack $40. He didn't mention 40, but he said, or he didn't mention dollars, sorry. He said 40 contribution. This guy's still learning English. He doesn't know how to speak English. Tarek. On Slave Truth. He's a slave. That's what he is. A slave. These creepy creatures. Logical Sparks tried to come over here, dipped in and then went over there. You're not welcome here. You're from the Panelverse. You're from the shit channels. Stay over there. Stay with them, cockroach.
Snow?
Yep.
Yeah, because they don't hate each other at all. Right?
Tommy and Talcott are paired up.
Tommy and Talcott. Did you guys see my original thumbnail? Let's ask that.
And that was your idea, correct? Not mine. So the record's straight.
So I need to take responsibility for that because it wasn't supposed to be a ding at anybody. Andy, pair me up with a thick girl.
In the panel for work, like unless you don't want people to know that.
No, I don't care. I'm a carpenter, and then I do like auto mechanic work on cars on the side. I used to give guitar lessons as well, but I kind of don't really do that much anymore.
So carpenter, that's like floors, right? Like not just carpets, but like floors as well.
Oh no, like building stuff out of wood, carpet.
What an absolute retard. He thinks carpenter is doing carpets. That's how retarded Landry is. You can't make this shit up. He thinks What a retard. What a retard. I got to play that again. Oh man, you can't make this shit up, this retard.
I used to give guitar lessons as well, but I kind of don't really do that much anymore. And I do like auto mechanic work on.
What? Nice. What do you do for work? Like, unless you don't want people to know that.
No, I don't care. I'm a carpenter, and then I do like auto mechanic work on cars on the side. I used to give guitar lessons as well, but I kind of don't really do that much anymore.
So carpenter, that's like floors, right? Like not just carpets, but like floors as well.
Oh no, like building stuff out of wood, carpentry. I used to give guitar lessons as well, but I kind of don't really do that much anymore.
So carpenter, that's like floors, right? Like not just carpets, but like floors as well.
Oh no, like building stuff out of wood, carpentry.
That's
What an absolute retard. He thinks carpenter puts carpets on floors. He really was in the special ed class, I'm telling you. He was a short bus rider. My goodness. You can't make this shit up. He doesn't know what a carpenter is. And the guy's over 30 years old, getting close to 40, I think. What a retard. Wait a second. No, he claims to be in his 20s, actually. Now that I think back. I think Landry claims to be in his late 20s. He's an absolute retard. He's a Gen Z retard.
Am I that dumb?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Like not just carpets, but like floors as well.
I used to give guitar lessons as well, but I kind of don't really do that much anymore.
So carpenter, that's like floors, right? Like not just carpets, but like floors as well.
Oh no, like building stuff out of wood, carpentry.
Am I that dumb?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Wait, so what are carpet makers? What are they called?
Carpet upholsters.
That's crazy. Well,
Upholstery.
I've never been afraid to say what I don't know. So you do things with wood.
Yeah.
So wood. Am I that dumb?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Wait, so what are carpet makers? What are they called?
Carpet upholsters.
That's crazy. Well,
Upholstery.
I've never been afraid to say what I don't know. So you do things with wood.
Yeah.
So wood
and cars.
Wooden cars. Something like that.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that oil changes are going up in price?
Yeah. Everything oil related is going up. Actually, it's crazy. I was just like looking back through some old photos of mine, and I noticed in one of the photos that gas, this was like 2 years ago or so, gas was at like just over $2 per gallon, and now it's at like $4 per gallon right where I'm at.
Yeah, it's finally at 4 here. Pretty wild, man. Yeah,
They're so intelligent and so aware. They're talking gas prices just like any normies do at the gas pump, looking at each other complaining, oh, his prices are so high. No idea what the realm is, though. They won't study the actual realm. They'll just bitch about gas prices being high, like typical fucking moron normies. Two morons.
I don't know. I don't think about those things too. I'm not as much of a doomer as many people in this space are. I get it though, right? I mean, hate is a very powerful emotion. I've been there before, right? I've been around the block. I'm going to expose this guy. I still do it to this day, but I just do it in very small, bite-sized chunks. Whereas I see some people go for like 12-hour just explosions, and I don't know. I can't really get behind it. We were actually watching 4 months ago, where you were there, and I didn't even remember that I'd met her because she was that forgettable.
So this isn't even Landry's channel. This is him taking over Don't Judge Me. He's running live streams on her shit show. That's what goes on in the Panelverse. They're so close, these creatures. And they talk on the phone. A lot of them. Snow, Don't Judge Me, Landry. They all know each other beyond YouTube. Team Evil knows each other. They're connected, all right?
Whoa.
Hey, it's true. When are you going home?
Never.
I mean, what about the baby mark?
Well, coming along nicely.
Yeah. You're doing a lot.
Oh, damn.
Well, I can admire carpentry, man. I like wood. I would never want to be a mechanic.
She likes smelly laundry. She loves stinky laundry, that big Ezra. She loves smelly laundry.
I could never get into that.
It's not easy.
It's
You'd be
just also
surprised. It's really fun, actually. I think you
Well,
might. You seem like the technical kind of person that would like it.
I would probably be interested in it for a few weeks, but like I move on for I don't know. I can't imagine doing that like every day for 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
I would love to learn just enough to do it for myself and save money.
Well, yeah, I do that too, but also I don't really do mechanic work as a full-time job anymore. I used to, but I just kind of do it for like friends and family on the side.
Yeah, and that's got to be like a cool. Is Landry's crop circle bald spot proof of aliens? It's possible, but hey, it's actually growing back in. She says it's growing back in.
It is, guys. I'm not even.
I honestly
I'm not even
just
kidding you. It's hard
embrace
to
it.
see. It's hard to see though, but he actually has hair growth. Do you see that?
Have you been taking finasteride and minoxidil?
No, but
A little bit of rosemary oil.
Greek yogurt.
Lots of massages from his masseuse.
Oh, is that a joke? Is that an innuendo? Damn. Whatever works.
I didn't hear what you said. What was
Whatever works.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Just go with that.
I'm actually going a little bit bald on the top too. I'm kind of excited about it myself. I don't know why, but I've always looked forward to it.
I was so shocked. Like it really hurt when I first saw it. Like, because the way I saw it the first time, I was probably 26, and it was smaller. But I was at a self checkout, and like it thought I was stealing. Sometimes it's like error stealing, and so I look up, and it's just from that perspective, and I was like, oh my god, I'm like 26, and it's already happening. But now I'm over it. I'm just whatever. Backwards hat.
And what do we talk about?
Or no hat, or just own it. Honestly, it's like having a bald spot or even shaving your head bald. Like everybody can pull that look off. It's all in your head when you think you can't. It's in your head. Like you could be bald or you could be balding, and people would still think you look normal. I promise.
For some reason, I feel like it's kind of distracting. Like in certain, I mean, maybe it's just because I don't know. It's because I'm young, right? If I was playing a role in a show where I was supposed to be 29, I probably wouldn't get the part, right? You know what I mean? Because like it's just not associated with that. So whenever I see it, it's just jarring.
It is. You're right about what you just said, but I think that's kind of like a misconception among.
All right, so he's almost 30. He's going to be looking like his daddy soon. Not this. This is supposed to be a woman. That's supposed to be his woman. That's Ezra. That's the one that is with him now. She fucks her way around the Panelverse, apparently. And Landry's wife and child left him. He doesn't mention them anymore. Where's Landry's father? I have a picture of him somewhere. Here it is. Landry. Hey, Landry. He's a coward, just like his daddy. They look a lot alike. Now, when he loses his hair and ages, he's going to look just like his daddy. Just like his daddy. His father was arrested for killing a 6-year-old girl, an autistic girl. Ran her down in the street. And then he looked back. He went back to see, what did I just hit? Oh, it's a child, and he drove away. He said, it's a little black girl. Sure, her life doesn't matter, he said to himself, and he drove away. He drove away. He doesn't care. Like father, like son. They both run, 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 run away. Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 fa. Better. Run, 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 run away. I don't know how old his daddy is, but he looks horrible. That's your future, Landry. That's your near future. Landry, at the pace you're going, you'll be looking like that when you're 30. My goodness. My goodness. So you're a coward like your daddy. He kicked me off his show earlier tonight. He's a coward. Landry, you're a coward. Just like your daddy. Just like your killer daddy that hits and runs. Hits children and drives away. And then they were looking for him for days. He felt the pressure and turned himself in. You're such a loser.
Society, because like a shitload of men begin going bald like in their late teens, early 20s. It's really common.
Some people.
Come on.
I don't
man.
want to settle down though. I genuinely have no desire to be in a relationship or to have children. I just want I like being single.
That's an illusion, right? Because you haven't met the right one. I think it's a male thing, right? It's like, and I'm serious.
I don't know about that. Like I've had great relationships though. Like I've had really long success. I was in a relationship for 6 years with a woman that, had a child, and I was like a father to her child, and we had a house together, and it was.
Oh wow, you were the cuck. She had a child, and you were looking after the child. You were the beta bucks. Andy was the beta bucks. That's why he spends money on Talcott and Landry and shitheads on YouTube. He's the beta bucks. He spends his money. Oh wow, you were the beta bucks. You were the cuck.
It was everything that you would expect out of like a long-term relationship, and it just over time I realized it wasn't for me. We were a child and we had a house together though. Like I've had really long success. I was in a relationship for 6 years with a woman that, had a child, and I was like a father to her child, and we had a house together, and it was everything that you would expect out of like a long-term relationship.
You weren't a father. You were a stepfather. In a way. You were just used. I bet you have nothing. I bet the child has nothing to do with you now. That's the way it goes.
Relationship, and it just over time I realized it wasn't for me. And she was a great person, and her kid is a great kid, and we had a great life, but it's just not what I want. I like my alone time. I like to spend all of my time studying and stuff, and I just can't do that when I'm in a relationship.
That's true. There's certain things that you like, because when I was alone here for the first time for 4 or 5 months, everyone's like, oh, his family life.
Andy likes to study useless shit. Like Hebrew. He won't study anything helpful, just stupid shit.
Left him behind, and people can, that's obviously very dated at this point, because when things become so out of context, it's just the whole thing. But anyways, when I was first alone here, instead of being like crushed by it, I was really just kind of like, hey, what is it like to be alone? And there's so many things that you can do.
Landry thinks it's great to be alone without his wife and daughter. And look who's behind him over his shoulder. Very creepy. Very creepy.
That you just can't do when you're with someone all the time. It's just, you learn what you love to do.
It's actually why I wasn't like, there's times where I'm like, do you want me to just go upstairs and go hang out, by myself for a little bit so you can have some alone time with your brother?
Well, no, she's cool because she like has a computer right there, and she'll just be like next to me. We're not even talking. I'm like, this is what I've always dreamed of.
But I mean, a good relationship, you can have that balance. You can still, it actually, if anything, it helps promote your interests.
Yeah, you're really good at relationships. You're good at hopping from one's douchebag in the Panelverse, that Stephen gave a gingy guy that's real creepy and weird, to Landry. You love the weirdos. You really do. She's a weirdo herself.
And help you excel. Where if the other ones, if there's like too many expectations, why do I have to clean your hair? But this is shit. See, in a good relationship, they groom you like this. You know?
Yeah. With the bugs.
I'm not trying to say that's the end all be all. Like, I get it. I get it.
DJ might be here, by the way.
Oh, please.
I don't know if she's actually going to come. She's like on vacation or something.
She said
A non-weed smoker, Austin Murphy.
No, I'm right
I don't
here,
think
buddy.
that's working,
I'm right
whatever
here.
the mic that is. I don't think that's actually working.
What is it? You're a vape?
Just oil.
pen
I smoke
smoker?
oil. I smoke oil. Yeah.
I've
Less
questioned the whole
smell.
time if those are
Less
really even
ash.
weed,
Less
though.
smell.
Hey, there he is.
But the vape pens, though, I mean, where'd those come from? Those just came out of nowhere.
These, dude, I smoked cigarettes for like fucking 12 years, bro, and I smoke these now, and they're easily like replaceable. You just buy a battery, and every 2 weeks.
Try throwing in my other one and using the other mic. I honestly, I work, I drag ball fields, I do stuff in normal life. My stuff's not sitting here untouched until I pop on YouTube. So it could be, you know, just a clogged up mic with ball field dirt or something. I've been on YouTube for a while.
Get the dirt out of your ears, motherfucker.
Out of the
Go take a
headphones.
shower. Go take a
And
shower,
yeah, I know.
motherfucker.
Whoa.
Damn, dude.
Austin Murphy, what are you
I'm
doing?
just giving you a hard time. Hey, I love you, bro. I'm just giving you a hard
It's a
time.
pleasure.
Don't make me play that stream, Austin.
No,
Your stream.
I've known that name Tony Coriolis for almost 5 years at least. You've been around. Yeah.
I think it's a good name.
What a bunch of douchebags. Look at Landry holding up a Freemason magazine. Check that out. Landry has a Freemason magazine. Right there. Well, what do you know?
Name. You know, it's one of the best names in the game, I'd say.
Yeah.
Well, Landry, I really mainly wanted to hop up to ask you.
Yes.
Sorry to put you on the complete spot, but what is the story to you and Esra hanging out in normal life nowadays?
So she hits me up. She's like, "Hey, I need a job." I'm like, "Well, I can't pay you."
Well, Landry
Coriolis for almost 5 years at least. You've been around. Yeah.
I think it's a good name. You know, it's
I have to take some screenshots of that because he's a real creepy piece of shit. And I'm not shocked. He is a Freemason, by the way, for people that don't know that. He's admitted to that. He is a Freemason. He is a creepy creature. And people on YouTube really love to follow creepy, demonic creatures. They just do. They follow these creeps. There's something wrong with most in this realm. They love to follow creepy creatures like this. Here he is, holding up a Freemason magazine because he is a Freemason. He is a piece of shit. He knows I can see exactly what he is. And he fears me exposing him.
one of the best names in the game, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have that.
All respect. I mean, I appreciate. I love your guys' relationship.
You know.
No, they fit. Their personalities.
There's the devil horns from Austin Murphy, like a loser, like a creepy weirdo loser, a drunk, which he is.
Personalities definitely go hand in hand.
But I guess from his perspective, we were online and now we're here.
So he actually, this is kind of a long, funny story, but he was reviewing a live stream where I was up on Cynthia's, and Flo was kind of harassing me. And also the funny part is this Flo thinks I'm a doctor just because of my medical credentialed past. And so he started.
I don't think you're a doctor. I think you're a douchebag loser.
Coming at me because I was openly talking about this dog I was watching who passed away, and then started to turn it into the fact that he knows I didn't shave my. You should play that.
I'm going to, yeah.
that I
Yeah, I
hadn't
know.
shaved
I
my
even know that a little bit. Yeah, I heard that.
And so more or less this white knight came in. And
Not even that though. I was just like, here's my thought. I was like, man, they're always doing this shit to me. So I was like, it's crazy. They're, you know.
And then I came up because I thought he was like judging me, and this was on DJM, right? And so then
No, first you came on to Tom.
Dude,
and so
honestly, I think you guys. I thought from the beginning you guys were a great couple for each other.
Thank you, Austin.
Yeah, the way the way that you guys communicate and just, I mean, I hope it works out. I do.
That's sweet.
I hope it's not.
They're such good communicators. I mean, I hope these demons that just sound gross, and they are gross. They're disgusting.
Just dude, I hope it's not just a waste of time. I hope it actually fucking works out in the long
she
term.
missed her flight on purpose, dude.
I guess
because that's why you get in a relationship, right? You get into a relationship thinking long term, right?
Is it relationship like that though? I
But
didn't
some
know
people don't. But some people don't think that way. I think when I want to get into a serious relationship, I think long term. But somewhere along the way, fucking me or the other one fucks up, and it just becomes shit.
Well, the key.
Look at the piece of shit in the chat room over there. Said Melanie said this is way too cute. There's nothing cute about this. It's disgusting.
The key is just to put it in as deep as you can.
No, it's not. Sometimes it's not the key.
Yeah, sometimes
I'll beat the walls up. I might not hit bottom. I might not hit bottom, but I'll tear up those walls.
Okay.
That's clever.
You guys want to hear a TMI story?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Come on. Yeah. Ezra, you're just a part of this experience as fucking Modern Man is.
This is the shout out to Snow. But I may or may not have said those words during.
But dude.
And may have messed it up because it made him think about somebody else. No disrespect, just, you know.
So you're so bad at telling stories. Listen, so imagine this, like, oh, did I do something wrong? Do I smell bad? Do I do this? It's like, no, it's something you said. What did I say? Don't worry about it. What did I? Yeah.
So wait, is it full on relationship, you two?
Hell yeah. They're in love,
Okay.
dude.
No,
They're in love.
I kind of missed it. I don't know.
They're gonna make a
Even
baby
checking
together.
This guy is so creepy. This Austin creature. They're in love, dude. Look at his face. Look at him. Wow, what a creep. What a creepy creature.
They're in love. No, they're gonna have a big, nice home with kids and dogs and cats and everything.
We got our first real. I think I said this earlier on my stream. We got our first. We already had the contract, but it was for $1,000 a month. Now it's for $2,500 a month. That's just one client. He's so.
And that's just one of our. We have now several. Yep.
But he's so chill. He doesn't even care. Like, it's just I can make a damn video of a box falling out of an airplane. He'd be like, cool.
You should play the last one you made. It's such a good video because there's a.
It's about
story.
boxes. I mean, I don't think people are. You know.
No, but tell them the story about how that one came to real life, like what happened in the car.
It's still the boxes.
We were driving with concrete slab because we were landscaping. Yes, I'm doing Landry's laundry, and we had this car pull out in front of us, and to get it out of the way, we had to swerve like drastically and like literally pull into a parking lot. And when we did this, all these concrete slabs slid over and crushed the boxes from the sky. By the way, DFW Boxman, shout out. And so we assessed the situation and more or less the.
Domestic Austin.
Well, I'll pull that up.
Well,
Testing. Audio check. Audio. All right, let's go.
More of our.
Let's go.
And I just want you to claim a top. Your top person would be Archaics.
Yeah, his logo.
No, he's like, who would be a big fan of?
Oh, not a fan. That's how I got started.
He watches the Weather Channel.
Okay.
I'm not joking.
No, but his logo, I did
Hey,
that.
Tony.
Yeah.
Do you know where you are right now?
Yeah. Why
Do you know who Landry is?
Yeah.
Can I?
You know who Jaren is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know who Landry is.
Yep. We went through that twice now. Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
Hey,
you
can
trust Jaren's words?
I trust Jaren's words. Have you
Yeah.
watched anything that I've said publicly? This is the same thing me and you went back and forth about. You know me at all?
I've seen you, dude. I've seen you for almost fucking 5 years at least.
Yeah. What? You think I'm bowing down to whatever Jaren says? What are you saying? Have
Do
you
you
seen what I've
trust? Do
said
you trust
publicly?
what they did? They do you think they saw a 24-hour sun?
Me? Do I think that? Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think?
No.
Okay.
No
Then
video.
you and
No
that both.
video. No video. No video has been produced of a
You're
24-hour
still
sun.
backstage, Austin, right now.
There's ones that have been clipped out. They've been clipped out.
Bullshit, Austin.
There's no 24-hour
My only thought
video.
to that, Austin, no problem. Honestly, dude, just you as a dude, I'm totally fine with that. 100%, dude, I'm fine. But you would not call in to Jaren. He doesn't do his show anymore, but you
I
would
would.
call in
I
and
would
say
talk
that
to him. I would talk to him to his face. I'm not afraid of any man.
You did not call
I'm
in
not
to speak
afraid
to
of any
Porno and say
man.
that.
Tony, I'm not afraid of any man. I'll talk
I'll
to the
call
president.
Jaren right now,
But
Austin.
I'm just saying, you did not call in to speak
I
to
don't give a
Porno.
fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'll talk to any
Conversed
man.
with him, and I would not converse with him and say, hey, dude, you did not see that. I wouldn't say that. I don't know what you think, but I would not say that.
I
That's
don't
where I
think
sit
they
with it.
stayed up for 24 hours. I don't think they stayed up for 24 hours to observe it.
Austin's
I
a
saw their
fearless drunk.
energy
He's
I saw
fearless.
their energy after it. They had full energy. I know what it's like doing 24-hour shifts, being in the military. They did not have any signs of anyone that just stayed awake for that many hours or anything like that. The whole entire
Yeah,
fucking thing is
sure.
skeptical, bro. When I look at it from the beginning to the fucking end and how they refuse to show fucking passports and everything, bro. And
I can't be sitting here defending it to you, but
Oh, he kicked me off. What a loser. He kicked me off his shit show. What a loser. What a loser. What a coward. What a loser. What a loser.
charge, ma'am.
the Panelverse.
Richie.
But I'm just saying, you did not call in to speak
I don't
to
give a video has been produced of a 24-hour
Jaren's words. Have your top person with
shifts, being in the military. They did not have any signs of anyone that just stayed awake for that many hours or anything like that. The whole entire fucking thing is
sure.
skeptical, bro. When I look at it from the beginning to the fucking end and how they refuse to show fucking passports and everything, bro. And
I can't be sitting here defending it to you, but I can at least defend the fact that I called into his show and said, I talked to him. If I really did think what you thought right there, I would say it to him. I didn't think that exactly. I think I'm taking him at his word that he says that he saw it, which that says that they saw it. I'll take him at that word, but past that, how far am I really taking it? I don't know, but I'm willing to call in and converse with the dude. You said you're not afraid of any man,
I
but
know
you didn't call
Landry
in.
hit jackpot. I know that. Landry hit the jackpot with Ezra.
Aww.
He
But my little input on here is, how do we not know it's just all an illusion? Like,
Yeah, how do we is this real, brothers and sisters?
is
Like, what the
it?
fuck?
Is it? I don't know.
What a weirdo saying Landry hit the jackpot with Ezra. That tells everyone what you are, Austin Murphy. These fucking creepy freaks. Bunch of incel demons.
Yeah, a good fucking question, motherfuckers.
All right, who wants the keys?
Yeah.
I don't.
Not me.
do.
I don't want
I
no
don't.
keys. I don't like
I don't
keys
like.
stuff
I
that
have
much.
no time for this shit. I work and
Yeah.
I do things during the day.
I honestly don't dislike the opinion of Austin too much, but right there where he said he's not afraid of any dude, but Austin, you didn't call into Jaren and say that to him. He had
didn't,
a
Austin.
bunch of calling
I don't-
shows.
I mean, okay.
But here,
I
this
called
is
in.
Wait, I have a
Never
video.
mind.
I said my thoughts on
Take a break.
stuff.
I get to step in. We're gonna take a break. Oh, we just lost all of King Steven's sock accounts in the live here.
King Steven's all right too. I'm okay with that guy's opinion as well.
Tony, are you Polish?
Dude,
Am I
he's an
what?
interesting
Polish?
one though, because
Yeah.
he
Is that
sticks
an
to his
insult?
beliefs. Like he
No.
doesn't bullshit.
No, I know. I don't take it as an insult, but no, I
Definitely
guess I'm
bullshit.
Italian
I mean,
and
he
Czech.
sticks to what
Mostly
he
Italian.
knows, bro. He sticks to what he knows. I
All
can't
right.
take that away from the man.
All right, boys. I want you all to
He's about to make everybody else leave.
Exactly. So I just all you want to take a minute and just remember it's all an illusion. All right.
What is? I want to talk about that when this is over.
Praise be.
How do I share this?
Okay, I can.
Oh
help
wait.
you. You got to stop sharing that one first.
Oh shit. I almost
Hashtag
removed us.
brothers and sisters.
So like now go to add a stage. Yep, 3 dots. Nope, 3 dots. Yep, stop screen. Yep, there we go. Present.
Oh.
How do I come off as Polish though, Andrew? Can I ask you that?
Just to your facial features, you kind of have like the big nose, big lips, big thick face. Like it feels Polish. There wasn't anything you said.
Yeah, no dislike to it. I hear you. I'm glad you had an answer for that. Yeah. If you said
I was sitting here thinking, I bet you Tony could beat up like 5 guys at the same time. And then I was thinking, how many Lindsay Smiths would it take to defeat Tony Coriolis?
Lindsay, too. She seems all right.
I say 13 and a half.
That's
Yeah.
good shit there,
It's got to be
actually.
something like that, or 20 or something.
12 and a half to 13 and a half.
I am pretty zoomed in on my face though, so I must look massive.
Nice. All right, guys. I want you to just be quiet. I'm asking for 5 minutes. We won't play the whole video because we know that this man will lose patience.
No, it's not even about me. I just want to know what's the context.
What context?
Of the video context.
You don't
I
need
guess
to know. You
expert
need to shut
education.
your whorish mouth
What?
and sit back for a second.
Go for
Okay,
it.
everybody.
I'm here.
Shh. Good job, guys. Mute yourselves, please. I'm going to mute you. Love you.
Oh, I'm not listening to
Mute you. Oh, and I'm muting.
Light is magic. There is magic in the way it is created, in the way it travels, the way it behaves. And beyond the magic of light itself, there is the magic of science, finding new and amazing uses for light, the life giver. Sunlight is a mixture of several different kinds of light. Most familiar is the visible light, the kind of light we see and see by. Then, as modern sun worshippers know, sunshine contains an invisible form of light called ultraviolet. Ultraviolet light produces tan skins and those healthy little things called vitamins. Science has learned how to produce this invisible form of light artificially. And now, without leaving our homes, we can turn winter into summer. The scientific ultraviolet light generator is arranged to remove all of the visible light and project a strong beam of invisible black magic light. One of the most amazing things about ultraviolet light is its ability to help us see things which by ordinary light are impossible to see.
The Melanie creature is so weird. Saying they're a cute couple, they're gross, they're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I'm going to review that. Failed my life review. Let me write that down because I'm going to forget that otherwise. I might do that next week. Where are we? I'm old school. I've got like a paper diary. Look. So it's failed my life review. I don't know why I didn't watch it at the time. I think I got sidetracked with something else. Imagine failing your life review, shown how to pass the Earth school. Yeah, that's these new ages. They never they tell you Earth is a school, but they never tell you what to do to pass, do they?
He had an empty I have Brian Melvin. He was an atheist. He had an NDE, but lots of questions were answered about hell that he saw. I mean, the details. And then he learned something shocking about other NDEs. I have Brian Melvin. He was an atheist. He had an NDE, but lots of questions were answered about hell that he saw. I mean, the details. And then he learned something shocking about other NDEs, which we'll be getting to. And then he saw some famous people. And there was one that he saw he saw different ones, but he saw this particular famous person that he didn't even know what they looked like. And then later in research, he was like, that was who he thought it was. But we're not talking about it right now because, Brian, I want to get to your childhood. I mean, what made you an atheist, agnostic?
Well, what made me an atheist and agnostic, you probably wouldn't believe it, but it was the old cartoon, Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. And that sounds kind of funny, but it's true. They used to have this excerpt in the another cartoon inside the cartoon with the time machine about Simon and his dog, and they go on a time machine. And so they would go back in time and talk to philosophers, and it was very amusing and fractured fairy tale stuff like that on those shows. So being an inquisitive kid, I went to the library and began reading philosophy books. And I remember taking them home from the library, and I asked my mom, what does this word mean? She goes, look it up in the dictionary. Like all good moms do. And so I developed a great vocabulary, and I was reading philosophy at probably elementary school level. And my favorite one was Plato's Republic, and the idea of republic. So much so that I wrote a thing for school, child liberation from your parents. My mom found it, and she was all upset, and she goes, how could you write such thing? We're not that mean. I was thoroughly browbeaten into submission, I guess. You know, it's like you read stuff and it goes to your head. And I became a rebel. That's what I did.
So, I mean, but did you still believe in Jesus? I mean, how were you brought up?
Well, I was brought up in a Southern Baptist home. My mom and dad were Southern Baptist.
Happy Trans Jesus Day. This guy laughs at nothing as usual. He laughs at things that really aren't that funny. The host of the show over there is not laughing. Demons never catch on that they're not funny. They giggle, and it's just weird. They're always this way. Happy Trans Jesus Day. Happy Trans Jesus Day, everyone.
It would take me to church, but through events in life, I grew up 10 miles south of Washington, D.C., and at that era, it's a lot of racial riots and protests and stuff. So, and some family members were involved in that. You know, they were younger, they were teenagers at the time, and so I got influeន្ធby that, as well as going to school with some teachers one teacher put on just a black and white video on the old film, and he turned the volume off so I couldn't see it, and he played The Eve of Destruction in the background, telling us, basically Marxist propaganda. That's the best thing I can say. And about these burning the establishment down and stuff. And he was the only one that did it out of the whole. I guess he was a radical, but so that's how it all started. So I went to Sunday school a lot. I didn't know anything, but the stories of Jesus, and Jesus loved the little children, and I knew about Noah's Ark, and never really paid attention to it.
Jesus loves you, yes I know, and Trans Jesus tells you so. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and Trans Jesus tells you so. Praise God for cancer is a quote from Trans Jesus with a tiara on. And Trans Jesus has mooby moobs. Mooby moobs. Moo moobs. Mooby moobs. Moo moobs. People love it. You got to praise Trans Jesus. This is the level that people are at in this realm. They'll believe anything, and evil knows it. Evil knows, and evil creatures follow other evil creatures, and they stick together like a fucking pack of demon tard zombies. Mooby moobs.
I don't think I got born again or saved. I know I came home, singing the songs, I love Jesus. Who knows? I don't remember. I don't think I was. And it was after that, through teachers, books I read, and just going through life, it just drew me away. So by the time I was 10 years old or so, I wouldn't go to church anymore. And I put up a fight. They gave up. My parents gave up. So the other parts, my sister and stuff went to church with them, but I didn't. I just stayed home and watched Bullwinkle and cartoons.
Yeah, 10 years old is pretty young to be rebellious about that.
Yeah, it is. And then 11 and 12.
So she's blinking a lot. I don't know if she had a facelift, if it's covered in makeup, but she looks extremely strange to me. She looks like some kind of ghoul. I don't know what this is, but very weird. Very weird. God Encounters with Janie Duval. How ghoulish.
I just kind of rebelled against all. I didn't want anything to do with church because I had questions like most people. Like, why do all the bad things happen? Why are all these poor people poor? Why is this? Why is that? If you're really God, you can snap your finger and solve it all. That you can't exist because you won't fix anything. But when I got older and I was a teenager, and you got to understand, you drift back and forth from atheism to an agnostic. Then you're there could be a God, the man upstairs or something. Then you go back to atheism, and then so in the midst, when I was just turned into a militant atheist or turning into one, I will go down to my relative's farm in Southwest Virginia, at the tip of Virginia there, and near Kentucky Virginia border, and I spend my summers there because I liked the farm. And so my uncle and aunt were talking to me, witnessing to me, and I'm debating them. I'm just having these debates because I debated people. And my uncle said, in his big southern drawl, says, "Brian, we're talking about evolution." He goes, "Brian, who made the first seed for the first plant?" And, I'd go, "Oh, star stuff." "Well, who made the star stuff?" And it was a big bang and all the chemicals got stirred up. Who made the big bang? He reduced it to, I was boxed in and I could not answer. That impressed me. And then my aunt afterwards wrote me letters. I wrote her back. We just wrote each other letters. She would witness to me through those letters. And
he's easily impressed. What a surprise.
Both of them are very instrumental in leading me to the Lord later on. They planted the seeds.
Very, very.
They did not give up.
Yeah, right. No,
I just say I was an ornery little cuss.
Well, see, the thing that I think is because that is always amazing when I talk to different people like you. I mean, because you went to hell, and we're going to talk about things that you saw that was so detailed, but you obviously had some relatives that were praying for you. But did you get involved in drugs in high school?
Oh, yeah. In junior high school is when it all started. I was a nice kid. I was, debating people. I wanted to be in the debate clubs. When I thought about joining the drama club, but I didn't, I never did. And I was playing trumpet and doing music and stuff. And I went to junior high school, and I was hoping to be where all my friends were sent to another school. And I was sent to a school, I was bussed in as part of this program of integration. And I was surrounded in the locker room, and I was beaten severely. And I remember coming out of the gym and seeing the two principal and vice principal. They turned and walked away from me when they're surrounded. And the people had these big wood fists hitting me with the clubs and hit me in the head. And somehow I look back on, I know how now, I'll probably tell about it later, but the Lord, in my after-death experience, showed me angels made me get up and stand on my feet, even though I was seeing stars, and helped me up the stairs, or I would have been dead. So after that, I said, how can I avoid getting beaten up? So I went to I looked in, I heard about drugs on TV, so I got a little book about what type of drugs are what, found them in medicine cabinets and relatives and ripped them off. And then there are some people who knew me, some of the guys I went to school with, and that were there in the same predicament. And they were still they're involved in the church youth movement, the church group, there's in junior high, whatever it is. And I sold them all the drugs. And they went on a roller skating rink thing, and they had a real happy time.
So this guy was beaten up very severely, but the angels helped him stand up after he was beaten. They don't stop it, of course. This is a typical story where they come in after the car crash or after somebody's beaten almost to death. And the angels saved me. Well, why didn't they intervene and stop it from happening? Oh, no, that would make too much sense.
So I became one of the biggest drug dealers, not knowing a thing about dealing drugs. So to keep the facade alive, I started stealing more drugs and finding out what marijuana is, and I got in the wrong crowd. That's how it all started. So I started doing drugs too, because of, your life event. And of course, I used to blame God for getting beat up and all that too, but that all fed to my atheism.
Now that makes sense. Now, how did you get ill? I mean, because what happened to you that you ended up dying?
Well, as I reached to my 20s, and at 18, 19, I graduated from high school, and all that, and I was a militant atheist by then and doing drugs and stuff, and I was living with some bikers in Manassas, Virginia, and from there, things got hot and heavy, so I flew out to Tucson, Arizona in it could have been February, something like that, in 1980. And so next thing I knew, I flew out there with some relatives, landed a job, found a place to rented it, started going, and told my friend, I'm moving out there. I'm getting away from this mess. This is too crazy here. And so he came with me. So he went, and another guy came too. He went to Tucson, Arizona, and I was working. I got a job right away too, and I had to be there in 2 weeks. So I had to get back, move, and travel. And so that's what I did. And this would be just before the 4th of July. It would be near the end of June-ish, right around there. I was working, and you get up super early in the morning, and you go in probably 4 a.m. Well, you have to get off of work around noon or 1 o'clock. It's just too hot to work. At least it was back then. I'm sure the temperature hasn't changed any. But my job at that time, I was an electrician, and we were doing underground work, and the backhoe would go into the hard caliche, rock hard soil, and dig out a trench. We level it out, lay our pipe so we could pull wire. So we were doing that. Then it got too hot. We moved in the inside, and my supervisor, which was a devout Christian, whom I would manipulate the other co-workers and egg them on to torment this guy while he's eating his lunch. He'd sit there with his Bible. We'd throw things at him, and he just took it. He left another example of what it means to be a Christian too. He left seeds. He didn't fight back. He didn't retaliate. He just took it. And he's our boss. And so he went with his kids to Nogales, Mexico. That's not too far from Tucson. And the truck overheated, so he filled up one of the work coolers with creek water from Mexico. And he kept it in the back of the cooler, back of his truck. And the fresh water cooler ran out of water. And so I saw the other cooler in the back, and I picked it up. And I ended up drinking Mexican water from Mexico from wherever he got it. And it was warm and slimy, and I don't know how many gulps. I was so thirsty. I took lots of gulps, and I said, something's wrong with this. And the other guy tasted it and spit it out, and then we opened it up. He opened it up, and inside was I don't know the color of the algae because it was kind of a rusty red. It had no oxygen. That was in there, and he looked like a lot of like seaweed type stuff in the bottom, and all these little things floating around it. And one of the things that got me was looked like a flat noodle, with an eyeball in it, just swimming around. And so I drank a lot of that. And being a devout evolutionist as I was, I always look back and say, God, you have a sense of humor. I drank Darwin's soup. We did not evolve from slime. We did not. There's no way you could. You die. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, but so I found out I contracted cholera. I had some type of neurotoxin from the algae. I can't remember the type. I wrote it down, but I can't read.
Well. Looks like somebody joined the live stream that's not in the chat. I wonder who it could be. I wonder if it's someone obsessed with me. Maybe that's who it is. I wonder who it could be. Who could it be? Maybe it's a porn bomber. Or maybe it's Nolan again. Hey, douchebag, is that you? You're on the show, dummy. You're live, Justin. Goodbye. He left on his own, ran away. Aww. Goodbye, pissant. Goodbye, pissant. Just useless, like usual, useless cockroach.
In my writing. And then I had some sort of dysentery. There's several types. I had a cocktail that would kill anybody. And I had no idea. And with cholera, you literally, in the dysentery, on top of it, you literally lose all your body fluid. It goes out both ends. So next thing I knew, within 12 hours, it hit. It hit earlier. But that night that afternoon when I went home, I thought I could cure everything by drinking Jack Daniels or Jose Cuervo, or I just down liquor and beer thinking I'd cure it. It just made me worse. And I woke up not feeling well and went to work, and I had to leave early because that's when it hit. It came out both ways, and this pain began. And so next few days I got worse. And with cholera, when your body goes into shock, I never knew any of this until I went to a medical library at a hospital and looked up cholera, trying to figure out what happened. And so cholera, before you die, your body goes into shock and you wake up and all the pain goes, fever goes, you feel great, and you get up and you start walking around. Then it hits you, and then you drop. That's exactly what happened.
So, I mean, did your roommates see that you were sick? I mean, did they try to help you?
They wanted to take me to the hospital and call me all kind of 4-letter words before in the bedroom, and I felt wonderful. No more pain. I floated above my body. I looked down, and my roommates were right. I did not look too good because with cholera, you have no skin elasticity. I can take your wrist. It's usually, you can't hardly pinch the skin, but if you have cholera, you pinch the skin, it doesn't go down, or it goes down very slowly, it just stays up. There's no elasticity. Most of your moisture's gone. That's the state I was in. My body was sort of a whitish with blue blotches in it, sort of an ashen gray, but white with blue blotches. And I looked terrible, and yet I felt great. I felt like, wow, this atheism stuff ain't true. I lost my atheism as soon as I took my last breath and floated out of my body and looked down. That's when I lost my atheism. I was more alive then than I am now. It was like waking up and stepping into what we were designed to be, or something. It's the best way I could describe it. That's what it felt to me at the time.
Now, did you see anything right away, or did you float past the ceiling? I mean, what was going on?
It was like a force turned me over, and I was facing the ceiling, looking at the swirled texture of the ceiling. And inside one of the swirled textures was the fingerprint of the painter or the guy doing the texturing. And you can't see this from anywhere in the room unless you get on a ladder and press your head against it, look down at the certain spot, which I did afterwards, and it's there. And so, and then I went through the ceiling. My dog was whimpering and going around in circles and yipping a little bit. And I went above and I heard the neighbors arguing, the husband and wife, type of arguments, where you hear dishes crash, that type of thing. And then you floated above the ceiling. I could hear the kids kicking a can down the road. I floated above the ceiling. I could see them kicking the can, floated past the swamp cooler, which had a baling wire and a bandana tied around the access ports where the filters were. Later, I came up to change the filters to get a little bit taken off of our rent. And because I did that stuff as an electrician anyway, and changed the filters, and I go, wow, this must have happened because there's a baling wire and there's the bandana. And I repaired it so you put screws back in it. But anyway, and I floated above into a beautiful, I call it a pleasant darkness floating toward a light. This is 1980. No one's ever talked about after-death experiences. Never heard of them. I wouldn't have believed it. Somebody told me. And this was totally out of my control, and I felt such great love and peace assailing me, as well as hearing this most beautiful music in this language, and yet I could understand every single word in my own mind. And it was singing praises to God, extolling his character traits, and there were messages inside of each one of those things.
Wow.
The God is the God of the living, and they were singing it, and to be sort of like Jehovah or Yahweh, great and mighty is he, the giver of all life. And with that, you would instantly knew this intuitively, and I wrote it in my book, where it was like the devil knows that God is true to his own nature and character, and he's trying to pit God's character traits against each other to exalt his throne above God. And he knew full well that God would not exterminate him into a state of non-existence, because that would make God deny his own life-giving nature. That's how he got away with rebellion. I just knew that. And though I didn't believe in this stuff, and I'm floating in there, and I'm just chilling. I'm just glad not to be in pain. And I thought this great love I was feeling from this light that was growing bigger and bigger, and this music explaining things to me. And then the voice would come to me, and then with the voice would come, it would be, it was like a life review, real split-second life reviews, and being born, and it was your parents, and then stealing drugs out of things, and then he would show you things. And I only opened up about some of this recently, is that, I look back in the drugs I sold people, I led people into addiction. Those things were shown to me, and I'm going, wow, I ain't this nice guy that I thought I was. I hurt people by selling drugs to them.
This is God.
And, addictions, and who knows, some of...
I am God. This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too.
Your father! You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me. Bow down and kneel.
Probably took the drugs, and who knows what they did. Got in trouble. I'm responsible for that. And then he showed me, everything. He showed me how many times he spared me and trying to speak to me through my relatives in Virginia, and friends praying and people praying for me, and a guy at school who, back in high school, we were walking up there. He was into the Jesus movement thing. He goes, "Hey, Brian, I'm going to go over to a Bible study over here in JV. And we're standing literally at a crossroads waiting across the highway there." And he goes, "You're at a crossroads in your life. You got to make a decision. What will it be? Will you come over with us and check this out?" And I could see him on the porch over there, a guy playing a guitar and singing. And then I said, I got a party to go to. So I went to go party. All those things were shown to you, and how damaged you were, and what you did with it, and how many times you damaged other people was incredible. You don't think you do. And all that was shown to me. And I felt this great love, but I never thought in a million years this great love was a reckoning. It was showing me what I did with God's love and mercy, how many times he saved me from car wrecks, for example, and so many of them. But I was driving totally drunk in my dad's station wagon, in Chevy station wagon in Virginia, over Gallows Road, and all my friends were packed in there. I had 3 people in the front and 4 people in the back, and everybody packed in the very back of the station wagon. We're drinking and partying, and I was really drunk. I was too drunk to be driving, and I flew over the hill and airborne on a 2-lane road, going downhill, flying, and heading toward a tree. And the car moved, hit the road, and all the people honking on the other side. And I stayed in one lane. I got down to the bottom. I had no control of the car. Got to the bottom, and I was in shock. And I was like I was drunk and trying to figure out what happened. Everybody slapping him on the back. "Hey, you're a great driver. Let's do that again." I said, "No, thanks you." I mean, I was so scared, I almost, soiled your pants. That's how scared it was. I mean, the Lord showed me he literally had an angel direct the car and move it over. And other accidents like that, almost being shot a couple of times, almost being stabbed in an initiation knife fight by a guy who hated my guts. Stuff like that. He showed me I kept you alive. I knocked on your door, and you never listened. And it was on me. What I did was coming back to haunt me, because as I floated, closer I got to the light, more things were explained like that. And then I landed feet first I saw this rock suspended in space with a person sitting on like a rock ledge with a seat on it. And bright light was coming out of him. And I cannot describe the light. And the colors are, and I say just a bright white light with tinges of yellow. That doesn't even do justice, because the white light, the tinges of yellows, the blues and stuff that come from this person, our human eyes don't see that colors. We don't see that. And I came near, and I could see a city over a hill, then it got black, and I could see this like a place of burning embers off toward my right. And I didn't know. I thought wow, I'm cool. If I got resuscitated before that and felt all the love, I'd be saying, everybody go to the light. I'd probably be in the New Age movement like all these other people are.
Okay, Brian, that's what I find there's so many different things about your testimony that is very amazing, but that's just one of the things. It's like what you just said at that moment. And you discovered even more shocking things as far as some NDEs that people have. And it's very, very, it's life-changing. Your testimony is life-changing. And for those who are watching, please, thank you for subscribing. And you want to share this video. And you don't want to miss any upcoming videos, because we're going to be doing another one with Brian. But Brian, go on. Okay, so you're seeing this light.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
Yeah, so I floated right, I realized that he was speaking to me. That was the voice I heard, was coming from him, in the power of thought, and just in your mind, telepathy, I guess you want to call it. And And I landed feet first, and he was coming down some stairs. I landed feet first in front of him, just like this, just like boom, boom. And he was standing there, and I went, bam, right on. I mean, I fell heavily right on my face. Then something or someone, like I always called it when I do my testimony, it's like somebody had human crazy glue on, barely touched me, but picked me up and pushed me right down in front of it. And I noticed I was wearing this ugly, filthy, I call it robe-like judo suit. So yellow, brown, moth-eaten. It was rank. I smelled, and I didn't know what in the world was going on. And then I saw him, and I knew it was Jesus because he had a hood on. I could not see his face. And he spoke to me by thought, and I could see his beard, and it could look like somebody plucked it out, and it could cakes of blood. And this is how I saw him at first, and I saw him in heaven totally different. But he had nail prints in his wrist. At that time, I had no idea that's where they crucified people. I know I was in history, but I thought, the stories of Jesus, he gets it in the palm of the hands, but it was actually the wrist. And so there were big, ugly scars in his wrist, and you could see some scars on his feet. And I'm looking at that, and he began speaking to me, and more things come to my mind. And he spoke to me. I was being judged for abusing the grace and love of, and abusing the gift of life that he gave me. And he exposed to me how many times he revealed himself to me in various different ways. I like to hunt, fish, and stuff like that, mostly fish. And I'd go a lot of times in the wilderness backpacking by myself with my dog and fish in the upper Potomac and stuff. And I'd be looking at the stars at night and all that, but never let, it's like Romans chapter 1 talks about. God reveals himself, and nature reveals himself through his entire creation. But, I worship myself, and I worshiped, my own ideas, and I hurt people without even knowing I was hurting them. I thought, everybody likes to get high and drunk, but I never know I contributed to their alcoholism. I contributed to their addictions, and all that's revealed to you, and you won't have a leg to stand on. And so that's what I was facing a reckoning. What did you do with my gift of life? But I was standing in front of the Lord. Like the Bible says, after you die, then comes judgment. I was judged, and I realized some people, when they die, they're judged so quickly, they don't even stand before him. They go immediately to hell. Some of them I've talked to, I've come to that conclusion. But me and a lot of other people, you'll stand before you, the Lord, and you are guilty. Your heart is ripped out, so to speak, and you can see you can see your sin nature. You're not a good old boy that you thought you were, and all those nice things you used to do for people really doesn't matter because you were a jerk, and you did these things, and you're responsible. And look, I remember he showed me my parents weeping and crying over how I stole money. They knew I stole money. They knew I stole drugs out of medicine cabinets, and they still loved me, and how I hurt their love. All that was revealed, and all my stupid, silly justifications. And I couldn't tell the Lord, a crazy sign fell on my head, and that's why I did it. I didn't have any excuses, no excuse. And I remember him looking at me, and he spoke to me through the means of thought, and how Jesus spoke to me at that time is like just a few words, but it unpacks like an encyclopedia of knowledge into your head all at once. Everything's explained in a split second. Even faster than that. And then I knew I was being judged, and I was guilty, and I deserved whatever it was. He explained to me things. He said, it's been when you'll be arriving. I said, when you arrive at a certain place and you feel a certain sense of overwhelming, say my name and my title. He said something like that. I wrote it down in my book the best I could. And he says, an option for your return is yet to be decided. If I start crying, you got to forgive me. That shook me up.
Did you think you were on your way? Did you think you were on your way to hell at that moment?
I didn't, at the time, I was too flummoxed. I was a deer in the headlight look. I didn't know. I just knew that I was going to a bad place. And I had no idea, concept of what hell is, and most people don't. Or they think they do, but they, we'll find out in a few seconds here. But he said that an option for your return is yet to be decided. It was, I very seldom share this, but I shared it it's 2008 at a huge mega church in Virginia. I said, it was like there was a cloud that was around Jesus, but alive. It was part of him, but separate, would be the Holy Spirit. And standing behind and as one with Jesus and the Holy Spirit was a bright light. And that would be the Father. It was like Jesus was standing in the gap for me. Wow. For reasons totally unknown to me, because I sure I don't deserve any favor. I'm not anybody special. And when he said, an option for your return is yet to be decided. And then I was picked up and I went off to my right, which would have been Jesus's left, and all kinds of symbolism there. And this wall opened up like a scroll and it went through a tunnel. It's interesting how a lot of after-death experiences talk about tunnels. So I went through a tunnel. It was like inside of a vortex, spinning vortex. And to me, it was like inside of a tornado, yellow and greenish, putrid, horrible smells, heat that could melt your eyeballs out coming out of it. Hear all the hideous laughter, slurping noises, hideous hellish language, cries and shrieks. So I knew I wasn't going to a happy place. And there wasn't no coming back, because an option for my return was yet to be decided. And but God knows all things. I guess he foreknew that I would tell people about this. So anyway, and I floated through that, and I got to the end of the tunnel. And a lot of people in after-death experience talk about going to a tunnel and they get turned around at the moment, but before they are judged or whatever, and they're sent back. And they come back, they're medically resuscitated or came back some way, usually medically resuscitated. And they all come back speaking the glories of the New Age movement. Everybody makes heaven. There's no hell at all. There's no hell doesn't exist. Or hell is only temporarily. Oh, hell is temporary. You're in temporary non-existent land. You'll be temporary tortured, then all of a sudden you go into non-existence. And I'm going, I say, wait, I floated in this void, and I learned about God being true and cannot deny himself. He will not take away the gift of life. What he does is forever. And you're going to tell me he doesn't make hell eternal? You don't know what you're talking about. That would be a denial of who he is. So people who do that are arguing for God to deny himself without even being knowing.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more details that you're about to explain. Lots of details of what you saw in hell, but you even saw people who, and you're going to explain further on this, that it looked like they were going to paradise and things looked great, and obviously they were resuscitated. They came back to life. So before the whole thing that happened to them, so right, they report back on, oh yeah, you don't have to believe in God, and yeah, everything is very wonderful. But you're going to explain that further. But what did you start seeing in detail?
Okay, so I got to the end of that tunnel and I fell through the sky and I landed with a thud on the ground, and I got up and I thought I was going to be in hell with flames and devils and pitchforks. You just kind of think of that. You watch cartoons or something, somebody in hell and there's flames, the guy with a pitchfork, and but I landed on looked like to me a hill, and it went down sharply and abutted another hill that went up, and there was a house in the near distance with a tree in the front yard, and everything was brown, it was kind of dead looking, and I could hear a roar, and the smells and stuff went away, and it didn't look too inviting. But all these people, and I still remember this just like it happened just a few hours ago, really, and they came out and they waved to me, and several of them went down the hill, and a whole bunch more came up around the hill, and they surrounded me and say, "Welcome, Brian. Glad you made it. Welcome to paradise." And they kept telling me, don't you feel the love here? Don't you feel the love here? I was so uneasy because the only thing I felt like is that this type of love held a knife behind their back and they're ready to stab you with it, deceiving you by great love. And then all these people, some of the people I knew died. And I said, you can't be in paradise. I know you. You left my party that I had at my parents' house when they were on a 2-week vacation. You left that house with a friend of mine. You walked up to the plaza. You mouthed off to a guy, and they turned around and blew out your stomach with a 12-gauge shotgun. And my other friend got away from that. He survived it. He's the one that told me about it. And I said, you can't be in paradise. I know you. Then the crowds went around him, and I saw him morph into another person coming up to me. It was just, I go, something is not right here. And then they began circumambulating. I mean, just going around in a circle and real slow and welcome me to paradise. Don't you feel the love? You're going to love it here. And I started to feel overwhelming. And I remember what Jesus says, when you say a sense of overwhelming, say my name and my title. I know Jesus Christ. So he gave me permission to say his name while I was there. To me, that's significant. It just means something significant to me. It answers a lot of questions. I had permission to. Since I had permission to, when I said Jesus Christ, because I started to see that they were transforming into these other creatures, and all the eyes, their eyes were like alligator eyes with yellow irises, less like an alligator's. And they were looking at me. Then they changed into all kinds of hideous creatures, small ones, medium-sized ones, and I think the largest was about 4'8". And they gave the illusion of people, and they hated my guts. But when it's the moment, they're like going to shred me to shreds and chew on me or bite me. And I said, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, like a machine gun. And you can do that because there's no breath that comes out of you. You don't breathe, but you can just air comes out and you can talk. And I said that, and they backed off, but they can push you and they can laugh at you, they can mock you, but they couldn't grab hold of me. That's how powerful the name of Jesus is to those who he gives permission to, which is born again believers.
Okay, but why were you given permission? I mean, was it the prayers?
I think it was prayers from my family. I think he told me that because the option for my return wasn't yet decided. He had something in mind, because he did tell me, when I return, I'm going to speak. He told me I was going to. I'm going to show you a land unknown that's best forgotten, but not to be left unseen. But an option for your return is yet to be decided. So he told me that I would in the future be telling of this place, even though I had no clue at the moment of what he was talking about. And I thought my option, this was it. This is what I deserve. I know I deserve hell. Ain't no one can convince me of that. But he gave me permission to use his name out of great grace to carry out whatever he wanted done. And God is that sovereign to do that. I don't care about people's ideology and what they think. My critics, a lot of them, think I'm rich and I'm making lots of money and I'm doing this for some ego trip. And all those things, accusations, are absolutely false. If they like to challenge me, I will get my attorney out. I will take my name off my tax form, and you can see how much money I actually make. I'm retired. I don't make much. So throw that puppy out. So I'm just saying, just listen with an open heart about what I'm going to be revealing about the nature and existence of hell. Because in hell, the demonic realm is so deceptive and so crafty and cunning that they will take somebody who died and they're medically resuscitated and fool them that they're in paradise so they can lead other people straight to hell.
Since you're talking about that, and I know I'm kind of going ahead, and then we're going to backtrack to more stuff that you saw. But then, can you just talk about deer pudding?
Yeah, when I was in this place, I'll walk right up to it in a minute. No pun intended. But this creature came up to me, and I called him Lizard Breath. That's my nickname, not as some cute name. It's just that it's like very respect the power of this creature. And but I hate him. He hates me. But I respect respect the enemy because I know what they can do. So I don't want to pick a fight with anybody. And so I called him lizard breath, like a combat veterans would call their enemy something. So his breath was so foul that he distorted his face. And I sent you some pictures you could show on your when you get them. And this of a statue that's the closest representation of what I saw, who I named, was about 4'8". And when I saw that statue, which was built in or put in there in 2007 and 8, in 2006 and 7, this was taken, picture was taken right after opening day of the same creature whose name is the Traveler, who on opening day had the artist name and what it represented. In the African art section, I'm sitting there with my relatives who read my book, and I said, that looks like lizard breath. I read the write-up, and it was the Traveler, and there's some name in Swahili or something saying that he's the one that escorts you in life to the underworld. And so it's like, oh, okay. Thank you for the other confirmation. And I'm not making any of this up either. And so he walked over and stuck his hand inside of the wall and ripped it open. And I stepped up out of emotion for me. I see this like I just happened. I can't forget it. And it's as fresh in my mind as it was the day it happened, and without the fear. And he stepped out of it. He motioned me to come and follow him. He said, come follow me. It's been granted to me. And I had to clean up the language for the book. The editors said there were too many swear words, so I took all the swear words out and tried to get an idea how deceptive they were, because they do speak in a rhyming, enticing language. But he said, come follow me. I'll offer you half my kingdom. You know, just curse God, curse me, curse this, curse that, come follow me. That's what he kept saying. So I got up and he said, this has been granted to thee. And he hated my guts. He hated Jesus. And I looked, I came out of a cell. The Bible and book of Proverbs talks about a chambers of death, which matches Isaiah chapter 24, where it describes hell as being in a dungeon-like pit with cells embedded in the wall. Ezekiel chapter 32, which I knew nothing of the Bible back then. And I found out in Ezekiel chapter 32, especially if you do a Hebrew word study out of it, hell is described as a pit, a bottomless pit with cells in the wall. And it branches out, and you can go further back, and there's different rooms and stuff there, which I saw later. We can talk about later. But hell's ever enlarging, all that stuff. I stepped out of this, and I knew this. I know it looked like to me. I came out, and I looked at these cells. I saw these tornado vortexes dropping people off. There was a wide, dusty, hot road, some molten rocks and stuff. It was really hot, dry, and it was like, if you know what the shape of a spiral staircase, this is what the pit looked like. It was going roundabout. The cells are embedded in the wall. Each cell, each row, there was of these cubes were about, I wrote in my book 10 by 10, but they're a little bit bigger, but 10 is easier to spell than 14 or 15 by 15. And I took liberties. Sorry, folks. This happened. Just, 3 letters is better than repeating. But anyway, so I came out of it, and they were stacked on top of each other, 6 high, a little ledge on either side, step back, like a bricklayer. So as you went around the curve, later when we walk between the cubes, you go to these little triangular areas, and I'll talk about those later. But we got out of there, and we walked to the edge of there, to to the other end of the spiral staircase, the best way to put it. I looked up, I looked down, it was bottomless. Yet it's inside of the heart of the earth. And it's this is a spirit world. This is a spiritual dimension. You can't explain it. I can't explain eternal time. I can't explain how eternity feels. But anyway, he showed me that place, and these people being escorted, some being dropped into the cubes, all these hideous creatures, hellish creatures and demons and stuff there. Some of them look cute, very deceptive. And then we got back to where the cells were, and I looked in a lot of these cells. Well, and I'll come down to one cell I looked into, and as we were going by each cell, we would look inside of a cell, and when we stood before them, I had an instant knowledge of their life history, how they died, what they were like. It was instant. I cannot explain why this is or how it happened. I wasn't asking for it. If I had my choice, I'd prefer not to have this happen. And so got to this, I saw this lady being dropped off, and right in front of her cell. And I also understood that she thought that she was in paradise. And she knocked on the door, and her grandmother opened the door. And we walked up to the cell, and this hideous creature, lizard breath, is jumping around. And demons are very fast moving. They're very quick. They're serpentine, you know. They're not the slow zombies like movies make them out to. He's jumping around laughing, and he's pointing out things. I'm sitting there just watching this. He's talking about how great this palace is of his, they have there, and all the things that they do. Just watch. And so this lady walks in there, and here's grandmother. She goes, and grandmother goes, "Welcome, dear Pudding," because her nickname was Pudding. Pudding, I just call her Pudding. "Well, dear Pudding, welcome to paradise. Can't you feel the love here?" The same thing that was said to me. And the door closed, and it was just the cell, like a door, just suddenly I can't describe these cells, but I was seeing inside them. They're kind of murky, sort of a tannish cell-looking color, skin-like color, but a different hue, which we can't see in our native eyes right here in this life. We walk inside, but the door shut, and so I could see inside through this. It just opened up, and I could see through it just clearly, and I could see what she saw on the inside of the place, and I knew where I was standing on the outside. This is a spiritual world. You cannot compare this to our reality, this linear world, at all. And I'm standing there, and I'm not quite understanding why I was seeing what I was seeing. And I knew the life history of the lady, but she was in there, and she thought that here's her uncles and people who died. So she met all her dead relatives there, welcoming her to paradise. "Don't you feel the love here?" And she says, "Dear Pudding, you're going to love it here." She goes, "Oh, Grandma, I really feel the love here." If she was resuscitated at that moment, she'd be heavily probably in the New Age movement. And I never knew when I wrote my book that I would be coming up against in the future so many people with these wonderful NEDs and, "Oh, just die. You don't need Jesus. Anything and everything goes. He loves you," and stuff. And it's like, when I was judged, I was confronted about God's love. And it's the most proudful thing to claim that you can't accept a God who can send somebody to hell. You can't accept unless he comes on your terms. That is the most proudful thing. And trust me, I did the same arguments before. And those arguments fall on the ground as soon as you are judged, because the pride comes out. You see your ugly heart for what it is. And I'm trying to spare people from this place. And so anyway, this lady's there, and so grandmother says, "Let's go out and see the farm." And to give you an idea what the cube is like, it's like the all outdoors to the person inside of it is like how it was revealed to me, was that whatever's inside the heart and mind supplies the scenery. The demons supply the props and the people. Some of them are chained to the cells with the person, and the person doesn't realize they're in a small cell about 15 to 10 by 10 foot square. They don't have no idea that they're in. To them, it looked like outdoors. But as she walked, it looked like the floor would move, like a treadmill, and as she walked, she thought she was going through the house. Of course, all the demons were surrounding her, giving her props, coming forward and seeing things. Grandmother says, "I'm going to show you that you have all eternity here. And don't you feel the love here?" She walked outside in the backyard, past some clotheslines, and grandmother says, "Why don't you go to your favorite spot while I bake your favorite cookies?" She goes, "Oh, yes, grandmother." So she started walking to her favorite spot, but she became apprehensive because her favorite spot was miles away from but it was right there. Just on, like, in the backyard a few feet, and she's there, and there's a rock she used to sit on by a stream, and there's two trees there. She thought she saw trees, a rock, and a stream. There was absolutely no water in hell. And I don't know, I looked at my book again. I think that got accidentally edited out. I did make a point of that. But people saw the illusion or mirage of water, but there was no water there, depending on whatever box they were in or cell. And so she sat on the rock, she reached in there and pulled up sand and not water. And then she heard, and the smell hit her. She's dead. This is not paradise. This rock grabbed her waist. the trees were tentacle-like creatures and grabbed her, and she shrieked and screamed. And she realized that. And then and we turned and we walked on. But what I left out was I knew her life history. She died in a car wreck. She went there. She was judged and she was dropped right there. She didn't have to stand before Jesus. She went straight there. And she was of the upper class. There's nothing against upper class people, but she, besides being arrogant, she was the nicest person anybody could ever meet. She would bake the best cookies. She headed the PTA and Parent Teachers Association, involved in the community projects and the Give to the Poor and Needy organizations, and she headed up those. But on the inside, her family saw her like her little boy or daughters would say, I want to have babies and stay at home, and I want to be a fireman. She says, you have in this family, there are only doctors and lawyers and politicians and stuff. And she would beat them with a hairbrush to compliance. She was a nasty control freak of unimaginable cruelty to her family and those closest around her. And that's what was happening. How she entwined people with her own plots and schemes were like the tentacle-like creatures reminding her of everything she did, and she was not in a nice place. But again, if she was resuscitated, permitted to come back after seeing Grandma open the door, she would say, everybody makes heaven, and everything's paradise and love. You don't need Jesus. People do not understand how deceptive the demonic world is. They just don't. I came back with that knowledge.
Yeah, dear Puddin'. Now, did you see other people like that specifically?
All over the place.
And
yeah,
I know we're going to get to
of,
some famous people too, which was very interesting. But you saw other people like Dear Pudding of specifically what happened in their lives and what they saw?
Yeah. There was other people and various things. Everything, the Bible's absolutely correct when they use this scripture about Jesus saying woe to you, two cities will be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah for you. So there's just degrees of, I call it recompense, payback. I mean, not torment, it's payback. And so there's when I landed, I saw each cell for a while, and it would slowly click and move slowly downward. And so the upper levels, there was less recompense. I'd say the people were bored out of the skull. I saw so many people when I first arrived there, looking in there, they were absolutely by themselves alone, bored out of their skull, remembering what they were like and what they threw away. Others were immediately entered into cells of total, complete, echoing, thick darkness. And they would reminisce and stuff. And I saw some people had been sitting in there for some time, and the cells would get lighter and lighter. In one place, I remember there was a guy sitting there in a cell. He died hundreds of years ago. And it was a prison cell, and little spiders were chained to the wall, some big ones, and he was chained to it too, just sitting there, shackles on his feet on a stone slab. Very dark, and it was slowly getting lighter and lighter. He was seeing the place, and he was reminiscing all the stuff he did, what he's guilty of, how he put mental shackles on people's feet and stuff, and the spiders and the insects were actually demonic creatures, given the illusion of that. They come and bite him and stuff, and he would shriek and cry out, and that's what I was seeing. You see different degrees of torment or recompense, payback. And those were the most prevalent. I saw lots of people in holes, buried in holes in their cells. And there's a certain, the cells are stacked 6 high. We could go up to, which we did. We walked between the cells. We also walked to the top of the 6th row there. And that's where I saw a lot of people look like in holes. And this was edited out of the book, out of the original copy, because the editor said, there's too many, you're too redundant. How many times you talk about people buried in holes and demons hitting them and beating them back in there, and them disintegrating and the skin coming back on, and it repeats over and over again. Well, I saw a lot of that. That's why I put it in there, but it's been edited out.
So it's like eternally being tormented.
Yeah, but your own mind's tormenting you. It's recompense.
I want to get to, before we get to some of the famous people, the guy, whatever you call him, was trying to get you to curse God.
Yeah, curse God, curse myself. Basically, keep cursing life. And basically, when I got out of that, everybody lives and they curse their life somehow, right? And they're proven by how they treat other people. But he was trying to get me to curse God, and just so they can take me. He says, I promise you half the kingdom. I promise you half the kingdom here. This half of it will be yours. And I didn't want this place. This place was horrible. And I hate scary movies. I remember my mom and family and stuff would like watching some of these old scary movies, and I never really cared for them, but and here I'm in one that you can't wake up out of. And it's in seeing people in cells, like, in ancient times, wherever they died in, they're in these cells waiting for a final judgment. Just like the Bible says, the second death, waiting to be judged again. When hell and death are going to be cast into the lake of fire, that is the second death. And I came back intuitively knowing that. So I was actually amazingly surprised when I read the book of Revelation to see it in writing, because what happened to me is thoroughly explained in the Bible. Because the Bible, when I came back from life, I was driven into the Bible. I mean, I got saved right away. I mean, I got stuck in the Bible. The only thing that gave me answers, nothing else did.
Okay, Brian, so what else did you see in hell? Because you also saw some famous people, but let me ask you, did you see children?
No, I never saw any children in hell. I saw people at a certain age of accountability. That means a certain stage of moral reasoning, but no children.
Okay.
And so you can have a 12-year-old reach a state of a maturity. You can commit a murder, but most kids don't do that. I mean, most children they're not fully developed. God has great mercy for children. He did say, let the children come unto me and forbid them not. And so, and I'm not going to, all I can say is he doesn't let little children do not go to hell. I never saw a single child in the place.
Now, the whole time when you were with this guide, I mean, so you weren't able to see Jesus at all after this guide was taking you through hell, correct?
Yeah, I never saw Jesus yet. I felt somebody speaking to me at times when I call it from above where the rock was. And I kept it I wrote about it in the book. It's very difficult to write, but I wrote it the best I could. But it would give me strength to continue. And it would explain things. It was almost like my own arguments coming back to haunt me against God, and the creature was exhibiting that type of knowledge toward me too. And I was scared, terrified. This wasn't a cakewalk. I was petrified. People ask me, if you're petrified, how do you remember it? Trust me, you remember it. And it took me a while to be able to write about it. But, but in that, I come back and realize that was the voice of the Lord speaking to me.
Very interesting. And before we get to the different rows in hell and the famous people, what did Jesus look like when you first saw him?
When I first saw him, he had brilliant color of white coming out of him in different colors. And he showed his hands out first. It was blinding. It was like rays of light came from his hands. And then your eyes adjust to it and you see him. And he was wearing a white robe with a sash around a blue sash with some gold around the trim around it and stuff. And he had a hood on. I couldn't see his face. I knew it was Jesus though, because I could see the nail prints in his wrist, and I could see like somebody pulled out his beard. That's the image that I saw him. And I saw him later in heaven. And what people don't understand is the answer's in the Bible. Jesus, after he was resurrected, he's walking along the side of the road, and two disciples were there, and he was speaking to them, and they did not recognize him. On John chapter 21, Even though the disciples knew Jesus, when they went back to fishing, they didn't recognize him. He appeared in another form, just like it says in Mark chapter 16. So I saw him there as my judge. Well, later I saw him as the Lord of glory and as he is. And I just say I saw one like the Son of Man later when I saw heaven. We can talk about that.
Right. Well, I'm going to be
later, but
yeah. Well, we're going to be having you back because there's so much to that story, and again, you're going to want to subscribe so you don't miss that. But okay, let's go to some famous people that you saw, and what was these levels or cubes? Levels of cubes.
Yeah, the cubes were stacked 6 high, and then little did I know that it says in the Bible 6 is the number of a man or number for man, and the Hebrew pictograph for number 6 is a tent peg pound in the ground, and it's who you tether to, who you are attached to. And so who is man attached to, the world, the flesh, the devil, or God? And that's all answered down there. So people, so 6 high, people who tethered themselves to their own flesh, lust, whatever, even the devil himself, whatever they thought, they were reaping what they have sown in life.
Who's the famous people that you saw?
Well, we were walking along. I saw lots of, most of the people I saw are common people. Like I said, you first see people, they're pretty much by themselves, alone, and others go into cells and they think they've arrived someplace that's nice and it turns pretty sour quick to them. And I mean, no disrespect to anybody for this, but I saw this guy who, of a particular faith, he thought he was in his paradise, and he saw his elephant deity inside of a cell waiting for him. He said whatever name it was, and he went inside, and he thought he saw this purple being with all these arms, and then the elephant came up and stomped him and made mush out of him, and he would come back whole. Repeat it. And I think he was a priest of his particular religion. And so it wasn't a pleasant thing, because it was like the reality of what they were doing and worshiping was coming back to bite them. I saw a lot of that there. And that was just one example. And we came back out, and then we came to some areas, and that's where I began seeing some of the people that were notoriously famous. Some of them, out of respect for the relatives, I don't tell anybody who they are. I'm not trying to sensationalize. So for years, I just tell in my testimony, I said, I saw Reinhard Heydrich. He was the one that did the Juanez conference where they were the architect and planned the final solution. There was a movie out. I suggest people watch it. And so Reinhard Heydrich was the architect. He was second under Heinrich Himmler. He was called the Blonde Butcher. I did not know who he was until when I got back. I looked in a history book, and there he was, a picture of him fencing, because that's exactly what I saw him do, fence. He was in a cell fencing and always losing. He was very condescending, arrogant, and he never liked to lose. And he was being tormented by losing all the time. That's what I saw. And I walked away, and I said, that was him. I saw soldiers, lots of different soldiers in different eras in time, who, in this particular area of hell, who committed atrocities, and those atrocities were being committed on them. I saw Adolf Hitler inside of a cell. To me, it looked like the inside of an oven burning. And he was not getting better, nor was he being reformed. His true nature was being manifest. In fact, everybody in hell, just like it says in the book of Job, I think it's chapter 26, Abaddon, or destruction, has no covering. And the dead travail and twirl and shriek and moan and stuff. What it means by having no covering, hell uncovers your true sin nature, and you become that. It's like the demons are saying that become like us, and the beatings will stop, but they never do. They keep going.
Now, who was the person, Brian, in your book that you said years later you were looking through a World War II history book?
That was Reinhard Heydrich.
And you saw a picture of a woman. What was that?
There was a famous picture of a woman holding a baby being shot by 2 guards, and so I saw one of the guards, in there. This time he was the woman. And then I saw that photograph. I go, that's exactly what I saw. I never seen it before. And then I saw a film of it, and the actual film of the event. And I'm going, that is exactly what I saw. There was like an overturned wagon or something there, and some guy laying down over by it, an older gentleman. And then it panned over, and they were getting ready to shoot this lady. And then it panned over that way. And the entire thing is exactly what I saw. And that was one of the Ukrainian guards, or the whatever guards they were. I call him Ukrainian. He was evil. These people were highly anti-Semitic, to say the least.
Now, was he turning into that woman in hell, like looking like her, or like I'm trying to?
He became her. He became the child. He became everybody who he did in. Everybody he turned in. He was living what they do. Same was Hitler. Hitler was living through everybody that was being burned in an oven. And he'll probably go through being gassed, and everything that he did, he probably experienced being shot in World War II, and every death in World War II would be attributed to him. And prior too, that he did, he'd be going through as the victim. It's the only way I can put it. Reaping what you sow. So you see what you've done to other people. We weren't designed to be this way. Our sin nature, the devil just takes it and turns people into these monsters, and God just reveals that to you. Reveal it to me when I was in hell. I saw their true sin nature come out.
Now, did the guide try to keep you in hell? What happened before you came back?
I saw a witch in there, trapped in a coffin with these creatures sitting on top of her coffin. She was the Ezekiel chapter 13, verse 17 through 23 type of occultist who practices dark magic in order to kill people before their time. And so she knew what she was doing. She wasn't some neophyte Wiccan or something. She knew the dirty deeds into the most vilest stuff imaginable. So she put people to death before their time, like the Bible says. And that's Ezekiel chapter 13, verse 17 through 23. If you're into spiritual warfare, there how you do battle against this stuff is written. But anyway, I digress. So I saw the occult lady, the witch there sitting in, and I knew that she did horrible stuff, and the demons were mocking her. We'll let you out if you're more like us, and they would laugh. And she thought she owned half the kingdom she was offered that. And even though I didn't practice openly the occult world in my younger days when I died, and I didn't believe in this stuff, I did practice the mind science thing, the force of focus, to think and project your thought, to control your circumstances, and to get your gets. It started to work. I never realized there were demons doing the job, but they always upped the ante. And I broke up many times young practicing this stuff with sleep paralysis, which is common. People who practice this junk. So I was practicing mind science stuff, thinking nothing of it. I thought it was good. I'm doing it for my own self. I thought I could help people with it. And I was an idiot. And so this is where my cell would end up, because I saw my cell at this particular place in with these people. That's an eye-opening thing. So my cell was open. And then these creatures who've been promised me have to, come, curse God, curse this, curse that, and offer you half the kingdom. He literally means I have half the kingdom of hell to come into my cell and torment me.
But when you saw your cell, so what did you see in your cell?
So when I saw my cell, I saw it was open, and the realization that that's what half the host of hell was there to come into my cell. It was filled with creatures, demonic creatures. And in it was sitting a dentist chair, which was a creature, I know, but it was a prop. And they wanted me to sit in this chair. And And so I was standing there. The creature went over to was saying, "This is, this was it." I was tired. I could hardly say the name of Jesus anymore. I knew I deserved hell and not heaven. I knew I deserved to enter that cell. I knew that's where my cell would be in the future. This is what I deserved. There was absolutely no hope. At that point, your mind wanders and you're thinking in a split second. My mom and dad, my funeral, they'll say that I made heaven. There's no way I can tell them no. No way. There's no way I can tell the preacher who didn't even know me at my funeral or anything. And your mind wanders again. You're looking at that, and you don't want to go in that place. But my feet I was being dragged into this place by some force, and I did not want to go in that place. But I had no hope. I had totally without hope. This was it. This is where I was going to be for eternity, and I absolutely know it to this day. That's where I was headed. And so this part, and sometimes I'll break down crying because sometimes I'm starting to feel the memory, and to just be totally abandoned. And I felt a presence coming behind me. I didn't know it was the devil. I didn't know who it was. My imagination thought it was the devil going to with a pitchfork throw me in this place. I deserved it. Could barely say the name of Jesus. And whatever this presence was that was coming from behind me had great power and authority, so much so that Lizard Breath and the rest of them began scurrying off and getting out of the cell. And I thought, well, this is it. And I thought it was Satan at first going to throw me in there, but then he picked me up. It was Jesus. Sorry, folks. I can't help it sometimes.
No, don't
And
apologize.
I saw his wrist. I saw his bones pull apart when he held me. Good God. If I was alive during the crucifixion, I would have drove the nails in your hand. That's how much I hated God. And yet he picked me up. I cried in the shoulder. And he carried me out of that place. And I don't deserve to be carried out. It's a hard memory to remember. And as he was carrying me out, that's when I saw through the walls of the pit the current hell, Sheol, how it's divided in two places. And then he carried me out of it. Then he took me right where my cell, when I entered the place, we went right back into it. I can't explain it. This is eternal time. I've talked to prominent people who have died and stuff. My one main question, how do you handle the feeling of sense of eternal time? How do you explain it? Nobody has been able to explain it adequately.
But where did Jesus take you?
He took me right back up to where that rock suspended in space. And he set me down. I was crying, and he dried my tears. And he spoke to me. And some of that's more personal. And I guess my option for my return was decided by the Lord. I was going to come back. I see this place, and I will tell about it. And so he blew on me, and I floated back through the darkness, and I was floating this time in reverse. And all kinds of things were coming to me. And I wrote about it in the best synopsis type of way that I could put in the book. All kinds of things. From politics, a lot of the politics we're seeing today, to reasons and arguments that people have against God. How all that was going to be erased in me. And I was going to be changed. And years later, I read Psalms 40. Psalms 40 I'll just look at it real quick here. And then Psalms 40 is not about me. It's actually about Jesus, and also anybody who's gone through some trauma or something. And this psalm is for you too. It's not anything to do with me. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. It says, I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. He also brought me up out of a horrible pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet on a rock, and established my steps. He has put a new song in my mouth, praise to our God. Many will see it and fear and will trust in the Lord. Pretty much that's what happened.
Now, did you feel yourself go back into your body?
Well, I floated through the dark void, and I heard the beautiful music again, and explaining and extolling all the attributes of God's character traits in ways that are too profound to even talk about. And then the next thing I knew, I floated right through the ceiling, hovering above my body, and I floated like a rocking leaf. I landed right in my feet first. As soon as the rest of me hit my body, I woke up and I couldn't breathe. The pain came back. The fever came back. The excruciating stomach pain. And my neighbor found me. And next thing I knew, this part is blurry, so I don't know how it all happened. I remember leaning against the post outside, and my neighbor frantically trying to get his truck open for me to go inside to sit me in there. He was taking me to the hospital. And I remember my head banging against the glove box. And then yet I would die while I was going to the hospital, and I'd be floating above the cab. And I talked to my neighbor when I came back. I said, why did you run so many red lights? You know, and, you know, you almost got hit by that Ford Fury. You know, you ran that light. How did you know that? You were hunched over. You couldn't have possibly seen it. Well, I didn't want to tell him I was chilling above the cab of the truck. And I can't explain it. Just floating above there, chilling out, and go back in your body, the pain comes. It was that type of thing. And so when I got to the hospital, there was an incident in the hospital that I just only began to remember again. I remember waking up, hearing the buzz of a heart monitor. It was my heart monitor. I was flatlined, and I floated out a little bit, and then I got back in my body real quick. And they were frantically trying to, you know, they revived me. And then they're trying to get blood, which was viscous, they said, because it was 10 till noon when I died, because I had my alarm clock next to my face because I'm nearsighted at 10 till noon. I came back at 10 till 4. My face was still looking at the clock when I came back to my body, so I saw 10 till 4, and I couldn't breathe, and I don't know how I got there. Barely remember the ride to the hospital. I just remember chilling above the cab of the truck and going back in my body, then in the hospital when it happened there. And they revived me. They gave me an IV solution. I don't think they didn't have a pump then. So the nurse was squeezing the bottle, looking at a watch and squeezing it in until they get blood to diagnose me, all that. And this is 1980. So I don't know. I could have been there overnight. I might have been longer. I do not recall how long I was in the hospital. It might have been just 24 hours or less. It could have been more. I don't remember, because they gave me drugs and stuff that fade in and out. But anyway.
Well, how long did it take before you started feeling normal, and did you become a Christian right away?
Yeah. So when I got well enough, I know it had to be probably early morning, and my roommates, the guys I rented the room with, in the duplex, we rented all together. They came pick me up. So early morning, they were getting ready to go to work. So it could have been early morning, right as dawn. I got home, got into the duplex, and it was probably about 94, 96 something, could be 98 in there, you know, hot. And they went off to work and said, if you need anything. Also, the doctor gave me paregoric. You take one vial, and before you left, another at night or whatever, and another day. So just to plug you up so you don't. They gave me Donatol for the stomach issues and some other medication. And, but you know, and I was just sitting, they left, and I sat in the beanbag chair, and my German Shepherd was all over me, happy, just all over you, like German Shepherds are. And sitting there petting her, And she calmed down a little bit. So I remember her panting, and I just looked up straight at the ceiling. I said, "Oh, Lord Jesus, I never want to go back to that awful place. Take me, I'm yours. I owe you my life. And I literally owe you my life. I can never pay it back. I'm a mess like everybody else. I know I can never pay it back, but I owe it to you. I know I deserve hell. He who is forgiven much loves much." So my sanctification walk has a lot to do with trying to love other people, which was very difficult for me to do. And then getting my own baggage healed up too. There's a lot of sanctification work there. But that's how I got saved that very day I came back. And then I was still drinking. I could never get drunk. Just got headaches. Everything lost its allure. I did not want to tell anybody what happened. Everyone asked me, what happened? You died, or something. What happened? We know something happened. Even my Pentecostal relatives who witnessed this, what happened? I never told them. I was too afraid. They're going to lock me up in a rubber room if I said I saw hell. And so a year later, a little over a year later, and I came to Fort Collins, Colorado, where I live now. I went to a Baptist church. I didn't know where else to go. I went to a Southern Baptist church and told the pastor. My first person I told was a pastor. I remember him looking at me with his deep Southern Texas drawl and says, "Brian, I'm telling you, you got to write a book." Then I got water baptized in the Southern Baptist church. Later transferred over to a Church of God, more Pentecostal, Assembly of God type things, full gospel churches, and told two pastors in that movement, and they both said the same thing: you need to write a book. And that's how I started to write the book.
Right, which the book is called A Land Unknown, Hell's Dominion. And we'll have A
Land Unknown, Hell's Dominion.
Yep, and we'll have the information in the description. Now, how close do you think we are to the end times? How close do you think we are to Jesus coming back?
With the things going on in the world, which is almost, when you're talking about AI systems, building data centers to track everybody, talking about digital currency, Microsoft developing an implanted or a tattoo device to put on your forehead or your arm or somewhere on your body, so the Internet of all things will be plugged into you. The DNA modification that we have, mixing two separate species together, which they do. They put fish DNA into apples or tomatoes in order for them to grow in colder climates. And they mixed back in 2015 rabbit DNA with jellyfish DNA and made glow in the dark rabbits. And they're selling them on the market over in the UK for a while. So when you have stuff like that telling me that we have to watch out like the days of Noah, and we have DNA manipulation, you have a governmental system that's purely satanic. That's the modern left today. They're Marxist, fascist, totalitarian. Any type of government like that wants to burn down the system and build it back better is no different than Theosophy, which is the brainchild of all occultism and Satanism. They all go for the same end: burn down the system and build it back better, build back Eden better. And when you have governments all over the world doing that, in the UK with Keir Starmer, because of people being a certain racial demographic in rural countries, you have to now make that less. You have to destroy a person's heritage and culture to formulate a one world government, which is they are forming, of some type. May not be the UN, it could be something else. I'm thinking we are very close. That's all I can say. I don't know how close, how long we got on here. I do believe in the rapture, and it will happen when it happens. I'm pre-trib mostly. I am. It's because he did not appoint us to wrath. So I know also from the parable of Matthew chapter 25 of the 10 bridesmaids. I call them bridesmaids because that's actually what they would be. They help prepare the bride. 5 foolish, 5 wise. And the cry goes out at midnight at a very dark time. So sometime between the darkest of the dark of night was sometime when the rapture will happen. So it's going to get pretty dark before we go. That's what I say. I don't know when. I have no clue.
Right. But we're very close there. Well, Brian, can you pray for those who are watching who don't know Jesus?
Yes. Some of you may not know who Jesus is. He came to heal your broken heart because your heart's been shattered. You've been crushed by life. Your spirit's crushed. Some of you, because of that, have gone the ways and you're stuck in doing the same old stupid. You're held captive to the same drug addictions, and you want to quit, and you're made miserable by it. Jesus came to set you free, came to set those who are oppressed in their mind free. Maybe you're oppressed to catastrophic thinking. He does this by revealing the trauma in your life, and you'll get rid of it just like he's done me. But in the process, if you want to be free from that, Jesus came to set us free. He came to set the captives free. He came to exchange your oil of misery and mourning for the oil of joy and happiness again. He wants to plant you as his trees of righteousness wherever you are been assigned in this life, in this planet, to share the gospel, so you can help rebuild back the waste places that many generations of your family or whatever have ruined for you. He's here to break generational curses. He's here to heal you up. If you like that, you need to know Jesus. If you want to avoid this place called hell, if you heard something, maybe the Holy Spirit speaking to you, knocking on your door, saying, you just answered something. I always thought that God would be so unjust to send anybody to hell, and I don't, and all this stuff. And I realize I'm making God dance to my own tune. So I'm making God in my own image. You need forgiveness of that. You need mercy. The Lord's here to show you mercy and grace. And so I'm going to extend that to you today. If you want to know who Jesus is and get born again, we call it being born again. That means you're born from above by God's Spirit. He'll take up residence inside of you and guide you along the rest of the way, and also empower you to do some mighty things as well later on. If you would like that, you want to change your life, you need Jesus. Say, Lord Jesus, just pray after me. It's a simple prayer. Say, Lord Jesus, forgive me. Have mercy on me. I don't know everything. I heard you rose from the dead. I need that resurrection too, from the things that are killing me. Please, Jesus, forgive me, have mercy on me, raise me out of this pit I'm in. I need you. Lord Jesus, take me, I'm yours. I owe you my life. And then spend some quiet time with you and the Lord and just pray and seek God on out and say, Jesus, maybe you need to cry for a while. Maybe the memories of what happened to you when you're younger, and you'll take away that pain. He'll stop you from doing some dumb things. He'll lead you in a way of, I call it the way of everlasting, and I pray for you all in Jesus' name that he'll lead you to a good church, a place where they teach the word, not phony fakiness. Also keep you away from just being deceived. And I also pray the Lord's Prayer where he says, Lord God, everyone who came to know Christ today through this message and beyond, that you keep them far from the evil one and break the power of the devil in their life. And I ask that in Jesus' name for you. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Well, Brian, thank you so much. And I believe so many lives have been changed, and we're going to have you back.
Okay. I look forward to it.
Thank you. Steve Kang died and found himself in hell. Find out what Jesus told him there. Click the video to watch now. And we're going to have you back.
I just was so amazed at who I was, who I really truly was. I wasn't that depressed person that I had become so familiar with, and instead I had incredible intelligence, incredible capacity, incredible amounts of talents. I saw there how much everybody loved God. We all just wanted so much to be like him. It just was this incredibly supportive, honoring environment. We were all amazing. So my angel got my attention again and redirected my attention back to the room that God was in.
My guest today is Joanna Oblonger. Joanna, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
I am really excited for you to share your NDE and also the incredible experience that you had with your children. I think you have proof that we pick our parents. So I want to start though with the NDE. So I'm going to let you go ahead and share that in any way that you would like to.
Okay. Well, I'll give a little bit of background of what was going on in my life prior to my near-death experience. I started having 24/7 migraines when I was 30 years old. And by the time that I had my near-death experience, I had been having the 24/7 migraines for about 13 years. And I was beat up emotionally and physically. I started having some significant health problems other than the migraines. And I started plunging into severe suicidal depression. I was trying to do everything I could to remedy the headaches, to remedy everything that I was going through. But just prior to those events occurring, my husband and I had completed a foreign adoption of 2 children from Russia. And so we then had 6 children. 4 of them were teenagers. 2 had just learned to speak English after we had adopted them. And when we adopted the 2 children, in fact, just prior to their adoption, we took on another business. And so we were self-employed, running 2 businesses, running a family of 6 kids. And I had been running on adrenaline. And now as I look back, I'm even amazed that I was able to function as well as I did for as long as I did. But because of the significant and severe depression and all of the health issues, I just started crumbling. I just couldn't keep up with everything. And as a result, we started having financial issues and not being able to take care of all of our bills. And that's one of my personality quirks. I don't like to have money difficulties in any shape or form. And so that was playing on me. And I had a bill collector call me on this one day, and I tried to explain to her what I was going through, that I was fighting the severe depression, that I was having health challenges. I apologized to her. I asked her to please work with me and that I was doing my best to try to get things back on track. And she lit into me and told me that I was this horrible, irresponsible person and that I had the headaches because I wanted to have the headaches, that I was just a person making excuses. And she had all kinds of derogatory comments about my character and the type of person that I was. And as I mentioned before, I was already severely of suicide. And so when she finished her judgments of me and gave me her verbal assessment, I hung up the phone and believed every word that she had shared with me, because that's where my mindset had been in the first place. And I just felt like she confirmed for me everything I had believed about myself. And so I've always been a very spiritual, very religious person. Always have known that God existed. For me, I just have known in my heart that he existed. And I've always talked to him. I've always had conversations with him when I prayed. And so I just knew I was done. I couldn't do it any longer. I couldn't keep doing this to my family. I was convinced that this world and my family would be better off without me, that I was the big albatross burdening everybody's life. And so that night I got down on my knees and I prayed what I thought was going to be my very last prayer ever. And I just told God that I knew that he had blessed me immensely. I knew that I had been blessed with an amazing husband. I knew that he had given me amazing children. I thanked him for them, but that I just couldn't do it any longer. And he knew that I had given it everything I had, and I had nothing more. And I just told him that whatever he chose to do with me the next day would be okay. That I would be attempting to take my life the next day, that if he decided to send me to hell, that was okay. It couldn't be any worse than what I was already going through, but that I hoped that he would welcome me with loving arms. And so then I crawled into bed and cried myself to sleep. And shortly after I fell asleep, an angel appeared above me, and he was reaching out his arm to me, and I knew that he was telling me to grasp his hand, which I did. And he took me from my body. As I grabbed his hand, he pulled my spirit from my body and pulled me into a conduit. And as we traveled through this conduit, I could see all of the stars and the galaxies and everything that is in that realm of outer space, I guess is the only word I know to call it. But I could see everything outside of the conduit. I could see the walls of the conduit, but they were completely transparent. So I could see everything as we were traveling. And I knew that we were traveling incredible distances in a short amount of time. But I didn't have the sense of travel like we have on Earth. It just was so fast, yet I didn't feel any speed. It was just smooth and peaceful. And my angel, the entire time, he was a little bit to my side and a little bit ahead of me. So he just kept hold of my hand. And in about what seemed to be about 5 to 10 minutes, we arrived at our destination, and I realized that we were in another realm that was a great distance away from Earth. I don't know if it was another planet or if it's what we call heaven or just what it was, but when we arrived there, I could see this whole complex of rooms, and it was enormous. It stretched out for at least several city blocks. as far as size. And I recognized this complex. It just was really familiar to me. And I realized that I had been there before. And as I started looking at the rooms in this classroom, I could see that they were classrooms. And I then realized that not only had I been there before, but that I recognized these classrooms. And I knew that the people that were in these classrooms were receiving instruction on what it would be like to have certain experiences on Earth as a mortal. And as I started watching some of the rooms, I could see through the walls and I could hear what was going on in the rooms as I focused on each room. And they just seemed to me like typical classrooms. But as I listened and watched the classrooms, I realized that I even knew what some of the classrooms were all about, what subjects were being taught in them. And I started listening to and watching a couple of the classrooms, and the types of things that were being taught weren't math skills or English or some sort of subject matter like you would take in a regular school setting. Here, it was, what would it be like to have certain experiences in mortality? What would it be like to have a certain health issue or to have some sort of weakness or some sort of handicap or even some particular type of experience? And I was totally engrossed in that and just amazed as I watched, and I realized that what mattered to everybody in those classrooms had nothing to do with the kind of things that you typically hear people talk about as far as what they want out of their life. It was, nobody cared about whether they were rich or famous, whether they were beautiful or ugly. The only thing that anybody cared about in that situation was how effective would it be in helping them to learn to be like God? How well would it help them to learn to love, to be compassionate, to serve others? And I remember watching two men that sat side by side, and in that classroom, they were being taught about what it would be like to have cystic fibrosis. And the man looked to his friend and he said, "I think this is a great fit. I think this would work really well for me." And I just remember watching and listening to that and thinking, does he have any idea what he is choosing for himself, knowing the little bit that I know about cystic fibrosis? But again, the criteria that we were utilizing had nothing like the criteria that we utilize in this world. They didn't care how long they lived. They didn't care if they lived just a few years or lived to be an old age. It was just what would help them be most like God. And at that point, my angel got my attention. He realized I had become engrossed in watching those classrooms. And he motioned for me to look to my left towards another room. And as I looked at that room, I could see through the walls of that room just like I could the other classrooms. But this room was not a classroom. It was a room that just had one individual in it. And as I looked at him from behind his his face was turned away from me, and all I could see was his backside. But even from his backside, I immediately recognized him, and I knew that God was in that room. And as I watched him, I could see that he was watching the door of the room that he was in, and he could see through the walls too. And I could tell he could see, just like I could see, that there were two individuals approaching that room. And so he then started moving towards that door to greet the people who were coming to the door. And as he did, I had all of my memories of that realm restored to me. I remembered everything that I had been a part of. I remembered everybody that I had known. I remembered all of the things about myself, and I began to experience my experience there in that realm, both from a mortal perspective and from an eternal perspective. And as I saw and was reunited with what I call the real me, I just was so blown away. I just was so amazed at who I was, who I really truly was. I wasn't that depressed person that I had become so familiar with. And instead, I had incredible intelligence, incredible capacity, incredible amounts of talents. I can't tell you now what those talents were, but and I just saw, instead, I had incredible intelligence, incredible capacity, incredible amounts of talents. I can't tell you now what those talents were, but and I just saw all of our interactions with each other, and I was just so amazed at the love that existed there, the truth that permeated everything, the love that permeated everything. And I was just so astounded by how everybody was so different, yet we didn't care that somebody was different than us. We just honored each other in a way that you just never experience here in this world. If somebody didn't have as many talents, we didn't care. We just applauded them. We just honored them. We just honored every new thing that they learned. They honored every new thing that we learned. It just was this incredibly supportive, honoring environment. And I saw there how much everybody loved God so much and basked in his love for them. And we all just wanted so much to be like him, to honor him, to honor his existence by making the very most of what we were and of what we could become. And as I watched that, again, I became just totally enamored with what I was seeing, and was just so filled with wonder at what I was seeing of myself and everyone else, and seeing that even though my talents and my abilities and severe depression, but I returned to the very same body. Severe depression, but the room. And from that point, you have chosen well. And thank you for your willingness to serve me. And with that, the meeting was over and I stood to leave, and he stood, and he gave me another hug and embraced me and expressed his love. And I didn't want to leave his arms again. I just didn't want to leave him or to leave his love. But after he was done embracing me, then we started to leave the room. And from that point, I was returned to my body, but not shown the return trip. I just found myself back in my body and realized what had happened. And I had hoped that when I returned to my body, that I would be healed, that I would not have the 24/7 migraines or the severe depression, but I returned to the very same body that was still depressed and that was still having the 24/7 migraines. But because of that experience, I just knew I had to hold on. And it was really, really difficult, many days. And I was eventually blessed with healing. That's a whole nother severe depression, but I returned to the very same body that was still depressed and that was still having the 24/7 migraines.
Hi, I'm Rob Schwartz, and as many of you know, my wife Liesl is a channel. She channels a collective, a group consciousness that we affectionately call the Beings of Light, or BOL for short. A couple days ago, the BOL did something they've never done before. They asked me to create this video and put it in our newsletter. They wanted me to address a particular topic that they feel will be helpful to many of you at this particular time. So they asked me to share a particular story, a true story from my life, and then the understanding that grew out of that experience. So let me start with the story, and then I'll get to the understanding. So over 20 years ago, when I was doing the initial research for my first book, Your Soul's Plan, I came into contact by email with a woman who channels Jesus. Now, she wasn't channeling Jesus for me. We were talking about something else. But she mentioned in passing as we were getting acquainted that she channels Jesus. So we exchanged a few emails about whatever we were talking about. The correspondence came to a natural close. Then a few months went by when we didn't have any contact. And then one day, out of the blue, I got another email from her. She started this email by saying, "Jesus has asked me to give you the following message." And then she proceeded to quote him. And he said, quote, "In your research for your book, you are lumping the pre-birth plans of my Lightworkers in with all other pre-birth plans. The pre-birth plan of a Lightworker is a distinct type of pre-birth plan. It would please me greatly if you would make note of this in your book." Well, the first thought that went through my mind was, did I really just get an email from Jesus? The second thought on the heels of that was, is this true? Is what he's saying correct? So I dove back into the transcripts of the interviews I had done for Your Soul's Plan and the sessions that the interviewees and I did with the mediums and channels in which we looked at their pre-birth plans. And sure enough, he was exactly right. So here's the understanding that the Beings of Light want me to share with you. The pre-birth plan of a Lightworker is to immerse yourself in a particular vibration that you want to change. This is your mission that you choose before you incarnate. Let's say, for example, that you choose to do something about child abuse. You know it's a big issue in Earth at this point in linear time, and you'd like to do something about it. If that's your pre-birth intention, you would be very likely to incarnate in a nuclear family that will treat you in an abusive manner. The soul's intention there is that the lack of compassion, love, gentleness, and kindness in the external environment will force you to go within, where hopefully you will cultivate self-love, self-compassion, self-gentleness, self-kindness, and then later in life take those virtues and turn them outward in service to others. But the point here being that the pre-birth plan of a light worker is to immerse yourself in a particular vibration, like child abuse, and then transform it from within by raising your individual vibration. It's like you're a seed planted in a larger vibration, and as you raise your frequency, you transform the larger vibration from within. So that's what the BOL wanted me to share with you. I hope that this understanding is helpful. And for more information, come to our website, yoursoulsplan.com. Liesel's channelings from the BOL are in the channeling section. Just click on channelings in the main menu. Thank you.
Audio check. Audio check. Hello, my Tiggus. My Tiggus. I'm sorry, I was falling asleep earlier. Hello, my Tiggus. Hello, everyone. Apparently, suffering is holy, akin to I'm wrong, is what I'm saying. I'm admitting I'm wrong. To be holy, you have to suffer and have 24/7 migraines, depression, live a miserable life, a miserable existence. Hello, Gay. Good to see you. Hello, RI. I'm sorry I fell asleep earlier. I had a little nap as one of those NDEs was playing. I was very tired from the past couple days, and I didn't sleep last night, and I was covering that idiot live stream, that obsessed creature that's been obsessed with me for years now, Mushroom Coyote. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. So I had a little nap, but I'm back to say that suffering must be holy somehow. Suffering of children, men, women, children. Suffering of our animals, our pets. This somehow must be holy. I have it all wrong, where you're like God if you suffer these ways. And the more you suffer, like Mother Teresa said, you're like Christ. If we suffer more, it brings you closer to God. That's something Mother Teresa, that miserable sadistic woman that lived in Calcutta and would not give them any painkillers, the dying, she took in millions of dollars, had them sleeping in wretched conditions, laying on cots with no painkillers, and her saying there's no point even getting new needles. They would just rinse the needles under water in a sink and reuse the same needles to inject people. And they were taking in millions of dollars that could have built modern hospitals. Many of them could have been built. She was world famous. I don't know where all the money went. I don't think anybody knows where all that money went. But where did that money go? Because people knew her and gave her money from America, from England, from Ireland, from Canada, from Europe, all over the world. She flew around on private jets. I think even with, I think it might have even been with the Clintons in the 90s. She was a jet setter. She barely spent any time in the wretched conditions of Calcutta. She was living somewhere else, eating, whining and dining with the rich and famous, with billionaires. And people don't have any idea. And she just preached suffering. And then when people got destroyed by corporations, some of these poor peasants in India lost their families in these disasters, these chemicals, plants and things like that. She just said, they said, Mother Teresa, what should the families do that lost their loved ones? Forgive, she said, just forgive. And it's just total frauds in this realm. And that's exactly what runs this place. There's so many frauds. And it's just incredible. She was ugly. Christopher Hitchens did a documentary on her years ago before he passed away. And he exposed her. And they showed people that worked there, right at that hospital, or not hospital, but the place for the dying where they died on these cots. And it looked like you could, in an American dollar would go so much further back then in India. It looked like you could afford that place for $100. It just was a dump, an absolute dump. And she's taken in millions of dollars a year in donations. Where'd all the money go? And nobody asked this stuff, you know. It's just, it's incredible what goes on in this realm. They preach suffering. They steal money from people. It might have been a money laundering type of, they call it a charity. It wasn't really a charity. People suffered. There was a story of a boy going in there, 15 or 16 years old. He needed some kind of operation that they could have sent him to a real hospital. And a nurse there said, we got to get him to a hospital. And they just let him die. They didn't spend it. They didn't do anything for him. They let him die. He probably just needed a kidney removed or some type of operation, maybe a removal of his appendix or something. And they didn't help people. They weren't doing what they claimed. And that's what goes on in this realm. And that's part of why I call it a hell realm, because they lie and lie and lie. And they do things like that. I'm fixing an iced coffee right now, everyone. I had a coffee earlier, and then I had a iced coffee that I ordered with it, and I put it in my little Coke Zero bar fridge that I have here where I do my live streams. So that's what I'm doing. I'm adding the triple cream. There's already cream in it, and I'm adding cream, 18% cream, to my coffee because I like it extra creamy. I like it extra creamy. And some people say, well, that's too much of this, too much of that. Well, I'm not going to live forever anyways in this hell realm. I'm going to enjoy what I do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to enjoy the little things, like having a coffee the way I want. If I want to have a coffee late at night or whatever, I'm going to do it. And that's what I encourage people to do. Treat yourself well. We're already in a miserable place. There's no point in being miserable. There's no point in making it worse for myself or yourself. And that's been part of my message all the way along before I ever had this channel. And I don't think it is hedonistic at all to just enjoy the simple little things. It doesn't have to be. I did treat myself, though, to be honest. I treated myself this week and this month to a few expensive knives, and some of them are on the way. And they are works of art. Probably some of the most expensive ones I've ever purchased. And it's not just that they're expensive. They're works of art. Thank you. I will enjoy it. I'm going to shift gears here. It's great to see you, Gay. It's great to see you, RI. It's good to have, I don't know if Salty's still here, but it's good to have everyone here. This is something that I came across earlier. I won't share the whole thing because it's really not that interesting after a while. It's 44 minutes of this weird chick making a video in her car, which I don't know. I don't understand why so many do this. The made in car videos, I'm not a fan of the ones that make these videos in their cars.
Here. I am here. There's all these cool effects now. Anyway. I'm so outdated. So outdated with technology. I'll wait for a couple people to come in here. I'm just here to rebuttal or whatever this is. Some of Landry's, thoughts, and I'm happy that he finally got it out because I knew he had some kind of, feelings towards me that were not good. They were kind of negative, and I was trying to figure it out. I've been trying to figure it out for a few weeks.
So this is that blonde chick from the Panelverse, Snow. I'm sure you've seen her at some point or heard her mentioned. She's from the Panelverse. She made a video 3 months ago, all caps, Landry is the most powerful man in the Panelverse. And I don't know if that's a smile or laughter, some stupid emoji. But what comes up in this is she talks to these people on the phone. She has their phone numbers. And I've suspected this for a while, not of just of her, but they all phone each other. So when one of them hates me or starts treating me like shit or saying Steven's this or that, they all gossip on the phone. This is their life. They don't just talk to each other on panels on YouTube. They phone each other and they gossip about people and they bash people. This is what they do. This is how creepy they are. I bet she would insist she has a great life. She's all dressed up. And I think she's shallow and empty and demonic as anyone in Hollywood. That's what I think she is. I don't think she's smart. I don't think she's spiritual. I don't think she has a freaking clue what this realm is.
But not like, it's not heavy on my thoughts or anything like that. Hi, Peyton. Let me get my hair. My big forehead. It's okay, but I'm just getting off of work. Yeah, work. I work all day long. All day long. All night long. 40 hours a week. I have goals. I have goals every freaking single day. And monthly, weekly goals. And I do good at my job. I do pretty good. I do better at my job than I do on the Panelverse. But you know what? This is where I get messy. And I like to have fun, right? I like to have fun on the internet. Especially with my Meta BFF DJM. On Friday nights. We'll be at her channel tonight. So if you guys want to, maybe go check out a new channel. Her channel is called Don't Judge Me. That's the name of her channel. She goes live every Friday night. So I kind of just was like,
She looks very fulfilled, doesn't she? Can you tell from her energy? This is your home, Snow, right here in this realm. So as much shit as you've spoken about me, I can see exactly what you are. I don't have to meet some of you like this in person in the Panelverse. I know from miles and miles and thousands of miles away what you are. I can see what you are. You're like a Timu version of Marilyn Monroe, a wannabe. And you're superficial and shallow. Congratulations. You're a product of this realm. You're exactly what this realm wants women to be. Congratulations. That's all you are.
all the stuff he said. He said I had court proceedings with people. And the only thing I kind of got upset with Landry about, which I did not hide it, I wasn't like backbiting or being mad behind his back. I wasn't even mad. I was just making sure that my point was heard too, and I was clear, which is important to do, because I remember when I used to keep my mouth shut on the internet and how well it served me. It didn't serve me. It didn't serve me at all. So, you know, I take different steps, of course, being on the internet for, what, 5 years now. You learn how to move differently, you know. So, I like to, you know, face things head on and like ask questions and see if there's any kind of resolution we can get out of whatever the problem is, or even just to be clear about whatever rumor he's hearing or I'm hearing. It can happen to anybody on the internet, but does it really matter? If it matters to me, I'm going to say something, right? So it definitely matters to him, and I knew it did. Like, I know it does. And so I'm happy that he vented. He has, I don't know what it is that he's always been like this. He wasn't like this in the beginning, because I was like sticking up for him, you know, and nobody liked Landry. Nobody. They were all going after him, and I still stood my ground. I'm like, no, this guy's talented. This guy is totally getting thrown under the bus, and it was not deserved because of a sad situation that happened to him and his family.
It was deserved. He wasn't getting thrown under the bus. People were talking about what actually happened. Landry's daddy hit and ran over a girl, a little girl. Also, people could tell, Snow, that you can't tell because you're like Landry, that Landry's a weasel. He's not a good being. Neither are you, Snow. I can tell that right away. I can tell there's something wrong with you spiritually and morally. You're messed up. You're creepy. And so is your little friend Landry. He's a demon. So demons stick together. They stand up for each other. They stick together. They phone each other on the phone. They do all that stuff. That's what demons do, okay? So right away, and she calls Landry talented. What is his talent? Making empty shit that's just graphics? There's no meaning behind it. There's no meaning to any lyrics of his songs. There's no meaning. There's no substance. It's all him just playing around on a computer. That's all it is. She's got the pearls. Yeah. Here's Landry's daddy. Like father, like son. I showed this earlier, and I've shown it over the months that I've known about this. I've been one of the ones to expose him and to keep showing it and not run away, which is why this creepy creature kicks me off anytime he sees me. He can't face me. He's a coward. He lies and tells people he'll talk to anyone. Not me. He won't talk to me. He's a coward. Like father, like son, they both run away. Man arrested for killing 6-year-old girl. It was on Fox News, Dallas. That's his daddy. He drove away. He hit and ran. He hit and ran. He ran over a 6-year-old little autistic girl, killed her. He turned around, went back, saw that there was a girl on the road, then drove away. So he knows what he did. He knows what he did. And Landry's a creep like that, which is one of the reasons why Snow and others relate to him and like him, because she's a demon too. She's been involved, I think, in some suspicious deaths in her life. There's a lot of creeps on here, and if only people realized how connected they are behind the scenes, off of YouTube. Demons stick together. Demons of a feather flock together.
And Landry thought he found a friend in somebody I was having conflict with. I'm going to try to keep his name out of it, but I think that's kind of hard to do. Oh yeah, and logical sparks. That was another thing Landry said. He said that I send you links to, I don't know what that was about, but I'm like, no, he sends me links like when OTW's live or Jack Talcott, whatever. You know, when we say hi, how are you? Good. Off to work. You know, nothing too crazy. So I just wanted to clear some stuff up. I remember like Landry, I was upset with that, you know, other creator big time because we were friends. So I was hurt. Of course I was hurt because he totally backstabbed me, you know, and like I really trusted this person, which you shouldn't do on the internet, but he comes off like that, you know. He comes off like somebody you can seriously trust, and he's a family man, you know. I don't know. I fell into it. I definitely fell into the trap. And I mean, I wasn't the only one either. So this is just how he operates, you know, and that kind of gave me some peace to know that that's what he does. I'm not going to say what he does and how he works, but that was the hardest part for me, was trying to figure out how somebody could do something like that, you know. But he did the same thing to Landry, like about 3 weeks later, after. Hi Rock, I'm glad you're here, because I'm like kind of giving my side of the story. I know it's so silly, but I'm glad that he vented. I'm happy that he finally confessed that he just doesn't like me, you know what I mean? And he's totally like allowed to not like me. It's fine. I think that he thinks, this is all in his mind though, that I'm powerful, that I want all this attention, and that I'm like power grabbing and all this other stuff that maybe he sees, but I have just naturally been like this my whole life. So it might just be something he does not like about me. Hi, Peace Dynamo. Getting over a bad cold too. But yeah, I just wanted to come and like rebuttal some of his wacky ways. I still don't hate him. I think he's funny. Stop stalking me! First of all, who's stalking who? I was here way before he was. And I even mended his friendship back with his good buddy Jeff. Whatever. Jeff has been around forever. I don't know if he's... So anyway, yeah, like Landry asked me to go over there and make amends, you know, because I guess there was a little tiff that Landry was having with Jeff. And I asked Jeff if that would be possible on his channel. I did him the favor. And I usually don't like to say those kind of things out loud because that's not, you know, good karma. That's not like it's almost like I feel like that's dirty play. But since he's playing kind of dirty himself and we're airing out our laundry, and I'm still going to be nice because I don't dislike Landry. He's not, I think he's silly. I think he's messy. I think he's a really hard person to communicate with and have an effective conversation. I think he's all over the place, but that's fun to watch. It's been fun watching him grow from the very beginning till now. And I think the only thing I have done really is help him grow. by sending him a couple links. I sent him a few links, probably like 3 or 4. I was looking at not just me. Oh, you got to go over there. You got to go over there right now and get on their panel. Here's the link. No, it wasn't like that. I seen what was going on a couple panels, and Landry had a lot of haters, and I really wanted him to clean up his image, you know, because a lot of people were hating on him. And I was like, I don't see why they hate him so bad. I don't get it. I still don't get it. I don't hate him. So I would say, okay, here's the link to this channel. I don't even remember which one it was. It was like 2 channels, 3 channels at the most, okay? And that's when he had all of his little drama fits going on with everybody. I mean, it was pretty bad for how he walked in here, and he was being tag teamed on pretty hard. Yeah, so I sent him a couple links.
So this is the way demons think. I don't know why everyone's hating on him. He had so many haters. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why people don't like a demon like Landry. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is the way demons are.
Saying, go over there. They're talking about this. I think this would be a perfect place that you could interject, like, you know, and make some friends. Like, I wasn't doing anything maliciously.
Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Like
What
I
do
don't
I
get
have to
it.
gain by being
Like
a jerk on the internet? I like having fun on the internet. I wish I made more content, but you know, what do I have to gain by being a jerk on the internet? I like having fun on the internet. I wish I made more content, but you know, I wish I could be more creative and do what I love to do, but life happens, and I gotta get through what I gotta get through, you know, grow where I need to grow and do what I gotta do. So anyway, I'm gonna call. That's actually what I'm gonna do. So he said that, like, I did offer him a job, right? A really good job, actually. I'm gonna call that.
And he bets she doesn't have a man. I don't think a masculine man would want her. The fake eyelashes, everything about her's fake. Personality's fake. Nothing about her is feminine. Nothing about her is attractive. Nothing. Now, she was trying to get Landry a job. Well, that sounds a little bit fishy. He hasn't even been around very long. Why is she doing all this for Landry? You have to wonder why.
Guy right now live. Okay? Okay. Let's do it. And you guys can hear that I'm not a liar. I did not make this up. I don't know. I think he's crazy. I hope he picks up. Yeah, the whole thing with Jack, that was sad. I was on the phone with Jack, I don't know, for like an hour and a half after his blowout with Jack. And I'm like, Jack, dude, I was like, we got to work on, we can, you know, fix this situation, but you got to do, you know, see your part in this too, and what you're doing wrong. And Landry's 27 years old. You flew out there. You might as well, you know, get what you wanted. That's the reason why you came out to Dallas, was to actually co-create with Landry. But that was a really immature, fast move. You know, Landry's like, yeah, come on out here. Come out here. And Jack was totally excited because he's a lonely guy. Oh, well, he's not picking up, darn it. Anyway, so this guy is doing amazing. He's an actual producer, and he is the producer of like some people, like some big people, right? And he is tired of traveling all around the world. Can you believe that? That must be nice, right? So he's been everywhere. Last year he traveled to like 30 different freaking places in 30 different countries, like everywhere. So he says he's done doing that, so he capitalized on making up his own business, so that way these artists don't have to go find people that can be a cameraman, that can edit, that can, you know.
They always call them artists these days. They never call them musicians, singers. It's always artists. People that sing always these days want to be called artists. And almost no one talks about visual artists, people who draw, paint. You notice that? I noticed that pattern over the past so many decades. You almost never even hear the word band anymore. It's always artist, artist, artist. They want to be known as artists. I'm surprised baseball players aren't saying, call me an artist. And basketball players, call me an artist. Don't call me an athlete or a basketball player. I'm black. Call me an artist.
You know, do even like thumbnails, pictures, AI work, whatever. And he was looking for 2 guys to replace his job because this guy's he's a hard worker. And there would have to be 2 people younger. He wanted this guy that I just called, he needed younger guys that are ambitious, that love this industry, that have passion and skills and are willing to learn. So I'm like, Landry would be perfect for that, you know? And I asked Landry if he was interested, and he kind of was like, he didn't sound too interested, so I didn't like go, oh yeah, you need to do this, you got to do this here. Like, no, because this job opportunity that I felt like I was giving him, he should have wanted it. He should have wanted it. It's salary based. He could sit at home and do an editing job, or you know, eventually he'd probably be flying around in private jets and stuff, but you never know. Like, it depends on how far that, you know, Landry could have taken that position on how well he works. So he didn't communicate back with me. I didn't push on it. And so
this chick here thinks Landry would be fit to work with, as she calls them, artists, big people, she says. Anyway, I just wanted to play that part of it. I didn't play much of the rest, and that was it. She talks to Talcott. She talks to these creatures on the phone. This is what they do behind the scenes. So when some people think, well, the Panelverse is just people that talk to each other on YouTube live streams. No, it isn't. It's way deeper than that. They are connected behind the scenes, trying to get each other money, jobs. They'll phone each other. All this kind of shit goes on. All of it. So the ones that bash me, like Snow and some others that don't know me, they've been talking about me with other Panelverse creatures on the phone and in emails and everything else. She thinks highly of scumbag Weasel Landry. That's dirty and he stinks. I don't know how she thinks that guy could ever hold a job. The guy stinks in person. He stinks. I'm going to jump over here and share something else. This is a variety show, everyone. So there are still demons, low IQ demons, confused or lying, either way, saying, oh, his live streams. Well, my live streams aren't the only thing I do. My live streams are, as I've always said, a variety show. But this is the way demons think. This is what they do. Jeremiah Finkelstein posted, hey, at El Diablo, I give you permission to attack me on your channel if that means you leave others alone. Jeremy, you've emailed me saying that you're hiring an attorney to sue me. You said you're going to phone the police or FBI. You've said that I'm a cyber stalker. You're absolutely nuts. You contradict yourself from week to week. I would much rather see you focus on me instead of those who are innocent. So you're saying you're not innocent? And who's innocent? I expose demons. I don't attack anyone. So your word of attack right off the bat shows that you're a leftist loser. You might as well just join the LGBT and march around in a little dress. To those of you who are completely innocent, who's that? I hate what I'm seeing, he wrote. It makes me feel very sad, as I would much rather see him harass, bully, attack me than you guys. I don't do that. All right, loser? If something's public on YouTube, I can cover it and give my views, whether you cry about it or not. Go to your little safe space. So this guy's been obsessed with me for 3 years, the real people. Years. And there's big Leslie over there. Letting go. No ridge, no resistance. Correct. It will subside. He. Look at completely strange. I can take it, he responded. I like to throw some, quote, punches as well. Really? Really? Well, you've been crying for years. Years. Over 3 years. His very first video on his channel, as I've shown before, is about me 3 years ago. And his second video is about me. His first 2 videos are about me. And then his fourth video is covering Harold, and he saw it on my channel, so he covered the same thing. That's where he got that from. So 3 of the 4 videos, you might even say that this one, Be the Hero, is based on my work as well. This guy has nothing original of his own. He's fixated on me. He's a loser. And he's one of the dummies that talks about NPCs. What is an NPC? This creature will never learn. Never. He'll never learn. Never. 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 This fool will never learn. Never. Talking about me here 2 years ago. This guy's been making videos about me for years. Years. Poor little Jeremy. Poor little Jeremy. And he took down some videos about me. These aren't the only ones. He removed some videos about me. There were more. Jeremy's made a lot of videos about me. He's a little fangirl. He's a little fangirl. Jeremy, you should put on a little sundress or something and sashay around. Instead of Jeremiah Finkelstein, what could you be called? Maybe Amira Finkelstein or something. Let me think. Jewish girl names. Where's some? Devorah. Hannah. Talia. I'm looking at some now on Google. Jewish and Hebrew girl names. Eliza. Adara says it means noble in Hebrew. Well, that wouldn't fit. Is there one that means lying scumbag in Hebrew? Delia means hanging branch. Devorah is the Hebrew version of Deborah. I don't like any of these names. Anyway, you're a scumbag, Jeremy. You're a douchebag. You're a liar. You're a fake. You're a phony.
And the forces of darkness to do your bidding. What if you could command the forces of darkness to do your bidding? In the ancient world, knowing a demon's name was power over it. Solomon's story is essentially the story of a person trying to build a sacred, peaceful mind. the temple, while managing a whole bunch of inner drives and conflicts, demons. According to ancient lore, God himself sent the archangel Michael to deliver Solomon a magical ring. In you, Solomon as the king is your higher self. The ring with God's name symbolizes your connection to that divine self. That ring, that knowledge of your true self, gives you the power to command your inner demons. Carl Jung would call demons the shadow self, the repressed desires, fears, angers, lusts, and impulses that lurk within the unconscious. So Solomon's crew successfully captures the king of demons. Keep in mind that Asmodeus and Ashmodai, they're the same guy, and he was often called the Prince of Demons. In essence, Asmodeus yeets Solomon out of his own kingdom, far, far away, and the demon sits down on the throne of Israel, shape-shifting so he looks like Solomon. Eventually, Solomon retook the throne, but he was in fear of the demon for the rest of his life. However, Solomon made a huge mistake, and that was seeing his demons purely as enemies to enslave and exploit. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. What if you could command the forces of darkness to do your bidding? In the ancient world, knowing a demon's name was power over it. Solomon's story is essentially the story of a person trying to build a sacred, peaceful mind, the temple, while managing a whole bunch of inner drives and conflicts, demons. According to ancient lore, God himself sent the archangel Michael to deliver Solomon a magical ring. In you, Solomon as the king is your higher self. The ring with God's name symbolizes your connection to that divine self. That ring, that knowledge of your true self, gives you the power to command your inner demons. Carl Jung would call demons the shadow self, the repressed desires, fears, angers, lusts, and impulses that lurk within the unconscious. So Solomon's crew successfully captures the king of demons. Keep in mind that Asmodeus and Ashmodai, they're the same guy, and he was often called the Prince of Demons. In essence, Asmodeus yeets Solomon out of his own kingdom, far, far away, and the demon sits down on the throne of Israel, shape-shifting so he looks like Solomon. Eventually, Solomon retook the throne, but he was in fear of the demon for the rest of his life. However, Solomon made a huge mistake, and that was seeing his demons purely as enemies to enslave and exploit. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. What if you could command
I'll be back in a little while, everyone. I just have to take this phone call. Be right back. Shortly.
Face came up, and I was like, and it was just like, wow, that's exactly what I was looking for. And I contacted the people, and they're like, yeah, well, we'll come. And you know, these people that are having these NDEs, they're, you know, I don't want to be horrible, but they're super weak. You know, they're super weak-minded. They're not sovereign at all. They've got no idea as to anything that's going on. A lot of them are religious. They're getting thrown around like a rag doll because that's their energy. That's how their energy is, right? So yeah, if something, I don't think it's going to get to that stage for us, because I honestly think that we know too much about what the scams are, what the tricks are, and I think I'd like to think we'd be out of here before stuff like that happens. But you know, you've got to be prepared for sure. Listening in the lakes, but off to bed at 2:50. Oh wow, that sounds nice. I'm here. Yeah, I'm in a bit more of a rural area of Mexico, and I can hear the wind going through the trees. You know that you guys know I have this thing with noise. Well, this is perfect for where I am. And there was a lot of synchronicities that led to me coming up here. Very weird stuff as well. because I literally only 24 hours, well, not 24 hours, 48 hours, I left a big city and I didn't know where I was going. I just had this intention to get out of to get out more into the countryside. And I came to this place. I don't always like disclosing exactly where I am because the 77th Brigade. But I came out here and I booked 2 coach journeys, 7 hours, and I was just scrolling on Facebook and this place came up, and I was like, and it was just like, wow, that's exactly what I was looking for. And I contacted the people and they're like, yeah, well, we'll come and pick you up from the bus station. I was like, well, I don't get in till early morning. Oh, we'll come and pick you up at 6 a.m. And they came and picked me up, showed me around the town. Like, they've got the dogs here. Like, it's crazy. It's just, it's been really good the last few days, just being here. Why do you think we actually are able to see this as a hell? How come they couldn't prevent this happening after they were able to ruin the whole life for so many of us? Well, I think a lot of people are in denial. When you say that this is a hell realm, people are like, oh, well, it's not all bad, and there's this and there's that, and you can do this and you can do that. And I'm like, well, yeah, they're fleeting moments, right? You have fleeting moments of joy, let's say, but they're always there trying to steal it. They never let you relax. And then you have the whole death process, and then your family members, you've got to watch them die, and pets and all of this stuff. And so the juice isn't really worth the squeeze. When you look at this place as a whole, it's like, okay, maybe there's like 10% good. I mean, even less for some people. Like, if you're born in a certain place in the world, you're looking at maybe 5%. And then the rest is just coping, hoping, waiting, waiting for things to happen. Like I've said before, even if things are going well, it's like, okay, what's going to happen next day? Are they going to crash the market? What's going to happen to my dad? Am I going to see my mum? Like all this stuff. So you can never really relax into it, can you guys? You can never really settle into it. Like you might have a fleeting moment where you feel, and then on top of that, you've got all the entity attachments and stuff that they're amplifying all your fears and anxiety. They're turning the volume up on that and feeding on all of that. So, that's why the energy clearing is good, because it takes the edge off of things, right? It's not so, when you remove those parasites, they're not in your ears saying, oh, no one loves you, you can't do this, your wife's going to leave you. Yeah, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's constant torture. It's torturous. If they're not torturing us through the media, it's the entities, it's their new agenda, it's the WEF, it's the government, it's the restrictions, it's the lockdowns, it's the wars. I mean, it's not difficult to work out that this is a hell realm, right? It's just people. I think low key, deep down, they know it's not a good place to be, right? It's just they don't want to admit that it's a hell realm, right? Because if they admit to themselves it's a hell realm, then they can't bend this place into a pretzel and play all these mental gymnastics as to what they want this place to be rather than what it is. And this is why I love this community, because you guys want to see things as they are. You don't care, right? You don't care how difficult the truths are, like the shit sandwiches. I say shit sandwiches. You just want it. You just want the truth, whatever it is. Doesn't matter how dark it is. So ultimately, those people, they're going to be deceived, right? Because if they can't handle the truth, or they're going to deny the truth now, what they're going to be the same when they pass over, right? Unless things get so bad for them where they can't deny it any longer. And that is the case for a lot of people, where I've had people reach out to me and like, Tony, I realise now what you're saying. You know, this happened to my dad, and I watched him die in hospital, and you know, this happened, and you know, I realise that this is like so. So sometimes it's got to get so bad for people to actually admit to themselves that this is a hell realm, a farm, the soul harvesting farm. And yeah, we're just cattle, aren't we? We really are. People go, oh, why are we here? Why are we here? Well, we're cows. It's like moo. We're cows. Cows on a farm. And yeah, we're just cattle, aren't we? We really are. People go, oh, why are we here? Why are we here? Well, we're cows. It's like moo. We're cows. Cows on a farm. 100 people, 45 likes. Why can't I get like 100 likes? Like, what is holding the 55 people back? Are you just like, no, I can't do it? Like, it's like, it's late here, guys. Look at my eyes. They're like red. It's like not a lot to ask. You know what I mean? The only reason I ask is it just the algorithm helps the more likes the algorithm helps the information get out to more people. The more the information gets out to more people wake up to Soul Trap. The more people wake up to Soul Trap, the more batteries come out the Matrix. The more batteries come out the Matrix fucking dies. That's the idea of it, right? So when I ask you to like the video, it's not because I'm being annoying or, you know, it's just because it's an easy thing to do. So, anyway, that's my rant. Right, let's have a look at the questions. On the astral, from what I've seen this planet, but no one is happy. Yeah. They're afraid of your magic powers. We've all got magic powers, you know. Everyone's got abilities. It's just you've got to use them. They just lay dormant within you. Like like I could be an electrician. It's just if I go and try and rewire my house now without any experience, I'm probably going to do not a very good job. It doesn't mean that I can't do it. It's just the way it is. Yeah, they're going to try another reset. Yeah. Oh joy. If we were in a true creative power and potential collectively, this would not be a loosh farm. No, I think if we were in our true power and in our sovereign, let's say oscillating at sovereignty, I always use the term sovereignty because sovereignty is the polar opposite from the frequency from this Saturn moon matrix, which is all about hierarchy.
All right, everyone. He got Saturn Moon Matrix from David Icke. That's where he stole that from. Tony Sayers was basically years ago just talking about New Agers and New Agers being deceived. He's not very deep, just like Landry's not very deep. And Landry said he's admitted that he's not very deep recently. They know what they're doing. Now there's a lot of weirdos all over the place. And what demons like Mushroom will do is say, other people call this a hell realm too, as though that's all I say. As though I haven't brought mountains of evidence. There's tons of people that say this is a hell realm, and they can't tell you anything beyond that. That's very common. And demons let on that, oh, that's all Steven says. He just says it's a hell realm. He doesn't show any proof.
If you haven't noticed it by now, that life is a simulation. Earth is hell. Think about.
By the way, I predicted this years ago. I said there will be thousands of them coming out of the woodwork copying me. Thousands of copycats, thousands and thousands of frauds will come around, and they will try to muddy the waters, and they will try to trick people, and they'll try to profit from this. And that's exactly what's going on.
About it. The good die young, the evil stay longer,
every morning we wake up in this systematic thing and we do it like until we die.
I've often wondered this, and now I really have to question, is Earth, our reality, actually us being punished and living in hell?
If you weren't aware, this, not this neighborhood, this.
So they try to spin it like we're here being punished, like we did something bad. That's another way they muddy the waters and warp my message. And then demons will come along and say, well, that's possible, isn't it? You don't know what you did in a past lifetime. You don't remember. You could have murdered people. And they just try to make you believe that you deserve to be here. They're trying to plant these seeds. That's what they do. And I knew this was coming. And now it's getting so popular on TikTok and YouTube. So many. Now, it's not hugely popular, but it's becoming more of a topic. And Jeremy will say, well, it's fake then. It can't be a soul trap because there's so many people now talking about it. That's the baby truther way of lying. It's sickening. It really is. And the more this goes on, I think the fewer people will get out on their own because they'll fall for this shit.
This lifetime is actually hell. You're in hell. This is not. That's why everybody thinks this is a simulation.
You know, I don't know if this is just me, but Earth is really starting to feel a lot more like hell than ever before. And
now there's lots of these channels talking about it on YouTube. And he's getting thousands of views with only 1,420 something subs in days. His channel gets promoted. I can use these hashtags. It doesn't matter what I do. People want to watch the low-level copycat shit. It's what they do. It's the way it is.
And are we waking up to that as a civilization, as a humanity? Just look at everything that's going on, whether it's in the news or whether it's files being released by the FBI. The crime, the corruption on almost every level. It's becoming inescapable.
Watch some guy in big headphones with what seems to be maybe a soccer jersey with Carlsberg beer sponsorship on it. Watch this guy. What's behind him? Are those shelves full of toys? I think so. I think this guy's a man-child. He's got all these toys behind him. Action figures and little stuffed animal dolls or whatever, or Pokemon, or I don't know what that is. I don't know what some of this shit is, but it seems to be shelves full of toys. Congratulations. Follow this little munchkin voice guy with toys behind him on shelves, and he'll tell you about Hell Realm. And this is where people are headed. They want this kind of shit. People want the dumb, surface level, 8-minute, short attention span videos. Perfect for Gen Zers or Gen Alpha, the youngsters. This is what they can watch, this stuff.
Escapable now. And that's why a lot of people are asking that very question, is Earth really hell? Now, I don't necessarily agree with all the points that are going to be shared in today's video, but I think this is an interesting thought experiment at the very least. So, with that being said, let's dive into it today and ask the question, are we in hell?
I've often wondered this, and now I really have to question, is Earth, our reality, actually us being punished and living in hell for some type of sin or something we did wrong in a past life? If you think about, we are basically slaves to the government, to the world. We wake up 7 o'clock in the morning, we send our kids off to some type of torture. We then go to work for however many hours, most of us at least 10 hours a day. We have bad drive times. And for what? To come home and spend an hour of vacuuming and doing dishes and laundry, and it's almost like this is actually the hell. And then we get to experience all these bad things. We get to experience our family dying and people getting sick, and nothing really makes sense. And it makes you wonder, is Earth actually just hell? Because there's not a lot of great things that happen.
So people like him, whether it's intentional or not, are misleading people to believe that, oh, you did something bad. You deserve this. You're being punished here. You sinned, which goes back to Christianity, brainwashing, which will anchor you here. It won't set you free. If you think you deserve to be in this realm, how are you going to get out? Because you're leaving with the mindset that you deserve this shit. That's the wrong mindset. Now, I know some of you, maybe not tuned in at the moment, but some that look into this stuff would say, this poor guy, he's just trying to figure it out, though. This older man with the hat on backwards, he's trying to figure it out. He's doing his best. Maybe, but maybe he isn't. Maybe he's an agent. Maybe he's a deceiver. Maybe he has demons. Maybe demons are speaking through him. But I don't trust people that push the we deserve this, we sinned, we did bad things in a past life, so here we are being punished. I don't buy it. Now, you can buy it if you want to. Anyone that hears my voice tonight or tomorrow or a week from now, you might play this video 6 months after I do this live stream and it's saved. You're free to believe or buy whatever you want, follow what you want. But I don't think it's just confusion, because there's a lot of information and they always seem to go right back to Christianity and we sinned, we did this is punishment. And then there's losers that still come to my channel saying, are you saying we deserve this? You call it a hell realm. Why don't you watch my fucking content? Because I've never said we're being punished here or deserve this, not once. So people watch very little and jump to conclusions. You don't actually study what the fuck I'm saying. Anyone that comes across here and says, are you saying we're being punished? I know right off the bat, you haven't watched my work. You don't belong here then. You belong watching these channels, the ones on the screen. That's your level. Go watch them. Just stay away from me, because I don't trust people that do that. I don't. I don't. I don't. And yes, it's the mundane shit. They're just tired of the day-to-day. That's all. Just like idiots that say, well, I don't like the government. I don't really like paying taxes. And people, sometimes truthers, will say, oh my goodness, I think my family's waking up. They were bitching last night about gas prices and how high the food prices are in Canada and America and this and that. And it's like, they're not waking up. They just wish shit was cheaper. Doesn't mean that they're quote unquote waking up. I'm tired of people doing that too. You can if you want to, but you're just lying to yourself. That's really what it is, the ones that do that. Saying, I think my family's waking up. They were bitching for half an hour last night or an hour all throughout dinner and afterwards about, oh, everything's so expensive. And normies do that all the time. They can do that for decades and make no progress into seeing what the realm is. I'm not young. I've seen my family do that, and extended family, aunts, uncles, and cousins, and just it's gone on, and they could do that for lifetimes here, lifetimes. And I'm not saying this to get people down. I'm just saying it so that you understand the difference. There's millions of them out there complaining when they're pumping gas into their vehicles. And they give each other looks and complain and grumble and it's so expensive and everything's gone up. And yeah, it has. I'm not in favor of everything going sky high. But I see a tiny bit more than just, things are getting way more expensive. And that's where they stay. And some of you have to start accepting that and saying, you know what? You're right. That's as far as most of them will go. That's their ceiling. That's their ceiling. And it is normie shit. It's just normie grumbles and complaints. And the same ones will go out and line up and vote in the next Canadian federal election or the next American election. And some of you are fooled. And I've seen it on my channel. You'll say, I think so-and-so, my family's waking up. You're ridiculous. I'm not saying that to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm saying it because it's true. You know when I'll believe you? When they come to my channel and they're in my chat room, or they come on here and talk to me live and can carry a conversation with me about these topics and talk about something more than gas prices being expensive. To put it in perspective for you, because there's millions of those. Millions. And I call them zombies. And just like ones like this, he just wishes he didn't have to work. All you'd have to do for that guy, if you were the Matrix, give him a big fat inheritance or give him a lottery win, and he would go from saying, I think this is hell, to, oh, I'm going to go vacation 6 or 8, 9 months of the year somewhere warm and tropical and relax on a beach. And that's it. That's all it takes. These beings are not serious. And that's what some of you need to understand. And it goes far beyond religion. I know a lot of you are kind of stuck in a certain way, that your families are religious or it's religion. It's so much more than religion that keeps people brainwashed here or keeps them at a level. A lot of it is spiritual. And I don't mean religion. I mean their spirit doesn't care enough to look deeply into anything. And you could give them time. You could retire that man and say, hey, Pops, I have the money. I'm going to retire you from your job. I'm going to pay off your house. And here you go, old man. Now you have time to research. Now you're no time. You're working all the time. You have 40 extra hours a week and more energy because you're not spending it driving to work, going to work. You have all the time to be curious and look into where you are. I don't think he'd do it. And that's the difference between me and most on YouTube, because most will say he's just asleep or he's half asleep. But Stephen, he's waking up. He's calling it a hell realm because he doesn't like having to go to work. I don't buy it. I've seen this many times before. I have experience with this, seeing not just ones I know personally, but many out there. You can have conversations with them about this realm. They can only go so far. High taxes, the government screwed us, lied to us. Food prices are going up too much. Their gasoline, they don't like their job. It's all typical normie shit. It doesn't mean they're quote unquote waking up. I don't think there is any spiritual awakening going on here. Will other channels just say that? I doubt it. They'll start copying me now. They'll probably watch this and they'll be saying the same thing maybe next week. And that's the way it works here. They don't see, they just copy. They're not seers, they're not thinkers, they're not truth seekers, they're copycats. They're fakes, they're frauds. They'll take what I'm sharing for free and they'll put a price tag on it. They'll copy me, just like China does with stuff. China will take a US made, US designed knife or a German knife and they'll copy it. They'll make a clone of it. Some companies do that with fragrances. They call it clones. They clone fragrances. They have machines that can get the recipe for it, the ingredients, and the right amounts to mix. And they can make clones that smell almost the same. Very, very close. Like 98, 99% close. Where it's very difficult to tell. Very difficult. But did they create it? Are they original? No, they're copying. And that's what this world does. And if you start looking at it that way, demons copy. They copy, they plagiarize, they steal, they mimic. I think it was Tolkien, or at least he was credited with saying that demon can't create for itself, it can only copy. Evil can only copy, not create something. Here it is. Evil is not able to create anything new. It can only distort and destroy what has been invented or made by the forces of good. Distort or destroy, but I would add it can copy. It can't create something new. It can copy, though. All right? It can copy. It can copy, and it does copy. Was Tolkien part of the system? Yeah, I think he was. He seems to be pretty famous long after his death. Anyway, evil does corrupt and destroy. I don't believe that most in this realm mind. so long as they're not being stolen from and copied. Most people in this realm don't seem to mind. But anyway, I'm just going to go back to this and say, if you think that you're here to be being punished for something you did, they've already won against you. Evil's won, because they're making you believe or getting you to believe somehow that you're being punished, that you deserve this, and you can't remember doing anything wrong. That's a victory for them, because you may not have done anything wrong at all to deserve this. So right off the bat, you're playing into their hand. You're doing what they want.
While we're here, and I feel like sometimes we're just being punished for something we may have done in a past life. Let me know you may have done in a past life. Punished for something we may have done in a past life. Let me punish for something we may have done in a past life. Let me know your thoughts.
Now, this kind of makes me think about the ideas of Gnosticism. Now, bear with me here. So, think about this planet in general.
This is what normies do. They go right to Gnosticism. And this guy kind of has a munchkin voice, which doesn't bother most people these days. They could measure this guy and say, he doesn't have a drop of testosterone. Most people would say, good. We're too macho as a society anyways. Look at all his action figures. He's got shelves full of fucking toys. He's a little man-child with a little gamer chair. You're gonna risk your spirit following a man-child. You just can't make this stuff up. You just can't do it.
While there is a lot of great things, there is great things in terms of the physical aspect of life. Things that we can enjoy, you know? It feels really nice to be out in the sun getting some waves, but if you have too much of it, you can get the sun getting some waves, but if you have too much of it, you know, it feels really nice to be out in the sun aspect of life. Things that we can enjoy, you know? It feels great things in terms of the physical. There is a lot of great things. There is great things in terms of the physical aspect of life. Things that we can enjoy, you know? It feels really nice to be out in the sun getting some waves, but if you have too much of it, you can get a sunburn, and it could even lead to skin cancer. So with everything that's good, there is another negative that's attached to it, and sometimes there can be so many negatives. But think about this idea for a second. In order for us to live on Earth, to actually sustain ourselves, things must die in order for us to continue living. Life in this realm demands sacrifice.
So did this normie just come up with this? Where did he get all this from? I have to wonder. And does he even believe what he's saying, or is he just doing it in hopes of growing his channel? Which is what it's about for a lot of these demons. They want attention, fame, money.
Sacrifice, which is honestly pretty dark if you really give it some thought, but that's the way it really is. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything discussed in Gnosticism is actually true, but I always think it's an interesting thought experiment. I'm very open-minded in general to ideas like this, but I want your thoughts about it down below in the comment section.
If you weren't aware, this, not this neighborhood, but this lifetime is actually hell. You're in hell. This is not, that's why everybody thinks this is a simulation. This is hell. We live in hell. And you can be in heaven here within hell if you overcome everything before you die. But this is hell. Whatever you did to end up here, I must have done whatever it was too, because...
See, this is how stupid they are. Whatever you did to end up here. Who says I did anything to end up here? I don't deserve this. My mindset is different from them. I don't assume that I did anything. I don't trust these creatures pushing this message, whatever you did to end up here. Who says I did anything to deserve this? And this is why I think my channel matters. Because most people are not going to catch this. They're going to say, he's saying the same thing as you, Stephen. It's the same. He's saying this is hell. He's telling you that you did something to deserve this. It's entirely different from my message if you pay attention. I don't believe most in this realm can. After all the years I've done this, very few people can pay attention enough to see the differences.
And you can be in heaven here within hell if you overcome everything before you die. But this is hell. Whatever you did to end up here, I must have done whatever it was too, because whatever you did to end up here, whatever you did to end up here, I must have done whatever it was too, because Earth is actually hell.
There is something to be said there when it comes to making life better on Earth for not just yourself, but for everyone around you. You could technically bring peace on Earth, but it feels like there are so many obstacles to get there that there's all these other forces kind of weighing you down, making it feel unattainable in this life. But we can go dark and we can go large on this topic, but at the end of the day, life really contains a lot of suffering, and even just witnessing your friends and loved ones pass away will send shockwaves of immense grief. Grief is one of the most powerful emotions you can experience. It's probably the most powerful experience, even more than love. It's painful and it can last years and years, sometimes even decades, and a lot of us, if we live long enough on this planet, will experience all kinds of grief.
If you haven't noticed it by now, that life is a simulation. Earth is hell. Think about it. The good die young, the evil stay longer. Every morning we wake up in this systematic thing and we do it like until we die. Earth is hell. That's what I mean.
What's this Negro dressed like he's going to something in Africa or something, and he's not in Africa, obviously. There's leaves on the ground. What's this Negro doing here? What's this Negro doing?
You don't need a rocket science to figure it out that we are in hell. To see little kids suffering or dying of starvation, brutality, this is hell. If you know, you know. Only the woke ones know.
Do you believe we're in hell? Honestly, we're far enough along in this video right now that I'd like your opinions before you watch the last video down below in the comment section. I want your honest thoughts. Do you honestly believe we are in hell? I still am not fully convinced, but I do understand the perceptions and I understand people's opinions on this matter, because it really does feel like you can make a really strong case, especially now with simulation theory going on, and we've talked about that as well in a previous video, and they may have actually found proof that we are in a simulation. If you haven't found that video, I'll actually leave it up here so you can see the card on screen. But with that being said,
What do you think of my cheeky little devil, El Diablo, the mascot for the Sanity Machine? Now, Mushroom and others are confused, calling me the devil. He's the mascot for my channel. I am not El Diablo. But they're confused. They're low IQ, low attention span. There's no helping these creepy creatures like this one. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody big knows the sorrow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine that was a girl? That must be one of the biggest noses on a girl ever in the realm. Ever. That's a honker. That's a schnoz. That's a schnoz.
so let's watch the very last video today.
I wondered if we're all here being punished for something bad that we did in a previous realm.
A previous realm. So now it's going around big time. Look at thousands hit the heart button, hundreds of comments. I guess TikTok is what people want to see. Is that TikTok? Reactions? Or is that a short video? I'm not sure. Whatever it is, though, this chick pushing the same thing, that we must have done something. And people think this is smart. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. Thousands of you on Earth, obviously, are watching this garbage.
We're all here being punished for something bad that we did in a previous realm. I wondered if we're all here being punished for something bad that we did in a previous realm. With the way our society's set up, it's...
You don't even seem human to me. Your voice sounds deeper, much deeper than this little guy with the headphones on. It's almost like you're reversed. Reverso world.
It's literally an open-air prison, and it feels like we're all serving a life sentence. We don't have a whole lot to look forward to anymore. It feels like our entire life is working and paying fees that we can't even afford.
There you go. They're complaining about the same thing as the other. Working and paying fees. If they didn't have to work, they wouldn't be calling this hell at all. If it was the same system, life eating life, all the same shit, diseases, it's just they don't want to work. They're just tired of working.
And then we're expected to shut up and take it, never question anything, and do this all the way until we're 65. Rich people seemingly get away with whatever they want to get away with, and the poor are always the problem. Can't pay all your bills on a 40-hour work week. It's always, you need to get a second job. You need to pick up a couple of side hustles. It's never the rich need to stop taking from the poor.
It sounds like a freak. It sounds like an alien or something. And she's reading from a script, by the way. You can tell by her eyes if you pay attention. But this guy will let on, oh, she's good, though. This is what they do. They never call out each other. I'm one of the only ones with a YouTube channel that calls them out. She's reading from a script. Who wrote the script? Is it on your phone? It's something on your dash that she's reading from, whether it's typed out or written out. She's reading a script. Now, why would you have to do that for a goddamn short video?
And this is why I often wonder, is this hell? Is this some type of a punishment? Are we in purgatory? Is there a point to this, or is there no point to this? And it kind of sucks that I'm never going to be able to find out the answer to this.
I don't think a lot of us will ever really truly understand what is happening on Earth. And
there you go. We'll never truly know. That they go back to this again. I've heard this for decades from people long before YouTube on the internet. We'll never truly know. And this is exactly the level that people want. They want to hear this simpleton shit. People gobble this up. They treat, look at the smirk on her face if it's a her. And it's just incredible. The stuff people prefer in this realm. You turn your noses up at gourmet meals from a restaurant that has 3 Michelin stars and has works of art plated for you. And I'm handing it out for free. And people gobble up this absolute shit. They go to a sewer with their mouths open. That's what it looks like to me. Look at the views. She has 6,279 hearts on that, which probably means it got 60, 100,000, maybe hundreds of thousands of views. People love shit in this realm. You really do.
Be able to find out the answer to this.
I don't think a lot of us will ever really truly understand what is happening on Earth and why it feels more like hell than ever before. Some people will say, well, we stepped into another timeline, and a lot of people will say 2012 was when that happened, and a lot of other people will say 2020 is ultimately when that shift happened. But that's a topic for a later video. We're not going to discuss that today. Leave your thoughts about this video, though, however, down below in the comment section, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
What did you learn from this guy? What substance was there? This Matt guy. They're putting out, tons of channels are putting out videos with no substance. And I see it as a problem. Earlier on the live stream that Landry and his new girlfriend took over, Don't Judge Me's channel, they both held up a Freemason magazine live on camera. This is her. And then earlier, this was him. And Landry is a Freemason, by the way. Landry is a Freemason. So this is some of the shit that people who are following it can't see through on YouTube. And it really does get annoying because most in this realm never see more day to day, week to week. If anything, they just get worse. They get dumber. This idiot on the screen didn't know what a carpenter was. I showed it earlier live where that Andy guy said that he's a carpenter, and this idiot Landry was asking him about if installing carpets and floors. And he had to explain to him it's working with wood, crafting things out of wood. He just he said, "Oh, I must be dumb." Yeah, you are dumb. I've been telling you that since you came into the Panelverse. And here's this for that Matt character. This Matt character. Life is strange. Are we actually in hell? He's part of the Lollipop Guild. That's what his voice sounds like. And it's just pathetic what people watch and follow like this.
Feels more like hell than ever before. Some people will say, well, we stepped into another timeline, and I don't think a lot of us will ever really truly understand what is happening on Earth and why it feels more like hell than ever before. Some people will say, well, we stepped into another timeline, and a lot of people will say 2012 was when that happened.
And you don't say very much at all. You'll say some people say, other people say. And that's all you can do is talk about other people. It's pathetic. And it's so easy for me to see through it. Congratulations, though, to the people that want to believe that you did something. You want to assume that you did something to be here and punished. You're doing exactly what evil wants you to do. Evil couldn't, they're just like, you couldn't do any better. You're doing exactly what we want. Congratulations to you, human slaves, for believing without even pressure or mind control that you must deserve this. You must have did something in a past life that was bad, and this is your punishment. So on the day of your death, you're going to accept your fate because you already think you deserve this shit. You've lost before you even try to leave. Congratulations. Don't listen to channels like me. Go follow the fucking morons. Go follow the dumb channels run by freaks. You can't even tell what gender they are. Go follow them. Go follow the freaks on Instagram and TikTok and all these places that get tons of views. Reading from a screen, yeah, Chat GPT. Probably scripted it out. And she couldn't even write it herself. And that's the level people are at. And I just don't feel sorry for them at all anymore. I don't. Autistic syndrome, they used to call it. Now, people these days don't... Back in 1961, they wouldn't have called it a gift. They would have called it a disability. These days, they call it a gift. Like, you're so blessed to have a child or 2 or 3 autistic children, even the severely autistic ones that are banging their heads and have to wear helmets. What a gift. What a gift from God. They're special. It's not a disability. It's a tremendous gift, is how it's seen these days. It wasn't seen that way in 1961.
This film concerns the second year of treatment of an autistic little patient who at the age of 3 was admitted at a child psychiatric hospital. To begin with, a few scenes are shown from the first week of her stay. The behavior of the normal twin sister, who also spent a few days on the ward, was in marked contrast. In the first part of the film, we see that the patient begins to avoid more primitive behavior, such as messing about with water. This avoidance has a phobic character, but it promotes development, for at the same time her behavior becomes more mature. A few scenes are shown of the twins' 5th birthday. The patient lies in bed and cannot be got out. Our patient, José, begins to rock with the rhythm. Her twin sister continues to play. She jumps to and fro across a chalk line drawn on the floor. Only José.
It's all just the recent jabs that created this. It wasn't in the 60s. Oh, wait, there's footage of autistic children in 1961. Maybe it's God's design. Maybe you better thank your God, people that just want to blame everything else. They don't want to look to what created this realm. That's a lot of truthers. Oh, it was perfect before Big Harma. It was perfect before this. No, it wasn't. Never was here.
He shows this monotonous stereotype behavior when music sounds. Physically, the twins closely resemble each other. Blood groups and fingerprints indicate the likelihood that they are identical twins. When José handles the dominoes, she shows little interest in her environment. She is entirely absorbed in the direct sensory experience of this contact. Her sister is constantly in contact with her fellow man and gives an extrovert impression. When the nurse sings a lullaby, Slaap kindje slaap, José continues the melody. Her sister sings out of tune, but she shows already an understanding for the words, which our patient still lacks. José does not look at the singing nurse, there is no visual contact.
Ja. Ja, smaken ze lekker?
By the end of the first year of life, the autism had become apparent. At that time, the patient refused to start masticating. She has completely failed to learn this. She plays and messes with food without any clearly defined structure, whereas her sister finishes a mug of milk in the normal way. José seems to conjure the food away by smearing the milk on the table. We can suppose a deep-seated fear of biting incorporation. She destroys a dry biscuit with her thumbnail, which she sometimes also uses to tear paper. Only in this way is she capable of destruction. She cannot bite. Occasionally, José stares at a lamp, smiling. The light source would seem to be a landmark for her, which emanates reassurance. José is quicker than her sister in placing the pieces on the form board of the Terman test. When she is ready, José looks at Carrie, whereupon she resorts to her most common stereotypy, finger tapping, with the fingers held against the lips. A year later, a similar performance test is carried out, putting together a human figure from detached head, arms and legs.
Dat is toch niet aan natuurlijk, krijg jullie allebei eraan. Hè? Zo. En dan de benen. En dan de benen. Gaat Joséetje ook een poppetje maken, José? Dat is het toch niet.
Is autism a gift?
Landry hit the jackpot with Ezra.
Aww.
He did.
But my little input on here is, how do we not know it's just all an illusion? Like,
Yeah, how do we? Is this?
but my little input on here is, how do we not know it's just?
You know, I don't know, but I'm willing to call in and converse with the dude. You said you're not afraid of any man,
I
but
know.
you can call
Landry
in.
hit jackpot. I know that. Landry hit the jackpot with Ezra.
Aww.
He did.
But my little input on here is, how do we not know it's just all an illusion? Like,
Yeah, how do we? Is this real, brothers and sisters?
is
Like,
it?
what the fuck?
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good fucking question, motherfuckers.
All right, who wants the keys?
Yeah.
I don't.
Not me.
do.
I don't want
I
no
don't.
keys. I don't like.
I
to be
don't
locked
like.
up
I
that
have
much.
no time for this shit. I work and
Yeah.
I do things during the day.
I honestly don't dislike the opinion of Austin too much, but right there where he said he's not afraid of any dude. But Austin, you didn't call into Jaron and said publicly this is the same thing me and you.
There she is holding up Freemason magazine. Do you see her? Creepy creature. She's a real creep. So's Landry.
Tell them what happened after that.
Oh, this story?
About us.
This one.
To you before?
I don't care. That's not what I asked either.
Oh, you
It's
sweet
not
little
relevant.
bad boy. What does
I'm-
it matter then? Get
You
to
brought
the
it up. I would
point.
like to know what you think, why you think that anybody.
So he's coming at her. I'm just sitting here, you know, oh, this is crazy. Look at this. They're being so horribly mean. And then she pops up and I'm like, we're just immediately. But the first thing I said to her was
No,
that
it's because
opening
what
to
I
it, right?
what I got accused of, it's white guilt.
Holy shit, is that
It's because of
DJ?
our
That's
white
so
guilt.
stupid. No, we don't fucking have white guilt. That's so
Yes,
dumb.
it is DJ.
I don't have white guilt.
Here's the thing, yo. Why would I have white I'm in guilt when love. every other person around me just keeps coming and say that word, and then I still get shit for it? That gives me guilt for the other side. It's just like, hey,
look
dude,
who we
what's
have.
up, That's DJM. I'm in love.
What's up, shithead? What's up, shithead? That's the first thing I said to her.
I like DJM.
Oh, hook up.
She has an attitude. She has an attitude. She has like a sassiness about her. It's like, get the fuck away from me, bitch. Kind of
So,
thing.
do we need to talk about that with the matchmaker options here?
Oh, I don't know where we're going. Sorry. You're in charge.
Matchmake Austin.
Well, I'll pull that up.
You're in charge, ma'am.
Austin Lindsay for sure.
All respect due to you, ma'am.
That's right. Damn it. Get on your knees. I'm just kidding.
Ezra, where'd you pop up from? Are you who were you mainly a fan of before you entered the Panelverse?
Richie.
Why are you saying Andrew? There's no. Oh, I see. Andrew. Who's that?
Hold on, let me show you guys.
That's Andrew.
Andrew, who?
Andrew, Andy.
Austin Murphy looks like he's deformed. What a weirdo.
Andy.
Andy.
Oh, okay. I got you. I hear your voice now.
You're
right.
I know there's a lot of tabs up. What do
Yeah,
you
I
need?
know you have way too many
What do you
tabs.
need?
What the fuck is this?
What are you looking for?
Dude.
But tell me what you're looking for. I'll find
Close
it.
your damn tabs. Okay. Hold on, I'll show you, Tony. So, have you heard of Archaics?
She was going to start a hippie commune. That's what she came
Yeah,
from.
that's your main is Archaics.
And Flat Earth British.
Yeah, I know
Or
them.
Ledkey.
I've maybe
Yeah.
heard of Flat Earth British, but I know more of Archaics. And I just want you to claim a top. Your top person would be Archaics.
Yeah, his logo.
No, he's like, who are you a big fan of?
Oh, not a fan. That's how I got started. on
She watches
YouTube.
the Weather Channel.
Okay.
I'm not joking.
No, but his logo, I did
Hey,
that.
Tony.
Yeah.
Do you know where you are right now?
Yeah. Why
Do you know who?
asking
Do you
that?
know who Landry is?
Yeah.
Can I?
Do you know
can I
who?
ask-
Do you know who Jaren is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know who Landry is?
Yep. We went through that twice now. Yeah.
Okay.
And
So you
your-
trust Jaren's words?
I trust Jaren's words. Have you watched anything that I've said publicly? This is the same thing me and you went back and forth about. You know me at all?
I've seen you, dude. I've seen you for almost fucking 5 years at least.
Yeah. What? You think I'm bowing down to whatever Jaren says? What are you saying?
Do you trust what they did? Do you think they saw a 24-hour sun?
Me? Do I think that? Yeah. What do you think?
No.
Okay.
No
Then
video.
you're
No
in that
video.
boat.
No video. No video has been produced of a
You're still
24-hour
okay.
sun.
Backstage, Austin. Right now.
There's ones that have been clipped out. They've been clipped out.
Bullshit, Austin.
There's no 24-hour.
My only thought to that, Austin, no problem. Honestly, dude, just you as a dude, I'm totally fine with it. 100%, dude, I'm fine. But you would not call in to Jaren. He doesn't do his show anymore. But you
I would.
call in
I would
and say
talk
that
to him.
me.
I would talk to him to his face. I'm not afraid of any
Call him
man.
right now.
You didn't.
Uh-oh.
You did not. Call
I'm not
in
afraid
to
of
the
any
corner, though, and say
man.
that.
Tony, I'm not afraid of any man. I'll talk to
I'll
the
call
president.
Jared right now,
But
Austin.
I'm just saying, you did not call in to speak
I don't
his
give a
corner.
fuck,
at
dude.
least-
I don't give a
I
fuck.
still
I'll talk to any
conversed
man.
with him, and I would not converse with him and say, "Hey, dude, you did not see that." I wouldn't say that. I don't know what you think, but I would not say that.
I don't
That's where
think
I
they
sit with it.
stayed up for 24 hours. I don't think they stayed up for 24 hours to observe it. I saw
Austin's a
their
fearless
energy
drunk.
I saw
He's
their
fearless.
energy after it. They had full energy. I know what it's like doing 24-hour shifts, being in the military. They did not have any signs of anyone that just stayed awake for that many hours or anything like that. The whole entire
Yeah,
fucking thing is
sure.
skeptical, bro. When I look at it from the beginning to the fucking end, and how they refuse to show fucking passports and everything, bro.
I
And
can't be sitting here defending it to you, but
Look at this. Landry came along and kicked me off the show. He's a coward. Absolute coward.
I can at least defend the fact that I called into his show and said, I talked to him. If I really did think what you thought right there, I would say it to him. I didn't think that exactly. I think I'm taking him at his word that he says that he saw it, which that says that they saw it. I'll take him at that word, but past that, how far am I really taking it? I don't know, but I'm willing to call in and converse with the dude. You said you're not afraid of any man,
I
but you
know
can call
Landry
in.
hit jackpot. I know that. Landry hit the jackpot with Ezra.
Aww.
He did.
But my little input on here is, how do we not know it's just all an illusion? Like,
Yeah, how do we is this real, brothers and sisters?
is
Like, what the
it?
fuck?
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good fucking question, motherfuckers.
All right, who wants the keys?
Yeah.
I don't.
Not me. I don't want no
I don't.
keys. I don't like
I
when you
don't
give
like.
stuff
I
away
have
much.
no time for this shit. I work and
Yeah.
I do things during the day.
Yeah, you work, really. This is the level most people are at. Unfortunately. This is the level most people are at in this realm.
Honestly don't dislike the opinion of Austin too much, but right there where he said he's not afraid of any dude, but Austin, you didn't call into Jaron and say that to him. He had
didn't,
a
Austin.
bunch of calling
I don't.
shows.
I mean, okay.
But here,
I
this
called
is
in.
Yeah, I have a video.
I said my thoughts on
Take a
stuff.
I get to step in. We're gonna take a break. Oh, we just lost all of King Steven's sock accounts in the live here.
King Steven's all right too. I'm okay with that guy.
I don't have any sock accounts. Anyway, Tony said that I'm all right. I don't know who Tony is. Apparently, I'm famous in the Panelverse. I'm not part of your Panelverse. I don't have any sock accounts there. So again, you're lying about me.
Oh, we just lost all of King Steven's sock accounts in the live here.
King Steven's all right too. I'm okay with that guy's opinion as well.
Tony, are you Polish?
Dude,
Am
he's
I
an
what?
interesting
Polish?
one though, because he sticks
an
to his
insult?
beliefs. Like he doesn't
No.
bullshit.
No, I know. I don't take it as an insult, but no, I
definitely
guess I'm
bullshit.
Italian.
I mean,
and,
he
Czech.
sticks to him. He sticks to what he
Italian.
knows, bro. He sticks to what he knows. I
All
can't
right.
take that away from the man.
All right, boys. I want you all to
He's about to make everybody else leave.
Exactly. So I just all you want to take a minute and just remember it's all an illusion. All right.
What is? I want to talk about it on
Praise
this
be.
server.
Praise be.
How do I share this?
Okay, I can.
Oh
help
wait.
you. You got to stop sharing that one first.
Oh shit. I almost
Hashtag
removed that.
brothers and sisters.
So go to add a stage. Yep, 3 dots. Nope, 3 dots. Yep. Stop screen. Yep. There we go. Present.
Are losers and demons going to lead you anywhere good? Or are they going to lead you right back here again? What do you think? Where will following losers and demons lead you? Where will they lead you? Will they lead you right back here again? Do you want to do this again and again and again and again and again until your spirit is degraded and eaten up? It's your choice.
Losers.
Piss ants.
cockroaches, dirty little peasants and zombies. Demons! Losers. 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 Losers! Shut the fuck up and burn. 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 Burn.
Peasants.
I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Anything! Anything!
Well, here we are again. Another teacher caught going too far with her students, and the sentence on this one is a shocker.
In court Tuesday to learn her fate after pleading guilty to multiple crimes.
I am disturbed by the harm and distress along with the trauma that you have to endure. I'm deeply sorry that this has caused confusion, pain, and anger, and that you have to live with this the rest of your lives.
Before we hear how long she's going away for, let's get some details on what she did.
A boy told investigators Crocker is a heavy drinker and that he was 12 when she forced herself onto him. Another victim said she sexually assaulted him in a parking lot.
One victim was at Crocker's house for a sleepover with friends when he woke up to her, naked, on top of him. Later that day, officials say the victim told his parents he and Crocker had had sex and that it was not consensual.
She couldn't help herself. She was juggling all of these boys at the same time.
She sought out children, she used children, and she took advantage of children.
Crocker, a mother of 4 herself, pleading for a lighter sentence.
I hate that they end up dragging their families down with them. Just devastating for the kids.
I'm asking for mercy and compassion, even though I understand the seriousness.
The judge ultimately handing down 51 and a half years of incarceration.
Holy shit. She will be in her 80s when she gets out. Unbelievable. This teacher, by comparison, got off quite easy.
I'm going to order that Ms. Bergman be incarcerated in the Wisconsin State Prison System for 6 years.
An elementary school teacher is headed to prison for the next 6 years. This is the moment when a judge handed down the sentence to Madison Bergman, who admitted to having an inappropriate relationship with an 11-year-old student.
Ms. Bergman, you're going to have to calm down for a minute.
She was actually planning her wedding when she was arrested. It was to take place in 3 months.
This Teacher of the Year out of San Diego got a whopping 30 years.
I ripped away their childhoods. Instead of following the path of what a teacher should be, I let my selfishness override the boy's best interests. I'm so sorry.
And this teacher was shocked at her sentence, but really should be thankful for the low number she got.
There's no excuse for what I did, and I will not try to offer one. I crossed a boundary that never should have been crossed.
Nutley looked startled when the judge lashed out at her for not showing enough remorse.
What I was looking for was for you to say that you acknowledge the harm and pretty much ruined the rest of his high school career. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it.
In this situation, I believe that the proper sentence is 3 years in prison on count 1, 3 years on count 5 to be served at the same time, for an aggregate sentence of 3 years in prison.
And Emily Nutley seemed a bit surprised by that sentence. She was immediately placed in handcuffs and escorted out of the courtroom.
Monsters, losers. Monsters, losers. Monsters, losers. Monsters, losers. Monsters, losers. Monsters, losers. Monsters.
Monster. This is a hell realm.
This is a hell realm.
A show and tell realm. Degrade and die realm.
This is hell.
Zombies roam among us.
Demons lurk
around us. Demons write the laws, open up their jaws to devour.
The innocent.
Devour.
The innocent.
Oh, this is a hell realm. Monster. Monster Earth, death and birth in reverse. Consume, devour.
I have Tim Amon with me, and he was a hard rock and roll musician. He was in the entertainment business industry for 35 years, but he overdosed and died, saw hell. He saw famous musicians in hell. He also saw heaven, which I find very interesting because I'm now talking to a lot of people who had a hell experience, but then saw heaven. He heard angelic music. I mean, there is so much to his story. Okay, Tim, take me back to the beginning.
Well, I was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, middle-class family, inner city. So I kind of grew up fast on the streets, was in the music business very early, knew a lot of top musicians at that time. Well, just for an example, David Bowie came to my 16th birthday party. And so I was hanging out with that kind of crowd. And of course, all the drugs and that, which was about $500 a day for 30 years. And yeah, it was a lifestyle that had nothing to do with God. I didn't believe in Jesus, didn't believe in heaven, didn't believe in hell. You know, I mean, I had, you know, it was all a big facade, which the rock and roll business is. I mean, you see these 3-minute clips, but these people are like really hurting. You know, it's just that big facade of this glory or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, but did you think like the rock and roll musicians, and you had met so many, I mean, Did you think that, wow, I want to have a life like them?
Yeah, that was my aspiration then, of course. So, I started playing around town, and then by the time I was like 17, and then I got offers on the road, and went on the road and was on the road all the time. And yeah, in the meantime, I was living with some girl, and we had two children, which wasn't a good situation because of it was, all the violence and drugs and all that. And I mean, yeah, if you're involved in, all that, and you have all that physical violence, I just want to say, you got to get out of it, because there's no cure for that except Jesus. He's the only one that can cure that problem. So, but anyway, yeah, just living that whole crazy lifestyle, and the whole thing, new cars every year, and houses and boats and limos and everything else. And it's all about all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, and then one day on that September 1st, 2000, that's the day where I went upstairs to shoot another speedball, they call it, heroin and coke. And I just blacked. Everything went black. And it wasn't just darkness, it was an atmosphere, which was I knew something was going on. I mean, and then I just like fell through the bed. It felt like I fell backwards into the bed. I heard the thump, but I didn't feel anything. And then I just felt like I was going downward and downward and downward. Then all of a sudden I was like in this place, and it was sheer horror, and I could hear screams and
Does that look beautiful to you demons that are lurking? What do you think? It's going to be worse than this. It's going to be much worse than this. You would wish it was like this.
and yeah, just saw some demons there. Now, this is all stuff I never really believed in. I didn't believe in heaven, hell, any kind of angelic or demonic entities or anything like that. And yeah, so I was there, and then so I realized, hey, I'm in hell. Everybody told me about this place, but I never believed any of them. And then I could see these demons coming for me. They had these chains, and the chains just like dragging on the ground, and you could hear them coming closer and closer. And that sound stuck in my ears for like 10 years. I couldn't get that out of my ears. And then yeah, and then I saw them, and they were like horrible, grotesque creatures. They look like the ones I saw at this time. They looked like melted wax, their faces and stuff. Just black and brown, and yeah, it looks like their faces have been melted. But I think, on that subject there, I didn't really know anything about God or anything at that point. But it says that he went into hell for those days, and I think when he showed his glory on the third day, that he just melted all those demons. I mean, their faces and all that. I mean, as he arose, ascended. But yeah, it's a place you don't want to be. None of your friends or your enemies or anybody. It's a terrible place.
Now, did they get the chains on you?
No, they didn't. I was. They were coming. Okay, they were on my right side coming in with the chains, and then I saw stacks of body on the left side, and it was like the gate of hell, because I wasn't inside of this gate. I was outside of it still. And yeah, the gate itself was like blown, like inward, like hanging on its hinges. And yeah, and then from there you could see little fires and that, and screaming, and then I heard people screaming my name, which really, like, I was like, well, I've really been betrayed here, because in the rock business, everybody always said, oh, this is a party place, and all this nonsense, there's no party in there. I mean, it's sheer horror, torture, and yes, things you couldn't even explain.
Now, did you see anyone at that point, or hear anyone that you knew, or were famous?
Yeah, I'm not going to say any names, but I could feel like them trying to grab me, like their fingers and that. I mean, just trying to grab me in that. It was really creepy. I mean, you couldn't even. There's not a horror show that could even imagine the horror that's there. And yeah.
Now, did you see those? Did you see them, or just hear them, or both of the various ones that were well known? And were they well known during that period of time, or were they known for decades? I'm just curious, the well-known rock musicians you saw or heard.
They were have already passed away. So they were probably famous during the 70s and the 80s and 90s, I would say.
But they were collectively trying to get you in there, and were they doing it with the demons?
Yeah, there were several of them that were like trying to, I could feel their little bony hands and trying to pull me in. But I think, it's a place of torture. I mean, they were tortured too. I mean, as far as I could tell, I saw a quick view of these pits, and the skin of people were just like burned off, and then it would reappear. And like there's these worms and that, and I mean, the screams were, I mean, you couldn't even imagine how death defying the screams and all that were. I mean, there was no life there, It's like voices without life, if that's possible. And that there's nothing good there. It's total evil, total. Yeah, every bad thing. There's not one good thing there, not one.
Now, there was something, Tim, that I had heard you say us on, and read, that at first, when you were having this encounter in 2000, that you at first heard angelic voices at first?
Yeah, that day as I was around the house, and that had an old Victorian house, and then I had it all fixed up, and then of course the drug addiction, and by that time, I mean, it was as bad as I was. I mean, all the polished floors and all that were just all stained, and everything was decayed, just like my soul. But yeah, that whole day, I've been in music studios all over the world, and I've heard every kind of sound, or most of the sounds. But yeah, there's a sound there I could not capture. I mean, the whole day is an angelic sound, and I didn't know where it's coming from, but I could hear it clear as crystal. I couldn't even describe if it was instruments or. Yeah, it was just something beyond this world.
It was Jesus calling you, druggie. He's got the druggie mouth. His body's all over the place. He can't sit still. He's all over the place. It was Jesus calling you. Come here, my son. Come here. This is Jesus. I'm on the throne in hell. This is Jesus. Come here, my druggy son. Come here, you drug loser. Come here. You can be a rock star in hell. Come here. Come here. Come with me. Come with me.
That's why, I didn't know where it's coming from, but I could hear it clear as crystal. I couldn't even describe if it was instruments or, yeah, it was just something beyond this world. That's why, the worship in that of this world isn't anything like what's up there. And that, yeah, it's some beautiful stuff. Beautiful.
So I'm just really wondering, because I know your mom prayed for your salvation, and I'm wondering, there was then this spiritual fight, because first you hear of heaven, really, angels, but then all of a sudden, how did that stop when all of a sudden you were having this hell encounter?
Well, everything stopped when I fell on that bed after I injected the heroin and the coke.
So then, what happened when they were trying to get you through that gate?
Well, the next thing that happened, besides the things I just said that was around, the stacks of bodies and all of that, a bright light appeared, and it was come from above. And inside of the light, you could see an outline of a man in that, and you just know. I mean, just like I knew it was hell, I knew that was Jesus. I mean, there's no introduction needed in this realm in that. So I just like went right into him. Is he saved me. He just pulled me right into him. I can't say if he pulled me or, I mean, like the next thing I knew, I was in him. And, I could see what he was seeing. I could hear what he was hearing. I could taste, all the senses were like times 1,000 in this realm, good and bad. In hell, 1,000 times bad. In heaven, 1,000 times good, And 20 days after, he nonstop visited me after that. And then after that, I mean, for years, I mean, he would just show up. It was just crazy.
Okay, well, what kind of things did he tell you, Tim, though? Like when he first, did he tell you anything about your life or what your life is going to be like? And did you also see his face?
Yeah, his face is so bright that to actually like describe it would kind of be impossible to get the exactness of the brightness. Because also I've seen him with like lightning bolts around him of every color, blue, gold, and that, and just, I mean, I think that's the closest I came to full glory of seeing him. So this experience, from what I could tell, lasted 7 or 8 hours. And he just told me good things, like, how much he loves me. And, I've been calling you since you were born. And then all these crazy moments that, like he saved me from bikers. I would start fights with bikers and, just nonsense stuff, which I should have been dead every night. And, the car wrecks, there was 12 car wrecks, little 2-seater, sports cars. And they were, just like wrapped, into telephone poles and off of bridges. I mean, just crazy. And I never got hurt. And so he reminded me of all that, but he reminded me of it in love. Like, I'm the one that did all that for you. Because, I was thinking, oh man, I'm pretty cool. I can, do all this, which is so stupid, And so, yeah, it was all him. It was all him. Always love. Always love. All my life, I mean, had a protection around me. And he just explained, a little bit about who he is, that he is love, And that was something I looked for,
All you need is love, love. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. All you have to do is believe these idiots. That's all you have to do. You know how easy it is? I'll give you the secret, everyone, the lurkers here. Shut off your mind. Shut off all of your critical thinking faculties, if you have any left at all. Some of you don't. You're zombified. You're foobar. You're fucked. This is to my own audience tuned in that are lurking. Some of you are foobar. You can't think for yourself. But if you have any left, just shut it off, follow these idiots, and go straight to hell. That's all you have to do, because you're going to get misled by a fake Jesus or a fake whatever. And most of you in this realm are too fucking stupid, and you don't listen and pay attention and learn something in life. You'll sit there and go, well, I'm not learning anything. I'm showing you so many things and trying to get you to think, but to get a human to think at this point in time is mission impossible, essentially. Most of you on earth can't think. You can only follow. That's all you can do. You can't think. You can only follow. You're just a bunch of fucking retards. You're foobar. You're as dumb as this guy that completely burned out his brains on drugs for decades. And this is the level people are at on YouTube. I see this all the time. Absolute fucking retards.
In the world, with the women and the drugs and material stuff and everything else, but never found it until I found him. And then it was just like, well, I mean, what do you say when love comes to you? I mean, you just say, yeah,
You just shift around. When love comes to you like that, you shift around, shift your jaw around side to side, and think that you have it all figured out. You thought you had it figured out before. You thought you were cool as a rock star with all the money and drugs and just fucking yourself up and living in a pigsty. And now again, you have it all figured out. What can you say? Well, what you do is shift your jaw side to side like a drug addict and wiggle around in your seat like you're doing a pee dance. Congratulations, you're a genius. You're a genius. You're a genius. Except you're going straight back to hell or you're getting recycled here. Congratulations, dummy.
That he is love, and that was something I looked for, in the world, with the women and the drugs and material stuff and everything.
That was something I look forward to, with the women and the drugs and the material stuff. And I'm a fucking bloody genius. I got it all figured out because I saw Jesus. What a realm of retards! A realm of retards.
Everything else, but never found it until I found him. And then it was just like, well, I mean, what do you say when love comes to you? I mean, you just say, yeah, I mean, jeez. I mean, I might be dumb, but I ain't that dumb.
Well, Tim, wait, there's a lot more to your story, and we're going to get to it. And they're also going to be doing a movie on your. I can't wait to see it. And but thank you everyone for subscribing and for also supporting my channel now. And we're going to get to, Tim, some things that you saw in heaven, and even an encounter that a famous rock musician had when the power of God was operating through you. But I want to know, when you got out of hell, did you see your body down there? How did it feel going back into your body?
Well, after he was done talking to me and said, hey, I've saved you for this reason. He says, Timmy, I saved you. Now you go save my children. And that was the command, the only command that he gave me at this point. And it was a firm command. Everything else was like, really just beautiful love story. And then at that point, I could see my body in hell. We were still like above hell and looking at it. And then all of a sudden, the scene changed to my dead body lying on that bed. And then I'm up above the bed, and he says, move your arm. And I see my arm move, and he says, move your other arm. My other arm moves. And he said, move your leg, and my leg moves, and so on. And he says, no, get up and go. And at that point, I came into my body. And then, boom, I just jumped right off that bed. I was like, whoa, this is incredible stuff. Because I knew what happened. I mean, there's no way of turning back at that point of saying, hey, I can't believe, any of this stuff. Because once you see him and all that, I mean, there's no excuse. So, so that's how I started this whole thing.
Now you still were having like warfare, and now well before we get even to that, tell me about the 20-day encounter with the Lord. What was going on then? What was He showing you?
He was showing me different things in heaven. He was, I think he like downloaded first like the Bible in me because I never read it or anything. And then by the time I read it, which
Oh, good. He got the Bible download. Was it the King James Version, the Freemasonic King James Version? He gave you a download. Congratulations. That sounds wonderful. Downloading like your computer. Here, download this into you, bitch. Here you go, bitch.
was still another year later or whatever. I just knew this stuff. Like, wow, you already told me about all this stuff. So it was, yeah, it was quite amazing. And then, I mean, just the different revelations he was giving me in that I never heard such stuff before on all of this. And yeah, he was just pouring his love out on me. And I think one of the ways, I mean, maybe I'm just such a hardhead that he just had to show me, like, okay, you saw hell, now this is heaven. And then he showed me many places in heaven, and it's just like total beauty. I mean, the total opposite of what I saw in hell. And yeah, that was just that just what should I say? That just became my life, you know. I mean, those heaven experiences, those first couple of years, and those first
I am Jesus, druggie. I can show you anything. I can show you anything.
20 days, I mean, just incredible stuff. Because he would do it anytime he wanted to. And so it wasn't like I was trying to go to heaven or anything like that. You know, all of a sudden I would be in heaven and be like, oh my, it's crazy. I'm like, and you know, people ask me how you do it, I have no idea. You know.
Well, I mean, from what I read, it sounded amazing. Can you tell about some specifics of what you saw in?
Well, he is Jesus after all. He can do anything. He can use some technology in this sewer matrix. Here's Jesus melting with flames. He's in hell. He's bloody. This is not Jesus on the cross. This is Good Friday. This is my tribute to Jesus. He's covered in blood and flames. He's melting. This is Jesus in hell. He descended into hell. He descended into hell. Hell, as they say on YouTube. Some of these YouTubers say, when people bring it up to them saying, do you think this is a hell realm, Matt McKinley? He'll say, this isn't a hell realm. Hell realm. This isn't a hell realm. He'll say, really? Well, here's your Jesus. He can show you anything. He can show you a fake heaven and mind fuck you. And most people are too stupid. They'll just go along with it. They can't think, oh, this is a possible deception, because they can't see that they're in a realm of deceptions. They're too busy fucking themselves with drugs and everything else to even look around and say, what is this place? You can't do it. You're too stupid.
Having like angels, and I mean, yeah, they were just amazing things.
Yeah, yeah, all the different angels and the cherubim and the living creatures. And there's like waterfalls there is one of my favorite places that me and him sat for a long time, several times. And you can see the Crystal Sea from there. And yeah, it was interesting because the waterfall was like about a quarter mile, you know, long, but you couldn't hear the water. I mean, it's just incredible stuff. I mean, just the beauty of everything there. You know, everything has life, like a piece of grass has life of itself, and you know, flower or you know, a piece of dirt, anything. They all have life in itself. There's no death up there. Where hell's all death, this is all life. There's no decay. There's no. So yeah, that's one of my favorite places up on the mountain there. There's several different mountains I really enjoy up there. And
Now, did you see people you knew? Did you see animals?
I saw a couple of the prophets. Like an angel took me one time to the only street names I saw was Prophet Way and Prophet Lane, and I saw like Ezekiel's castle and stuff there, like the Davids and I guess they were the prophets, I guess. Just amazing old medieval kind of things.
The buildings are glorious in heaven. You don't have a body, but you need roads and castles and gates and all this physical material stuff, and people just can't figure it out. They just can't do it. You can't do it. Humans are so limited. They just can't do it. They'll look at this and say, of course we have to live somewhere.
Medieval, but yet brand new. I mean, it's hard to describe because something is alive and you can touch it and feel it and pick it up. But on the other hand, you can go right through it, which is, yeah, it's like it's undescribable. I mean, to put it in words on all this.
Indescribable genius. You can't even speak, but you can make money in this hell realm. You're in hell already, dummy. Hey, dumb. You're in a matrix.
But the beauty is,
do some more drugs. That'll help you think better.
Is the colors are nothing like on Earth. And that's some of the stuff I want to capture in the movie, because no one's ever put anything out as far as visual of heaven, hell. And that's what I want to catch for the movie.
Right, and also you have the book "I Met God in Hell," and we'll have that in the description. But I'm sorry, go on about the movie that you want to capture the colors and.
Yeah, heaven and hell, and more than the story, but yeah, just so people know that there is, in eternity, and you're going to end up in one of these two places. And yeah, to strive for heaven, and because it's just so beautiful. It's just wonderful. The gold streets, and then there's the trees of life against the river. There's a river that flows, and there's an embankment that goes up, and the trees of life there, and then there's the two gold streets that go down. I mean, it's just gorgeous stuff. Just gorgeous. There's a library there with, just rooms and rooms of books.
And here you are, back in Hell Realm, talking about it. Do you like this place where you are here? Do you like the place where you are here? You call hell a place of death. You're in hell. You're in a place of death. And you were just shown this. You were duped. You were deceived.
And scrolls, and just unbelievable stuff.
Now, did you see the Book of Life?
Yes. He showed me my name in it, which was so that is so cool. He just knows how to touch your heart,
What did it look like? I mean, was it gigantic? What did the Book of Life look like?
It's hard to say if it was, or I think it was, but it's hard to get a definition at times of what you're seeing. Like if when you're in the throne room and that, I've been there several times, and every time's a different look, you notice something over there that you never saw before, and so.
It's like with this whole encounter, you changed so amazingly, but have seen the power of God do unbelievable miracles, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. But did you see any people that you knew in heaven?
Well, the only person that said anything was Paul. He was teaching in this park with a group of people, and he looked at me and he pointed his finger and said, "Go," which I knew what he meant, And that was the only one that I really, I can't say that I saw anyone else that I knew in heaven.
Right, and he saw you.
Exactly. So I can't prophesy that there's more people in hell than in heaven, but as far as what I've seen, that's what I saw, And I don't want to prophesy that at all. You were asking me about my mom a little earlier. I think that's an important theme on the book. The first book, I May God in Hell, was the prayers of a mother, over her children are very powerful in that. And those prayers are before the throne, because my mother didn't get to see this change of life and all that. And I knew she really wanted it and all that. So like in, what was it, 2004, somewhere around there, maybe 2005, I was playing a Christian gig at, one of the old Eastern, like Gothic churches, all the stained glass and, all that. And so I was up on stage and I'm playing, like my solo time came. And then all of a sudden I noticed there's this wind like blowing in my hair. And I'm looking around, there's no wind blowing on anybody except for me. And then I look up and I see my mom and Jesus in back of her with his hands on her shoulders, and they're both just like smiling, So I think that Jesus gave my mom that opportunity to look through that portal and to see that, hey, your prayers worked.
Wow. So it's like you had a glimpse of heaven with Jesus and your mom, and then her seeing. Very, very interesting. And when I think of the power of prayer, because it wasn't looking good with you for a long time, and then so many people could have given up, like, forget it, I'm not praying for them anymore. But I want to know, were you instantly delivered of drugs, or did it take a few years after the hell encounter?
Well, I kept going back to it, and then one day it just bang, it left. And which is impossible because, heroin and all that. You would go into a massive, especially, doing the quantities that I was, not dying every day was a miracle. But yeah, you would have a serious detox for a long time. But yeah, it just left one day, and that was it. Never to look back on again. So that was beautiful.
Now, how did the Lord change you? Like, because I know that you felt like, before, like there was this anger and violence, like even towards your ex-girlfriend. How did he change you in personality and all of that?
Yeah, all of that. Well, the other thing then, the drug thing, I had track marks, needle marks all over my body. It was just total needle marks and all, and they disappeared that day when he took it away. Every single, just incredible. And yeah, what happened, what else was the deep-seated hatred and jealousy and rage and anger, with women or with whatever, I think it, came from like low self-esteem, because most rock stars or most people don't have no self-esteem in this business. It's all, just a facade is all it is. And yeah, he just took all that stuff away from me, all the rage and all the craziness, of that lifestyle. It was a crazy life. And yeah, very I think there was a spirit like destruction on me, because yeah, every night I try to, do something crazier than the night before, and it's just.
So when I was 14, I had just been diagnosed with leukemia. I had just spent, this was late October, early November of 2001. So you can do the math and figure out how old I am. But I was 14, and I had just gotten out of the hospital after having spent almost 10 weeks in the hospital after my first experiences with chemo and leukemia and all that great stuff and infections and yada, yada, yada. So on this particular day, it was about 3 days after I'd gotten released from the hospital. We had just found out that my spine, 3 of my lumbar vertebrae had collapsed. So the bones of the vertebrae had gotten stress fractures because of not moving, because of medications, and so they collapsed. So that was giving me a lot of back pain. And the fix for that was to get a back brace fitted for myself and to wear that for a few months until my spine, those bones, healed back together. Now, that morning, I had not eaten anything. I was with my dad and my little brother, who was 4 at the time. And I had just gotten a lot of blood work taken. And so, in the early afternoon, probably around 11, 12, we went to get my back brace fitted. And we walk into the little building. The guy was really nice. My dad and him started hitting it off, talking, about music and stuff. My dad's a musician, so talking about music. And I started feeling a little fuzzy, a little dizzy. And what I had to do is I just had to hold on to these kind of like parallel bars. Let's just stand there. And he just had to take this mold of my torso so that he could then he could send it off and they could fit the back brace for my actual dimensions. Not a mold, it was more like measurements and like a weird mold. So I'm just standing there. As I'm standing there, I'm just starting to get fuzzier and fuzzier, dizzier and dizzier. And I'd had this problem previously because I'd passed out a few times. My blood counts were really low in the hospital. So a few, 2 months prior. And so getting fuzzier. I'm just kind of, praying and talking to myself in my head, like, you're okay. You just gotta keep, just stand up, hold yourself up. So we get finished with everything. My dad and the tech, they're just kind of chit-chatting. We begin to walk out of the building. I'm leading the way because I really need to get to the car. By that time, I'm really getting fuzzy. Like, my vision is narrowing. I'm feeling the tingles everywhere in my body. I am just getting really, really, really dizzy. And so my dad is at the entrance, just still of the building, just kind of talking and joking with this guy. And my brother is holding my dad's hand, and I'm probably about 40, 50 yards, 50 meters ahead of them. So about half a football field. I get to my dad's truck and I sit on the lip of the truck, not the truck bed, but the lip of the truck. And I just rest my elbows on my elbows, and I start staring at the ground, and I'm getting fuzzier, and my vision is narrowing and narrowing and narrowing. And I look up to my left where my dad is, probably about 20, 30 meters away from me. And he can see, obviously, something's wrong. And he goes, "Zach, what's the matter?" And all I could say was, "I'm gonna pass." And everything went black. And not only did everything go black, but simultaneously, I ended up in this tunnel of luminescent, white, golden, silvery light. And I saw this black, shadowy figure that looked like it was wearing a trench coat, probably about 20 meters away from me. And all I could do was look around and felt this inner penetrating peace and love all around me and moving all the way through me. it was so magnificent and beautiful. I just was like, after the last 2.5 months, I could take a breath and just be. But after kind of trying to take in this wonder, this magnificence, this magic, this love that was moving through and around me, I've refocused on that black shadowy figure, and I could not make out a face. But for whatever reason, I had this really strong feeling that it was my grandpa who had died 7 years previously. And to be honest with you, I can't remember a conversation other than this impression that this figure that I deemed my grandpa was telling me that everything was going to be okay. And that sounds so freaking cliche. It does, it sounds so cliche. But it was not only that I was going to make it through all the cancer treatment, the chemo, all that stuff, but everything was going to be okay. And it was almost like we had this inaudible conversation that I just can't really remember, other than him communicating with me that all is well. No, everything is okay. Everything is good. And so after what seemed like an eternity of just existing in this space of beauty, of magic, of eternal love, I wasn't told I had to go back. I wasn't told I could stay. All that happened was immediately I got sucked out and everything went black again. And then I started hearing voices. But I wasn't yet in my body, if that makes sense. I was in like a tunnel that was connected to my body somehow. Like a black tunnel. And don't take black as a negative. It was just like a tunnel that I interpreted as black or emptiness, connected to my body, and I could hear, "Zach, wake up! Zach, wake up! Zach, wake up!" And I heard another voice, "Is he okay? Do you want me to call somebody? Do you need me to call 911? Is he okay? Zach, wake up! Zach, wake up! What do you need me to do? Zach, wake up!" And then the tingles started to set in again, and I felt like I re-inhabited my body. And I couldn't open my eyes just yet, but I said, I'm okay. I just can't open my eyes just yet. And it was my dad's voice and another unknown voice that I didn't know who this person was, who was asking if they needed to do anything. So eventually the sensation, my nervous system came back online, and I was able to open my eyes probably within like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And my dad was, frantic, freaked out. My little brother, Jake, he's just probably terrified at 4 years old. Like, oh my God, my brother has been in the hospital for 2.5 months. Now he's just laying there, look like he's dead. You can only imagine the trauma and PTSD that he experiences, all my family members experience. But, so I woke up and, kind of got moving, got up. I was sitting there for a little while, got up, got into the truck, was kind of feeling just really weak, but okay. And went and got some food, which was McDonald's, unfortunately. Never again. I was 14. I didn't know any better. But went and got McDonald's, felt better. But on the drive, I just had this feeling like I needed to tell my dad, because that my grandpa was his father. And I needed to tell him that I had seen, or at least I thought I had seen Grandpa. So I said, Dad, when I went out, I ended up in this tunnel of light, of like really beautiful light. And I think I saw Grandpa there. He was there. And my dad got a little panicked, as he should. His son's going through cancer treatment, chemotherapy, all these medications and all that, potentially die, could die. And then
Cancer exists because this place is so good and God is so good. Can you piece that together? This kid, well, he's grown up now. Cancer's a good thing. Chemo, leukemia, obviously, because what you saw felt good. Okay? Genius? Leukemia must be good. Look at this genius on the screen. He's trying to think. He's trying to force himself to think. His face is getting scrunched up. His brows are furrowing. His eyes are going crazy. He's gritting his teeth, going, I'm trying, Stephen. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand my experience. How does it match up with having leukemia? Come on, genius. You can do it. You can do it, human. You can do it. You can do it. I'll help you. I've been trying to help you creatures in this realm for a lifetime, and you just can't see it, can you? You just can't do it. You could be in a fucking torture chamber and you just say, well, I felt good for one moment, so there must be a good God. You fucking idiots. I'm sorry, but what the hell is wrong with most of you? What is wrong with you? You can have leukemia and you have one good moment of it's so easy to deceive you. It's almost unbelievable. It's maddening, but it's almost unbelievable that humans, you can have one good moment in a lifetime, and that's all it takes to fool you. I mean, fuck. These entities, I don't know if they expel waste like humans do, but if they do, they must be pissing themselves, laughing, thinking, how could it be this easy? We could torture these fucking idiots, and they will still. All we have to do is show them a visage of their grandfather. And it isn't the grandfather, and they immediately believe it. You can't get through to humans. It's just impossible. They're like this. Most of them are like this, or they're dumber than this. Oh, man.
And he's in this tunnel of white light, I'm sure he'd be super panicked. So his eyes kind of like, oh, do you say anything?
These entities must just be like, you know what? We'll give them 1/2 second of pleasure, and we could give them fucking leukemia as a child, and they'll just worship. They just love it. They'll worship God and say, oh, you know what? I was in this. You won't believe this. I've suffered for my whole life with disease, but I was in this light that felt good. That means this place must be good. This place has to be good. It has to be.
Anything? What did he say? I said, he didn't tell me.
You know what I would say to this guy if he came to my channel? One of my first questions would be, well, I would get the pleasantries out of the way and say hello, all that sort of stuff. But I would say, why do you think leukemia exists? And it would probably make him pause, and he would probably say something like, I never thought of that before. I never thought to ask, why does leukemia even exist? They don't think. I'm telling you, they go there through their lifetime, and then the baby truthers come along and go, they're NPCs. They're all NPCs. No one's alive. No one's real. No, I think they're biological beings. I do think they're living. I don't think they're fucking robots. I don't think this is a video game. I don't think they're NPCs. I don't believe in any of the baby truther shit. But there is something different spiritually about you beings. You can't think. You just can't do it. You can't do it. You just a bunch of short bus riders that need crash helmets put on. This guy needs to be fitted for a crash helmet. He's going to hurt himself trying to think. He's going to end up hurting himself or bumping his teeth into something and knocking some of those big teeth out. That's what's going to happen to him because he's trying to think and he can't do it. He's trying. Look at this. Look at the strain on his face. It's almost like he's constipated, but he's intellectually constipated. He's like, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to force myself to think. And he just can't do it. He can't do it.
Could die. And then he's in this tunnel of white light, like, I'm sure he'd be super panicked. So his eyes.
So this guy has teeth almost like that Mel chick from Scum Covered Love podcast. If they tried to kiss and their teeth banged into each other, that it would end this matrix. I mean, these huge teeth crashing into each other would destroy all of this.
Kind of like, oh, did he say anything? What did he say? I said, he didn't tell me really anything other than that all was well, like that everything was okay.
Grandpa gave you a profound message. Kid, you've got leukemia. All is well. Go back and suffer more. All is well. You're doing fine. Leukemia is teaching you something, you stupid dumbass.
That's all I can really remember. Son's going through, cancer treatment, chemotherapy, all these medications and all that. Potentially die, could die. And then he's in this tunnel of white light, like, I'm sure he'd be super panicked. So his eyes kind of like, oh, did he say anything? What did he say? I said, he didn't tell me really anything other than that all was well, like that everything was okay.
Grandpa looked creepy, Dad. He looked really creepy. He looked like some dark shadow figure, but he said all is well, so it must be, because we're that stupid and gullible. We're just dummies. We're just fucking idiots in this hell realm system, and we think we're in a good place because Grandpa said all is well, or what looked like Grandpa. I'm just assuming it must have been Grandpa. It couldn't have been an entity. It couldn't have been an imposter. It couldn't have been some technology used on me. There's no way. That had to have been Grandpa. He was waiting for me that moment. For all the years that he's been dead, he was right there. He was just waiting for me.
That's all I can really remember. And I said, but he was wearing a trench coat.
He was wearing a trench coat. Look at the confusion on his face. This is funny to me because I know I can't help these beings. See, years ago, I used to get very, I don't know if I'd say upset, but I almost took it personally as a mission that I needed to try to help these fucking creatures, try to help these zombies, but I can't do it. I don't think anyone can reach them. As I've said, I think it's mission impossible with almost every being on this earth. They're at this level or lower. They're at his level of straining to think or lower. Looks like somebody came backstage. Oh, who's here? Who's come to visit us? Hold on a second, everyone. We have a visitor. I'm not sure who it is. Any guesses? Hello, is this Nolan?
No, Regina.
Oh, hi, Regina. What are you doing?
I'm just here talking to you.
Uh-huh. Wait a second, it must be morning where you are.
Yeah.
Did you stay up all night?
No, I went to bed.
Okay. What's on your mind tonight?
Life.
Or this morning?
Life.
Life is on your mind?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on life?
Depressing.
Why do you find it depressing?
Because I just find it sad.
You find life itself sad?
Yeah.
Your life or life in
Everyone's
general?
life. Everyone's
Everyone's
life.
life. Really?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think when I'm laughing on my show? Do you think that I'm enjoying myself, or
I think you're enjoying yourself.
you think laughter's okay?
Yeah.
Do you sometimes laugh?
Yeah, I laugh.
Wasn't there a teacher that made you laugh that was saying silly things?
Kind of, but he was kind of shouty at me a bit.
Oh, shouty. How's your stepdad doing?
He's good.
Has he figured out what madness is yet, or is he still
No, he
confused?
hasn't figured it out, but like it wasn't
Okay.
just that. I mean, like I also had like this weird dream with you and my parents.
Oh. A weird dream with me and your parents.
Yeah.
What was that about?
I know it's gonna sound crazy, but you're probably gonna think that this is sounding weird. This sounds like a bit like Rapunzel, that Grimm story, but instead of it being about Rapunzel, it was basically about me, Regina, and my mum being pregnant with me.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, my parents were living where you were, but they were neighbors.
They were my neighbor?
They were your neighbors, and they were living where you are.
Oh. Interesting.
That it was basically you basically nabbed me as a baby and locked me up in a house.
What?
You basically nabbed me as a baby and locked me up in a house.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Huh. That's what I did with Salty Siren. Except not as a baby. She's a grown woman.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I find it kind of weird.
Why are you having all these crazy dreams?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I talk to myself when you're not streaming. Sometimes I talk to you from a distance from the other side of the ball and pretend you're there.
You talk to me through the wall.
Yeah, I pretend you're like my imaginary friend.
Oh. I see. When did you find my YouTube channel?
Before I was watching Tony Sayers, and then I found you through there.
Oh, okay.
I found him really boring.
Well, I was covering Tony Sayers earlier tonight. Did you hear the Moob song that I wrote for him?
Yeah, I did, but I can't stand his voice. I can't stand the way he talks about his personal life. It's so boring.
Yeah. He is a boring person.
I mean, like, it even sounded like one time he was mentioning about you. Like, I remember one time watching this video and he was saying, and then I meet this guy who's Canadian, and I know what's going on in Canada, I'm all for Canadian peoples, but I'm like, can you turn down the music? Your vibration is annoying me. And he's like, okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about you, and apparently he claims that you were actually living in his flat at the time.
No, I was never living in his flat.
I know, I just thought it was you at the time. I know it's not because it was a Canadian.
Oh, okay. Well, I was in his live stream chat earlier, and he was live earlier today. And I said a couple things as El Diablo, logged in as my El Diablo account, and he said something like, "Hi, Steven," and this. So he kind of knows that he definitely watches my channel, because otherwise he wouldn't know my name. I've never said it over there.
Yeah.
He,
I really find him boring.
he might be watching right now, eating some mushy peas and fish and chips or something.
He looks ugly.
You think he's ugly?
Yeah, he's not even that handsome.
Do you think Salty Siren is pretty? She's in the
Yeah,
chat.
she's pretty. I mean, Tony says that shit corpse has covered someone called the Oracle Gal.
The Oracle. What was that about the Oracle?
The Oracle Gal.
The Oracle Gal.
Not gown, gal.
Gal.
Yeah,
Did you
she's an
study
orc.
Merlin? Did you study that whole Merlin story?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you think that might have actually happened, Merlin?
probably, but I just think that Bex might be the reincarnation of Morgana.
Oh. I'm gonna have to Google that Morgana. See if it's.
Because Morgana and Merlin didn't get on.
It's been a while since Bex has been here. Did you see episodes where she used to be here live?
Yeah, I don't like her.
I don't like her either.
Yeah. She just reminds me the vibe of her.
I don't think anyone on my channel really liked Bex.
No, I never liked her.
Whenever she does a live stream, she removes her live stream. She
doesn't
makes them
even do
private.
live streams now, they're just all shorts.
Yeah. Did you ever go to her live streams when she did them?
No, I kind of just watched and listened, and then I just kind of like, kind of wasn't interested.
Yeah. Do you think she smokes too many cigarettes?
Probably, but I think she definitely is the reincarnation of that bitch.
She might be.
I mean, that woman really hated Merlin.
Yes.
She envied him because, like, she was like, I want to be an apprentice. Why won't you teach me where you get your practices from?
Yes, I think Bex lets on that there is no reincarnation.
Yeah, what's weird is that the movie I saw about, it was about Merlin and King Arthur, that Morgana had went off with King Arthur's son.
Oh.
She went off with him and basically took his son away, and that was weird though.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's a very dark movie.
I almost forgot that I posted the link for people to join. I don't think I pinned the link, did I?
You did.
Oh, I did?
Sometimes you forget.
Yeah. I do forget sometimes. How's your cat doing?
Good.
How's your dog?
Good.
How's your parents doing?
They're good.
That's good. Have you seen that crazy therapist lately?
No, I haven't seen her lately. I usually see her every Wednesday.
Oh. Interesting. Every Wednesday.
I would love to meet you in person, like, one day.
Oh, really? Why would you like to meet me in person?
Honest to talk to you.
Is there a particular topic you want to talk about or ask me about?
Yeah. I mean, I do want to ask you about a topic, but I'm just saying if you wanted to meet me in person one day, you would have to come to the UK.
Yeah. You don't plan on traveling the world?
I don't feel like it at the moment.
Do you do much travel or do you just stay home usually?
Yeah, just stay home. Usually.
So you found Tony Sayers' channel. Is that because you were interested in reincarnation and looking into what's going on here?
I guess in a way.
Or did you just stumble upon it?
My mom just stumbled upon him.
Oh, your mom did? Okay. Interesting. I've been trying to get Tony Sayers to come on my show live one-on-one, but he doesn't respond. I think it's rather rude of him not to respond to the invitations and say yes or no, I'm not interested. I'm going to share this. Just hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll show you what I'm sharing. I'm going to share the screen here showing that I'm inviting Tony Sayers again.
The shit corpse.
Hey, Tony, would you like to come on here to have a live one-on-one chat about the reincarnation soul trick topic? And he's tagged right there. I'm showing everybody live that I'm inviting him. You click on this link, it goes right to
So
his
have you
channel.
done an expose yet on the Oracle Girl?
No, I haven't. I
Oh,
don't think
she's
so.
a woman that puts entities on people and psychic attacks them from a distance.
Oh, she does?
Yeah, basically where they get like entities of a person that previously died.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
It's
that was
awful
going.
because me and my mum were nearly signed on her website and someone had to get us off it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. There's a lot of crazy.
It's a shame because she used to be really spiritual and then she got into all this weird stuff about shaving her hair. And my dad's
Is this
even been...
her?
Yeah, that's her. And my dad's even been to her house.
Oh, she's in the UK?
Yeah, there's no life in that. Looks like a man to me.
Jacqueline reflects on her journey. Yeah, why did she shave her head? I wonder if she's told anyone this.
My
Purify.
mum's friends know her. Like, they say that she used to be really spiritual and then she got into all this stuff.
Wow.
What is your take on how do we make money? How do we make it appear? How do we do it?
Well, there's so many things to say. I first want to take your first point that you made where, people are finding it hard to make money. I mean, jobs are disappearing. And of course, the path of being in charge of...
She's very manly. She doesn't seem very feminine.
We have instructions in our body, in our cells, that are ready for these times. And by these times, I mean very much from this year onwards and the events we are currently seeing in this world. And the thing is that all human beings do have these patterns, just as you were experiencing, that are tied into their identity. And until very recently in the history of humanity, we have not really had many tools for actually overcoming patterns, because we have been limited by the fact that even if we have very good tools, our identity will still be vibrating at a certain frequency. And that frequency has not been at the precise setting that it takes to actually switch into our own self-healing ability and release the patterns from the identity structure ourselves. And that's the great gift of these times. We are starting to rise in vibration because as a collectivity, we have started to so deeply desire change that we have begun to upgrade ourselves through...
This is very strange.
We have to reclaim the territory of our own source connection and re-embody the love of our own being. Then we turn up again at that new, much higher frequency, and we become wholly involved in obeying our own inner nature. And when you do that, you cut a very clean path between whatever type of dual complex that you want to name in this world, as you might think is being pitted against each other. And you are the revolution. You are what changes everything around you as you go, because you obey what is happening for you in that moment. And that can be as simple as wanting to do something for someone else, or needing to take time off for yourself, or seeing what is going on immediately in front of you in the street and stopping and saying, hey, that's not okay. I'm not having that. You need to listen to this person, or whatever it is that is coming up. And this makes you into very active interventionist characters, particularly in the nation of Australia, who stand strong and unmovable because they have all of that earth power and that time of the past when nations didn't exist. Difference did not exist even between peoples. Exist even between peoples. Difference did not exist even between peoples. Difference did not exist even between people.
I think difference always existed, and this person fears difference. They seem to want us all the same. That's a huge agenda.
Didn't exist. Difference did not exist even between peoples. Everyone was joined by a single frequency that was very much about the earth, pure love, and the ability to dream and to seed new frontiers of human existence.
If the earth is so good, lady, why does the earth devour everything? I think she seems to worship the earth.
We are all gravitating into configurations where we find new sources of authority inwardly that then help us to connect with multiple different things that we need around us to bring something new out into the world. It's just starting, and it's in its early stages, and we're on the crest of that wave, which is very difficult to put into the world, and we are still having to navigate doing half of it in the old system with all of the breaking down that's happening there, and then trying to find the way to make it work in a new way, which we have no clue about and doesn't seem to hold for very long before we have to do it another way. And nobody can get along with anybody anymore. So we go, is this even possible? But what holds is the connection that we have with our own purity. And in the end, it will flow into a space where it gathers, the bond of affection is nurtured, and then there is more foundation and solidity for something that endures. You have personal instructions, and we are all on our own mission. And it's the mission of these times to make meaning in new ways, to give it a try, and to support as many others as we can in the process, even if it's only one or two. It's like a little system of lights which is all switching on, and when it reaches a certain velocity, it will all hold together, and that's when you will see that next big jump. First comes the election, and then inevitably comes the attempt to blame someone for all the bankruptcy and all of the reasons why the system is collapsing. Maybe another assassination attempt, who knows? Someone else put in replacement, and then everybody's, even the ones who still haven't quite realized what is happening. And there is already partially a new system which is more thoroughly positive that is there in some configurations but not joined up. There are many people who have realized, just like us, for decades what's coming, and they've been trying to organize something and prepare. Some of that has worked, some of it has not. Those bits and pieces will all come up as well. And slowly a new jigsaw and a new picture will form that will be flimsy but will hold us through the times while we still attempt to join more dots together. Does that help? What's very interesting is that there is a line that goes through a part of the United States and Russia, which joins the two together. And that is perhaps the deeper reason why at least the illusion of certain conflicts have been played out across that divide. But divide is the word. There's always an attempt to part it all into factions and then you go one way or the next. It's all the same. Meanwhile, when you go back to this and keep on doing the best you can to bring more of who you are and what you believe in out of the world into the world, even if it fails and it doesn't go well, something else will come back in and take you in another direction. That's what we need to vote for.
That's a very strange black and white one eye symbol that she has for her YouTube channel. It's very odd.
There's 4 things happening in relation to a lot of countries in the world right now that I want to outline to you. The first one is that nature is increasing how it operates by resonance rather than by reason. And when that increases in the world and there is more resonance, you feel everything much more deeply and keenly. So when you see those images on the news of worn-torn places, children without parents, famine, etc., you feel that even more deeply than you've ever felt that before. You see the animals and their environments being destroyed, and the resonance in you becomes much more powerful, and then you are given the opportunity to switch into that frequency of love, where you calibrate the environment for those beings and also yourself, because you actually disconnect from the mind and the love in you begins to well up. That's how nature functions. Meanwhile, in the old order, what we have is, for example, in some of the areas of the world where the mind is really dominant, particularly right now in time-space coordinates that are held in Europe, there is a complete ideological meltdown, because all of the jurisprudence, all of the rules, and all of the legality which has held reality in place, there's no love in it. And when all these images flash up in the media, it actually shows us how hollow we feel, because we know that there's no love there to hold us, and no environment is generated which actually purifies those things out of those human-made environments which are based just on thinking and on the mind and compliance and observing principles. So what happens in those areas? All the regulations get stricter. Meanwhile, on nature's frequency, there's actually far more expansion going on, because there's more love and there's more purification because of the suffering that's being witnessed. And that love goes up and up in frequency, and then the ideological stance of certain nations starts to increase as well, taken up by the rise in frequency, and it becomes even more rule-bound. And then what happens when the rules don't work anymore? Because nobody can keep up with them, and they all conflict, and they don't make any sense anyway, and nobody can be bothered because nobody's got any time to work it all out. Instead, the logic of law gets replaced by a commercial logic, and you see a shift in politics from everything being based more on rules and regulations to the rules and regulations being controlled through banking and finance and ID that is attached to it. So as nature is doing more of the resonance and not the reason. Human beings switch into even more reason and ideology and then convert it in the extreme to a kind of commercial type of ideology. And the two have to exist side by side in the world. Let's keep going, because this point about Europe is very important right now. It's not working, and the strictness at some point will implode even more because it simply won't even work in the world on the technology level where all this compliance is being exercised. So the next step after that with nature is that as this pure love space expands in you and you purify more through this resonance effect that's happening, you start to feel a bond of affection with everything that means purity to you. So the resonance strengthens the bond of affection that you have with your own source connection. So you become more rooted in nature, more aligned, and funnily enough, you comply more with the real things, the real nature's principles.
I don't like her. I don't like this woman. I don't think she's very spiritual. Hello, everyone. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And YouTube is messed up. It's showing 702 videos. Just a few days ago, it was at 666. So I don't think I'm at 702 videos. I think YouTube, its calculations are off. But I do have 620 subscribers now. Finally got over 600 subs on this channel. And I posted a new video earlier. This one. Esoterica series, Demonic Behaviors. You might remember with a new song as the opening.
They copy and mimic.
They steal and gimmick, pretending to be what they are not, what they can never, ever be.
They're on the bottom feeders.
Wanting to be on top, they harass and stalk, they never stop.
Obsessed bitches and holy witches.
Ugly, ugly beasts. They envy and seethe with jealous little snake eyes.
Demonic behaviors.
They lie and lie. They spread rumors and cry fake tears.
They fear the authentic.
They make me sick.
They can't handle true artists.
Demonic fucks. Demonic behaviors.
Losers. Losers. Losers.
Demonic.
Creepy creatures.
they can stay here in hell and burn, 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 demonic losers. Stay here.
Demons and losers. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome to another video, another from my Esoterica series, world famous Esoterica series. This is for VIPs only. If you're a cockroach, if you're a freak, if you're a liar, a loser, a demon, a thief, go away. VIPs only. No skid marks, no cockroaches wanted. I've been thinking about this for a while, wanting to make this video. It's about demonic behaviors. There's quite a few of them in this realm. There's quite a list, and I will probably not cover all of them. I will probably forget some of them. There's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. Liars in this realm claim that I just call it a hell realm, hell realm, hell realm. And I repeat that because my live stream titles often say hell realm. But I cover many, many, many topics. If you do more than dip in for a minute and leave, you could learn something. But they'll lie and say all he does is call it hell realm, and talk about suffering. No, I've covered many, many dozens and dozens of topics in depth, in detail, in fine detail. I would say in ways that I haven't seen others do. Some on my channel would agree with me, at least some, maybe dozens. There are demons that say, oh, nobody watches him, less people watch. I'm fine with that. It's for VIPs only. I know my message isn't understood by most in this realm. I know most are too demonic. They don't care about the truth. They lie. They're lazy. They're envious. They're all sorts of things. This is a demonic, evil hell realm. I don't mean the ones just at the top of the pyramid. I don't mean just your politicians, your banksters, your billionaires that are on magazine covers and on television. I mean through and through. Now, it's not every single being, but it's the vast majority that exhibit and demonstrate demonic behaviors. So what do I mean by that? I did take some notes for this one, by the way, that I will consult. It's not scripted, but I have things written down like envy, lies, gaslighting, ganging up with dots. I don't have sentences written out or scripted. I just have some points here and there to cover because it's so much to cover, and I've been up all night long and into the afternoon because I have insomnia and because I have so much on my mind. So the dancing nurses in 2020, during the 2020 event, we'll call it, the lies, the deceptions, the fear porn, the pressure tactics, the social shaming they used, pressuring people, trying to bribe people, excuse me, to get the jabba dabba do. Con Video, 1984, a slave, New World Order. So that's combining Orwell's 1984 with Con Video and Huxley's Brave New World, a slave, New World Order. That event shows so many demonic behaviors. But that's not the only event. We could go to 9 double hockey sticks for major events. We could go to the Sandy you know what event. There's many, many, many events in your own lifetime and in my lifetime where there was demonic behavior, lies, deceptions, MK Ultra, trauma-based mind control, for example, and mockery, like the dancing nurses, for example. Tons of videos back then. I don't know if they've been removed from YouTube and other platforms, but there used to be many, many everywhere in this realm. They mocked you. And they showed you at the Olympics. From before then, years before Olympic ceremonies, they showed you, I think it was in London, UK Olympics. Regardless, they do show you ahead of time. Predictive programming and mockery and setting things up as a ritual, as a dark spell. Please pardon my voice. I've been speaking a lot, and as I said, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. I've been up since yesterday, excuse me, all day, all night, and I'm now past noon. So I've been awake for quite a few hours and using my voice. But I want to get this through. I want to reach people with this and get people thinking, if I can, if I may. Demonic behaviors are not just shown by the ones near the top of the pyramid or the middle up. They're also shown in the ones at the bottom of the pyramid, in the gutters, at the very lowest levels, the unemployed, the homeless, the ones leeching off their parents that never move out in their 30s and 40s, and they're living with mommy or disabled blind mother, for example, in certain cases, or living with mommy and daddy, and they've never lived on their own, and they're leeching off their parents. Or they're homeless, living out of their vehicle, and they are demonic. Just because you're homeless doesn't mean that you're good or oppressed or that we should feel sorry for them. Just because someone has a learning disability, same thing. They can be evil as well and behave in demonic, evil ways. And they do, and it shows. It shows. You can treat them kindly, and they can stab you in the back just like anyone else here. I'm not saying this to make you hate anyone at all. I don't promote hate. I'm not saying this to make you fearful. I'm not saying this to make you depressed or sad. I'm not saying this to make you feel any kind of way. It's not about your feelings or emotions. I'm saying it because it's observably true. And if you look at this realm, you'll see what I'm saying. If you can set your feelings aside for a little bit, I'm not telling you to turn them off or never feel anything. Just look at the evidence and observe and say, you know what? I see it too. Maybe you won't, but I think some can. Some are able to see it. Demonic behaviors. They can be shown by someone serving you coffee. They could be shown by someone working at an airport. They could be shown by someone working at your insurance company or your job. I shouldn't have to list everywhere. You should be able to get the picture when I give examples. Now, if I leave something out, it doesn't mean that they're exempt. I'm giving a few examples. There's thousands of other workplaces and scenarios. Could be at college. Could be your high school teacher might be demonic towards you. You might remember in the past, 10, 15 years ago, I had a high school teacher that was that way. They were demonic. You might start looking at the past and the present and realize you're in a demonic realm. A lot of these beings exhibit demonic behaviors. Co-workers, family members. Again, you should be able to think on your own. I don't have to name everyone in the realm and every profession. It could be a priest. It could be a preacher. Okay? Could be one of your cousins that stabs you in the back, or a sibling that shows how demonic they can be. They might throw you under the bus for a few $1,000s and try to ruin your life as much as they can. Someone might falsely accuse you of a crime, knowing that you're innocent. They do things like that. This is a demonic hell realm. There are demonic behaviors that are observable, not just by me, but by others as well, if you use your faculties, not just your five senses, but your spirit to see, to observe, to stop with the bullshit saying everyone's good, everyone's equal, most people are good, most people do the right thing, most people are moral. Look around. They aren't. So drop that bullshit and start facing reality, facing the truth with courage and curiosity and spiritual vision. Now here's some demonic behaviors that I have listed. I did a quick list here. Envy is a huge one. Huge. Envy's destructive. Envy is different than somebody saying, oh, my next door neighbor got a new car. Wow, is that a Porsche? What an awesome car. That's beautiful. I'd like to have one of those. That would be jealousy. And you might even feel jealous but also happy for your neighbor, thinking, well, they deserve it. They work hard. They're a good guy. Whatever the case may be, something along those lines. It's not necessarily evil to feel some jealousy or say, wow, that person's so talented. I'm kind of jealous of how well they can draw or how well they can do this. Or jealousy is not necessarily evil or bad or destructive, but envy is. Envy is a different animal. Envy is a monster. Envy is, I want to destroy my neighbor because they bought a new Porsche, or a Ferrari, or a Bentley, and you hate them, and you envy them. You wish to do them harm. You would destroy that vehicle if you could. You would steal it and take it away from them. That's envy. It's destructive. It is evil. Envy is evil. I made a video on that. I made a video on many topics that people that are demonic let on that I don't cover. I've covered many topics on my channels. So many topics that most people haven't watched everything that I've made. I've made a huge body of work. And it isn't just repeating hell realm, the way the demons lie and try to misrepresent me. Lies is another thing. It's demonic. They lie in an attempt to destroy, not to spare anyone's feelings, not to do this or do that. It's to destroy. It's out of evil. That's the motivation for their lies. Demons lie out of evil. Gaslighting is another one, another big one. They'll try to make you believe that you're the bad one, that you just don't remember, that you're so bad, and they can't name anything. They can't give specifics and say, well, he did this. All they can say about me is you make fun of people's looks. You might call someone chubby-faced. You might say their teeth are bad or rotten. You might say their nose is big. Is that anything in comparison to what they've done to me? Threatening me? Threatening to murder me and my family, my loved ones? Saying the sickest things about me, my pets, my girlfriend, my deceased mother? For years, they've done that. So you better put it in perspective or join the demons, okay? I'm not kidding about this. You're going to have a choice to make, and I've been telling you for years, choose wisely. I've been encouraging you to choose wisely. You don't have to. You don't have to listen to anything I say. But if you choose evil and stand with evil, I've said, and this is true, you will be treated as evil. Deservedly so. Ganging up is another demonic behavior. Demons gang up. Team evil gangs up. 3, 4, 5, 8 versus 1. 10 versus 1. If they have the numbers 10,000 versus 1, they will swarm a good spirit and try to overwhelm them. They gang up and they orchestrate this. They make phone calls. And I have proof of this, by the way. In the Panelverse, they talk to each other. I just saw a video from that weird chick, Snow, talking about phoning Jack Talcott and phoning Landry. They talk by phone. Lots of them do. I suspect she talks with DGM and others. That's why they're on the same page. So some people will say, a lot of them hate you, Stephen. Well, they talk on the phone about me. When one of them hates me, they gossip about me. And the same thing with the baby truther demons. They do the same thing, whether it's by phone, emails, Discord, same thing. So when one or two haters have something against me, or they are angry at me or whatever, raging, they all get together and they're a hive mind, like herd animals, a pack of demons, and they gang up. Another demonic behavior. I have to make this quick because I have so much to cover. Copycats. They copy, they mimic, they steal, they plagiarize, and they often plagiarize for profit. I haven't asked for a penny in all the years that I've done many YouTube channels. Never asked for a penny. Is that boasting or is it fact? You decide. I think it's a fact. I've never asked you for anything. Never asked anyone to hand me money, donate money. No super chats, no Cash App, no PayPal. Nothing. No Patreon channel. There's so many ways that they beg for shekels. Join a membership club, members only videos, on, paywalls. I don't do any of that. It's all free. So they plagiarize my material, then they sell it to you or sell it to others on YouTube. They sell it to people for profit. It's what they do in this realm. Not just on YouTube. It's demonic behavior in the realm. It goes beyond YouTube. These are demonic behaviors. But I use YouTubers for examples because you can see them on YouTube. You can see Mark Devlin stealing from me and Erica Dubé. Quite often it's very close to word for word. They slander demons, demonic behaviors. They slander. They use smear campaigns. They use hit piece videos, false accusations, threats, including violent threats, death threats they send. Threats to stalk me, threats to hunt me down, to find me where I go hiking, and all this kind of stuff. It's demented, it's deranged, it's demonic, it's evil. There's no defending it. You defend demons, then you're demonic. It's simple. They react to words with violence. That is demonic. They can't handle violence, so they can't handle words in a video, so they react with, I'm going to do this to them, and they're violent. Demons are violent by their nature. They are violent and sick and evil and deranged. They label others. The labeling of others, such as calling someone racist, sexist, misogynist, transphobic, homophobic, Islamophobic. Racist is a big one, sexist. That's what they do. And they don't support any evidence. They'll just say, other people think that. Everyone thinks that of you. They'll use these, everyone thinks that of you. That is demonic, to try to slander someone and label them that way and try to ruin their reputation. It's demonic, whether it's done on YouTube, whether it's done in a high school, a college, at a workplace. It's demonic. Whether it's your family doing that to you. They try to scapegoat real truth speakers. They lie by omission. They'll let on, I didn't call it. They won't even mention anything that they've called someone for years and all that they've done, leaving hundreds of comments obsessively about someone. And they'll let on, well, I didn't do anything to him. I'm just a victim. He did everything to me, they'll say. Lies by omission is a demonic behavior. Demons pretending to be innocent victims. That's what they do. Scapegoating real truth speakers. I think I mentioned that, but that happens in families as well with narcissists. They will choose a scapegoat for the immediate family or maybe for the entire family, including extended family. They will scapegoat a real good spirit that has truth and light in them and light in their eyes. They'll scapegoat you and they'll gang up with the evil other ones that they have as their pets and flying monkeys and their favorites. And they'll let on that they're the greatest and they'll scapegoat the real good one, It might be the good child of the family, and there might be 2, 3, or whatever evil ones, or whatever the case may be, depending on the family size. They try to paint authentic beings as fake. They twist things. They invert things. That's demonic and Luciferian. They do that. And it comes naturally to them. They practice it, some of them. But other demons, like Crowley practiced that. He would walk backwards. He would practice speaking backwards. He wanted to invert everything in this entire realm. He was deranged, okay? They'll say, oh, he was an occultist. He was deranged. Deranged. I hardly hear anyone on YouTube call him that. Deranged. And there are YouTubers just like that. They invert everything. If you're authentic, they'll try to present you as being fake. They'll try to make people believe that you're fake. They'll smear campaign you. They spin things like the mainstream media does. It's a tactic of demons. It is a demonic behavior. Gossiping, rumor mongering, creating false drama. When you get on a panel and 5, 6, 7 of them gang up immediately, it's demonic behavior. They overtalk. They play demon games with volume. They'll mute. They'll lower my volume all the way down so that nobody can hear me. And then they'll mock that. Well, speak up. No one can hear you. They play these demon games like that. They'll backstage and bring on and backstage again. And they play demon games to try to get under your skin, to try to upset you, to try to get you to have a temper or react. Demons play demon games. I call it demon games. And those are just some examples. There's many demon games that they play. These are things I've observed. This is from experience. I'm not reading from some book. I didn't order some book on Amazon or go to a library or bookstore or hear this on a video. This is my thoughts from experience. That's what I'm sharing with you. My experiences given to you in videos like this as spiritual wisdom, spiritual teachings. If you learn this stuff, it will help protect your spirit. It will help armor you up, against these demons. If you can recognize these demonic behaviors. Some of you can intuitively, where you just feel it, like this is wrong, they're treating me wrong. And then you start thinking about it more and deeper. And you realize, okay, this is what they're doing. This is what these demons are doing. And some people catch on very quickly. For others, it takes longer. They have to think about it. They're more of a thinker and more, we'll say, analytical and more logic and reason oriented than intuitive. And that's okay. Whatever way you see it, we're built differently. We're wired differently. We process things differently. Our personality types and personalities are different. We're different. That's not a bad thing. Now, evil will try to make you make you believe that that's bad. That to be different or to acknowledge differences is bad. And that's racist. And it's this, it's sexist. It's dividing people. It's this. And they'll spin it that way. But differences are real. Differences are observable. There is male and female, 2 sexes. Race is real. There are differences with races. There are differences. Just like there's differences with height. Okay? People will never say we're the same height. We're all the same height. We're all the same weight. They'll at least admit to that. But the differences go beyond that. Well beyond that. Intellectually, personality types, emotionally, spiritually, biologically, there's hundreds of differences between me and an African. Hundreds. Beyond skin color. I'm not even talking about skin color. And that's what demons try to boil race down to. Oh, he talks about skin colors. No, I don't. I talk about race. I don't talk about skin color. I talk about race. I also talk about spiritual differences. Spiritual species, different species of spirits. I do a lot of work doing this for free. And demons will try to paint me as someone that's evil and mean because I might poke fun at someone's looks. That's all they care about. If I say their character is shit and they're a terrible being with no moral compass, that doesn't faze them. That doesn't bother demons. They don't care about that at all. They don't care if they're liars and called liars. That doesn't faze them. But these narcissistic demons are bothered when you mention that they're ugly and demonic and that they have snake eyes and a big nose or whatever the case may be, rotten teeth. They can't take it. That's what bothers them. Not someone calling them an evil spirit or saying their character's bad or they're a liar. They don't care about that at all. Not at all. If anything, they're secretly proud of that, these demons. So that won't work. Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed this video. I covered quite a bit, but I didn't cover everything. I could make 10 more videos on demonic behaviors. It's a huge topic. Hello, Anna Faye. I was starting to fall asleep to my own voice. Who's here? Oh, Regina is here in the back again. Hello.
Hello.
Did you get disconnected earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you hear the video that was playing, or
Yeah, I
where's
heard
your
it.
internet? You did?
Yeah, I heard it.
What do you think of demonic behaviors?
I think demonic behavior is bad.
It's bad, but do you think that it might be happening in this realm?
Yeah, it is happening.
Do you have any ideas on why people are against the ones that speak out against it?
Because they're bad people, because of the narcissists.
So people that are against me are bad people, the ones that try to silence me or lie about me, smear campaign. They're not good. They're not good
They're
beings.
not good
They're
people.
Okay. Do you know Anna Faye? Have you seen her before? She just joined in the chat.
Seen her around a few other places.
Anna Faye said, I've witnessed this demonic behavior towards you ongoing at least 2 years now. Wow, time flies. Anna Faye's been on my channel for over 2 years. Maybe close to 3 years at this point. It's been a while. Did you see the demonic behavior with Mushroom Coyote's live stream the other night or the other morning?
I saw that.
You did? Jeremy was there. Joshua was there. Leslie was there.
Yeah.
Some anonymous person was there trying to...
So were you annoyed that I was talking about Schaefer-Ulysses last time?
Was I annoyed that you were talking about what?
That movie critic guy that I told you about.
No, I wasn't annoyed.
Sorry, I just wanted to tell you about him so in case you might want to look him up in the future.
No, that's fine. I wasn't annoyed by that at all. Do you have many friends on the internet or in real life, in person?
I don't have any friends on the internet.
Oh, okay. I just wondered. I don't trust many people on the internet. I don't think there's a lot of good beings on here. I covered a bit last night. I think it was last night. Showing people Derek's channel, Green Wizard, where he was pretending that he pretended that he ended his life 8 months ago. He faked his death and told people
he
that.
sounds awful.
Yeah,
He sounds awful.
He is awful. He is awful, and he blamed me for it, but he's still alive. I didn't bully him to end himself, and there's a lot of crazy demonic beings on.
Yeah, shall I tell you how you spell the movie critic guy's channel that I told you about?
Yeah, sure.
It's S S S C HAFRILASPRODUCTIONS.
Shrafrilis Productions. Shrafrilis. Yeah, I found him. He's got over 2 million subscribers.
Yeah, I know, but there's just the videos that where he talks are funny.
Yeah.
There's a video where he's doing a ranking of Studio Ghibli.
I don't know if his videos are copyright, but I'll play a little bit of this. Popped up.
What do you want me to say? He looks crusty and abysmal. I actually don't think it's as bad as live-action Sebastian, since that sucked out a lot of his facial features and ability to emote. Whereas this one, I mean, the face is still there. He has the potential to remain expressive, I suppose. Is it gonna look very awkward because they're bringing a cartoony character known for cartoony expressions into real life? Well, yeah, but do you think they care? It's gonna make $1 billion anyway, and now they don't have to come up with anything original to replace Tamatoa with. I really didn't think they were gonna do it. I thought that in Disney's eyes, he was always a minor element of the core of the story, and they wanted to...
What was that?
This isn't the video.
Okay, you want me to share something? Something else?
You have to scroll down list videos to find it.
Okay. I just wanted to hear what his voice sounded like.
His voice is funny, though. Not that one.
He covers the Muppet Show.
All the way down.
This is a Smurfs movie. I didn't know about that. I don't know about any of this stuff.
Yeah, I know, I just saying there's some funny scenes of him talking in this particular review.
Okay.
The jokes there are funny.
Is it years ago?
Yeah.
This is 1 year ago. What was the movie name that he was covering?
He's doing a review on all Studio Ghibli ranking.
Ghibli?
Yeah, Studio Ghibli.
Studio Ghibli.
Yeah, that's the video.
Okay.
Funding for Schaefer Ellis is provided by Squarespace.
This is the Earwig movie I mentioned, where he's reviewing it.
Okay, it's this one.
Yeah.
The sponsor of today's video. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the all-in-one. Grew up with these things. Studio Ghibli is absolutely incredible. How they manage to consistently put out quality products with slip-ups being incredibly rare is just so astounding. I'm so glad I finally got to experience some of the most iconic animated films ever made. It took me long enough, honestly. And yeah, I'm really excited to start ranking them all. A couple quick disclaimers. First, I watched all these movies dubbed, which for some reason will probably upset people. But like, these are really high quality, well-made dubs. The only one I thought was subpar in the slightest was Castle in the Sky, mostly because of the two main characters. Not Mark Hamill, he killed it. And I rewatched that one with subs just to make sure my opinion wasn't being affected by the dubs. Second, in terms of which movies counted for this ranking, I went off the list of Studio Ghibli Works Wikipedia article, which includes Nausicaa and Ocean Waves, despite that being a TV movie, but does not include The Red Turtle. I'm sorry, Red Turtle fans, I'm sure it's good, but it wasn't a full Ghibli production, so I banish it to the realm of not being talked about in a Schaefer Ellis video. video. Maybe if I rank all the best animated feature nominees one day, then we'll get to it. I mean, how else am I gonna decide if it's better than Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius or not? And third, we have the copyright issue. Other YouTube rankings of Ghibli movies seem to be fine, but just in case, I'm gonna throw up this little border because I really want you to see these visuals when I talk about these films. Hopefully the border's not too intrusive. I think it's better than trying to watch it on Aardvark Matt Damon's TV. With all that said, why don't we jump right in?
Funny. Disappointment in the game of life.
Earwig and the Witch is worse than Cars 2. What? Every wrong decision that could possibly have been made during the production of this movie was made. Let's start with the elephant in the room. The animation. After so many stunning hand-drawn features, Ghibli finally made the jump into the realm of 3D animation, and yeah, it looks hideous. It looks worse than Toy Story, the first computer animated film ever made in 1995. There's like one or two cool moments with the visuals and the expressions are occasionally good at least, but for the most part, this is pure garbage. The character models, the environments, the textures, it all just looks like shit. But that's just the tip of the iceberg here. As an added bonus, the two main characters in this movie are horrendously unlikable, and they remain that way for the entire duration of the film. Earwig starts the film off as a spoiled brat who manipulates people in order to get what she wants all the time, and she ends the film off as a spoiled brat who manipulates people in order to get what she wants all the time. She learns absolutely nothing. She's the same unlikable and irritating twat throughout the entire film.
She's unlikable. She's an irritating twat. There's YouTubers like this.
Film's runtime. She butts heads with this witch lady who treats her like garbage all the time and never shows an ounce of kindness until the very end, which, oh boy, we will get to. 95% of the movie, we just see her rudely ordering her new...
Wait a second, is that big woman, is that Bex?
Manipulates people in order to get what she wants all the time. She learns absolutely nothing. She's the same unlikable and irritating twat throughout the entire film's runtime. She butts heads with this witch lady who treats her like garbage all the time and never shows an ounce of kindness until the very end, which, oh boy, we will get to. 95% of the movie, we just see her rudely ordering her new adopted daughter around. And yet, you're not rooting for Earwig to get back at her because Earwig is so insufferable. But you're not rooting for the witch lady either because she's a huge bitch. This movie is actual hell. I guess the Mandrake is okay and potentially interesting, but the movie doesn't ever feel like focusing on him.
This movie is actual hell. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
That much, so f me, I guess. Another really cool, just super awesome thing about...
What's that?
I told you that that was the dolphin sound effect that was in there.
I like the dolphin sound effect. I gotta play that again.
Mandrake is okay and potentially interesting, but the movie doesn't ever feel like focusing on him that much, so f me, I guess. Another really cool, just super awesome thing about me, I guess. Me, I guess. Me, I guess. Me, I guess. Another really cool, just super awesome thing about this movie is that it's the only Ghibli film I would describe as derivative. And that's too kind of a word to use. This shit is like if they took a greatest hits medley of previous Ghibli films and then ran it over with their car. Enjoy. There's a talking cat companion and witches because remember Kiki's delivery service? There's a young girl forced to work extremely hard for a mean old boss lady cause don't ya love Spirited Away? Oh look, they gotta make breakfast and have breakfast together and bond as a family and the demons help with their breakfast. Because yes, I also watched Howl's Moving Castle. While disguised as a writer, I guess we needed a dash of Whisper of the Heart too. Sure, why not? Throughout this entire Ghibli ranking, I never once felt like any of their films were copying their previous ones until we got to this dumpster fire. At least Cars 2 didn't blatantly copy what came before it. At least it had good looking animation. At least it actually finished its story. This movie abruptly ends out of nowhere, with none of the character conflicts actually resolved. Earwig successfully kerpranks the witch lady and gets both her and the Mandrake absolutely furious at her, with only 20 minutes left in the movie. She then goes into the Mandrake's private quarters without permission, finds out they were in a band with her mom, and now the Mandrake suddenly likes her. And so does the witch, who literally has not said a...
Oh, that big witch kind of reminds me of Bex Trillard. Hello, hello, salty siren. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm going to jump over back to that. What was that other video I was sharing? This one here. This guy. This guy seems very confused.
Yeah. Right. My grandpa was his father. And I needed to tell him that I had seen, or at least I thought I had seen Grandpa. So I said, Dad, when I went out, I ended up in this tunnel of light, of like really beautiful light. And I think I saw Grandpa there. He was there. And my dad got a little panicked, as he should. His son's going through cancer treatment, chemotherapy, all these medications and all that, potentially could die. And then he's in this tunnel of white light, like, I'm sure he'd be super panicked. So his eyes kind of, he's like, oh, did he say anything? What did he say? I said, he didn't tell me really anything other than that all was well, like that everything was okay. That's all I can really remember. And I said, but he was wearing a trench coat, which was really weird. But I couldn't make out his face. It was just like a black figure. And so he took it in stride, and we kind of talked about it, and then that was the end of that. And so I in my 14-year-old mind, I was trying to rationalize it, like, oh, I probably just had like a weird hallucinogenic experience, like maybe I hit my head, I don't know. Funny fact is that I never hit my head because my dad, 20 or 30 yards away from me, had actually caught me as I was about to hit the ground. So somehow he had turned on his angel wing shoes, his flash shoes, and actually caught me, which is pretty impressive because I was out. So I never hurt myself or fell to the ground. He actually caught me and laid me on the ground. Anyways, I was trying to, just rationalize it in my head. I didn't know what I had just experienced. I knew what I had experienced, but I thought I had made it all up. I wasn't looking for any spiritual answers at the time. I just wanted God to make me better. And so about 2 weeks later, my dad pulls out a picture that he had found randomly, looking through all his old pictures. And he showed it to me, and it was my grandpa wearing a trench coat of the exact length that he was wearing when I saw him in the tunnel. So that was my affirmation that I did actually experience. I'd never seen that picture before, but I did actually experience the tunnel. So that's my near-death experience. To be honest with you, it probably was the catalyst to me asking a lot more questions. I always had family members, my grandma, my dad, my mom, and primarily my paternal grandmother. She was a very spiritual individual who always showed me a lot of videos, not videos, but books, and took me to different people that they kind of introduced me to these things which I thought were crazy, and now I'm talking about as an adult. But I don't know where I went with that. That was my catalyst. That one in particular, as much as anybody who's experienced something like that will say, I'm not afraid to die anymore. And I didn't really experience the not afraid to die until I became later and began to understand what that experience actually was. I can say that now. Death, the experience of death, to me it was literally like taking a seat in another chair. I went out and then I was there. I got up and then I sat down. Death was no longer a fear of mine currently. And that experience helped me to understand that everything is okay. All is well. We don't know as much as we think we do with our conscious thinking brains. The more we analyze and the more we try to quantify the whole of experience, um, the less magic that we actually allow for there to be. Because ultimately, there's so much more than we could ever fathom. And that experience for me was the reminder of that. And that the essence of everything actually is love, is that peace. That tunnel that I was in wasn't just for that place. It was for me to not grasp, that's a bad word. It was for me to recognize in my daily living life that was all around me and within me, just as I felt it before. It's just that in this reality, we tend to be a bit more dense physically and mentally. And because of that, we forget the lightness, the love, the peace, the joy that is our very nature. And those are my lessons. So, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. And if you liked it, leave a comment or share. Life is beautiful. Everything is okay. And if you liked it, leave a comment or share. Life is beautiful. Everything is okay. All is well. I love you guys. See you next time. Bye. Life is beautiful. Everything is okay. Comment or share. Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. Magic that we actually allow for there to be. Because ultimately, something like that will say, I'm not afraid to die anymore. And I didn't really experience the not afraid to die until I became later and began to understand what that experience actually was. I can say that now. Death, the experience of death, to me it was literally like take place of beauty, of magic. Other than this impression that this figure that I deemed my grandpa was telling me that everything was going to be okay. And that sounds so freaking cliche. It does, it sounds so cliche. But it was not only that I was going to make it through all the cancer treatment, the chemo, all that stuff, but everything was going to be okay. And it was almost like we had this inaudible conversation that I just can't really remember, other than him communicating with me that all is well. Everything is okay, everything is good. And so after what seemed like an eternity of just existing in this space of beauty, of magic, of eternal love, I wasn't told I had to go back, I wasn't told I could stay. All that happened was immediately I got sucked out and everything went black again. And then I started hearing voices. But I wasn't yet in my body, if that makes sense. I was in like a tunnel that was connected to my body somehow. Like a black tunnel. And don't take black as a negative. It was just like a tunnel that I interpreted as black or emptiness. Connected to my body, and I could hear, Zach, wake up, Zach, wake up, Zach, wake up. And I heard another voice, is he okay? Do you want me to call somebody? Do you need me to call 911? Is he okay? Zach, wake up, Zach, wake up. What do you need me to do? Zach, wake up. And then the tingles started to set in again, and I felt like I re-inhabited my body. And I couldn't open my eyes just yet, but I said, I'm okay, I just can't open my eyes just yet. And it was my dad's voice, and another unknown voice that I didn't know who this person was, who was asking if they needed to do anything. So eventually the sensation, my nervous system came back online, and I was able to open my eyes probably within like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And my dad was frantic, freaked out. My little brother, Jake, he's just probably terrified at 4 years old. Like, oh my God, my brother has been in the hospital for 2.5 months, now he just landed, look like he's dead. Can only imagine the trauma and PTSD that he experiences, all my family members experience. But, so I woke up and, kind of got moving, got up. I was sitting there for a little while, got up, got into the truck, was kind of feeling just really weak, but okay. And went and got some food, which was McDonald's, unfortunately. Never again. I was 14, I didn't know any better. But went and got McDonald's, felt better. But on the drive, I just had this feeling like I needed to tell my dad, because that my grandpa was his father. And I needed to tell him that I had seen, or at least I thought I had seen Grandpa. So I said, you know, Dad, when I went out, I ended up in this tunnel of light, of like really beautiful light. And I think I saw Grandpa there. He was there. And my dad got a little panicked, as he should. You know, his son's going through cancer treatment, chemotherapy, all these medications and all that, potentially die, could die. And then he's in this tunnel of white light, like, I'm sure he'd be super panicked. So his eyes kind of like, oh, did he say anything? What did he say? I said, he didn't tell me really anything other than that all was well, like that everything was okay. That's all I can really remember. And I said, but he was wearing a trench coat, which was really weird. But I couldn't make out his face. It was just like a black figure. And so he took it in stride and, kind of talked about it, and that was the end of that. And so I in my 14-year-old mind, I was trying to rationalize, like, oh, I probably just had like a weird hallucinogenic experience, like maybe I hit my head, I don't know. Funny fact is that I never hit my head because my dad, 20 or 30 yards away from me, had actually caught me as I was about to hit the ground. So somehow he had turned on his angel wing shoes, his flash shoes, and actually caught me, which is pretty impressive because I was out. So I never hurt myself or fell to the ground. He actually caught me and laid me on the ground. Anyways, I was trying to, just rationalize in my head, I didn't know what I just experienced. I knew what I experienced, but I thought I had made it all up. I wasn't looking for any spiritual answers at the time. I just wanted God to make me better. And so about 2 weeks later, my dad pulls out a picture that he had found randomly, looking through all his old pictures. And he showed it to me, and it was my grandpa wearing a trench coat of the exact length that he was wearing when I saw him in the tunnel. So that was my affirmation that I did actually experience. I'd never seen that picture before, but I did actually experience the tunnel. So that's my near-death experience. To be honest with you, it probably was the catalyst to me asking a lot more questions. I always had family members, my grandma, my dad, my mom, primarily my paternal grandmother. She was a very spiritual individual who always showed me a lot of videos with books, and took me to different people that kind of introduced me to these things which I thought were crazy, and now I'm talking about as an adult. But I don't know where I went with that. That was my catalyst. That one in particular, as much as anybody who's experienced something like that will say, I'm not afraid to die anymore. And I didn't really experience the not afraid to die until I became later and began to understand what that experience actually was. I can say that now. Death, the experience of death, to me it was literally like taking a seat in another chair. I went out and then I was there.
Does this guy have a giraffe neck? What's going on here? This guy has a long neck. My goodness, look at the neck. Look at the neck. I don't know what this guy's name is. What's his name? Zach Tavkar. Give Beck some neck.
I got up and I sat down.
Zach, give Beck some neck. Give her some neck. You've got neck to spare. Give her some neck. You've got a giraffe neck. Give Beck some neck. Give her some neck. She doesn't have any. She needs some. She's missing. She's missing her neck. Give her some neck. Come on, Zach. You could help her out. Give her some neck. You've got a giraffe neck. You could give her some neck. You have neck to spare. You have neck to spare. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Your other channel, I mean. What are you talking about? What's this guy in the chat room talking about?
I'm not afraid to die until I became later and began to understand what that experience actually was. I can say that now. Death, the experience of death, to me it was literally like taking a seat in another chair. I went out and then I was there. I got up and I sat down. Death was no longer a fear of mine currently. And that experience helped me to understand that everything is okay. All is well. We don't know as much as we think we do with our conscious thinking brains. The more we analyze and the more we try to quantify the whole of experience, the less magic that we actually allow for there to be. Because ultimately, there's so much more than we could ever fathom. And that experience for me was the reminder of that. And that the essence of everything actually is love, is that peace. That tunnel that I was in wasn't just for that place. It was for me to not grasp, that's a bad word. It was for me to recognize in my daily living life that was all around me and within me, just as I felt it before. It's just that in this reality, we tend to be a bit more dense physically.
This guy's a weirdo. What a weirdo. He's a weirdo, everyone. He's a weirdo. That guy's a weirdo. He's got a long giraffe neck. And Bex doesn't have a neck. She doesn't have any. I don't know who this guy is in the chat room. Uncommon Unsense. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Is that some dumbass troll? What's going on in the chat room here? Jesus. Jesus, what Jesus showed me at the lake of fire.
Miss Celebrities. He ran in the same circles as Vanilla Ice. He died. Jesus showed him, gave him a life review. And Rod, I'm so excited that you're here. And I just want to thank everyone who's watching. Thank you for subscribing. And thank you for those who've been supporting my channel. It's really helping us to get the amazing testimonies like this out. And I just want to tell you with Rod, this is a movie. This is going to probably be a movie. So you really want to hear every detail.
I had a praying grandmother. And to your viewers that could be watching, maybe watching the rebroadcast, I really hope that this message and this testimony can reach everybody. It can reach the grandmas praying for their prodigals. It can reach anyone. Because I had two praying Pentecostal grandmothers that were praying for me. And I loved being in church. I loved the presence of God. I was taught the right and wrong. I would listen to my grandma pray for hours. She was an intercessor and prayer warrior. And so she helped raise me. So I really had a lot of good seeds that were planted in me. But again, just living two lives, really. I'd go to church and be one way, and then go to school and be a different way. And so
Rod, it's like you went through all kinds of traumas. And yes. Who am I? And feeling rejected. So even though you're in church and getting fed, still you had all of those unresolved hurts.
Right. And so I always had a love for music. My family had a singing group growing up called the Singing Parkers, and traveled the nation, traveled around the world, made 6 records. So as a young kid, that was very impressionable upon me. I got to travel with them, went to a lot of camp meetings with them, went to the studios with them, just kind of tagging along, but just always had a love. Made 6 records. So as a young kid, that was very impressionable upon me. I got to travel with them, went to a lot of camp meetings with them, went to the studios with them, just kind of tagging along, but just always had a love for music, a love for worship, and things like that. So I immediately, as soon as I went to live with my dad, I immediately was just automatically, because of who I was and our family, automatically involved from day one. And so I got really involved in music and in worship and things like that, men's ministry, and youth, things like that. And then at school, I joined the choir. I was an athlete, and so back then it wasn't odd. On the outside looking in, you would never know I was insecure, because I overcompensated with sports and with music and with performing, and they had money and kind of influence, and basically got the song on the radio. And the first day that song hit the radio, I mean, it was on the charts. So it went crazy. It was like a whirlwind. The first day that it went out, within 2 months later, we're on tour with MC Hammer. It was written mainly, I mean, there's bits and pieces of it written. We love this part. We're like, okay, we're going to save this part. We're going to keep this part of the song goes here. And so I wrote a part of the song that says cruising in my 5.0 with my rag top down so my hair can blow. That was kind of my claim to fame of the phrase that really stuck in the song. But it was a collaboration. The song was a collaboration. So there's a lot of ad libs that I helped with, a lot of the dance moves, choreography that I helped with, and all that kind of came together. There were several people that collaborated on the song. So it wasn't just me. But and we didn't even really realize what we had until it went out. When we knew we had something hot, but we didn't realize it was going to be like that.
Okay, now when did you get involved in drug dealing? Were you involved in drug?
Well, back then in the early 90s, that was a lot of money. That would be like 10 or 15 grand nowadays. And so I'm celebrating, and we got music blaring, and I'm standing at my bed, Janie, and I'm counting what we used to call Benjamins, $100 bills. And I'm counting them out, and I'm kind of being cocky, and I'm counting them. And We Are the Champions is playing in the background of our music. My brother's making up some breakfast. It's 2 a.m. We're both drunk, whiskey bent, hellbound. Okay, came in celebrating. I'm just kind of painting you a little picture of what that night was really. I didn't really realize within a few minutes I'd be hitting my rock bottom, because at that time I thought I was hitting peaks, mountain peaks. Right? I'm rubbing shoulders with Dallas Maverick dancers, dating a could not breathe. So I got to the top of the stairs. My brother opened the door because he heard me coming up the stairs. I was wearing a white satin party shirt because I'd just gotten home from partying. And so I had this white button-up shirt. And when he opened the door, he could see a red ring about the size of a baseball. And he goes, "Oh my God, you've been stabbed." And he ripped my shirt. And at that time, when he ripped my shirt, I could hear my lung literally gurgling and sucking for air. I hit my knees. I immediately rolled over my back. And the way I explain it, because the way I remember it, it would be like having saran wrap over your face. Something laying on your back with saran wrap over your face. You're aware of everything going on, but I couldn't breathe. I was out of air, and I was telling my brother bye. My sister was staying with me at the time. She woke up and was in there, and I'm telling her bye, saying, "You got to get a hold of Mom." She calls 911, and it seemed like an eternity for 911 to get there, but it was literally probably 2 or 3 minutes, because as God would have it, is Parkland Hospital is the number one trauma hospital unit in the nation, in the world, and it happened to be less than a mile from where I was. Well, the paramedics get there. They start doing CPR, doing all that kind of stuff, put me on a gurney. They start carrying me down these flights of stairs. And again, I'm very arrogant at the time. I'm cocky, all those kind of things. And they almost dropped me coming down the second flight of stairs. And I was coherent enough to say, "You idiots are going to kill me before you ever get me to the hospital." I was just chastising them, right? Well, all I remember after that was the gurney of that stretcher hit me in the back as they're putting me in the ambulance, and I felt the engine gas it. I looked up and I saw the IV bottle shaking, and then everything went black. The next thing I remember was there's people that have talked about out-of-body experiences and NDEs. I didn't even know that NDE was a term, and I lived it, and I didn't even know it was a thing. But I literally had an out-of-body experience, and I'm at the ceiling tiles. You know the drop grid and the drop ceiling tiles that are in commercial buildings? Mm-hmm. I find myself, I know that sounds strange, but I find my spirit, I'm seeing, it's like I'm hanging out at the ceiling tiles of Parkland Hospital. I see the ambulance come in. I see a body being unloaded out of it. I look down and I'm like, that's me. What? I'm sitting there, I'm going, that's me. And pardon me if I get a little tender, because the Holy Spirit's given me an opportunity to be able to relive it. And every time I tell the story, it comes back. And I'm in the ceiling tiles. An opportunity to be able to relive it. And every time of Parkland Hospital, I see the ambulance come in. I see a body being unloaded out of it. I look down and I'm like, that's me. What? I'm sitting there, I'm going, that's me. And pardon me if I get a little tender, because the Holy Spirit's given me an opportunity to be able to relive it. And every time I tell the story, it comes back. And I'm in the ceiling tiles, and I see my body being unloaded. And I'm like, wow, that's me. That's me. And then I see my father that I was kind of estranged from at the time, and he got a call from my brother that I'd been stabbed. Well, he came and he met the ambulance. Well, he's running, chasing the gurney, speaking in a language that nobody understood. And I could see him speaking, and I knew what it was because I grew up around that. He's travailing in his prayer language, chasing the gurney. And I guess I had come back to life just for a second. My body left the ceiling tiles. My spirit left. My body was on the stretcher. My spirit left the ceiling tiles, and it followed the stretcher. I could hear my dad speaking in tongues. Well, I woke up and I came to, and the stretcher, it was black. I came to, I looked up, and it's my father standing there. And I said, Dad, I love you. I'm not going to make it. I'm going to die. And he said, I want your viewers, if they don't remember anything about this story, to remember this, that your words have power. And during a time of trauma, I was telling my dad, I'm fixing to die, Dad, I love you. And tell Mom, tell my sister, tell everybody, I was telling everybody bye. And he goes, no, son, he interrupted me. He said, no, son, you will live and you will not die. And then he began to travail again in his prayer language. Well, then the doctors were telling, sir, we have to take him to surgery. And I remember being able to see them hit me with the paddles. And I watched my body lift off that gurney and lay back down where they were trying to get a heartbeat because I'd coded in the ambulance. And so they were trying, they already had the trauma team ready to go. So when I was trying to say my goodbyes, they were trying to hit me with the paddles, and they said, sir, we have to take him to surgery. And so they wheeled me, and all I remember is my spirit began to drift right back up to the ceiling tiles as I watched my body go into surgery. And then the brightest light, the way I can explain it, is the brightest, most peaceful light is where I was. And then it went from a bright, bright light to like almost zooming in like I'm doing right now to your face. And I began to see the blue eyes of Jesus, the most beautiful blue that you can imagine. I mean, everything that we see is counterfeit on earth. I was telling everybody bye. And he goes, no, son, he interrupted me. He said, no, son, you will live and you will not die. And then he began to travail again in his prayer language. Well, then the doctors were telling, sir, we have to take him to surgery. And I remember being able to see them hit me with the paddles. And I watched my body lift off that gurney and lay back down where they were trying to get a heartbeat because I'd coded in the ambulance. And so they were trying, they already had the trauma team ready to go. So when I was trying to say my goodbyes, they were trying to hit me with the paddles, and they said, sir, we have to take him to surgery. And so they wheeled me, and all I remember is my spirit began to drift right back up to the ceiling tiles as I watched my body go into surgery. And then the brightest light, the way I can explain it, is the brightest, most peaceful light is where I was. And then it went from a bright, bright light to like almost zooming in like I'm doing right now to your face. And I began to see the blue eyes of Jesus, the most beautiful blue that you can imagine. I mean, everything that we see is counterfeit on earth. But I'm not saying I was in heaven. I don't know if I was in heaven. I just know that I was in his presence. That in his presence, it was so bright. And I began to have a face-to-face encounter. I don't tell people I go to heaven. I've heard people talk about heaven. I've heard people talk about gold dust, all those kind of things. And, that wasn't my experience. My experience was a face-to-face encounter with the Most High God, with Jesus himself, where we had a face-to-face, just like you and I are having right now. And it's very real. But even my encounter, my discussion with him was more real than me and you talking right now. It was more real. How can it be more real, Rod? I don't know. I can't explain that other than it was more real. It wasn't, people tell me, well, how did you feel? Ask me, well, what was that like? And I can just tell you that it was the most peace I've ever felt in my life. It was the most love. And I get broke up a little bit. It's the most love that I've ever experienced in my life. Because at that time I had shame. I mean, I was far from God. I was doing horrible things. I knew right from wrong. And Janie, every time I would lay down at a party to smoke, to snort an Atlantic most love, and I get broke up a little bit. It's the most love that I've ever experienced in my life. Because at that time I had shame. I mean, I was far from God. I was doing horrible things. I knew right from wrong. And Janie, every time I would lay down at a party to smoke, to snort an Atlantic Coke or to roll a joint or whatever, it was almost like the Holy Spirit tapping me on the shoulder going, what are you doing, son? You know, what are you doing? So it was like, I knew that I was called at an early age. I knew I was marked at an early age. I knew right from wrong. I was just running from it. And you probably heard of the prophet Kim Clement. Mm-hmm. Okay, he was a friend of my family's. And before he was Kim Clement, the famous prophet, he came to our church and basically ran his ministry out of our church. And so we played tennis together, racquetball together. My pastor, which is my uncle, Mike Hayes, is my pastor and my uncle in the church I came from. Never went to another church, never part of a church split, none of that. It's an amazing church, and got to witness a lot of things. So the very town where my family's building a beautiful ministry, seeing souls saved, I'm slinging drugs. And I'm on the dark side, running as hard as I can away from all that. Because I saw a lot that I didn't like in the church. But
now can you describe, Rod, what did Jesus look like?
Jesus looked like a Jew. He didn't look like a white boy. He didn't look like a black boy. Jesus is a Jew. And Kim Clement, the famous prophet, he came to our church and basically ran his ministry out of our church. And so we played tennis together, racquetball together. My pastor, which is my uncle, Mike Hayes, is my pastor and my uncle in the church I came from. Never went to another church, never part of a church split, none of that. It's an amazing church, and got to witness a lot of things. So the very town where my family's building a beautiful ministry, seeing souls saved, I'm slinging drugs. And I'm on the dark side, running as hard as I can away from all that, because I saw a lot that I didn't like in the church. But
now can you describe, Rod, what did Jesus look like?
Jesus looked like a Jew. He didn't look like a white boy. He didn't look like a black boy. Jesus is a Jew, and so but he's beautiful. He's a beautiful being. He's a beautiful person. But mainly, I was so fixated on his eyes. So it was like I can't really tell you much about the attributes of his face other than he's brown complected. He's a Jew. Brown skin, and I remember he had the some wrinkles at the edges of his eyes, and just beautiful face. But when I was engulfed into his eyes, I could feel his breath when he was talking to me. So we had a dialogue. I had a dialogue where I spoke with Jesus. But all I can tell you is it was like I was so fixated. It was like I was talking into his face, into his brow, and into his eyes. And it was that so engulfed me. I didn't pay attention to really anything else because the bright light, the peace, the love, all of that was so overwhelming. I didn't focus on facial attributes. I would recognize him if I saw him again, I'm sure, but it was mainly his eyes. But the biggest part was the conversation. The biggest part was the encounter that I had, because what happened shortly after that, he talked to me like a loving father. He's not mad at you. I'll tell your audience right now. Let me just tell you, somebody's probably backslidden that'll watch this, or they've been hurt by church. There's a lot of people that have been church hurt and they don't go to church and they hold it against the pastor or whatever. They hold it against God. They think God is mad at you because of it. Let me just tell you something. He's not mad at you. We have a loving father that is, and he's not surprised by your sin. He's not scared of your sin. He's way bigger than any sin that exists. Because if there was a sin, I've probably committed it. If there's a drug, I've done it. If there's a crime, I've probably broke it. I should be dead or in prison. But God, okay? I mean, so when you look up grace, you probably see a picture of me going like this, because I mean, I have more than 9 lives. He saved my life so many times, Jane. And so I'm sitting there, and he begins to show me in a loving way, not a chastising way, but a very loving, comforting way. He said, son, you've been living like hell. And he began to show me a slideshow of all the coke that I was snorting, all the parties, all the sex, all the being promiscuous, all the crime. Because when you live that lifestyle, you may not be a criminal when you start, but you're going to be a criminal before it's over, right? And so I was doing all kinds of crazy stuff that I'd never dreamed I would do. And so he started showing me the slideshow of all the depravity of my life. And he said, son, you've been living like hell. And then he showed me the lake of hell. Literally, I'm sitting there down to my right, and he points to it, and the lake of hell appears. Okay, and I feel the heat. I'm up in this bright light. I'm looking at him, the big, beautiful blue eyes. He's showing me this slideshow, and every time he'd show me a slide, I would almost cringe with shame and guilt and condemnation and all that stuff. And he's showing me this. He's showing me this. He's showing me this picture. And he's showing.
Oh yeah, because Jews really have a lot of blue eyes. There's a lot of blue-eyed Jews, really. He looked Jewish, but with these blue eyes.
Me this, and then he shows me the lake of hell. He says, "You've been living like hell, son, but you're going to live. You're going to spend eternity somewhere, and this is where you're headed." And it is like to my right, boom, the lake of hell is right here. I'm hearing the cries, the heat. It was almost like opening up a furnace door. I looked over to my right, and there's this furnace door that just opens up, and all this extreme heat hit me right in the face.
Look at her shaking her head. It's hot in here, son. It's hot in here, son. Look at him. I don't know if this guy's met Cowboy Jesus. Where's Cowboy? I've got a Cowboy Jesus in here somewhere. Where's Cowboy Jesus? Ride him, Cowboy. This guy was a crying kitty earlier. Crying kitty cat. This cowboy was crying a couple times during this. What's wrong with you? What were you crying about? He's a rhinestone cowboy. Cowboy Jesus. Cowboy Jesus. There he is. Giddy up. Giddy up.
And I'm hearing screams. I'm hearing chants. I'm hearing people just crying out. And then all of a sudden it closes. And then the slideshow begins to continue. of the sin, of the depravity. And he says, while he's showing me the slideshow, he says, son, you need to run to me harder than you've been running from me. Because I was running so hard away from God and the things of God. I was given prophecies as a young boy that I would preach and that I would be an evangelist and I would do these kinds of, all these things by Kim Clement, 2 different prophecies. Well, I was running from that. He was showing me my life, and then he was showing me the depravity and where I would end up. But he said, son, if you'll tell everybody about me, if you'll tell everybody about this encounter, if you'll run to me harder than you've been running from me, I'll let you live. I'm like, yes, Father, I want to live. I don't want to die. I'll tell everybody about you. Just give me another chance. And then all I can remember then was, again, dark. Then 12 days later, so I was in ICU for 12 days, asleep. And I had a trach down my throat, and I had 2 hoses, one off my heart and one off my lung that drains everything out. And I had a praying church. I was told you I could come from Covenant Church, and my aunt and uncle are Mike and Kathy Hayes, and he's had #1 selling books and all this kind of stuff. And so they had an amazing prayer team, and there's people praying for me all over the world.
This idiot is saying a whole lot of nothing. What is wrong with this guy? One of the biggest crybabies.
World, not just in Texas, not just the United States. They're just praying for me to wake up. Well, 12 days later, I wake up. And when I wake up in my hospital room, my mom's over my left shoulder. I have a whole room full of people with wet eyes, puffy eyes, and they've been praying for me day and night just to wake up. Thank God. Thank God for prayer. Thank God for people who intercede, right? And so I wake up, and I wish.
Why thank God? You want to be here rather than heaven? You didn't want to stay with Jesus? You wanted to be here? You wanted to pray to be back here? What are you talking about, dummy?
I could tell you in your audience that I was on this mountaintop experience, and I was all holy, and I was telling everybody about this experience that I just had. But I didn't. I woke up extremely angry, extremely raged out, because, forgive me for my term, but I woke up and I'm like, I'm not dead. They messed up, because if you'd have known me at that time, I was thinking they should have killed me, because now it's on. Now I'm going to get revenge. All I could think about, Janie, was revenge. That's all I could think about. I'm like, they really screwed up. They should have killed me. And so instead of thanking God that I woke up, it wasn't my first reaction. Or to give God the glory was not my first reaction. Matter of fact, I start thinking, and I got real defensive. I started thinking, I'm already crazy. These people think I'm nuts anyway. I'm living this lifestyle. If I start telling people that I had a face-to-face encounter with Jesus and I had an out-of-body experience, they're going to admit me into a mental institution, right? I start thinking, I can't tell people this. There's no way I can tell any of this. So I suppressed. Within 24 hours, they had me up walking. Well, at that time, I was in really good shape. I was chiseled. And I could run 5 miles without stopping. And all that training, when I was a state wrestler, all that training was to get revenge against my stepdad. Because he used to beat me, he used to beat my mom. And so I did hundreds, thousands of push-ups, pull-ups, all kinds of things, because I was training, because in my mind, I'm going to get revenge against my stepdad. So I become this physical specimen out of hurt and out of trauma and all these kinds of things. I didn't even know those terms then. I didn't know why I was doing what I was doing. So here I am, up 24 hours. I got staples from my throat, up to the top of my chest here, all the way down to above my belly button. And I'm up walking, taking steps, walking laps around in the hospital area, recovery type thing. And every step I'm thinking, revenge, you just wait. I'm coming for you. Every step I was getting stronger. I was getting more cocky. I was getting, excuse my term, that was the world I lived in. I started having people visit me that were celebrities from the hospital. When are you going to get out? When are you going to get out? Let's party. Let's get them back. They were fueling the anger. They were fueling this revenge. And so I couldn't even drive. So they let me out of the hospital a couple of days later. I had to sign off. I was a victim of crimes, Texas crime victims. My hospital bill was over $1 million at the time. And by the grace of God, when I say grace and favor, I had the grace and favor over me. The state of Texas crime victims paid all my doctor bills, millions of dollars. And so I'll fast forward, because I know it's a long story.
Oh, no. Keep on going. Any detail that you want to talk about, please do.
All right. So I go home, and they let me go to my dad's house, because there's a lot more help there to take care of me, because I required 24-hour care for the first 2 weeks. And so I had 3 sisters, a stepmom, my dad there. So I went to my parents, to his house, to recover. Well, I conned my sister into driving me back to my apartment, back to that place. Because I knew every day at 5 o'clock, they would congregate, and they would drink and party and sling their drugs, and their prostitutes, all of them would hang out in this parking lot at the apartment complex where I was staying. Well, I called my sister into just taking me. I didn't tell her why we were going. I just said, hey, I need you to take me to the apartment. I need to pick up a few things, blah, blah, blah. Well, I would get there. I'd have her wait in the car. I would go into my apartment, and I got my 357 Magnum, and I put it in my front of my buckle. And I would walk down to that parking lot. She was parked in the front. She couldn't see what I was doing. Because I just have her stay in the car. So, but you could get to this parking lot right where I was stabbed. And that's where they would hang out every day at 5 o'clock. Well, I got my pistol. Boom. I took off my shirt. I was kind of known as this crazy white boy in a neighborhood where we were probably the only white folks there. And at that time, I'm not racial, never have been. But after I was stabbed by a black person, I turned that way real quick. It was bitter. I'm not proud of that. Some of my best friends are of color to this day. And but I just want to explain to your audience the mindset, the twisted agreements that we make with the enemy that we don't even realize that we're making. It's agreements that we're making. I made an agreement and a covenant that I was going to kill this guy. I was going to get revenge. I wasn't going to just stab him. I was going to kill him. And that's how mad I was. And so now all this rage from my childhood, all this stuff is starting to come to a head. I was like a ticking time bomb. And so I have this, I wanted him to see my staples. I wanted him to see what happened. And I wanted to see that I didn't die. Because there's rumors that I died because my heart did stop, right? And so I was like this ghost reappearing to these people, right? And so I have my pistol in the front of my pants with a big belt buckle, and I walk down there, and Janie, I would stand there in front of them, bare chested with my staples, and I would look at every one of them, and I'd point at them, and I'd say, "You tell him I'm looking for him." I'd stare at every one of them, and I'd say, "You tell him I'm looking for him, and when I find him, I'm gonna kill him." And if I you guys better hope I don't recognize any of you, because I didn't recognize him. I said, because if I recognize you, I'm gonna drop you right where you stand. And so this happened every day for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I climbed a telephone pole, and like telling this, I climbed a telephone pole because they started seeing me coming. They knew I was looking for them. So I would go at 3 o'clock sometimes and climb the telephone pole so I could look down on them. They didn't even know I was there. That's how crazy I was. And so, but by the grace of God, so I fast forward, that happened for 2 weeks. Let me fast forward another 2 weeks. Now it's time for me to go back to Parkland Hospital and get those staples removed from my chest. Okay. This is where the story really gets even more wild. My same sister drove me because I couldn't drive myself. She drove me back to Parkland Hospital. I go into this waiting room to get my staples removed. I'm by myself. It's just me and her. It's this room, maybe 10 by 15 little room. Many of us have gone to those little waiting rooms. There's a little deal. You check in at the window. I'm sitting along the wall in a chair. It's only me and my sister in the waiting room. God is my witness, but I don't just need that. I had my sister as a witness. This huge mountain of a man walks in the door. And I tell it like this because it's the only example that I can remember that looks the most like it. You remember the movie The Green Mile with Tom Hanks? Did you ever watch that movie called The Green Mile? It was a great movie. If you haven't ever seen it, you should see it. But there's this mountain of a man. He's probably 6'7", bodybuilder-looking black gentleman that's the main character of this, and he's an angel, okay? But he's the main character of this movie. This guy walks in, looks just like this man in this movie. And he's probably 6'5", 325 pounds, looks like a lineman for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, huge human. Sits right across from me, just like we're like this. And on the street, you don't stare at people, okay? I come from the streets. You don't get eye contact, and you don't stare at somebody, especially me. You didn't stare at me, especially being the color he was at that time. I had a ticking time bomb. I got staples in my deal. This dude comes sit right across from me, and he looks like he's seen a ghost. He's looking at me like deer in the headlights, and he's staring a hole through me. I look over at my sister, and this is really bothering me because I have a chip on my shoulder, and I didn't like being stared at. So I look over at my sister, and I said, "Jenny, if he keeps staring at me," and I called him a name, and I don't want to repeat it. I said, "If this dude keeps staring at me, I'm going to hurt him." And I said it very loud. So there was only maybe 4 feet between my chair and his. And I said it like loud. If this dude keeps staring at me, there's only me and him in there, right? So I said, "If this dude keeps staring at me, I'm going to hurt him." Well, that was a funny thing because I'm 5'7", 5'8", 165, 170 pounds. This guy is 6'4", 6'5", 300, right? He could crush me. He could kill me. Well, I always learned that if I was going to get started, that if I knew there was going to be a fight, I had to get started first because I was kind of small. So I started picturing myself. I'm not proud of this. I started picturing myself jumping up on this chair next to him so I could punt his head off his shoulders. Because I'm thinking the only way that I can even be close to winning this fight is I can't just punch and hurt this guy. I'm going to have to kick him in the head. Okay, that's crazy. That's street, and I'm not proud of that. God has transformed my mind, and so, but that was my mindset. And I kid you not, Janie, as God's my witness, my sister sitting there like a cat. I jumped out because he didn't take my warning. When I said, "If this guy don't quit staring at me, I'm gonna hurt him," he stared even harder. Okay, I look back at him, and he's looking at me hard. Well, I jump like a cat into the chair next to him, and I'm standing over him, standing up in the chair next to him, and I'm like, "Dude, why are you eyeballing me?" I'm trying to call the dude out, and I said, "Why are you eyeballing me, man?" He looks up at me, Janie. And only it was God that was speaking through him because he didn't have an attitude. He said everything right. I was looking for him to make a wrong, do something wrong, right? He began, his old cheek starts jerking, his chin starts quivering, his eyes begin to puddle up. He goes, "You're a miracle." And I said, I stepped off the chair, and now we're eye to eye. And I said, "What do you know about me?" Because I had not even given God glory still, right, of being a miracle. I didn't see myself as a miracle. I did privately, but I didn't speak of it. I didn't tell about my encounter with God in ceiling tiles. So I'm sitting there and I'm asking this guy, "What do you know about me?" He goes, "I don't know nothing about you, but I know you're a miracle." He goes, "I remember seeing you, He goes, "I have a heart condition I was born with. And Parkland Hospital is the best trauma unit in the nation. I'm laying in a gurney fixing to have an emergency procedure. But your emergency, I heard in the radio that they lost you, that you coded in the ambulance. I was laying in a gurney bed watching you being rolled into Parkland Hospital through the emergency room, and there was a gentleman chasing the gurney. Again, I hadn't told anybody the story. There's this guy chasing the gurney, and he's speaking in some language. And you woke up, and you started telling him bye. You were saying your goodbyes. He goes, I'm assuming that was your dad. And he goes, because he said, no, son, you will live and you will not die. He goes, was that your dad? I'm like, yes, sir. And that was the first time when I said yes, sir, that was the first time I acknowledged anything about anything, right? I started realizing he's reading my mail. He's telling me everything about my out-of-body experience. So he told me he watched them shock me back to life. He watched my heartbeat come back, and he watched them take me to surgery. And here you are. You're a miracle. And I'm sitting there, and by that time, not only am I looking at him in his face, I'm on my knees right in front of him. And I asked him to forgive me. And because then I had to acknowledge, okay, that wasn't fake. That wasn't drugs, because I was even second guessing. Did that encounter that I had with God, Jesus, was that drugs? Was that because I was on a 2-day binge, right? And then I'd have all the drugs from the emergency room in me, all the morphine, all the drugs from them cutting me open. Also, so I'm thinking maybe that was a hallucination. So the enemy, I was already agreeing with, okay, I was hallucinating, or it was just, so the enemy was already having me, he already counterfeited what it was, right? And I didn't have the courage at the time or the integrity to give God glory. I was too immature, too hurt, until this man started telling me everything that I experienced that I hadn't admitted to anybody. And God used a black gentleman, and I asked him for.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody big knows the sorrow. Honk, 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 honk. What a honker. Can you imagine being a girl and having a nose the size of Mount Everest? I mean, let's think about it. Think about it. Being a girl and having that schnoz must have been a form of hell. It must have been. It would have had to been. A girl having a schnoz like that. That's Mount Everest on a I don't know what I would call that thing. I'm trying not to be mean. I'm trying to be nice. But I don't like that. I don't like that creature. I think it's evil. I think it's toxic. Ugh, yuck. Ugh, yuck. Oh, it looks like Regina's back. Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. What do you think of this cowboy?
Weirdo.
You think he's kind of a weirdo?
Yeah.
How did he survive?
He's just weird.
Yeah, he is weird.
Forgiveness. And I went in, about that time they called my name. I went in to get my staples out, and I thought, I'm going to continue this conversation when I leave. Well, after I got my staples out, it didn't take very long. I walked around in those rooms and could not find him anywhere.
He had to have been an angel.
Still to this day, I have never been able to connect with him. And so I don't know if he was an angel.
I think so.
That's what I would like to believe, and I think it was. The way he talked to me, the way he treated me, the detail in which he explained, it had to have been. So I'll tell you this, that I fell on my knees in front of that guy, asked him to forgive me, kind of told him a brief story. They called my name, get my staples out. As soon as I get my staples out, I'm wanting to talk to him more. I'm wanting to converse with him, exchange phone numbers or something. And he was gone. I couldn't find him. So that was on a Wednesday. And I remember telling my sister, take me to the church, because then I was wrecked. I was so wrecked. And all I wanted to do was give God glory. I wanted to worship. All I wanted to do was lay at the altar. And so I just told her,
this guy's crying again. What do you think of my crying kitty, this one here?
It's cute.
Oh, I'm glad you like that. Does everyone like this cute crying kitty?
You didn't finish the video before the NDE.
Oh yeah, I had to turn that off. I couldn't stand that one anymore.
What's wrong with it?
What was wrong with it?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Something was bothering me about it. And I couldn't listen to it all. I'm having trouble listening to this guy. I might change it over to this one. This is a nose ring chick. There's a lot of NDEs. She died from an undetected heart disease. And she's got a big ring through her nose, like a septum ring.
Yeah, there's also like a movie in that video that he's covering that I told you about called The Princess Kaguya.
Oh, okay. Well, why do women have these nose rings? And she has a whole bunch of earrings in this ear.
Weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
They wheeled me down in the bed, and my mom and dad walked down with me. And at that point, my mom had brought my danger cat, which was a stuffed animal that my dad had made me as a kid, and I slept with it every night. And so I had my stuffed animal with me in the bed, and I remember giving it to my parents because I couldn't take it into the OR. And I remember like looking at them and saying goodbye, like right before the doors.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil. This channel is all about near-death experiences and opening up the questions they have about life and what may come after. And today we have something really meaningful to share with you. For the first time ever, there's a way.
These channels share so many near-death experiences, like Beyond the Veil, but they never question anything. They just cover them. They never seem to figure out what's actually going on. They just they just end up being almost all the same.
Except
And
the
do you
shave
begin?
guy, he's funny.
What?
Except the shave guy, he's funny.
Oh, what's this? Indie begins at 27 minutes. I mean, they waste the first 27 minutes.
NDE. And for a long time, I didn't really like understand what I was remembering because it felt like I was remembering a dream. The experience was so surreal that I couldn't convince myself that I was making it up, you know, like, but I knew that it also hadn't happened because there was no way that I was on top of this cliff. I can't tell you where this cliff was. It wasn't anywhere on this planet Earth, but it was beautiful and it was tall, just massive. And I had my feet hanging over the edge of the cliff. Below me is a big, vast, open ocean that goes for miles and miles and miles and miles. Behind me it's just open grass. And it's like, if you can picture like an open field with grass and flowers and some trees here and just pure like just real beauty and lushness and just like kind of foresty vibes. But I was sitting on the ground and I remember sitting there for what felt like ages. And I just sat there. And let me clarify. Time did not exist in this plane. So I was not concerned about time. I was not thinking about it. It was not even a concept. So therefore it was not even something to think about. It was just the experience was just ever existing. I felt so calm. And I think even to this day, unconsciously, my soul, my spirit, and my body tries to get back to that feeling often because now I have like a craving that feels insatiable, and it's like I don't even know what that craving is, but it's like a craving to feel a certain way. And this sounds so vague, but it's like I know that there's a certain feeling that I can get to that's different from this feeling, and it feels a lot better. And it's like a state of just pure wholeness where you are one with everything. When I was sitting there on that cliff, I was myself, but I was also the exact same as everything else that was surrounding me. Not just like scientific, like we were made of the same thing, but like value wise, like me as a soul sitting in that plane was just as like important. I was at the same playing field as the grass that I was sitting on and the air that I was breathing. It was all one. We were all one. It was a connection. It was just like true peace in a way that I have yet to feel since. And it's almost like part of me just always longs to get back to that. But I sat there on the edge of that cliff with my feet hanging and I watched what I can only describe as a sunset, but it wasn't a sunset. It wasn't a sunset like you've seen here on Earth. What I was watching was a living, breathing ball of energy that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It was bright white light, but it was colorful, but it wasn't blinding, but it was the brightest thing I've ever seen. It was a literal orb of pulsing, breathing, living energy that was colorful and live. And there are beings that are at the bottom of the cliff. So I'm like up here. They're down at the bottom and they're even like, they were waiting for me, but not in a way that was like they were even expecting me. They were just there. They were beings, and I wish I could explain what they looked like, but I can't. Like, they didn't even have bodies. Like, they were spirits. But they told me, They told me when I was sitting there, they told me that if I wanted to jump off of the cliff and like if I wanted to, that I could jump and that they would catch me. I would be safe. I wouldn't be hurt. It wouldn't hurt. You know, like there's big emphasis on like, if you choose to come with us, you will be A-okay. Like you will be okay. But there was equal emphasis on, but don't come until you feel ready. And we will wait here and we will not rush you. And we will be here as long as we need to be here. Like there's absolutely no rush. Like there was just as much equal emphasis as for me to stay exactly where I was as there was for me to go with them. So they told me basically, they were like, if you come with us, we'll take you to the orb. They said that they would take me into the light. They would take me to that orb. I would return to the orb. They would take me there. I would be safe. If you choose to come with us, you will be A-okay. Like you will be okay. But there was equal emphasis on, but don't come until you feel ready. And we will wait here and we will not rush you. And we will be here as long as we need to be here. Like there's absolutely no rush. Like there was just as much equal emphasis as for me to stay exactly where I was as there was for me to go with them.
I like this part here. They put this little subtitle in. Being human is brutal. Yeah, it is. So why does this exist? This brutal realm? What's the point of this?
So they told me basically, they were like, if you come with us, we'll take you to the orb. They said that they would take me into the light. They would take me to that orb. I would return to the orb. They would take me there. I would be safe. And I remember thinking like, yeah, I'll get there eventually. Like, okay, yeah, thanks guys. Like, thanks. Like, yeah, I'll get there eventually. I'm just like chilling right here for now. I remember thinking like, thank you. I love you guys. I remember even thinking like, I'm so stoked to meet you. You guys are like so cool. I want to be with you. I want to go with you, but I know I'm not pressured to, and I know I'm not being pushed to. And so therefore I'm just going to enjoy sitting up here a little bit longer. And
They copy and mimic.
They steal and gimmick, pretending to be what they are not, what they can never, ever be.
They're on the bottom feeders.
Wanting to be on top, they harass and stalk, they never stop.
Obsessed bitches and holy witches.
Ugly beasts, they envy and seethe with jealous little snake eyes.
Demonic behaviors.
They lie and lie, they spread rumors and cry fake tears.
They fear the authentic.
They make me sick.
They can't handle true artists.
Demonic fucks. Demonic behaviors.
Losers.
Demonic.
Creepy creatures. Failures. No futures.
They can stay here in hell and burn. 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 Demonic losers. Losers. Stay here.
I wonder who has more facial hair, Mushroom or Leslie. What do you think?
And since I know I can get there eventually, I'm just gonna like push staying up here a little bit longer. Behind me, there was a shed. And I did go in the shed once, and I remember not liking it in there. And so that's why I didn't go back in. It was kind of it wasn't like scary looking, but it definitely it didn't feel like it fit like this heavenly landscape that I was in, right? Like it was like this like brutal reminder of humanity sitting in this like field of heaven, of mortality. It was like this sinking, sounds brutal, but, and I don't want to use the wrong words because it wasn't a bad. So they told me basically, they were like, if you come with us, we'll take you to the orb. They said that they would take me into the light. They would take me to that orb. I would return to the orb. They would take me there. I would be safe. And I remember thinking like, yeah, I'll get there eventually. Like, okay, yeah, thanks guys. Like, thanks. Like, yeah, I'll get there eventually. I'm just like chilling right here for now. I remember thinking like, thank you. I love you guys. I remember even thinking like, I'm so stoked to meet you. You guys are like so cool. I want to be with you. I want to go with you, but I know I'm not pressured to, and I know I'm not being pushed to, and so therefore I'm just going to enjoy sitting up here a little bit longer. And since I know I can get there eventually, I'm just going to like push staying up here a little bit longer. Behind me, there was a shed. And I did go in the shed once, and I remember not liking it in there. And so that's why I didn't go back in. It was kind of it wasn't like scary looking, but it definitely didn't feel like it fit like this heavenly landscape that I was in, right? Like it was like this like brutal reminder of humanity sitting in this like field of heaven, of mortality. It was like this sinking, sounds brutal, but, and I don't want to use the wrong words because it wasn't a bad thing, but there was like an energy around it that felt almost like, it was almost like, like when I felt the energy that like engulfed this wooden shed, right? It almost felt like the shed represented humanity and like the energy that comes with being a human and having a physical body and being physically stuck to certain places, like the actual energy of being a human. It felt like that was like orbiting around this shed. And when I went in, there were etchings of names on the walls. And it was like sad because there were thousands of names. And when I say sad, I don't mean like heartbreaking sad. I just mean like a heavy melancholy energy that's like there, and it's significant, and it's something that you need to recognize because, there's some feelings of loss that were hanging in there, and like real, like the feelings that come with being human. Being human is brutal. We experience such a range of emotions, and the range melancholy energy that's like there, and it's significant, and it's something that you need to recognize.
See, this is the difference between these beings and me. I have feelings and emotions too, but they view feelings and emotions as brutal. They miss all the other suffering here. Disease, torture, abuse. They never speak about that. When these creatures talk about brutality and suffering, it's usually their feelings and what hurt their feelings. That's all that matters to most of these creatures, whether it's her, Mushroom Coyote, and many, many more. That's their fixation on their feelings. Again, I'm not demonizing people or villainizing anyone for having feelings. We do have feelings. But that's all they care about. They don't care about the actual suffering and brutality being done to others. They don't think to themselves, there's millions of children being abused in this realm. They don't care. What they care about is somebody hurting their feelings, saying, oh, you have a big nose. That's all they care about. And it's all they ever talk about. It's all they ever talk about. It's never the suffering of others. It's always the same. There's a huge, overwhelming pattern that I've noticed on YouTube. With ND ears like this, with Mushroom Coyote, I'll show you the creature here with the big honker. All they care about, they're wrapped up in their own feelings. They never mention what others go through. Never once has this thing shown compassion, care, empathy for me. I don't expect it. But what I'm getting at is they show it for demons only, which shows what it is. All me. Mushroom Coyote's live streams are, and the whole channel, multiple channels it has, just me, all the time, constantly. And this thing on the screen stalked its therapist to the point where a restraining order with the police had to be obtained. A male therapist. And I believe the therapist was married with a family. And this thing got obsessed and stalked. And that's their behavior. They can't let go. just like it had to keep live streaming me just because I was covering their stupid fucking live stream. They couldn't take it. They get obsessed. They show where they belong. Things like this belong in this realm. It's a creepy creature. And I'm going to tell you something, and I'll put it real simply for you. And it is this simple. It looks creepy. It looks like a freak. It looks deranged because it is. It looks creepy because it is creepy. It looks weird because it is weird. It is. And it is that simple. Okay? I want people to understand that. A lot of times good spirits give people the benefit of the doubt, or give beings the benefit of the doubt. And we'll look at them and go, oh, don't judge a book by its cover. They look creepy. They look weird. They've got their nose pierced. They have tattoos all over their bodies. They look weird, but they could be okay. And I think that's wrong-headed. I think that endangers you. And I don't want that to happen to good spirits. Good spirits are too kind and too accepting and tolerant quite often. And it's the same way with countries. Look at the Swedes, for example. Look at the British. I know the British today are starting to get upset, but there's been millions of invaders. It's time to put your foot down and say no more. We've opened up and allowed too much. And maybe the Brits didn't ever vote for it. They were never asked. I agree with that. But they've just been too generous allowing this. And I think that good spirits can just, at times, just let these demons take advantage. And these demons, if you give them an inch, they'll take 1,000 kilometers or 1,000 miles. That's what they do. And it's not just one. It's a huge thing that they do. They'll take full advantage of you. And that's what they do. So it's kind of a flaw with good spirits, because good spirits want to be tolerant and accepting. And that's probably why I come across as harsh at times. And I do play it up. I am kind of extreme at times and extra blunt, because I know that's what it takes to reach people. I know to hammer a nail into a 2x4 and put framing together, you have to really hit that nail, or it's not going to go through the wood and join the pieces and make the joint. It won't work unless you really hit it with the hammer. So why am I saying that? Because I have to be forceful at times. I'm not hitting you, but I'm forceful. I'm very blunt and direct, and I do it even more than I normally would or naturally would in so-called real life. I do it more so on here. And I've become more forceful as the years have rolled on, more blunt, more direct. If you cater to people's feelings, they'll never learn anything. It's like catering to a child's feelings. Now, do children have feelings? Yes, they do. But if you catered exclusively to the feelings of a 2-year-old, they would run your household. They'd probably burn down your house. Because if you couldn't say no to them on anything, and you just catered to their feelings, after a while, it's not going to be very good. It's not going to be a good situation. You're going to be in trouble with a 2-year-old that you just cater to their feelings when they throw a temper tantrum in a store, and you just reward them with a toy or a lollipop or a candy bar, maybe a Cadbury's bar or something, milk chocolate bar at the checkout at the supermarket. And then they do it again and again and again. And then it's every day. And then it's multiple times a day. And you keep rewarding the tantrums. And you're feeding these feelings. And you're catering to their feelings. And you're never saying, no, you can't behave that way. We're out in public. You can't do that. And you take them by their hand and say, we're leaving the store then if you're going to behave like this. And you have some kind of punishment, some kind of guiding their behavior. If you just reward the bratty behavior, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to have a real bratty kid, if not a psychopath, eventually. If you keep doing that and doing that and doing that day after day for years, you're going to have someone by the time they're 15 or 16 years old, you're probably going to be afraid of your own child because you're raising them to be absolutely as though they can do no wrong and get away with anything, and they've never heard, no, no, you can't do that. No, you can't have that today. No, you can't have that today. Maybe the next time we come here, maybe. But they don't get everything they ask for. You can't spoil them and make them a spoiled brat and cater to their feelings every time they yell and cry and scream. Or you're going to have a crybaby, and you're going to have someone that gets their way just because they turn on the tears. Like that cowboy was crying and crying and crying and crying. That guy cried more in his YouTube video interview with that woman than I've cried in my life, I think. I couldn't believe it. I mean, he's trying to act like a tough guy, like you keep crying. I can't remember how many years ago it was since the last time I cried a tear at all, but it was most likely at someone's funeral. All right? That's the way I am. I don't cry tears all day long. What is wrong with these beings in this realm these days? What, they just cry at the drop of a hat. That guy cried around 5 times. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't watch it anymore. I couldn't stand it to see it again. Just a crybaby.
It's because, you know, there's some feelings of loss that were hanging in there, and like real, like the feelings that come with being human. You know, being human is brutal. We experience such a range of emotions, and the range is something that you need to recognize because, you know, there's some feelings of loss that were hanging in there, and like real, like the feelings that come with being human. You know, being human is brutal. We experience such a range of.
So I agree with her until she says it's just we experience such a range of emotions. Why don't you talk about the real brutality of being human? Very strange. I can't relate to what these things are. I just can't. Because for them, everything's fine. If they had money and they didn't feel sad, they would love this place. If they didn't have to work and had money, it's, I don't know, it's just they're so not just different, so unrelatable. I can't relate to them.
Emotions, and the range is just so extreme. It goes.
Yeah, we have a range of emotions, but I don't think that makes being human brutal. Okay?
From such low lows to such high highs. I think that's what makes humans humans, is our ability to feel the feelings and have the experiences that we do. I didn't add my name, and I remember thinking like very stubbornly that I didn't want to, but there were thousands of names in the wood of the walls of this shed that was like kind of like sinking into the ground and falling apart a little bit, and like people are just taking sticks or whatever they could just to like write their names in, right? Like their human names. I did not like it in there at all, so I left very quickly and spent the rest of my time on the edge of that cliff. I told my dad.
It's weird how nostalgia works and memories work, because I remember a shed at my grandparents' cottage that was very old even when they had it. And then long after they were dead, it was still there. And it was a little utility shed, just big enough to hold a lawnmower and some tools and rakes and things like that. It was very tiny. And it was kind of leaning, but it was still standing. And I remember the smell of walking in there. And I remember pine needles being on the steps, kind of. There was a ramp going up into the shed because it was raised up a bit off the ground. And anyway, and I remember the shed at our cottage, especially once it was older. I remember when it was built, and it was a larger shed than that. But it's interesting the way our memories work, and the way it's nothing like a computer storing on a hard drive. It's so different from that. The way our memories can fade, the way some can be stronger and more vivid. We can picture and remember the smells and remember the scene, how something looked, how it felt. With other things, it's more difficult. Our memories are not complete. We don't have complete recall, is what I'm saying, from yesterday to 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or back to childhood. It's very interesting the way human memory works. I can imagine fools carving their name into a shed, though. That could be completely false, just an illusion to mislead her, to give her a little bit of fear in a quote heaven realm, fake heaven realm. But it might have happened. There might have been ones going to the same place carving their names in there like fools. They probably would do that. There's humans that would do that for sure. What's fascinating to me, though, one of the most things would be, at least related to NDEs, is the lack of critical thinking, the lack of, wait a second, I'm in a realm of lies and deceptions. Maybe this is just another layer or level of the deception. I never hear it with these NDErs. The lack of awareness, curiosity, and questioning things in this realm is almost beyond words. So few in this realm do basic questioning. As detectives, you would be absolute failures. You wouldn't be able to solve a single murder case. Most beings on Earth. They have no detective skills. They take everything for granted. You're out of body, you go to a place that looks pretty, must be heaven. It's remarkable. And it's millions of you. It's not just a couple that do that. It's millions.
His reaction sort of like solidified my like confidence in my story, because his response was that he told me about how when I was still on life support and they weren't sure if I was even there, they weren't sure if I was brain dead or not. It was when things were really bad. There was a woman who is a very powerful witch and energy reader, and she came and she visited me while I was in the hospital, while I was in my coma. She's a friend of my parents. And yeah, she went in my room. She asked for some alone time with me, so they let her be alone with me. She sat there and she like held the bottom of my feet, and when she walked back out, she told my parents that she had tuned into me, right? She had found me, right? She said that I was still there, that the daughter you know is still there, but she's in another plane, she's in another world, and she's hanging out by a body of water, and she feels really calm, but she doesn't know whether or not she wants to stay or leave. And she needs some affirmation. She needs to hear that you guys want her to stay. Of course, the entire time before that too, they were at my bedside and weren't leaving, but you know, they really stepped it up and they were like, well, we can't even start to even entertain the idea of her not being okay. Like, we need to tell her she's okay. Like, they started to really push this, like, we need to tell her how much we need her. We need to tell her that she needs to fight, right? And it's so true. Like, I remember thinking, I don't really know. I don't know if I want to stay. I don't know if I want to go. I like having the option to choose, and I'm gonna like wait on that. I remember thinking I was a baby in a baby's cradle at one point. I convinced myself that I was an actual baby in a baby cradle, trying to place my body in space and figure out what was going on, hearing everything around me, but not being able to open my eyes. I literally remember yelling at myself to open my eyes, but not being able to open my eyes. I remember crying and screaming and being so confused and very upset. And then when I was finally able to open my
She needs more jewelry. There has to be something wrong with her. Her eyes are very freaky. She has so many rings on almost every finger, I think, covered in rings, covered in jewelry, covered in tattoos. What are you trying to cover up? What is it about yourself that you're trying to cover up? Some kind of trauma. Now, I'm not a witch, but I would ask you directly, what are you trying to cover up with what you're doing?
eyes, and then hear that I had had a heart transplant and that like my life was completely different. After my heart transplant, like my lungs collapsed two different times. My kidneys failed at one point. My body just kept taking hit after hit. And so I remember it's almost like I was in a point of being where it was like I think back on it now, and I think I was so upset and so angry because when I was in my coma and when I was still in another realm, you know, I was okay then. Like, I felt okay. But when I chose to stay and when I chose to, you know, return back to my body and experience all the things that I did, even afterwards, because like my heart transplant was really only the beginning. Like I said, my lungs collapsed twice afterwards. My kidneys failed. I had to relearn how to walk. I had to relearn how to talk and swallow and eat and drink. I had to relearn how to write. It was really hard for me to even understand how I could how what happened to me happened to me. And for a long time, I had this like, why me attitude. And then it was when I started remembering my NDE that things kind of became okay. Like, I don't know. And it's not even like me remembering my NDE. It didn't bring any solutions or answers or anything. To be a 12-year-old trying to understand an NDE, it's just like a trip. Now I'm 24 years old and I've had a lot of therapy and I've thought a lot about it and I can speak so clearly about it now. But it took a lot of years for me to even be able to explain the impact that had on me. I feel like because of the love and the acceptance that I felt in that moment sitting there on that cliff, I really do try to live my life with those feelings. And that means living my life through love and living my life through acceptance.
I had drank too much and I ended up choking on my own fluids. I was incapacitated. I just couldn't move. And I floated above my body and I thought I would go to the light, but to my surprise, I didn't. I started to hear some really dark things like demonic noises and sounds. Things started to come out of the floorboards like these little black creatures. And soon I was facing toe to toe with what we would know as the devil.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. Today we hear from Carrie Cohen, who died twice and returned with powerful lessons about faith, light, and the choices we make.
Hi, I'm Carrie Cohan, and I died twice in 1992 and 1993. My first death, I was a bartender, and I had drank too much, and I ended up choking on my own fluids. I was incapacitated. I just couldn't move. And soon I was facing toe to toe with what we would know as the devil. And I remember thinking at the time, like, I was an atheist. I didn't want to believe in any of this stuff because, years before I had had an abortion, and I was beating myself up so much. I was thinking, I don't want to believe in anything out there because then I'll have to be accountable, and I don't want to be accountable. I don't want to have, anyone judging me. So it was just easier not to believe in anything. And there I was standing face to face with this thing. And I remember thinking, if this is real and if I'm looking at this in front of me.
She was probably thinking, don't judge me. That's the greatest fear for most women, is to be judged on their bad choices, bad decisions, bad behaviors, crimes, sins, whatever you want to call it. They hate to be judged. It's a big fear of many women.
I can feel him trying to coax me into coming with him. I realized that if he's real, well then, in this world of contrast of up and down and right and left, there has to be something opposite of it. And there has to be something good. So at that moment, I called in God and Jesus to be by my side. And it was like, God and Jesus, you have to be by my side now. And to my surprise, they did. God was to my right and Jesus showed up to my left. And immediately that thing ran. Its eyes lit up and it flew. It went out the window, and along with all the little minions that went with it. And so I had a conversation with Creator there at that moment. And I said, why did he come for my spirit, for my soul? And Creator said in the most loving and gentle voice that I had given up on faith. My soul was for the taking. I had beaten myself up so much that I had no faith left. And so he felt that I was vulnerable enough that he could take my spirit. And thank goodness I called out for help, and help was there. Over the next year, I cleaned up my act. I stopped drinking and I moved to what I affectionately called the hippy dippy house. It was about 11 to 22 of us living in the house together, depending on, how many people were coming in for workshops or whatever. And so I got out of the party scene. I left working at a nightclub and I turned my life around. And then I met who would be my first husband. And I met him, by chance. He was the business partner of Tony Robbins, who was a motivational speaker. And instantly I knew that he was the one that I was going to be married to and have children with. I was engaged after just a couple of weeks of meeting him. And I was at home packing, moving out of my beloved hippy dippy house. And as I was packing, I was putting pictures in a box. And I remember having sorrow and feeling a bit of stress. It was like buyer's remorse, right? It was like, should I be doing this? Is this right? Because gosh, do I really know him? And there was also a lot of guilt that, you see, I'm Aboriginal, I'm Native, and I kind of came from the other side of the tracks, and his family was a good Catholic family, but, I had done things that I was really ashamed of, and I didn't think his Catholic background family would be approving of me. So I started to feel a bit of stress about this. Am I doing the right thing? And that's when I started to get chest pains. And I had chest pains for a very long time. My grandmother died at 32, heart attack. My mom quadruple bypass at 42. So we had a long history of heart problems in our family. So it didn't surprise me that at a very young age, I had heart issues as well. I came to understand that whenever I started to get the palpitations or the heart murmurs, I would start to cough. So I leaned over and started to cough, and I thought, this will stop it. And it didn't. So I laid down. I made a deal with myself that, okay, well, I'll rest. And if I still have the chest pains when I wake up from a nap, then I'll go to the hospital. Well, I laid down and boom, this sharp pain hit me in my chest like a knife. It was so strong. And immediately I was back and up and out of my body, just like my first death, slid out of my head and was hovering above my body. Only this death, the second death, this big brown bird came in and swooped down and grabbed me by the back and lifted me up out of my bedroom, out of the house. And now we're going up into the sky. And I remember looking down and watching Earth getting smaller and smaller. And we started to go into the clouds. And as we went into these beautiful, radiant clouds, we entered into like a void. It was a vastness of a white room. And I remember thinking, first of all, you do feel the love. It's just like what everyone says in near-death experiences. The love is overwhelming. It is so profound. But also there was no sound, and I could feel my ears vibrating and pulsating because the pressure was so great, and it took a little bit to adjust to that pressure. And the bird sat me down on a seat, but it looked like a cloud. And I remember looking down at this cloud-like chair and thinking, wow, like I can feel the love coming up through the chair and into me. And I was just absorbing all this love. There is no other way to describe it. So as this energy is coming up and through me, I'm looking down to see what it's made out of. And then I look up and someone was standing in front of me. Well, I jumped. I was so shocked someone was there. And I recognized him instantly from my first death. And it's who I knew as God, who was to my right. In this experience, we had a much longer conversation. I remember feeling like wanting to call him God, but then I also had an understanding that he went by many names. And it was like I was being downloaded with so many names, and they were just a line up, like a litany of names, and was to my right. In this experience, we had a much longer conversation. I remember feeling like wanting to call him God, but then I also had an understanding that he went by many names. And it was like I was being downloaded with so many names, and they were just a line up, like a litany of names. And so I asked him, what name do I call you? And he said, it matters less the name that you call me as long as you call my name. And I thought, wow, okay, so what does that mean? It means that it matters, it doesn't matter what you call spirit, whether you call him grandfather spirit, God, Buddha, Allah, whatever name you have for this beautiful spirit that is guiding you. It matters more that you speak with them and that you call in the energy on a daily basis and just connect with them. So I realized in the conversation with God that God is creative, actually, because what I was downloaded with was I could see how all spiritual practices, all religions, they all are with the motive to bring every one of us together to the very same point. And that point is called the spirit song. And at the time, I remember thinking, well, what's a spirit song? And in fact, even now, I don't know of anyone else that speaks of this spirit song. And a spirit song is a vibration. It is where sound and music is combined, and it creates a vibration that brings us all together in the spirit of love. And it was really profound to think that we're all here for the reason of growing our spirit within and to raise our vibration. Basically, that's what they showed me. It was that, we're not here for food for worms when we die. There is something beyond. And in fact, we don't die. We actually live. And our whole mission here is to grow our spirits within so that we can evolve and raise our vibration as a whole, as a planet, together united. So I trust that the power of this vibration will eventually, reveal itself to the masses. But for now, it feels like each and every one of us is waking up with this feeling of wanting to raise our vibrations right here, right now, right? And it's in the song. So the more that you sing joyful songs, empowering songs, this will lift your vibration and will help you evolve, help you resonate into a new vibration. From there, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, and I realized Jesus was with us. We had some great conversations, he and I, about the power of thoughts and how your thoughts are, they're everything. I think that the greatest challenge that humanity is facing right now is thought pollution. And it's not just humanity, because with every negative thought that we have, or evil thought, or, stuff that we see on the television that we're putting out there into the thought waves, that becomes thought pollution. And it leaves the world as we know it, and it goes into other dimensions, other galaxies, other planets, other ET nations. It affects the whole. And so our other mission here is to clean up our stinking thinking thoughts, because this is our responsibility to start focusing on love, on light, on laughter, on joy, on abundance, on everything that is good. And when we do this, again, we shall evolve. Because what they showed me was that we come to Earth, it's almost like, let's do Earth. Earth is one of the most challenging places that you can choose from. Before we come here, we sit down with the counselor, we decide what it is that we want to experience and learn from, and where we want to go in order to learn these lessons. And for all of us, we have decided to come to Earth. Why Earth? Because it is one of the few places that you can choose to come to that has free will, and it has the ability that you can grow your spirit beyond measure, or you can return worse off than when you came. You can actually damage your spirit through negative thoughts, through negative inner dialogue, and abusing your body through food or neglect. And so it is a choice. The best spiritual practices that you can have are to treat your body, your mind, your spirit with unconditional love, and focus on spiritual growth while you are here. And in doing so, like I said, you can grow beyond measure. So it is a choice. What do you want to do? Do you want to grow, or do you want to spin in an endless loop and return worse off than once you came? Jesus was talking about how important our words are. He said there are clues in all languages. There's hints in all of our languages when we break down our words and realize what words are we using. And are they empowering words, or are they debilitating words? In what I saw of our word going out into all the galaxies and beyond, and how it can create thought pollution, I also saw that the way that we reverse that is each and every one of us is responsible for our thoughts, and we are the caretakers of our thoughts. So if we are polluting the atmosphere with rage and anger and low level vibration thoughts, then it is up to us. It starts with self. Everything starts from within. And when you start to take responsibility for your own spiritual growth, what they actually showed me was an old analogy that I had seen when I was 8 years old, that each and every one of us is like a cell in a body. And if we're healthy ourselves, then we'll have a healthier body. When we become healthy ourselves, then everything else becomes healthy around us. Anyways, I finished the conversation with Jesus, and then I looked back up, and God was walking away from me, and I thought, what is going on here? Jesus disappeared, and he smiled as he was disappearing, and I started.
Wait a second. What's she talking about? What's this woman talking about? What do you think, Leslie? Leslie? Leslie. Leslie. You missing teeth? You've you've got some sandpaper stuff above your lip. What's going on, Leslie? Oh, she's out of it, everyone. Leslie's kind of out of it, but I don't know what this woman's talking about. Does anyone need something cute to see instead? No, oh, not that. Oh, that's not cute. That's that. What is that? It was one of the Marx Brothers. Look at the eyes on that thing. God, oh, god damn. Get that thing off the screen. Something cute. Here's a cute little baby elephant. Isn't that cute? Oh, look at the baby elephant. That's cute. What else do we have? That woman was rambling on, this one on the screen, kind of looking crazy. She kind of has the crazy eyes. She's rambling on about Jesus, I think. Who? Jesus. Who? 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 It's Owl Jesus. Owl Jesus. Who? Owl Jesus. Look at that. Owl Jesus. Jesus is looking a bit demonic, but he's holding a very beautiful owl. Isn't that lovely? Owl Jesus. This native somehow really loves Jesus.
To get a little nervous because I thought, oh no, Judgment Day. Now it's going to begin. We're going to talk about my abortion, aren't we? You know, they're going to really be upset with me. And the next thing I look up and there's a semicircle table around me. And I was in the center facing the semicircle table and God was opposite me. There were 12 elders sitting at the table beside him. So God introduced them all and said, this is a council of men. And I remember thinking, man, well, where are all the women? And they all started to chuckle. And I realized, right, yeah, they can hear my thoughts. Kind of forgot about that. Anyways, I said, where are all the women? And they said, oh, there's much female, feminine energy around you here. In fact, it's all around you. But what you are now seeing is the male energy. And because you've been wounded so much by male energy, we have brought you here to find that balance and for you to realize how much you are loved and to realize, you know, that we need you to love yourself as much as we love you. So the next thing that the elder and I spoke about was manifestation and how the mechanics of manifestation within the body, mind, spirit. So they brought me back to a memory of my first date with my then fiancé, who was my first husband. And we went on our first date and we walked around the seawall at Stanley Park in Vancouver. And as we were walking around the seawall, there was such instant love between us. And we were so excited to be in each other's company that I think we were vibrating at.
I've been there. I've been to Stanley Park, Vancouver, and the Vancouver Aquarium. There's beluga whales. I've been all over this place. I've been everywhere, man. That old Johnny Cash song. I've been all over this place. Don't you see the beauty, King Stephen? People say. Well, flying into Vancouver, flying in and out of Vancouver is one of the most beautiful sights you'll see, at least in Canada, and mountains. But when you fly over that city and you fly way out over the ocean, and then you do a big U-turn and come back, whether it's day or night, it just looks glorious. Vancouver is one of the prettiest looking cities from the air. Now, there's certain parts that are just drug infested and destroyed, but most of it isn't that way. It's just a street or a few streets. Most of the city, and it's a large city, isn't that way. And it wasn't that way the first time I flew in there, which is what I'm thinking of. I still remember flying into Vancouver and seeing what a glorious, glorious place that is. And Cancun, Mexico is also beautiful from the air. When you fly there, you're just like, wow, this is completely different. It's the middle of the end of December or January in Canada. It's freezing temperatures. It's minus 30, and then you fly to Cancun and it's 85 degrees and just beautiful beaches, and it just looks glorious. So have I seen some beautiful spots in this realm? Yeah, I have. I have. Been all over Southern California, all over different states, different Canadian provinces. There's lots of beautiful spots, but it's still a hell realm, and this is something humans can't reconcile. They just can't do it. I don't think most humans have the capability to do it. They just don't. They don't. Because all you have to do is, like with somebody that's mental, you just put a shiny spoon in front of them and say, "Ooh, pretty, pretty," and they'll look at the spoon and it's a shiny spoon, and you can distract them with a spoon, a shiny little silver spoon. That's all you have to do, and it's the same thing with humans. Well, torture's going on here? No, there's a pretty spot over here. Look over here, and that's how easy it is to control humans. And this realm does it very well. I would say it's not perfect. Some of us can see, but not many. Not many in this whole place. Not many could even see that this is a little baby elephant. You're going to the Museum of Fine Arts today. Excellent. Excellent. I love going to art museums. Yes, I think I have covered this one already. I think she's just as dumb as the first time I covered her, but I think you're right, Wendy. She's very familiar. The elders came to her. They were old and wise. And this is how simple people are. It's an illustration, not the baby elephant. I made some cute things just to change things up so it's not all like this. Because some people, well, whether they accuse me or not of being this way, demons use tears to manipulate and deceive. So this is in contrast. I have the baby elephant. I have this one here. I have an owl Jesus. Hold on a second, everyone.
At a really heightened level. And in that vibration, everything was starting to open up for us, including we were able to stop time. Like we walked by a guy that was playing a guitar on a beach and the fire was going. And I remember thinking, wow, this is so beautiful. I feel such love. And just then I looked over at him and he was looking over at me and time stood still, and this was not in my near death experience. This is a memory of what I actually had happened. So time stood still for just a moment and we were like, wow, what is going on? And then everything went back to normal again. So I came to understand that the power of love. So as we're walking around Stanley Park, out of the blue, he had a thought about, I think one day, all of us in this world, we will be as one united family. But what was interesting was out of his third eye came this projection. And I could actually see in the physical this movie playing in front of him. And I saw his thought that someday we will all be one. So here I am with the elders now in my near-death experience, and they're bringing me back to the memory of this experience. And what they showed me was the mechanics of how that thought is projected and how you manifest. What they showed me was we went back to the thought, and I saw my fiancé at the time. I saw his physical body like an X-ray, and I could see how the nervous system was connected to, every aspect of his body, like the skeletal system and the muscular system and everything. I'm not a doctor, and I'm not medical. I could see, the breakdown of everything. Anyways, so the elder was talking to me simultaneously, and he was saying, what happens is when you feel a thought, when you feel something that really is ignited, it actually triggers in your heart. And when it triggers, it actually ignites like a spark of energy, and that goes through your nervous system. And so it ignites, your whole body becomes alive with this thought. Then it runs up your spine and goes all the way up to your pineal gland in the center of your brain. And it's like that light bulb, that flash goes off. Then the thought projects out through your third eye and it becomes like a projector. And so this works for both good thoughts and negative thoughts, right? Thank God for, when you're having negative thoughts, a lot of the times it just kind of nullifies and it's like, oh yeah, just kidding. Don't really want that, but just that's what you're focusing on. Eventually, you're going to get those negative thoughts. Those filaments will bring back, negative things too. But conversely, if you start to clean out the stinking thinking and you actually ignite within your pineal gland and project out these beautiful thoughts, the gossamer threads, the filaments that come out of your thoughts, they literally go and they attract back the people that you're looking for. I had had the abortion, and I thought that I wasn't going to have any more children, because after the abortion, I had so much scar tissue in me that I was told by physicians that there was no hope. I would have no children. And that was devastating to me. Maybe it's God's way of punishing me because I had the abortion, so therefore I'm not worthy to have any children. But in the end, in speaking with these elders, they were saying, we wanted to bring you here because we want you to understand, first of all, you have a mission, you have a lot to do, you got to go back, you got a lot to do. But secondly, we want you to understand the level of love that we have for you. And we need you to love yourself as much, because that first death was all because you weren't loving yourself. You despised every aspect of yourself. So you were calling in, through your thoughts, some pretty nasty stuff. And so, you need to find that love. Love thyself, love thyself, love thyself, they kept saying to me. So it was a pretty beautiful experience. They kept saying, you got to go back. You got too much to do. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to stay here. I'm really enjoying it here. I don't want to go back. So we went back and forth a couple times. I remember throwing my hands up in the air and going, my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do that's so profound? Because look, I was a drunk. I was a bartender. That was an alcoholic. I was illiterate. I was in the dummy class in grade 8. I failed grade 12. I was a freaking mess. And finally they all huddled, and the head of the elders came back out, and he spoke to me and said, we don't normally do this, but we want to show you what you would miss if you didn't go back. All of a sudden this sphere popped in front of us, and I understood it to be a 9D hologram. Didn't know what a 9D hologram was, but that's what they said it was. And it was a sphere that had a cube inside with 4 pyramids that came to a point. And so it's called a cubic pyramid within a sphere, right? And where all the pyramids came to a point, it lit up like a light. It was so bright. And when I looked into it, I could see movement. And immediately I was brought into this hologram, which was bringing you through like a wormhole, and it split. And simultaneously, I had 2 experiences. In one hand, I was experiencing a beautiful child that had brown hair and blue eyes. And she was so beautiful. She was so vibrant. Oh my gosh. I saw the birth of her. I saw, taking care of her and playing in the yard. And we had a water hose, and I was spraying the water, and we had a dog there. And it was a beautiful moment. And, here I was thinking that I'd never have children. And that makes me choke up, right? And there was this moment that it felt so real, that I was with this beautiful little brown-haired, blue-eyed girl. And then simultaneously, I was also having another experience that I could comprehend both of them. I was like split and experiencing both of them at the same time. And this one was with the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. And I saw again her birth and every aspect of, enjoying her youth and growing up and nurturing her. And she was the cook. She was the one that loved cooking. And so I remember, seeing her in that hologram, and I had her up on a little chair, and she had a chef's hat on, and she was helping me to cook. And it was at that moment I realized, I'm going to have children, right? Oh my God, I'm going to have children. So it was overwhelming to me, because I had resigned myself to the fact that I wasn't going to have any kids. So I came out of that hologram. I hit the chair so fast, I bounced off, and I was like,
you're going to have children. The elders told you. The elders told you. Lady, you're going to have babies. Lady, you're going to have babies.
oh my God, I'm going to have children. Am I going to have children? And they were, yes, we want you to see what you would be missing if you didn't go back. And I go, okay, I'm sold. I'm going back. I'm going back. When can I go back? Can I go back right now? I was so damn excited. I could hardly wait to go back, because they knew that above everything, I wanted to be a mom. Well, when I did come back, I spent, the first year I married my husband, and that was really lovely. And then we had our first daughter, who was a brunette. And then we had the second daughter, who was a blonde. But before the blonde daughter came, our oldest daughter, she was 2 years old, and we were living in a northern community closer to Alaska. And we had a 3-time convicted enter our house and tried to kidnap her. And I chased him out with a carving knife, and I protected my daughter, so nothing ever happened to her. But what I came to realize was that the blessing in being molested myself was that I understood that energy. And I had met this guy the day prior, just for a brief moment outside of my car. He was my neighbor. But the moment I saw him, I knew his energy. I recognized that footprint of energy. And so when I chased him out, I knew that I had to get him out fast. There was no listening to him. He was not there for good intentions whatsoever. I was able to bring him back on charges after a year on a historical case, and we got him back in prison. In the interim, we were able to stop him from going to playgrounds with kids. And that was the beginning of a 17-year-long voluntary career in protecting children against predators. So I brought a lot of laws into Canada that were American, like Amber Alert. I helped bring Amber Alert into Canada, sex offender registry, raise the age of consent from 14 to 16. And yet I was illiterate. So a lot of people ask me, how did you do that? Because, I couldn't read. I was tested at the University of Alberta through the reading center there, and they determined after 8 hours of test that I was indeed learning disabled, and that I read at a grade 3 to grade 5 level. So how do you read legalese and write law if, you couldn't read? I just listened, or I would hear, guidance along the way, and I just followed that for 17 years. When they kept saying, you got to go back, Carrie, you got too much to do, they weren't kidding. Some of the things that I would love to share with you probably would be censored, because of the content, but it's really profound information and needs to be shared. So I thank you for taking this time and being with me and listening to my story, and I hope it helped you. So love thyself, love thyself.
All right. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Who? 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 That is Owl Jesus. We got a hoo and we got a honk 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 honk. We got a big honker over here. Honk 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 honk. Look at that honker. Oh my goodness, like a Canadian geese. Honk 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 honk. Real honker. My goodness.
Take me to the church. I had a key. And so it was Wednesday night service. Or my dad had a key somehow, but they got me access to the church. And all I wanted to do, I just laid at the altar all day long. That happened I got my staples out at 2:00. Service started at 7. And I think I was at the church by 3. And I laid before the Lord for about 4 hours before service ever started. And I started making commitments to God that I would chase him harder than I ever ran from him. And I did for a while. And I've had many mountaintop experiences and many valleys. I wish I could tell your audience that from that day forward, I chased after him and was a soul winner and did all those kind of things. And that did happen. I started climbing the church ladder, the ladder of success. I started looking at what success looks like. And so I quickly became the men's ministry pastor. And then I was ordained as a pastor, and we had multi-campuses. And so I had a campus and grew. So I've grown churches through small plants to mega church status. And so once I kind of did that, I was doing that. I got married, had 3 kids, had a business, a very successful remodeling business. And building business. And so I was bivocational. So I was working at the church while I was kind of a king and a priest. God gave me an ability to make a living and do well financially. And so I basically was the guy for a long time that wrote the check at the church. Hey, we need to do this. Men's ministry needs this, or we need to go on a mission trip. Well, I'd just strike a check. We'd do it. And because I felt like I was supposed to build the kingdom in that way, God gave, and I really wasn't pursuing ministry like the prophecies that I had. Right. Until I did, then I started, climbing that ladder as well. And even in that world, there's this, like almost like this ladder of success that you try to climb. And I had something to prove. I dropped out of high school. I'd done all these kind of crazy things. And so I really felt like that I wanted to be an example for my kids, an example to the community, the church that helped me through all that. And I wanted to serve. And so I began to do that. Going on mission trips, leading mission trips to Uganda, Africa, and all over Nicaragua, Mexico, planting churches, doing all those kind of things, having a lot of success is what the world would call success. Financial success. I had a beautiful wife and family. And at church, when I would go to church, everybody probably looked and thought, wow, they really have it together. Well, I was living a double life. I quietly started slipping back into little compromises of sin. And then I had a moral failure. And so it looked like that I was going to get a divorce. And so my world cratered like really quick. I was a mountaintop experience. And then all of a sudden, boom, this hits my life. Sin hit my life. And it was exposed. And I didn't try to hide it. I didn't try to do any of that. But basically, I was living a double life. On the outside, it looked like I had it all together. I could preach a good word. I could encourage. I could do all that stuff. But I was secretly watching things I shouldn't be watching, smoking things I shouldn't be smoking, just, living a double life. And I'm not proud of that, but it's the truth. It's where I was. So I find myself successful in what the world's eyes would look like. And then I wanted to break those curses of divorce because I come from a divorce. And so I'm sitting in one of my rent houses. And because my ex she was dead bent on divorce. And I didn't blame her. And so I went and she put all my stuff out on the porch, and I moved into one of my rent houses. I had 6 rent houses at the time. And so I moved into one of my rent houses, and all it had was a TV and a futon in it. And if you go through those kinds of pain, my kids were crying for me to come home. My business was taking hits. I was trying to hold it all together. That has a smell. That kind of grief has a smell. So I never in my life was suicidal. But now I'm sitting there and I'm going, okay, I'm fixing to lose everything that I've worked so hard for. I've lost my integrity. Everybody at church knows what I did. My wife, I'm fixing to lose her. My kids are crying for me to come home. Now I'm looking at divorce. I'm fixing to lose my business. So my life was just cratered and was cratering. I'm sitting in this not a duplex. It was a rent house. And I have Christian television going on, and there's spiritual warfare. I start agreeing with the enemy. I start thinking about suicide. I increased all my insurance policies because the enemy was so strong in my ear, Janie, reminding me that, you know what, Rod, you can never be faithful to one woman. You remember, Rod, you've never been faithful to one girlfriend. You're going to hurt. You're going to be a source of pain for your kids. You're going to be all this. Your kids are going to grow up the way you grew up. Your kids are going to be alienated from your kids. All those kinds of things, right? And so
I'm having breakfast, everyone, but I have to jump in here. I just have to. I can't let this guy go on like this. This guy is so humble. This guy is so humble that if he came over to my channel, this guy would open up to my view of this realm, my model of this realm, God, earth, hell realm, quote unquote heaven, fake heaven, all the things he's been programmed. He's so humble. He's so open. I think he would be as open to what I discuss on my channel as Leslie would be open to a diet of, let's say, 1,500 calories a day.
I start almost agreeing with him, like, because I've always been straight up. I've never been much of a liar. I've never been good at lying. It is what it is. What you see is what you get. I'm going to tell the truth, whether it's bad on me or not. It's just the way I am. And so I'm sitting there and I'm almost like agreeing with the enemy. Yeah, you're right. I've never been faithful. I don't even know how to be. It's because I had mama wounds. I was abandoned by my mother. And now I look at it years down the road. I understand why I had all those issues, why I sought the attention of females, and it wasn't just one. I'd be dating 3 or 4 girls at the same time, always. And the enemy began to remind me of all that. I thought that was cool. I thought I was the stuff, right? That was supposed to be, but now I'm feeling all this conviction over it. And I'm starting to feel like, you know what? I don't know. You're right. I don't know that I can be faithful, or I don't even know if I want to be, And so I'm sitting there, I increase all my insurance policies, and I have a Bible open, and I have a 3 in my mouth. When I talk about spiritual warfare, I know about spiritual warfare. So I have Christian programming because I'm trying to feel God. I'm trying to navigate all this. I just dropped my kids off. They're begging me to come home. I'm miserable, lonely, all those kind of things. And I'm sitting there. And so me and God had another showdown. Like I needed more proof, right? But I'd been living my life through.
He needs God so much that he keeps running into these situations, trying to end himself. God is so helpful, so loving. What a genius that guy is. Leslie, would you be open to a diet of 1,500 calories per day? Would you be open to a diet? Leslie? Leslie? Are you there? You gonna answer? Oh, okay. I don't think she's too open to that. I don't think she wants to go on a diet. I don't think this guy would be too open to questioning his own fucking beliefs because he believes he knows it all. He thinks he knows it already, and he doesn't know shit. You don't have a clue what this realm is, dummy. You don't have a clue what God is. You're a fool.
Through my uncle, through his success, through my grandparents, through the salvation of everybody else, I was kind of riding their coattails, right? And so I had an encounter with God, another one, and I said, "Here's how it's going to go down, God. I want to tell your audience right now. I feel the Holy Spirit so strongly that He loves you so much. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no sin that you can commit that would turn Him off. He loves you so much, and there's nothing that you can do about it. My good friend Joseph Z says that all the time, and I stole it fair and square. But he let me make the rules that night, Janie. I said, "Here's how it's going to go down, God. You're going to show yourself real to me, or I'm going to blow all of this living room." And I wasn't playing Russian roulette. Okay, I made sure I had every cylinder. It was a revolver, so there was no chance of it misfiring. I put a bullet in every cylinder, and I said, "Here's how it's going to go down, God." I clicked that hammer back. I stuck it to the roof of my mouth, and I said, "You're going to show yourself real to me right now. I'm going to open this Bible. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to open this Bible. I'm going to put my finger down on the scripture, and you're going to show yourself real to me, or I'm going to pull the trigger." Well, I really believe that the Father knew I was serious, and I closed my eyes. I opened it. I had it buried right here with my left hand, with my right hand, and I had the hammer pulled back. I had the gun in my mouth, the roof of my mouth. I closed my eyes. I opened it up, put my finger on Hebrews 11:1. That's my life scripture. It's literally my life scripture. Hebrews 11:1 reads like this. Now, right now, it says, "Now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen." Well, at that time, I was addicted to every substance that you could imagine, secretly. Okay? On the outside, it looked like I had it all together, but I was doing things secretly for a while, and it was substance abuse. And so now faith is the substance. And so I'm sitting there, and it was like huge, bold. Now faith is the substance. And it was bigger than anything on the scripture that I could see. And he says, "Rod, you've been addicted to every substance. I want you to be addicted to me. I want you to be my crutch. Now faith is the substance." So that was revelation to me. I pulled the hammer back. I began to just be broken before the Lord. He began to download in me. I want to be your crutch. I want to be your substance abuse. I'll be your addiction. I'll be what you need for everyone is the substance. And so I'm sitting there, and it was like huge, bold. Now faith is the substance. And it was bigger than anything on the scripture that I could see. And he says, "Rod, you've been addicted to every substance. I want you to be addicted to me. I want you to be my crutch. Now faith is the substance." So that was revelation to me. I pulled the hammer back. I began to just be broken before the Lord. He began to download in me. I want to be your crutch. I want to be your substance abuse. I'll be your addiction. I'll be what you need for every want, need, or desire. And I began to have encounters with him like that. Where
he got the Jesus download. This guy got the Jesus download right into his mouth. Swallow Jesus nice and deep. Swallow Jesus. Come on, swallow Jesus. Rod, you got to swallow Jesus, the rod of Jesus. You have to swallow the rod of Jesus. Swallow Jesus nice and deep.
Where I never had all my addictions. Now faith is a substance. I was addicted to him. So I just put him right there. I put him right there in every issue, whether it was a sexual issue, whether it was an addiction issue. Now faith is the substance. I'll be your crutch. I'll be your addiction. I'll be I'm what you need for every want, every need, and every desire. And that was really that encounter that I really felt like that I needed to continue on. Well, that changed me. That started changing the way I think. We don't act like Jesus because we don't think like Jesus. Well, he began to change my mind. I began to pray for the mind of Christ, because with the mind of Christ, we can do all things well. So I began to pray these type of prayers. And I remember my grandmother praying as a kid. I was almost mocking her because I got her Bible whenever she died. So I went to her Bible and she had prayers and journals and stuff like that. And I would begin to pray the word. I would begin to play the word over me, and it began to transform my mind, because I have the ability to do a lot of things. You guys, we're can-do people. We can do a lot of things. I can do a lot of things on my own. But you know what? I can't change me. But the only one person that can change us is Jesus, right? It's through submission. It's through surrender. So I began to start surrendering things in my life. And I began to let him start peeling me like an onion. And I say that a lot because really, that's really what our journey is. This is a journey that we're going through. It's almost like being peeled back layer by layer.
Wait, did he peel you like an onion, or did you suck Jesus like a banana? Tell the truth, Rod.
Like an onion has. So the more freedom that I was getting, the more freedom I started wanting. I started getting so thirsty because it felt so good to shed this and to shed this and to get free from this, that the more freedom that I began to get, the more freedom I wanted. The more surrender the more times I would surrender, the more times I would want to surrender. I began to truly surrender it to the Lord. He began to change me. The Bible teaches us that to do not conform to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of our minds. And he was doing that, literally renewing my mind. I began to think differently. I began to talk differently. I began to act differently. And so divorce.
This guy sure can talk, can he? This guy is a real talker. He's a real big talker, this guy. He's a real fucking shorty. He's a short-ass, big-mouth talker.
Was going on. I'll take you right back to that. While this is happening, I'm getting served divorce papers. I mean, she's dead bent on divorce. She began to see a transformation in me because, when you finally surrender and say, what, I can't change myself. Father, change me, peel me like an onion. That was really my prayer. And I really feel like that encounter in my house with the 357 and the Bible open, Hebrews 11:1, that was really a turning point in my life. That I can really hang my hat on. And I really think that was the beginning of deliverance, because I believe that the Holy Spirit in that moment really began to start freeing me of some things. And I some old habits began to fall off and never struggled with it again. My habit with marijuana. I mean, all those kind of things. He just took those desires away. And I started really believing, because, during that whole time, I mean, I was a believer. I was preaching the word. I was trying to be a good father. I was trying to be a good husband. But even in the middle of all that, divorce hit. So there's been peaks in my just like everybody, there's peaks, there's valleys in our life.
Jesus,
and you can seem like you have it all together on the outside. You can, but if you take your eyes off of him just for a minute, sometimes you can end up in the ditch. It's almost like a NASCAR driver. They drive left at 180 miles an hour. But if they take their eye off of that target just for a second, they can end up in the wall. And that's really what happened in my life. We were thriving. I was kind of climbing the ladder in ministry and became a pastor and a leader.
A pastor. You're not talking about anyone else. It's all about you. Your whole life it's just about you. It's about you, Rod. It's all about you. He said he got the Jesus download. The interviewer desperate and he needs to pee. He took the Jesus download. What do you think of this one, Wendy, and whoever else is still here? Maybe Salty Siren's here, maybe Mind Mirage. Check this out. This is the Jesus download. This is Matrix Jesus. Matrix Jesus. I'm introducing a new character here this morning. A couple, actually. Owl Jesus was new. This is Matrix Jesus. You're going to take the download. Oh, hello, Mind Mirage. You are here. This is Matrix Jesus. Matrix Jesus. It's like Neo as Jesus, or Jesus as Neo. Jesus as Neo in the Matrix. I just made this. I came up with this because this guy took the download. And here you go. You can get the Jesus download in the Matrix. Isn't that great? I love it. Rod took the download. Here's Jesus, Matrix Jesus. There he is. He's looking like a combination of Keanu Reeves, or whatever the fuck his name is, and Jesus. Jesus. Matrix Jesus. That's beautiful. You can go get the Jesus download. It's not so bad. Rod took the Jesus download. He opened his mouth wide and he took the download.
And then, but the divorce still hit. Right in the middle of revival. We're in the middle of revival. Things are happening, and then the devil is out to steal, kill, and destroy. But I began to have this transformation, and what I thought was really happening in me, and that's really all you can take care of is yourself. And so these and that's really was kind of the beginning of my journey in deliverance. I was a born again believer. I believed in the prophetic. I believed in all those kind of things, but I was still in bondage. I still had chains, and I didn't understand why can I leave a church service or a presence of God that's so powerful, and within 30 minutes or an hour, have issues and start struggling with past repetitive cycles. And so I started seeing, well, there's way more to that. And so it really started my journey in the deliverance and freedom type ministry. And so I began to pursue that journey. And again, it's layers. And I say this a lot, that I don't believe that any of us will fully arrive, Janie, until the clouds part. He steps over that eastern wall and he returns. That's when we arrive, is when he arrives. And,
but I want to ask you this, Rod, because the root, how did you, when you started getting all that deliverance, how did you feel towards your stepfather?
There were still issues there, and that's a great segue to bridge to the next segment. Is I'm thriving in ministry, and then there was this thing called a men's quest. I knew that there was more, because if his name was brought up, if I saw this, I was still dealing with way past the temper. I could leave church, and if somebody pulled out in front of me or flipped me off or did something like that, I could be ready. I could go from here to here just quickly. And loving Jesus and doing all those kinds of things, right? And so I found myself with an opportunity and to go to this men's quest. It was a week intensive where you leave your cell phone, and there was 30 days of prep, and it was just really to go deeper in the things of God and really discover who you are. And because I really don't believe that any of us can walk out our destiny and our purpose if we don't first understand our identity. And I think that's really the biggest problem throughout the ecclesia, the body of Christ, is truly understanding our identity. Because when we understand our identity, then we can understand our authority, then we can walk in it. And so I still was having an identity issue. I didn't really know who I was. And so in Christ. And so I went to Men's Quest. I did the 30-day prep. That's a whole nother story for another time. But there was all kinds of issues that I almost threw in the white towel, almost didn't go. And but it was one of the things that really changed my life. They had this thing called the Mercy Seat, and I happened to be leading a group of about 30 guys that went on this Men's Quest. And that was a great thing, and it was also kind of a deal because you're supposed to be able to get transparent and all these kind of things. And here I am, a leader, trying to even go through my own quest and go to my own. So I was sitting there going, so they had this thing called the Mercy Seat, and they didn't call it deliverance or any of that, but they called it the Mercy Seat time. And they teamed you up with like 3 people. And so little did I know, when I got on the bus to go to this retreat, it was a 3-hour drive. It was a bus of men, but these guys had been prayed up. The facilitators had been prayed up, fasted up, and they were taking notes because we were all supposed to kind of give a brief description of our testimony, life story, why we were on quest on the bus. So somebody was taking notes, Janie, on me, and I didn't even know who it was. And I began to tell a little bit of my story about growing up dysfunctional and getting beat by my stepdad and what all I endured and how I had nightmares. And I visualized myself doing all these push-ups and sit-ups so I could be in training, so that I knew that there was going to be revenge someday. And I would have nightmares where he would kill me, or I would kill him. It was just like this thing. And so he was writing all these notes down. Well, they had this thing called Mercy Seat time. And day one, I'm not getting in that mercy seat. I got pride. I'm a leader. I'm sitting there going, if I start telling what I'm struggling with, I'll lose my position here. These people won't respect me. I'm supposed to be leading these people. And here I am needing as much deliverance, I'm here receiving more than anything. And so I'm sitting there day 1, day 2, day 3. I mean, I'm being tormented now because I know I need to.
I agree with you, Mind Mirage. It is terrifying. There are ghouls. I guess you heard that earlier. I called her a ghoul. It is terrifying. It's terrifying that's the world we live in. These creatures, these creepy creatures walk among us. And this is Batman Jesus. Another new character came along today. There's more Jesuses here than you can shake a crucifix at, as Salty Siren likes to say. Look at this Batman Jesus. He's got the beard. He's got the long hair. Batman Jesus. I made a couple versions of this. I like to work on things while I'm running these live streams if I can, because it's fun. It's fun to create things. Batman Jesus. Here's another. This is Batman Jesus. He's a superhero for people. They treat Jesus like he's a superhero. He's a savior. He's going to come back and save you. That's what so many in this realm believe. They're waiting for Jesus. They're waiting for Jesus, waiting for Savior, waiting for superhero Jesus. Jesus, the Dark Knight. Dark Knight, Batman, Jesus. It's ridiculous. It's like little boys looking at superheroes, and they're 5 years old. They don't know any better. They're looking for a heroic figure. But we're not talking about 5-year-olds. We're talking about 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. They never grow up. They never grow up. They want a superhero. They want a savior, like this idiot on the screen, this fool.
To get in the seat, but I can't get in the seat. As a matter of fact, I even said, ain't no way I'm getting in the seat. And day 3 comes, and literally I'm sitting in the mercy seat time, and there's a beautiful time that happens, and what happens in there stays in there, and you cover your brothers in prayer, and you sign a confidential thing, and whatever happens there stays there. And it's really a great place of surrender, a great place of freedom. So I'm there, and after day 3, I'm sitting there literally, and I look over in that chair, and I know I'm supposed to get in that chair. And I'm sitting there, and I see my little boy Logan sitting in that chair. And the Holy Spirit said to me, he'll be in that chair because of you if you don't get in it. He'll need to come to one of these men's quests, and he'll be sitting in that chair because of you if you don't go get in that chair right now. So, I mean, I couldn't wait to get in that chair. So I get in that chair, and I begin to pour out. Well, that was really a major step 1 in deliverance, because I realized that I had a murdering spirit. This was way past having a bad temper or expressing anger or whatever, because, in the Old Testament it says if you've done it, if you committed murder physically, then that's a sin, right? New Testament that we all live under takes us to a higher standard. It says if you've done it in your mind, you've done it in your heart. So I nicknamed this guy the meddler. He turned his hat backwards. He turned the chair backwards, got right in front of me and said, "Pastor, I know you're a pastor. I know you know the word." Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. But how many times did you say that you had rehearsed and that you had dreams and that you, with your stepdad, that you killed him, that you murdered him? And I said, "Man, I've lost count." And he said, "Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the Bible says that if we've done it in our mind, we've done it in our heart." He goes, "Pastor," he calls me that. He said, "Have you ever repented for murder?" And it was like somebody hit me right in the head with a sledgehammer, right between the eyes, Janie. And I began to break and I began to cry because I'd forgiven the circus. I'd forgiven my stepfather. I'd forgiven everybody that hurt me, I thought, but I'd never repented for murder. Matter of fact, I was mad at God for years because God took him out at 42 years old. He died of an aneurysm in a bar fight because at 42, and I was 17. So I wasn't ever able to have that encounter and get my revenge and do all that or take his life, right? So I was mad at God for a long time because I could never, I'm like, what about all these push-ups? What about all this, all this? I know I don't get to ever get revenge, right? And so I'm sitting there and I saw myself the first time as a murderer. And I had to repent for murder. And I go over some things like this in my book where, it's not just about my testimony. It's really, it doesn't really even identify certain spirits. I had a murdering spirit on me. And until you renounce it.
So you didn't murder anybody, but repent for murder, bitch. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
You have to recognize things first. Then you can repent for it. Then you can renounce it. And then you can get it out of your life. Because I had made a legal contract.
Bye for now, Mind Mirage. It was good to see you. Hope you have a beautiful day today. Take care. And we will talk again soon. Have a beautiful, glorious, glorious day. Have a glorious day. And I mean that sincerely. Have a glorious day. It's always good to see you. And Batman Jesus says hello. And so does Matrix Jesus. Neo, Matrix Jesus.
And it did subconsciously with the enemy that I was going to murder him. And there was all kinds of different ways that I was going to do it. And then that really opened a can of worms. I'm just being very transparent because I'm hoping this really helps somebody. Is when this murdering spirit got revealed in that chair, it reminded me, it opened some cans of worms of an abortion that I paid for, that I manipulated to have this girl have an abortion. So this murdering spirit had babies, right? I mean, it had been in my life and I didn't even realize it. But I want you to know when I renounced, when I recognized it, when I repented of it, I call it the 4 R's. Right? I mean, it's like you have to recognize it. You can't get free of something that you won't recognize. We can't break free from something that we were unwilling to actually recognize. So before you can even repent, there has to be recognition. And then there's repentance. Then there has to be renunciations because you have authority and you made contracts. You have to cancel those contracts. So once I started doing those kind of things, I want you to know it felt like somebody pulled a weed and some roots up to the top of my forehead from the bottom of my toes, and I was free.
Wow.
And that was my first encounter with 100% freedom. I mean, I felt so free. I felt love like I'd never felt before and peace like I'd never felt before. And I'm like, okay, I got to have more of this. So that really started my journey.
This guy's been talking the whole time. All I've heard her say is wow and maybe a couple words. This guy has been going nonstop.
Because deliverance and freedom is not a one and done. It's a lifestyle. I'll say that to people on the back row. It's people saying, "Oh, I've gone through some deliverance. I've had some freedom. I kind of raised my hand. I walked an aisle once." No, that was intro. Okay, because it comes in layers and it becomes in surrender and it's a journey. It's not a one and done. And so that really started my journey. But it didn't stop divorce from happening. Divorce did happen. That storm hit my life right in the middle of revival. And I remember getting up there and preaching. If it cost me everything, I would tell off on the story. Revival was hitting. I said, if it cost me everything, I'm willing to pay whatever it costs. And I will tell somebody right now, what does an anointing cost you? What does a ministry cost you? What does it cost you everything? But it's worth it. It's worth it to have fresh oil. You can't rely on last year's oil or yesterday's oil or last week's oil. You have to get your oil, and you have to stay in that moment for yourself, right? You can't have my oil. I can't survive on yours. So I realized that I was thirsty and I started getting transformed. Well, my ex was still holding grudges and still bitterness and all those kind of things kind of crept in, and divorce ended up hitting that. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that, but divorce did happen. I wasn't an easy guy to divorce. It was a 2-year battle that happened right in the middle of revival. Because what's the enemy out to do? He's out to steal, kill, and destroy. We were going to 2 services. We were having revival in a rural community where everybody was starting to get saved. We were taking it to the school, everything else. And so the enemy goes boom. And one day I'm preaching and baptizing 63 people on a Sunday. The next Sunday, I feel like a tsunami or a bomb hit my house. And I'm crawling around the front yard trying to find my legs because divorce hit. And it was literally like that. And so, again, it was a 2-year battle. And I wasn't an easy guy to divorce. And I don't believe in divorce, still don't. So I tried to prolong all that. It happened. And but to God be the glory, that wasn't the end. I was able to get reunited. I remarried to my beautiful wife now. Her name's Suzanne. We were actually, the group I was telling you about, that ensemble group in high school. We used to be dance partners and singing partners. We sang together, traveled together. We never dated, but we were part of that family in high school. And the Holy Spirit just reunited us after divorce and after all that. And so
I feel for her. I don't know why she married this guy, but that's crazy. Crazy.
To kind of switch gears, what God has done through all that was we got married and we started attending.
So she's basically as tall as you are. She's almost your height.
The churches, and I went on a sabbatical for a period of time and just needed to heal, needed to minister to my kids and just really heal.
You should go on sabbatical and just shut up. Shut your mouth. Just shut up. Just shut your mouth. God damn.
Want to go to a sick doctor. So I needed to get myself healthy, needed to get my family healthy. And during that time, I was still walking through levels of deliverance myself and having encounters with the Father. Well, I was looking just to go sit and soak at a church. I couldn't find, we looked around, really couldn't find a place because it seemed like every time I would go to a place, they would all either want me to speak or think that I was there for an agenda or that I wanted a position, that I was wanting something. And I would go in there and say, look, I don't want any.
Wait a second. When you would go to a church, they would think you were there to speak. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why they thought you were there to speak. Maybe it's because you never shut up. Maybe they thought, all this guy does is talk. Surely he's here to speak. He must be.
Anything but just to worship. I just want to sit back here on the back row and I need to heal. And so in that time, it was like I was in this cocoon and the Holy Spirit just began to heal me and old personalities fell off and old desires fell off. And I began to walk these out, chains began to break. And
this guy is so wound up. I think he probably has the 11 lines. He probably has those 11 lines on his butt cheeks. This guy is wound up like a top. If he quit cocaine, I don't know what is with this guy.
And I began to start accepting some opportunities to preach. But I said, look, I'll come preach, but can we make it revival? I'm called to revival. So I started running like mash the gas, full throttle towards revival. And so we've been in full-blown revival, Janie, for 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. God called us because I couldn't find a church to really get planted into. Holy Spirit began to burden me for Awaken Texas, to wake some people up. This was 3.5 years ago. And so I began to be called to the front lines of the Reawaken America tour. And Pastor Greg Locke, he and I got connected there, and the truck train and some of those things. And Pastor Ken Peters with being on the front lines fighting against for life, for when Roe versus Wade got overturned, we were on the front lines for that. And so we've just, in the last 3.5 years, we've been just crisscrossing the nation, but it started in a rural community with Awaken Texas. That was our yes. Our yes was, we'll do a summer revival. We'll wake some people up. Well, we turned on the Facebook, and I'm not techie at all, but we have a tent. And he said, get your old tent out. And I'm like, this is a 2-month struggle. Okay. Me and the Holy Spirit, get your old tent out, get the 5-fold prevalent, exemplified, demonstrated, get out of the way, stay out of the way, and watch what I do. That's what he told me. That was his recipe. That was his mandate for revival. Get my old tent out. And I'm like, God, the tent's 30 years old. It's got holes in it, 3 ice storms. I don't even know if it's repairable. And this was like, because I didn't want to get my old tent out. I didn't want to just I wanted to go to a nice building. And I had all these religious spirits on me. I thought that would be what revival is, right? But go to a rural community where there's a population of 5,000 people and put my tent at the rodeo and get out of the way, stay out of the way, get the 5-fold demonstrated. And he was very, very, very adamant to get the 5-fold prevalent, demonstrated, and exemplified. And so that kept going over and over and over. And so I said, okay, get it demonstrated and exemplified. So what we started doing is holding worship services. And so we threw the agenda out the window. But we don't even have a clock in our tent. We had a start time, but we would just begin to worship. And sometimes the worship set would be 3 hours. The glory would fall. Sometimes there'd be 5 people when we first started. Then there'd be 10, then there'd be 15. And then before I knew it, within 30 days, there's hundreds of people coming because the glory would come because we got out of the way. We stayed out of the way. We let the glory fall. Signs, miracles, and wonders started happening under that tent.
Lives changed. Lives absolutely changed.
That's right.
Can you pray for those who are watching?
Absolutely. I just feel the Holy Spirit even right now. Father God, we just thank you for who you are. We thank you, Father, for your presence. Father, help us and each and every person that's listening to be present right now in your presence. We're nothing without you, but your word says we can do all things with you. And so, Father, we just thank you. We invite you into our life. We invite you into every aspect, every circumstance of our life. I just feel the Holy Spirit even right now. Father God, we just thank you for who you are. We thank you, Father, for your presence. Father, help us and each and every person that's listening to be present right now in your presence. We're nothing without you, but your word says we can do all things with you. And so, Father, we just thank you. We invite you into our life. We invite you into every aspect, every circumstance of our life. Father, we give our lives to you. We surrender once and for all to you. Please forgive.
No, I don't. I disagree. I have to break in. I disagree. I don't surrender. I don't give my life to any false deity, any fake god, any of that garbage that idiot's talking about. That guy's a loser. That guy took the download from Matrix Jesus with the glowing green. Look at that. Matrix Jesus. And that guy's waiting for Batman Jesus to swoop down and save him. That guy is not a sovereign. That cowboy's an idiot. He's a fool. 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 He's an idiot. Let's go over here and see the gifted. The people these days call gifted. But back in the olden days, in the 1960s, they would call it a disability, a handicap, or a disability. These days, it's everything's a gift. Everything's a gift. If you have an autistic child, they're just gifted. I'm not saying to hate your child. That's the way leftists hear things. I'm saying this realm is defective. Okay? It's hard enough. How would you like to live life here, autistic?
Doe het hoofdje er maar op, José. Mooi zo.
The light source would seem to be a landmark for her which emanates reassurance. José is quicker than her sister in placing the pieces on the form board of the Turing test. When she is ready, José looks at Carrie. Whereupon she resorts to her most common stereotype, finger tapping, with the fingers held against the lips. A year later, a similar performance test is carried out, putting together a human figure from detached head, arms and legs.
Ja, natuurlijk heb je dan bij me, hè? Zo. En dan benen. En dan benen. Gaat José nog een bolletje maken, José? Dat niet. Doe het hoofdje erop, José. Mooi zo. Goed zo.
Carrie places the arms and then the legs below the trunk.
Nou, kijk nou een mooie lange benen, hè? Wat een lange benen heeft je op zeg. Hè? Geweldig. Hij vindt in het water. Je vindt het water? Ja. Waarom? Ja, dat kan niet meer. Hij kan er niet meer uit. Hoe moet dat nou verder? Moet dat dan zo aan?
The psychologist asks whether she can also put the extremities differently.
Kan jij het ook nog anders maken, dat poppetje, Carrie? Hè? Moet je anders maken of niet? Zeg, maak hem eens anders. Hij heeft geen armpjes gekregen van jou. Kan je hem ook armpjes geven?
When subsequently José proves to have put down the arms correctly, Carrie takes this performance apart.
En dan gaan we iets anders doen. We gaan iets anders doen.
During the first year of treatment, José has become less rigid. Among other things, the therapist made use of music, rhythm and dancing. Also, José has approached and explored his body in various ways, and contact has improved as a result. But very often still, José avoids visual contact. In the dolls' houses, José's attention is attracted chiefly by the doors and windows. More than with the dolls, she is preoccupied with the opening and closing of the doors. Being open also fascinates her in the windows, through which she sometimes introduces little dolls and pieces of chalk. A toy train and a doll are discarded in a corner behind the puppet playhouse. José is also deeply interested in the drawing of the curtain of the large window in the playroom. The therapist asks, say curtain, gordijn.
Zeg eens gordijn.
And she repeats the whole question.
Zeg eens gordijn.
Goed zo.
Gordijn.
Gordijn. Gordijn. Ja, mooi.
Her interest is so great that the therapist can use it as a lever to make her repeat the word curtain. In this hour she speaks remarkably often.
Nou is hij dicht.
Nou is het dicht, hè?
Nou is hij dicht, hè? Dan ben je mooi aan het praten vandaag. Waar gaan we nou heen? Naar die andere? Nou is hij weer open.
Nou is het open.
Nou is hij weer open. Je zegt,
Hé, gordijn.
je zegt me alles na. Vind je zo knap? Gordijn. Oepsie. Klim er maar op. Zo, en dan gordijn.
José is again interested in the windows of the doll's house. When the therapist calls her away, she suddenly wets herself. She is somewhat taken aback by this and says, oh, bah.
Klas gedaan.
Oh.
Klas. Ga even van.
When she passes the windows in the corridor, José's attention is again attracted by the possibility of open and closed. She even holds her feet outside the window as if she herself wants to go through. She throws her shoe out of the window and then other things too. This throwing is a compulsive act. Her reality testing would seem to be reduced by it. It is difficult to retrieve the things which José throws out of the window. The therapist looks for a situation in which reciprocity is more easily attained.
It's a beautiful day in the realm today. A beautiful day in the realm today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be? Oh, won't you be? Won't you be? My viewers, what do we have here? What in the freak show world do we have to share with you today? There's lots more always to share in this place. In Hell Realm. This is a Hell Realm full of freaks.
Although I love stuffed crust pizza.
I love the when they stuff the crust with mozzarella. Oh, it's so good.
Never had it.
Oh, so good.
I had the stuffed crust DiGiorno, but it would be a lot better if it was like
real.
the pizza machine did it.
The pizza machine?
Yeah, that's a pizza joint around here. It's got the best pizza in the whole county. Their squares are awesome too. But the only thing is I could get for $10 the large round pepperoni, so I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not bad. $10 for a large, that's pretty good, especially with an item on it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't like mushrooms anymore. I used to eat mushrooms all the time.
Wait a second, Leslie. You only eat one large pizza for you? Just one large? Come on. You order 5 or 6 large at a time. Come on, Leslie.
So I didn't add that. And
I like
Leslie.
Nope.
I don't know. I probably could have added like green peppers or something. Or sometimes I like those no, not the habaneros. Those peppercini.
Oh, pepperoncini? Yeah. That's like a Greek kind of thing.
Yeah. I like that on pizza too.
Yeah, they could be
I
good.
like sardines on the damn thing too. Especially with peppers.
Did you say beans?
Sardines.
Oh no, you lost me with that one. I mean, I have eaten anchovies on pizzas, and it was just salty. It wasn't very fishy, but it's just not my thing, man.
Not mine either.
Yeah,
I don't
but
like
you gotta mix it with having the peppers, the pepperoncinis or whatever. That's probably what's missing.
I don't know. I like.
They're smoking away, and there's something about them that I just
Mushrooms, bacon, onions, pepperoni, green roasted peppers, shit like that.
I agree. Wendy, a voice like an ashtray. If the ashtray in that room could speak, it would sound like Leslie. I've got blah, 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 blah.
You know?
If the ashtray in that room with Leslie could grow legs, it would run away. It would run out of the room with her. It would leave. Look at the other one in the hoarder's house, the tiny hoarder's house, with junk all piled behind her, just covered in just junk everywhere. Just like the back of her vehicle. I don't know if you saw that. I can't remember all the time who was here, but I took a screenshot of the back of that Karen's vehicle. It is covered in stickers. It looks exactly like you would expect. It looks like her hoarder's house, tiny house, gross granny room that she's in. This is the back of her vehicle, her Subaru. Karen's car. Look at this thing. If that isn't perfect, what is? That looks exactly like you'd expect it to look. Look at this thing. Oh my goodness. Just clutter, just everywhere. She has to cover her vehicle with it. It's just what a mental case. What an absolute mental. Imagine her as their grandmother. Imagine her as imagine her grandparents or her grandkids, sorry, having her as a granny. I mean, it's just they must be so embarrassed. Oh, grandma, I don't want to ride with you. No thanks. No thanks. I don't want to get in the crazy car. MAGA is a fascist cult. Look at this. Trump is a pedo. This is the Karen car. Yeah, she advertises her Karen-ness. There's no car that I've ever seen that's more Karen than this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. You're in a cult. She has. Meanwhile, you can't make this up. She's telling other people they're in a cult. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm gonna do the next time I can get on that panel? I'm gonna tell her she needs to focus on more than just Trump. That's not good enough. She has to be an LGBT ally and put rainbows in the back of her window, in the back of her car. She's got to put rainbow stuff and gay stuff on there. She needs the rainbow stuff. She needs the gay stuff. That's not good enough. Attacking Trump. That's not enough. Karen, you have to be an ally for the gays.
I like pepperoni, sausage. I like bruschetta, and I love artichoke hearts, black olives.
Oh, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, black olives. I like black olives. I have to admit that.
Yep, I love black olives on a pizza.
Yeah.
I got
black olives plain.
What I got the anti-pesto salad. No, it was the not Greek salad, but the other one. What was it?
Chef salad?
No, not chefs. I knew you were gonna say chef.
Chop salad?
Huh?
A chop salad or a Caesar salad?
A tossed salad from like prison.
I don't believe she had a salad in her life. Because, Leslie, come on. Who are you trying to fool here? You got a salad. You can't remember the name of it. You don't eat salad. Come on. Be real here.
A Caesar salad and the Greek dressing.
Oh, like feta cheese and all that.
Oh, that cucumber dressing. Oh, it's so good.
Tzatziki.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, I made that once. You say you don't like lemon though, but that lemon juice is a big ingredient in that dressing.
Well, the cucumbers cut it because it doesn't taste like lemon.
Yeah. It's got dill.
You can't taste the lemon in it. You can taste the cucumber. That's what I like.
Well, it's cucumber and it's got dill in it too, like for making pickles, you know.
I love avocado in salad too, and cottage cheese.
Yes. Avocado and cottage cheese. Love both of them. They're both really good.
And then sprinkle some sharp cheddar on top of that shit too.
But I like the small curd.
The small turd? What?
Yeah, I don't like the large curd.
The small turd?
Small curd. C-U-R-D.
Oh.
You goof.
No, I went to IHOP for the first time since 1975, I think.
Oh my God. Is it still the same?
No, it's better, but they had a spicy poblano omelet.
Oh,
and it had poblano peppers in it, which aren't too bad, but it had serrano peppers as well, which are very bad. And this shit was fucking hot, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, you guys are actually serving something that's actually spicy. You know, like I didn't think Americans could handle it anymore. I was surprised. I was really surprised. I mean, it was actually hot. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't have eaten it. No way in hell.
Oh, I ate it, but yeah.
I can't do hot. I can't do hot. The only kind of hot I can do is wasabi or horseradish.
Yeah, wasabi is not real. It's just hot mustard powder and horseradish.
Yeah. But that's all. That's what it. That's the only kind of heat I can take is when it clears your sinuses. That shit is awesome. That's a wonderful thing.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Happy Easter.
Yeah, happy Easter. We're all going to get resurrected in the light eternal.
We are?
Nope.
That's what Jesus says.
Did you get any Easter eggs?
Nope. I didn't get a Cadbury egg even.
Oh, I used to like those Cadbury Easter cream eggs.
Yeah,
Easter,
they were
Easter,
good. They're really sweet, man.
Easter is on Sunday, not today.
Yeah, yeah. Well, today's Good Friday.
Happy Good Friday. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
How is it happy if they nailed our Savior to a cross and shoved a spear into his side?
They didn't.
Well, but why would it be happy? I mean, today's a day of sorrowful reflection.
If you believe
You guys are arguing with everything I say, then sorrowful Friday.
Yeah.
Sorry that they shoved a spear up Jesus's butt.
I know, but I had nothing to do with it. Like,
I didn't either. I wasn't there.
Nope, me neither. Nobody was.
do you know that there's a claim that the Vatican has a device called the chronovisor that allows them to go back in time and witness events? And they say that they've actually gone back and witnessed the crucifixion of Jesus with the chronovisor.
Can you believe it?
Mm-mm. I do not.
Me neither.
I think the Vatican's evil.
I think so too. Wasn't there a big scandal where they thought that they were using a hologram of the Pope on a balcony?
Well, yeah, because he disappeared.
Yeah.
He came out, he waved to the people, and then he turned around and he got into the doorway and then
He vanished. Yeah.
Yep.
I've done that. People didn't know how I disappeared, but I disappeared for a while.
Have you ever actively tried to do remote
Yeah.
I have, and I've been successful when I wasn't trying.
What do you mean? What do you mean remote viewing? What is it? What are you
It's like when you're in between the state of wakingness and sleep, and you use your brain to look at something far away. I've watched people have conversations and shit, but they're not people that I know.
Yeah, the CIA used to use, they probably still do, people to do remote viewing to spy on Russia and spy in different places. And some perverts, I think, like Bill Clinton used it to spy on women, to see naked women.
Probably. I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
Man,
He
that's
got real
so
happy when he got real happy when they showed him the Epstein pictures, and they showed old Billy Boy some of the women. He had a big smile on his face.
Mm. Yeah.
Hi, Leslie. I've seen you talking about me.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Last night, this morning. Shouldn't do that.
I
Gossip
never
is
perpetuate
kinky here.
false narratives.
You never what?
She said she never perpetuates false narratives.
Hello. I ended up getting kicked off this shit show at some point. I showed them vegan Jesus and Dolphin Jesus was there.
Have to do with it.
She's in the chat talking about me, saying, "Why is it that you
She's
hate Jesus
awesome.
so much?"
She is a wonderful, wonderful human.
She's not. Then she shouldn't say that to me about Jesus
Say
or
what?
hatred. I don't,
Should we like Dolphin Jesus? What's that about?
You should love Dolphin Jesus. You really are confused, though,
He's a
Leslie.
dolphin Jesus.
He's right here.
I'm not watching you guys. I'm
Look at this. Look at this.
fixing my own.
It's Aquaman. It's Aquaman.
It's actually a Jesus character on top of a dolphin.
Yep.
You should have made the dolphin Jesus.
Yeah, if you want a dolphin Jesus, you got to make the dolphin look like Jesus. Just riding on a dolphin. That's stupid.
Look at how stupid they are. They call it stupid. Look at these idiots. Look how stupid and angry they are. No sense of humor, just what I described. Humorless twats. Leslie and Karen, humorless twats. They got angry. They got angry. These Karens. Karen and big fat Leslie. Big dumb Leslie. They got angry. They got angry. They got angry. Because they're losers. They're losers. They're losers. I don't want to hear those bitches anymore. Let's go over here to Hell Realm. Days ago. I'm going to replay a little bit of this. I missed it. I was a guest, but somehow I missed it. Some of it. I missed some of this.
Only the strong survive in battle. Warriors fight another day.
Not doing investigation, which would make you a curious-minded, truth-seeking being. Huge pattern on YouTube in the so-called truth community, the Panelverse. They'll be critical without watching or listening. And what I'm getting at, Rose, what's your favorite movie, we'll say, is a question.
Oh gosh, if
You
I
have any
told
favorites? Top 5?
Yeah, I do. I have a favorite movie, but it will be a shocker to a lot of people who are familiar with it, but I will
Okay.
not apologize for it. It's called Ichi the Killer by Takashi Miike. It's a Japanese horror film about an ultimate sadist and an ultimate masochist who was brainwashed meeting
Ichi
and
the
then
Killer? What is it called?
yeah, it used to be a manga. It's called Ichi the Killer by
Okay.
Takashi Miike. It's a Japanese movie, and nobody should watch that if they aren't completely insane like me, because I see the humor in Japanese horror, but there's so much violence and towards women, and so I just wouldn't. Most people wouldn't appreciate it, but I'm looking at the more underlying philosophical ideas that are coming out of that chaos.
I'll give you an example. Ichi the Killer is one of your favorites. Whether people would understand it or not, you appreciate it for what it is. It's something that you enjoy, and you have an understanding of it that's unique to Rose 777. Now, someone in your chat could say that movie sucks, and my response would be, why do you say that? And if they said, well, I've never seen it, but it sucks. See, it's the same kind of thing with what they do with my channel and my content. They'll say, he calls it a hell realm, and he does this, and it's like I have over 150 Esoterica videos and other series showing what this realm is. They're mocking and insulting something without doing investigation, which is willfully ignorant. It's showing that they are ignorant zombies. That's not just an insult, a baseless, empty insult. It carries meaning because they're doing that. They're showing what they are when they attack something without watching the movie, watching the videos, or reading the book. You know, if they haven't read certain books like Kerouac's On the Road, when I was in my 20s, that was one of my favorite books. Jack Kerouac, On the Road. Now they could say that book sucks. Well, have you read it? Have you read Orwell's 1984? Have you read
Of course, I have to say I've never watched a single solitary video, because from the beginning, when I found out who these people are, I just had like a visceral reaction and an aversion, and I just didn't want to have anything to do with them. So
Yeah, he's very strange. I want to very quickly say, I hope I don't die in my sleep. I hope I'm aware. I'm not going to be dead. Maybe yours is strawberry cake.
telling me, Rose, you know, it's nice if you make friends along the way, but I'm not here to make any new friends. I don't want new friends. And then you've heard people like Passia say, I'm not here to make friends. And you've said on your channel, I'm not here to make friends. And I don't know why it didn't click in my head that I should like really take that to heart in certain ways as well, is that I need to stop worrying about what people are thinking and get back to where I was when I first started on this journey of just simply trying to put out correct information. Because so often I will hear people say things that I think is absolutely incorrect and stupid, and I'll just let it go because I'm exhausted. But then it's like tacit consent to what they're saying if you don't say something.
Yeah. Well, some people will treat it as mean, whether it's me or someone else saying I'm not here to make friends. But I'm not. It's just accurate. It's just the truth. It doesn't mean that I don't want friends. It just means that I'm not doing a channel and making videos for the purpose of trying to make friends. I have another purpose. I'm trying to put out the truth, and I'm trying to expose the shills, agents, liars, sex offenders, felons, creatures, demons. Because that's what populates the so-called truth community, whether people want to realize it or not. I've exposed so many that are violent criminals, that are absolutely disgusting. And it isn't just Archaic's channel. I won't say his name, but I have many times said his name, but I'm not going to say it here. But yeah, it's that's the way it is. I'm not on here to make friends. I'm here to speak truth and try to help people. And I enjoy making the music. As for art being collectively shitty or getting shittier, to a sense, to a degree, I would agree with that. What the guy said in the chat, the Marine Layers shadow ban. Yeah, a lot of it is these days, but it doesn't have to be. And that's the positive part of it. You don't have to say everything sucks and it's getting worse. You can make good stuff, quality stuff, excellent stuff, meaningful lyrics, lyrics that are about the truth. Sometimes I'll call my music truth music. Other times I'll call it Viking metal, things like that. You can come up with a new genre. You don't have to just stick to things. I'll make metal and I'll put in some industrial dark beats or down-tuned guitars, or I'll put in some cello or violin mixed in with metal. I'm experimenting and having fun doing it and trying to come up with different sounds. And I enjoy doing it.
And sorry if you can hear my ice machine, but I almost feel like, okay, I had a conversation with a bunch of people a couple of years ago being like, is it possible in this brainwashed world of culture to even come up with a new genre? And it was like, okay, let's have a contest and try and think if someone could come up with a song that can be placed into a new genre. And I think you've done it. I've heard a couple of your songs, which are their own special kind of genre, and I guess it would be called like Viking metal, truth, hell realm, anti-demon, seal them in, power music. Like, I didn't say metal at the end because there's like other elements to it. It's a new genre. It's music to empower. It's music to recognize sovereignty, that we are powerful. Like with other religions, they'll say that they need some kind of like totem or some kind of like image or savior that they have to focus their mind on in order to like protect their brain from whatever. But if we can realize that the power is within ourselves and that we have to figure out how to escape this suffering on our own, I think that helps people.
Yeah, and I would say in response to that, which gave me the idea of what you just said, is inspired me to say this: have these idols helped save anyone ever? It doesn't appear to be that way. It appears to be, whether they give us the correct number or not, I suspect not. But they say that there's over 8 billion, whether it's 8 billion, 2 billion, 1 billion, 10 billion, whether they downplayed it or exaggerated it, doesn't matter. This is a recycling system where more spirits are coming in, more beings. There's been no savior yet that has saved this place or anyone in it. If you really think about that and say whether it's Buddha, whether it's Jesus, whether it's Muhammad.
Dolphin Jesus.
I was drawing Muhammad right before we went live, by the way. I didn't want to say anything, but I was drawing the image of Muhammad. I don't know if there's any Muslims tuned in right now. They might
What
be
a strange coincidence.
upset
I
with
was
me.
just talking to a Muslim yesterday about the jinn and the Qadeen and about
I
the
was
provision.
sketching Muhammad before we went live. That's why I was a little bit late tonight, because I was trying to draw Muhammad with Jesus.
How funny.
And I was drawing Jesus as a Muslim. I have a Muslim Jesus, by the way, people.
I can't
I don't know
wait.
if that, I hope that doesn't offend any Christians, but I do have a Muslim Jesus somewhere.
But the Muslims Muslims believe in Jesus.
They do,
call him
but they don't believe he was a Muslim. I'm saying Jesus was a Muslim. He was a Muslim before there was a Muhammad. They called Jesus a prophet, but Jesus was an actual Muslim. People
can't
don't
wait
know
to hear.
this.
I can't
I have
wait
a
to
Muslim
see.
Jesus, if you can believe it.
Oh
I
my
have,
God.
as Salty Siren always says, I have more Jesuses than you can shake a stick at. I've got even a vegan Jesus for Jack Talcott. I don't know if you've seen vegan Jesus, but he's quite something. He's Yes, I was spending some time just sketching Muhammad before I went on the show. I know they say that you're not supposed to do that, but I couldn't help myself. I had a vision of Muhammad, the prophet. I guess you're not supposed to do that, but I do what I want. You know, I went on a show one time where there's an idiot in the Panelverse called The Machine Lies with a channel. He's a real weirdo. He's a real creepy creature. He's a real creepy creature. Creepy creature. He's a real creep. And his real name is Muhammad. Okay? This creature named Machine Lies. His actual name is Muhammad. And I went on a live stream one time and he was there. And I said, what a coincidence. Muhammad's here. I was just drawing Muhammad before I came on here. And all the idiots on the panel thought I meant drawing this creature. They said, no, show us. We don't believe you. And it's like, I'm not drawing him. I'm drawing Muhammad. They didn't get it. They're too dumb. They're too slow. And that's what beings deal with in this realm. We're dealing with idiots. So this demon here thought I was drawing him. No, I'm drawing what you're not supposed to draw. Muhammad. Drawing Muhammad. His name is Muhammad. He didn't get the joke. As a Muslim, he couldn't understand. He couldn't get it. He's too stupid. He's too dumb. He's eating a carrot. And
Nice.
he's new to being vegan. He hasn't been a vegan for 20 years or he looked like a skeleton because they tend to just wither away and get very skinny and anorexic looking and sickly. But he looks pretty healthy. That's day one of Jesus on the vegan diet. He's eating a carrot.
I have this crazy analogy I just thought of from The Princess Bride because you were questioning Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and there's that funny quote from Princess Bride where he's like, have you ever heard of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle? And he's like, yes. And he's like, morons. But then you were talking about being an ENFP. And so I want to give a
INFP.
visual. Sorry, an INFP.
Yeah, I'm introverted.
An
People
INFP.
don't believe it though. Sorry
I
for
believe
jumping in,
it.
but the reason is that most people think introvert, quiet, shy, doesn't say much, but yeah, that's Muslim Jesus. Could you put that up again? He's
Yes.
he's handsome. Look at that.
He's very
handsome.
sexy.
Yeah, he almost looks like he's straight out of Saudi Arabia instead of straight out of Compton. He's got the tablecloth aesthetic.
Yeah, he's got a Roman nose though, a little bit, but he
A
has
little
to.
bit. He's Middle Eastern looking, and then he's got the crooked cross behind him where AI kind of fucked up. AI is not perfect. Now, AI would be perfect if it was actually intelligent the way they claim, but AI, after years of existing, still can't draw hands properly, fingers. It isn't even learning it or improving. It's just as bad today as 2 years ago. It's no improvement. It's another thing
Okay.
people don't recognize. But anyway, I could debunk AI if I wanted to tonight. I'm not going to do that, but yeah,
I want to
Muslim
give you
Jesus
my
is pretty handsome.
analogy.
Sorry?
I want to give you my Princess Bride analogy where
Okay.
you reminded me about the feeling perceiver, but that doesn't mean that you don't think. So what happens is you're with your sword in the forest and you're saying, Father, guide my sword. So you're guiding your sword towards the correct tree. But if all you were doing was feeling and perceiving, you just walk away without checking and just say, hey, my dad told me and was guiding my sword. And I bet that there's a pit of despair down there. But you didn't. Instead, what you do is you go forward, you press the button, and you go down and you see for yourself and investigate. And that's the investigation that is incorporated, even though your testing is a feeling perceiver. But you're guided first by the intuition, and then you're confirming it and interpreting that through your investigation and critical thinking. That was my analogy with Inigo Montoya.
Thank you. Absolutely, that applies. And I guess the problem, yeah, here's Dolphin Jesus. The problem is people tend to want to limit others, and they'll say, well, you're intuitive, you're an INFP, so you're introverted. The end part is the intuitive. You're feeling and perceiving. Well, you don't think. And it's like, of course I think. It's just that I am a certain, we'll say, mixture or recipe. The way my cake is baked is different than the way your cake is baked, in a sense. Maybe my cake is German chocolate, maybe yours is strawberry cake. It doesn't mean that we're not capable. A thinker is incapable of being an intuitive or using intuition, and they might be more skilled at or more prone to relying on one thing rather than another. It doesn't mean that they can't do it, though.
It's personality. It's about preference. So it's not that you're incapable of thinking. It's that when you answer these questions and you think, hey, where am I most comfortable? This, that, the other. So I believe that it makes sense to me that you would be an introvert because you're so creative that you put yourself out there that after doing things that people would call extroverted behavior, I bet that you really need time to recharge that battery like I do. Even though I test as an extrovert, there's an introverted part of me that I wouldn't be able to survive without, where I need to isolate after being in public.
I get exhausted if I'm at a party for hours around a whole bunch of people. If I'm in a large crowd, or even just 15 people or 20 or something at a family gathering that goes on for hours, it just drains me of energy. I have to sleep. I have to have time on my own. So I do recharge my batteries on my own. When I'm on the internet is my most outgoing, when I'm this way speaking about things that I'm passionate about one-on-one, or just on my own monologuing. And I could spend days on my own and be fine. I don't need a lot of social interaction. Like day to day, I can just be on my own, reading books, reading on the internet, watching things, creating things, writing lyrics, doing my own thing. And I'm perfectly content. I'm not in solitude. I don't get lonely. That's another thing. Like maybe some introverts do, maybe some other INFPs do, maybe some other personality types get lonely, but I don't. I generally don't get lonely. So if my girlfriend went away for weeks, if I was on my own completely day to day, I'm fine. It doesn't even really cross my mind because I'm so busy working on things, thinking about things, and doing my own thing. I'm wrapped up in my own stuff, in my own world, in a sense. I have a world inside of my mind, and I don't have time to really go, wait a second, I'm alone and feel lonely. I just don't. I'm so busy doing things and making things, creating things.
Yeah, that's why it's so funny when people, like you showed me a video of someone that I had no knowledge of who made a video about me months ago. And it's like, it doesn't exist. It's like if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? I always thought that was stupid because obviously it creates the vibration that would make a sound. But to me, when it comes to those videos, it kind of doesn't exist. And it just actually is funny to me. I would love to play the part 2 Madness song next, even though you linked me to the Jesus one. Do you mind if we do the Madness one first?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Play it.
I genuinely am addicted to the music that after 90 minutes, it's like, oh my gosh, we haven't listened to enough of it. But
yeah, let's play some more music. I've been yapping enough as it is.
No. Like, I don't want you to feel that way. That I'm just
no,
like,
I'm not saying it in a mean way. We should play more music while I'm on here. It's a good idea.
It's just so fucking good. That's why.
Thank you.
And then we can talk about the lyrics afterwards. Now, I'm going to listen carefully. I don't have these lyrics memorized yet, but this one is like more maniacal and fun. But the point I want to make before everyone hears this is that if you walk into a room and you hear this song and you think, oh, wow, this is like, about madness. It's about someone that's crazy. With that being said, whatever feelings of craziness you experience while listening to this music is nowhere near as mad or crazy or evil or as fucked up as the reality of this existence. So I just wanted to put those 2 cents in first. Here we go.
Madness. If you are mad, you are mine. Part of my crazy tribe. If you are mad, you are mine. Madness. Madness! If you are mad, you are mine. For only sanity can I despise with any ill rejection. Same, the same, they're the same. Playing demon games, sick gaslighters of projection. Look inside. Madness is inside. Sanity is the real aberration. Sanity is all the world's plague. Mother nature can rage against the seer and the sage. Mother Nature loves slaves, loves pain, loves disasters. Monster nature is cruel. In hell realm, pain is the rule. Inescapable. We suffer, we die, we mourn, we grave. Fuck your sanity! Fuck your snake-eyed sanity! Fuck your followers! Fuck your conformity! Madness! Madness! We bring the madness! If you are mad, you are mine. Mine, 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 mine.
Bravo. Oh, look at all this dumb stuff that comes up afterwards. It's like, oh, I'm being recommended a singles live, and then also some woman who got pushed off a cliff. I also was just recently suggested a video of this woman who called 911 on herself, and then they came in and there was like all these abused and neglected children who were melting to their cribs, just like the girl you were talking about. All right.
Oh, let's see here. What's going on here? Jesus. Dinosaur Jesus. He is a pet dinosaur. What is going on here? Salty Siren had recommended or suggested that I try to make a dinosaur Jesus. Well, this is one of the first attempts here. It's a lizard-like dinosaur. Did anybody realize Jesus had a pet dinosaur? Jesus had a pet dinosaur. Salty said a few nights ago when I was over there the other night with Rose. When was that? Wednesday night, I think? Something like that. Dinosaur Jesus. This is Jesus with his pet dinosaur. They existed at the same time, apparently. Jesus was around. There were dinosaurs around at the time of Jesus. Amazing. That's amazing. And then here's Matrix Jesus. He kind of looks like Neo, but he has the long hair and kind of the Jesus look. Wow. It's crazy. There's so many Jesuses in this realm. Here we are on Easter weekend. What a celebration. Jesus, the Savior, the Messiah, said he's coming back soon. It's been over 2,000 years. people are still waiting for Jesus over 2,000 years later. over 2,000 years later. It's not amazing. People are so patient. It says in the Bible, Jesus will return soon, and they think Jesus is coming back. Patience, people. You might have to wait 5 million years, maybe 6 million years. Oh yeah, it's horrific. I was recommended recently one where this black woman, I think it might have been in Texas, was fired. She hung up on dozens of 911 calls and said she didn't feel like working. And they criminally charged her as a 911 operator. And she's hardly spent any time in jail at all. And she caused deaths because people were hung up on. And she just said, well, I didn't feel like working. People were calling 911 and she would just hang up, say she doesn't feel like taking their call. That's how bad society's gotten.
I watched the same exact video. I think our algorithms are totally synced up with the body cam footage. I bet you are. Are you subscribed to the Midwest body cam people?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
I knew
I'm
it.
familiar.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I watch it and it really does seem like the decapitations and the sexual mutilations are increasing. But I was going to ask you actually if you thought that, or if it's just that the internet
I think it's both. I was just thinking about that earlier, which is funny it's funny that you brought that up, because I was thinking of that earlier. Somebody asked me that recently. Do I think it's happening more? I think things are getting worse, but I also think we're hearing about it more due to the internet, because we have these channels that share things with us that we wouldn't have heard about. So we're hearing more things from, I could be in Sweden and I could hear about a murder or decapitation that happened in the United States. So we have more connectivity these days, but also things are getting more violent. There is more of that horrific, senseless violence and just over the top shit happening that wouldn't have happened 100 years ago or 40 or 50 years ago. There's rampages I just saw in England they called them youth. They were all, of course, darkies. They were Negroes in a certain British place rampaging, and people had to shut themselves in shops and restaurants and block the doors because there was just hordes of fucking violence. So would that have happened in the 60s, 50s if it wasn't politically motivated or some kind of MK Ultra mind control CIA stuff? It probably wouldn't have happened at all in England, United States, Canada. So there are things happening today that we hear about that wouldn't have happened, but there's also, we have the ability to hear things happening anywhere in the world because we're connected. So I do think it's both happening. Both are reasons why we're getting this information and why it seems like it's worse. It is worse, but we're hearing a lot more. We're able to get more information. I just want to make a quick comment on the song you just played, Madness Part 2. The Madness series of songs, I have around 5 written, by the way. I haven't uploaded them all, but I've been working on a bunch of them because I think it's just fun. It's worthwhile. It's creative. I like that sort of thing. People have said for years, there was the guy that made a video about you, actually, Jeremy, that made a video saying that because you hold up devil horns that you're evil or you're a shill and all this stuff. He made comments with someone else saying, if you were mad, you were mine. They're all saying, all these haters tend to say that I'm saying, if you're angry, you are mine and I own you. It's not that way at all. And then they'll portray it as me as a cult leader, which I play up with images of saying, I love my cult.
I love my cults. I'm part of the cult.
I'm always going to turn it into humor and play it up, always.
Same here. The more that people say that you have a cult, the more of a cult member I will be, because if there's any cult I want to be a part of, it's yours.
Thank you. So all my haters will say, well, he's evil. He's a cult leader. He says on the Sanity Machine, the quote that's been there for over 3 years is, if you were mad, you're mine, which was taken from one of my poems that I wrote probably 20 years ago or more. A lot of this stuff was things I wrote in notebooks 20, 25, 30 years ago. So if you are mad, you're mine, part of my crazy tribe. They'll let on that, oh, that means Stephen's a cult leader. And it means if he gets you angry, it's the way Americans view mad as angry. They don't view mad as madness. And I view it differently. It does mean madness, but most Americans automatically say he's mad, he's angry. I'm rarely angry. I'm more of a laughing, kind of laugh it off, play it up. turn it into humor, turn it creative, get creative with it, with my critics, haters, turn it into music. If they say, why don't you sing your own songs? I'll start singing them then. I wasn't before, but they said that. Why can't you do that? Well, I'll try it. That's the way I am. Challenge accepted. If you say, why don't you do this? Well, maybe I will. Maybe I'll take that challenge and do it. But if you are mad, madness is the antithesis of sanity. Now, the way I view sanity is different because we're in a realm that's inverted, as anyone that's been truth seeking for a while can see. Everything's inverted, everything's upside down in this world. It's evil. The evil top of the pyramid inverts everything. So sanity, I view it as sanitizing, like a toilet or something. Sanitary, sanitized, get something to sanitize it, get some chemicals from under your sink, some spray chemical cleaner that bubbles up that's full of 20 different chemicals. And this is what most people use. They clean their stuff with chemicals, right, that go in the air, and a lot of them have neurotoxins in them and everything else. It's not exactly healthy to be sanitizing shit. Sanity is just conformity. It's mass conformity. It's the masses saying, this is sane, you're crazy. You're an outsider. Well, call me crazy. Call me a madman. Call me an outsider. Call me whatever, but I'm not joining your sane fucking society of clones and followers and conformists, whether it's in 2020, whether it's in 2001, whether it's today, whether it's 10 years from now. Most people follow along. They're not thinkers. They hear, they see, they repeat, they parrot, they follow, they conform. That's all most people do. They're zombies. So I think sanity is being a zombie, a follower. That's what it means to be sane, the same. Sane, the same. I think those lyrics are in that song or in some of the madness songs. Sane, the same.
They're all the same.
Yeah, they're all the same. So they look the same to me, and they look the same to those that are different, that are outsiders, outcasts. I'm more of an outsider artist. I'm someone that does my own thing. I'm not going to follow someone else's movement, or whether it's visual art like painting, drawing, whether it's music. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm not a follower. And that's an INFP thing. It's also my fire sign, my star sign. I am a rebel. I'm someone that is my own being, and I will never conform. And it isn't just non-conformity for the sake of not conforming. I don't like most people, and I'm one of the few in this realm that you'll hear admit that. I don't like everyone on earth. I like some people a lot. I love some people very deeply. I relate to some people. I can have great conversations and bond with some, but I don't like everyone equally on earth. I think for the most part, most beings are so spiritually different from me as a species that they are a different species. And just because they're a different species doesn't mean I necessarily, quote unquote, hate them any more than I hate dolphins. I don't hate dolphins. I don't hate polar bears. I don't hate wolves. I don't hate somebody's dog, no matter what dog you breed. I love dogs, cats. They're different species than me. I don't hate them, but they are different. I recognize the difference. I'm not a goldfish. All right. I'm not a hummingbird. I am me. And I think that just because I'm in a meat suit doesn't mean I'm the same as a billion Chinese people, or as a zombie that lives in my city that's a total zombie that follows every agenda, LGBT and this and that, and they're just a zombie that just spews out zombie programming. They're a different species from me. That might sound harsh to people because they're looking at it through feelings rather than saying, wait a second, that actually makes sense, that we're not all the same species just because we're in bodies and have 2 legs and 2 arms. Do I look anything or behave anything like a black person from Africa? No, I don't. And it's not just skin color or melanin. It's hundreds and hundreds of differences that are valid and should be able to be spoken about without people getting triggered and upset and crying in a corner somewhere. If you see what I'm saying, people should just be able to look at it and go, yeah, obviously they're different. It's not just skin color.
But if they are NPCs and if they are zombies,
well, I don't think they're NPCs. That's not my theory. The NPC thinks as non-player character that they're just not real and they're not. They don't have a spirit. I think they have a spirit. They're just a different species of spirit than I am. Right. The same as a tiger is a different species than a wolf.
But whatever they are, whether they're a wolf or a tiger or an NPC or a demon, Jesus still loves them, right? Should we play the Jesus song?
Jesus does love them. Yes, let's play the Jesus song.
Jesus loves them no matter what, as long as they
Christians will
believe
love
that.
this if you just take it and don't get upset, and you'll enjoy it.
Right. It doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter who you are. Jesus loves you.
Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Like Jesus, my Savior is purple and gold, dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus, Mexican Jesus, Jesus loves tacos. Jesus loves tacos, not putos. No, putos. Jesus loves you.
Yes, I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer. Yes, I know, every liar tells you so. God loves cancer, God loves death, God loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome. My God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your mind with false love and watches you suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. All for Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dum dum dums. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Bitches and hoes. 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 Jesus loves murder. Jesus loves genocide and gay pride. Wee! Yippee! Jesus loves to see you all suffer and we praise Jesus. Amen. Praise Jesus. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you, zombie.
I think that it's sad that only one person said LOL. Thank you, Polly. That was hysterical. Why aren't we getting more people laughing?
Well, there's
Why?
almost no sense of humor left in this realm, unfortunately. I wish there was, but especially with truthers and people on YouTube and people that hang out, let's say in the Panelverse, not on your channel, but you know the Panelverse channels, they just don't like it. Everything's serious, and they'll say, well, he hates Jesus, and they can't laugh at stuff. They just can't do it. They can't laugh at Jesus jokes or Jesus characters or songs, or if I make a Muslim joke. I made a joke one time, they got all upset when I joined. There's a guy called The Machine Lives, and his real name is Muhammad. And I said, oh, funny, Muhammad's here. I was just drawing Muhammad before I joined the stream, and none of them laughed. They got all upset. And it's the way it is in this realm. People are angry, they're on edge, and a lot of people are humorless these days. I wish it
Oh,
wasn't that
good.
way.
The Prophet Live says he likes it too, so we've got another one.
And
But
he's a musician. He's from my channel. He writes songs and sings.
oh, awesome.
He
Okay, I've
wrote a
got Mon.
song based on some of the things that I say on my channel about
Oh, I'll
not
have
coming
to
back
look.
here. Yeah, I've played it during some live streams. Yeah, he's a musician, and he likes my music. He doesn't get upset that I use AI. He's a musician that plays guitar and sings, and right away he was into my music. He wasn't offended or threatened or angry about it or triggered. So
Oh my
that's
gosh, yeah,
cool.
I was typing in the private chat during the song before. Jason walked in during the song, and he like got into the like fighting stance, you know, so that your body is more centered, so your legs are apart.
Yeah.
And then he bent down and he was headbanging with the music. It's so cool. I don't think I've ever seen him do that, not even when we've gone to like see Iron Maiden. So that he knows that he just made my night.
Awesome.
But it wasn't
I'm glad.
for that, not the one that was all. That one was
Not the Jesus Loves You, not Dolphin Jesus. He wasn't
no. He was
rocking
headbanging to the one for that. He was headbanging.
rocking out to Dolphin Jesus?
No, he didn't get to hear that one, but he came
Oh.
in during Madness, and he
Yeah,
could.
I know, I'm kidding. I know you told me during Madness, but Dolphin Jesus, people do love Dolphin Jesus. There are people that tried to copy and steal him. Landry's one of them, by the way. He tried to take, without my permission, my Dolphin Jesus character, put it in his videos. He mocked it at first, said it isn't funny, and then like a week later or 2 weeks later, he's using it on his channel. It's funny how that works with these envious
Funny how it works
cockroaches.
with demons. Demons,
Yeah.
they can't create; they have to copy and invert.
Yeah, and they'll
Must
mock
be a
it at first. Like he said, Dolphin Jesus isn't funny when I go on live streams, come up as Dolphin Jesus. Oh, that's not funny. That's not funny. I don't get Dolphin Jesus. And then he was putting it into his videos. It's remarkable how that works.
I think you have a new fan. I think Rocker Chick is down with Dolphin Jesus. I really think you should go
Can you
and listen.
put him up again right before you play Monsters? Yeah, here he is. Everybody should love Dolphin Jesus. I mean, come on. Dolphin Jesus. I mean, look at that. Dolphin Jesus. And here's Jesus riding a dinosaur. This is dinosaur Jesus. Jesus on a dinosaur. This is a new character that I'm working on. Introducing to you Dinosaur Jesus. Dinosaur Jesus. The dinosaurs were around at the same time. Yes, giddy up. Giddy up. Giddy up, T-Rex. Giddy up. Isn't that glorious? Jesus was around the same time as the dinosaurs. It all makes sense, doesn't it? It all makes sense somehow. In Hell Realm. Whatever they tell people will make sense to people. They'll believe anything. That's the way people are in this place. They will believe anything. 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 And I find that remarkable. That human beings are designed in such a way that they can believe anything. Anything. From the absurd to the ridiculous to the unbelievable, they will believe the incredible. They will believe things that a few decades ago people would have thought, no, they'll never believe that. That's impossible. They won't fall for that. Oh, they do. They do. Humans find a way to believe the ridiculous. It doesn't have to add up to be believed. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be logical. It can be foolish. It can be absolutely stupid and foolish. In fact, all the better. If it seems ridiculous and stupid and foolish, people are more prone to believing it.
Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon!
Answer me! Face me! Do you want to play? Show me your hate! Show me your rage! Do you want to play?
Do you want to?
Do you? Bury yourselves in hell! Bury yourselves in hell! Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures, burn in hell! Burn! Demons! Burn!
Do you want to play?
Burn in
Do you?
All right, everyone. That is Do You Want to Play Demons? I put Demons, but the original title is just Do You Want to Play? Do you want to play? The question mark. Do you want to play? And we're going to play. We're going to play spiritually, whether they like it or not. That's the thing, whether they like it or not. This one is called Intuition. And I really like how this song turned out. It is different. And it has my vocals in it. I think this might be the first or one of the first with my vocals. Intuition.
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 Recognition.
Awareness. A mind. A mind. Illuminated. A kind of beauty. Beauty from within. Within. Intuition. Intuition. From within. Midnight feathers of wisdom. Raven eyes. Spiritual eyes. See through matrix lies. Worldly lies. Intuition. From within.
Spiritual sight.
Spiritual vision.
Illuminated mind.
Intuition.
Seeing.
Truly.
Intuition.
Raven eyes.
And that one is Intuition. Raven Eyes Viking mix with my vocals. Let's jump over here for something different. Shift gears. A peaceful day alone in Japan. Healthy homemade ramen. Bike ride. Remember her? I've shown her before. But this was just posted a couple hours ago. Her name is Gumi. Or maybe it's Gummy, but I think it's Gumi. Gumi. A Japanese woman living in Osaka, Japan. I love to sleep 8, 9, 10 hours. 8 hours often doesn't seem like enough for me, for my body. I need to recharge. I burn a lot of energy. My mind burns a lot of energy. And if I'm exercising, I burn energy. If I'm talking a lot with people, I just need to rest. And she's speaking about sleeping. She says, honestly, I'd love to sleep about 9 hours every day. But how many hours of sleep do you ideally want? 9 or 10 hours, easily. She seems like a fairly tall Japanese woman. And maybe that's part of why she's single. I know I'm not saying she can help it. I'm speaking about she's taller than that fridge by quite a bit, it looks like. Unless things are built at a different scale there, I'm not sure about the height of her cupboards and fridge and countertop. But maybe that's why, because there aren't a lot of tall or taller Japanese men. If she's 5'9" or 5'10", I'm not sure. Could be. But maybe she's close to 6 feet tall. Maybe I'm just seeing things wrong, but she seems like she's fairly tall. There wouldn't be a lot of Japanese men taller than her. So maybe that's part of it. She probably wants a guy that's taller than her. They probably want a woman that's shorter than they are. That can be a problem for tall women anywhere, not just in Japan. I've never seen a standing restaurant here. She's speaking about standing restaurants. Oh, that's a sweet cat. She says he's really good at being affectionate. I'm sure some people remember her. I have covered probably 2 or 3 of her videos, at least. I want to see what she's making here with her ramen. Oh, I do love ramen with egg in it. I love eggs. Eggs are always good. Some ramen has boiled egg and some has a seasoned egg. Anyway, I enjoy egg with ramen noodles in a ramen soup. I'll just give you a little bit of fact here in case you're wanting a little bit of truth. Eggs are not only delicious, but they're some of the best protein that you can digest, meaning most of the protein in an egg your body can digest. It's not so with plant protein. So if something says on it vegan, 20 grams of protein, your body can't digest most of that plant protein. But with eggs, it's 90, I think it's 90 something percent is digested by your body. So it's actually different. People that are vegans are very confused because they don't dig deep enough. They just skim the surface and say, well, it says 20 grams of plant protein on this. Well, your body might be able to use one gram of that or 2 grams. It doesn't digest and use most of it because plant protein is very difficult to digest. Plant nutrients in general are more difficult. What I'm getting at is if you took one boiled egg, let's say, and then put a slice of liver or some organ meat beside it, to be able to digest what is contained within that, you would have to eat you'd have to eat a kitchen full of vegetables, basically. It would be a tremendous amount trying to match what's in, let's say, one slice of liver and 1 or 2 boiled eggs. It's worlds apart. But vegans can't comprehend this because they think it's all the same. They think plant protein and animal protein is the same, and it isn't. Digestibility matters, but they don't look into that. They don't do research. Well, nothing new there. Most humans don't do any research for anything. They'll do the riskiest shit and they won't even spend 5 seconds looking into it. That's the way people are. Even if they have all sorts of things available to them at their fingertips, they won't use it. They'll spend millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands going to university to get programmed and learn nothing. They'll do that, but they won't use what's available at their fingertips to learn anything for free. That's the way people are. Konnichiwa is hello. Hello in Japanese is konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Since it's healthy, I can eat it without worrying about calories. I think this Japanese girl really enjoys food. I don't know if I should say girl. She's a grown woman. She's over 20. She might even be over 30, but she looks pretty young. For the fools on YouTube, when I say looks pretty young, I'm 88, so a 30-year-old looks pretty young to me if they look 30 or look younger. American 30-year-olds and Canadian 30-year-olds these days tend to look like they're 40-something. They're aging very badly, very quickly. I don't know why. Maybe they're following so much garbage and filling their heads with toxic lies or something for the most part. Something is definitely aging them because there's 20-somethings in Canada that look 40 almost. They don't look good. They're aging very rapidly. It's almost alarming in some ways. It's really weird. But Japanese, she looks probably younger than what her actual age is. She has very healthy skin. She's glowing. A boiled egg is good, especially in ramen. Well, it's good in so many ways. You can put it in different things. I like sliced boiled egg that way also in potato salad with egg. If you ever have a potato salad, especially in the summertime, it seems it's really good potato salad when it's nice and cool and chill and it's a hot day. It goes good with lunch or dinner or something. I've always enjoyed potato salad. Anyway, I like it with egg in it. I tend to be a protein eater. I consume a lot of protein, and I think it helps with the brain. I really do. My mom used to give us cod liver oil before we went to school, especially in the wintertime. Every morning, we would get some cod liver oil, and that's supposed to be loaded with omegas and for brain health and development and immune system. Cod liver oil and liver, anything to do with liver helps you out that way. I know it's something that most people hate the taste of. Did you know that most people used to eat more of the organ meats first? And these days we eat the muscle meats, what are known as muscle meats, like hamburger and things like that. There's no organ in that. But they used to eat the cow heart, the cow liver, cow brains. Head cheese, they call it. You know, I would eat that as a kid. I was the least picky eater of a kid ever. I would eat anything. We would stop at a butcher shop or an abattoir on the way to our cottage, and my parents would buy things like pork sausage that they made there, stuff like that, and meats and some cold meats. Oh, you got a bottle of that. Wow. Interesting. That's good, Wendy. You're welcome. I'm glad I made you think of that. They used to stop at this place part of the way towards our cottage. And I won't name the place, but I still remember the name of it. I don't know if it's still around. but it was around for years. And they made very good pork sausage. So that's one of the things that my parents would get. And some of it was kind of peppery, but then they had plain as well. And I think they also had one with extra garlic, but the plain was probably the most popular seller that they had, just plain pork sausage. It wasn't super spicy and it wasn't full of fillers. It was really good. It was like farm people would make, real homemade style pork sausage. Super good to barbecue, put on the grill at the cottage and cook up. My parents would get that a lot. We would stop there and we would sometimes stop at a vegetable stand where they'd sell corn on the cob, like peaches and cream was a flavor. And at this abattoir place, we would sometimes get what was called summer sausage. It's a bit like salami, but not quite. And it's very popular in Canada, at least where I grew up. Maybe not all of Canada, but there's different regions here and different tastes and different things that are popular in certain regions and maybe not even known or eaten other places. But this was really good stuff. But they also sold head cheese. And I didn't know what it was at all. And I remember my dad saying, "Do you want to try this?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." So they were slicing off some and they gave me a piece and I ate it. It looked different than anything I'd eaten, but I didn't know really what it was other than it looks like a slice of meat, like a cold cut. And I thought it tasted good. I had no idea what was in it. And it's super healthy. So I was always eating stuff that was high protein or high animal fats or high omegas and things to develop the brain and immune system and things like that from a very young age. I was one of the ones in the family that would always eat liver. If my mom cooked liver, she would cook a meal of mashed potatoes, liver, onions with bacon and ketchup. We would add our own ketchup, but liver, onions, and bacon. And the onions and the bacon take away a lot of the strong taste of the liver. And if the liver's cooked right, it doesn't make your house smell great. I still don't really truly like the smell of it as it's cooking. I don't mind it, but it's not my favorite smell of cooking. But the taste doesn't bother me. The taste of liver does not bother me. I could cook liver myself. And there's also ways of getting liver, cod liver oil. There's also organ meats that they have in capsules that are organic, no pesticides. Some of them have their liver, some are brain, a mixture. They have organ meats as capsules if you can't stand the taste of liver. But it really is healthy. And I grew up that way, and I think it helped me somehow. I don't think it hindered me or hurt me. Now, my sisters would not eat liver growing up. In fact, sometimes my mom would still make it and try to force them to eat it and say, "You're going to eat that. I'm not making you something else." And I would sneak over after they're sitting there, and I'd go, "Hey, can I have your dinner? I'll eat it for you." And I was always a big eater with a big appetite, so I would sometimes eat my younger sister's plate of food, her liver and mashed potatoes, after I ate mine already. Because I had a big appetite. And I was a kid that would burn off a lot of energy running around, biking, playing outdoors, skating, playing hockey, doing all that kind of stuff, riding my BMX bike, just always active. My sisters, not so much. They didn't eat liver, they weren't really active that way. And we just grew up very differently. Anyway, liver is one of the true superfoods. Now, I don't want to ramble on about it forever, but it truly is. one little piece of liver has more than these vegans could in it than these vegans could even imagine. They imagine that they're getting all these things, and they're not getting much. Their brains shrink down in less than a decade on the vegan diet. The vegan diet is super unhealthy. Anyway, they live differently in Japan. They really do. They try to do things, I would say not just this woman, but a lot of Japanese try to do things to make themselves feel calm, stress-free. I'm glad they have their own unique culture, their own foods, their own architecture that's different, their own style. I think that's good. I wouldn't want to turn Japan into Canada. I wouldn't want to turn. I think it's really cool that they have their own language, writing, all of these things that they have. See, I don't even like this, seeing KFC there and things like that. I just think it's so much better that they have their own food. If I went to Japan, I wouldn't eat at KFC. I would be eating their traditional local cuisine. I wouldn't go to Japan to eat KFC and McDonald's or any American food or Canadian food. Yes, the antithesis to the rowdy tiggas, exactly. That's something that I respect. I think I would fit in well in Japan, somewhere like that, if I was living there as a foreigner. They would call me a foreigner, and I would be. But we don't do that anymore in our countries. See, the Japanese won't pull any punches, and they're not doing it to be rude. They're doing it because it's true. It's honest to see people as foreigners that are not Japanese. It doesn't mean that they hate foreigners. They'll even date foreigners. Some will say, "Oh, I would date a foreigner." These Japanese women would say they would date a foreigner. But you're known as a foreigner. I'm not Japanese. If I moved there, I wouldn't become Japanese. I could never be Japanese in this lifetime. Never. And that's fine. But what I'm getting at is we don't do it that way in our countries. We don't treat them like they're foreigners. Most people they're appalled by the word foreigner. If someone like me says foreigner, people are like, "Well, they're people too, Stephen. You're racist. You're this, you're that." And it's like, well, they're not foreign. If someone comes here from India and they can't speak English, are they really Canadian or are they foreign? I would say they're foreign. People get so upset because it's true. That's why. They will call you foreign if you go to Korea, if you go to the Philippines or Vietnam. They're not being mean. They're not being assholes. They're not hateful towards white people, let's say, or towards the darkies or whoever's there. But they know you're foreign. They're not stupid. If I went to Thailand or Vietnam or the Philippines, which is tons of islands, anywhere in the Philippines, I would be seen as a foreigner. I'm a white man from a Western country. They're not stupid. They're not blind. And that's what they call people from other places, foreigners. We used to do that in European countries, and we stopped doing that somewhere along the way. And I think they have the right idea. I think we went along with things and tolerated shit too long for generations now. Generations. And it's gotten worse and worse. We should treat people as foreigners and foreign invaders when they land on our shores in these little boats. Whether they're landing on the shore of England or Ireland or France, or they're landing in Italy, they're foreigners. And they're foreign invaders if they're illegal. But even if they're just visiting on a holiday or going to school here, and there's way too many foreign students here, way too many. They've taken over our universities. They haven't just taken up space. They've taken over. There's so many foreign students here, not just in this province, but all over in Canada, from here to BC. There's way too many, way too many. I would cut that way back. Would I allow some? Maybe. But would I cut it down 100 times less? It's way too many. It's ridiculous. The Canadians can't get into Canadian universities that our fucking tax dollars have funded. And foreign students do. I don't like that. I don't like when our own are getting cheated or discriminated against. I don't like that. Anyway, I think in our countries we should view them as foreigners. It's not a wrong thing to do. Because it's true. And I applaud the Japanese for how they handle immigration and the preservation of their country, their borders, their culture, all of that. We should take a page out of their book and go, yeah, they're doing it right. We can do it that way too. We can learn from their example and learn also from our mistakes, our failures, our trust, way too much trust in letting the government handle it. And they've been sabotaging us. And it has to stop. It really does. All across the West. Or it will become third world. I like the calmness of the Japanese people. Oh, excuse me. I like the manners of the Japanese people. Their manners and etiquette. Their respectful nature, the way they are. Is very cool, very appealing to me. Now, if I had a choice between living in Japan, outside of Tokyo, I wouldn't want to live in a big bustling city. I would want to live somewhere in the countryside. Or a small town, maybe, near a small town. And there's still high-speed trains. If I had a desire, I want to go out for some event where there's something, whatever, and I want to have a day out in Tokyo, I could still get there very quickly. High-speed train, it's not a huge country. Japan is not a huge place. You could be there in no time. I just wouldn't want to live in some high-rise apartment in Tokyo. It's too busy and too noisy, I think. Even though there's probably less noise there than most places here. They don't seem like a noisy people. They don't seem like horn honking people and all of that sort of thing. But I do enjoy peace and quiet and calmness and relaxing and having time and peace to think and to daydream and to create things in my mind before I ever decide to create or put them into this realm, just in my mind. I enjoy that. And I think I could do that there in Japan somewhere. So I have to respect that part of their culture. And if I lived there, I would be respectful as much as I possibly could be towards their culture, their country, their people. I wouldn't trash the place. It makes me sick when I see people trashing that place, just as it does when they come here and they trash this country. And a lot of the Tiggas do that. They don't respect anywhere because they didn't build anything. They didn't build this. And they go to Japan, they didn't build anything there. They haven't built anything anywhere. Now, leftists would say, well, you hate them. I'm just speaking facts. Has nothing to do with hatred whatsoever. But that's what leftists do. They call everything hate. And then they pretend, oh, I'm not a leftist, they'll say. I can spot a leftist like that from miles away. They call everything hate. They use the same labels as coyote, calling people racist, sexist, misogynist, transphobic, homophobic. You know the whole spiel. That's what they do. Now, who doesn't do that? People that aren't leftists don't do that. They give themselves away and then they lie and deny, which is another thing that leftists are famous for, lying and denying what they are. But what do you expect from people that can't even decide what their gender is? They think it's quote unquote assigned at birth, and they'll use that term. I was assigned this gender. They're just absolutely mental. They truly are. And there's no way to get along with them because they're so mental. The only way that you could get along is pretending and appeasing them and going along with their delusions. And I guess that's what a lot of weaklings do. They're cucks. They just go along with their delusions, like Jeremy does with Mushroom and others. They go along with it. And they feel good. They pat themselves in the back like, oh, I'm a good person. I don't bully Mushroom. Well, you make society worse. You make it more dangerous, more delusional. You enable these freaks. It makes society worse. You're not a good guy. You're an enabler. That's what you are. And there's a lot of trans violence, a lot of trans killers now going on rampages. And most people are supporting it because they're supporting their delusions. They're enabling it. They're patting them on the back and saying, well, Stephen's a bully if he calls you that. Anyone that does what Stephen is transphobic. I don't have a phobia. I have no fear of trans people. That term in itself makes no sense, which is why they came up with terms like that. And what would a racist mean? Hatred for others? I don't have hatred for them. Jealousy, envy? Nope. Loving my own people? Is that a problem? How's that a problem? How is it a problem that I love and want to care for and preserve the future for my people so that they aren't despised, harmed, attacked, exterminated, preyed upon? I don't want that for white children. They're already under attack. And these creatures tell me that I can't be proud of my people. Fuck them. I am proud of my people. I'm proud of my people. None of the Kool-Aid and brainwashing works on me. If you are a good, decent being and you are English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, or you could be German. You could be from Poland. You could be from one of the Slovenia. You could be from one of those countries. You could be from one of the Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway. You could be Icelandic. And you're a good, decent person. You're a European, Eastern, Western, Northern European. I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of your ancestors and what they helped to create. Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be? I would be mental if I wasn't. The ones who aren't proud are mental. And yes, they are freaks. They are. They really are. And they want to push their agendas. 11 and 11 just went by. 11 hours, 11 minutes. I didn't realize I'd been live this long. But yeah, they are freaks. They truly are. And they're always in groups and pushing agendas. It's another big sign when they organize that way to push onto society. And then they'll say, you're bad and evil if you don't go along and agree. Really? And they let on that, oh, well, you were evil for thousands of years for not doing this for us. They are control freaks. They are petty little tyrants. And then they'll say, oh, no, I don't mind if you say that. All of a sudden, they pretend that they're for free speech. After they called the police, after they report to YouTube, after they call me a stalker, they'll say, well, oh, no, Stephen, you're free to say that. Oh, am I? Do I have your permission? Fuck them. Fuck all these freaks, whether it's Jeremy, Mushroom, any of them. They are freaks. They are freaks. They make threats all the time over words. I don't believe that any of them are for free speech. I don't buy it. Any of these so-called truthers. Rebellious Meth Puppet reported my channel many times. None of these creatures are for free speech. They would hate it if theirs was removed, though. But they are not for free speech. They are for the removal of my free speech, which shows they're against free speech. They are petty little tyrants and control freaks. That's what they are. They called me a race baiter in their stream. Race baiter, saying I divide people by race, that it's all division. They go to the simple baby truther stuff. It's all divide and conquer if you talk about race, if you talk about darkies and Jews and this and that. It's all, they're just such morons. They don't see what's going on. They don't even care about the truth of what's going on. They wouldn't care if every white person in Great Britain was replaced, and if the British were a minority, the English people were a minority in England, Irish were a minority in Ireland. They don't care if that happens. That's the reality. That's what people need to understand. When you hear these fucking freaks on YouTube calling me a race baiter, they don't care if you become a minority in your own country. They don't care if white people go extinct on Earth. They don't care. Or if they essentially go extinct where you're under 1% of the population of this realm. You would be despised. They already hate you. Many darkies do. That's reality. Watch the videos and hear them saying it. They show you. So for the fools that say Stephen's race baiting, not at all. I'm showing you truth that most people are uncomfortable with or want to deny or attack me, the messenger, for sharing it. I haven't done violence. I'm sharing the violence they've done. But these white guilt idiots and these anti-whites, including some whites that will stand with any other race than white people. They're traitors to their own race. They're psychos, they're sickos, they're freaks. I would deport them. I don't care if it bothers people to hear this. I would do it. I don't want to be in a country with them. I don't want them in my country. The white people that hate me, that will stand up and say everyone's oppressed and white people are bad and they are anti-white and they are liberal anti-white creatures. I would float them away. Float them away. Sounds harsh? Too bad. What would that achieve, they say? Well, it would protect and preserve my country and my people. That's what it would achieve. Dummies. The ones that say, what would he achieve with that? I would achieve plenty. I don't believe any of these freaks, whether it's Mushroom, Jeremy, Leslie, they don't just look like freaks. They're not in my league intellectually. Mentally, creatively, intellectually, they are not in my league at all. At all. My own siblings were not in my league, to be quite frank. And these creatures are way below that. They're way below what my siblings' level were at. Some of my siblings were still around, I would say, above average. They weren't low IQ, but they're not in my league. And in terms of awareness of this realm we're in and how it works, not even close. Never will be. And they drink the Kool-Aid with certain agendas. Some in my family, feminism and feeling bad about being white, having white guilt, feeling bad for Negroes, thinking they're oppressed. They fall for lots of agendas. Most do in this realm. Most people are walking around with programs running their minds, agendas. They've been propagandized and brainwashed. I'm not saying that there's no way for them ever to change if they're Kool-Aid drinkers. I'm not saying it's impossible. But if they are a different species spiritually, then I would say, yeah, then it is impossible. They're unreachable because they're not asleep. Some of them are a different species spiritually. And there's no way to reach them. No matter what you try, it doesn't work. But there are beings that have just been programmed, and sometimes they break free from the programming. That does happen. That is possible. Anyway, I don't want white children today or in the future to be a despised minority anywhere on earth and hated and attacked for being white and for being vulnerable. I don't want that. I don't want white children preyed upon. It's disgusting. It should never happen. Never. Anywhere. Canada, United States, Scotland, England, Ireland, you name it. The Nordic countries, anywhere in Europe, it shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't be under attack from other children that are foreigners. They shouldn't be under attack from grown men and women. Should never have happened. That in itself shows this is a hell realm. The amount of children that were preyed upon in our countries, including in England, with these grooming gangs, that never should have happened. And the ones that did that, nothing would be off limits if I was running the country, including putting them through Sharia law. They cut off hands for stealing. Well, I would get out big machetes and have soldiers chopping these fuckers up. They don't deserve mercy. They harmed innocent children. They deserve harsh punishment that others can see as a deterrent. Don't touch our children. You don't belong here at all. At all. The Scottish girl that had the knife and the little hatchet, they called it an axe. I would call it a hatchet. An axe has a great big axe head and handle. She had what I would call a hatchet and a knife. Never should have to come to that. where a girl has to do that. And she looks scared. I know they portrayed her in all the memes as heroic, and she was brave, but this shouldn't be occurring in our countries. It should never be occurring. We shouldn't be living amongst fucking savages that treat our children this way and threaten our children and follow our children and do all the things that they're doing. Attacking, they've been molesting, they've raping, all of it, unaliving children. We shouldn't be living this way in these conditions. Our children, what I mean by our children, our people, whether you have children or not, for the people that don't have children, none of this should be happening. It should be viewed as unthinkable. It should be viewed as that could never be allowed. Never. We should be doing anything in our power to prevent that and stop that. It's something that weighs heavy on my mind. It's something that weighs heavy on my heart. It's something that I don't want happening more and more to children all across the Western world and Eastern Europe as well. If they could infiltrate the East, they would as well. Northern Europe. They are savages and never should have been allowed. We should be defending our countries. Like I showed Hungary with the fence and the electrified fence and barbed wire. They're not letting them in. Hundreds of thousands try and they're not letting them into Hungary. They have border patrols. They have security. They're keeping them out. They're not allowing it. That's what should be going on. Our children should mean more than any of these savages. If you really think about it, and that's not racist at all to say that. It makes perfect sense. Again, what I mean by the term our children is white children, our people. And I think long ago it was that way, where grandparents and parents, if a child was wandering a street or in trouble, they could knock on a door in the old days where it was a neighborhood of just white people, let's say in England, and get help. And they would be helped by a kind white person, maybe a grandmother would open up the door and say, "Oh, sweetheart, come in here." And they would look after their skin knee or whatever might have happened. Maybe something happened and they needed help or they needed to phone their parents or something. Ring their parents, I guess you would call it there, but make a telephone call. And what do we have now? We have children that go missing. We have children that can't knock on a door because 9 out of 10 doors in some of these cities and towns are by people that despise them, that aren't from England, that aren't English, let's say. I'm just using England as an example. It's a country that I've studied a lot over the past over 10 years, easily. What's been going on. The whole Rotterdam thing, all of that kind of stuff, all of these situations, all of these horrific things, atrocities that have gone on. And what kind of society do we have now? Well, we don't have societies that are protecting our children and our cities and neighborhoods, towns, villages, cities. And that's wrong. They should be protected. Not only protected, they should have a home. They should have a homeland. They should have a place to say, this is our home. I feel safe here. It feels like home. And if they traveled the world, let's say hypothetically, if they went somewhere and they went traveling, they might go hiking and they might live in certain countries. They might live in Thailand or Vietnam or somewhere in an Asian country. They could come back to England and it's still home. And it feels like home. And they have a place to go home. And it has the feeling of home because it hasn't been overrun and taken over and changed so that they can't recognize it anymore as home when they get there. In other words, it's still English when they go home, with English people speaking English and the English culture, and it hasn't been taken over. It's wrong what is happening in our civilization, in our countries that our people created and fought for, died for. I don't just mean in wars, I mean building the bridges, infrastructure, everything that you see. There were huge sacrifices made that shouldn't be taken for granted or forgotten. And to hand all this away to savages is sickening. It really is. I showed recently a small town in England that's 96% white. Well, it should all be that way. That should be the benchmark. If I were running England, for example, I would say, well, it's all going to be that way. I wouldn't care if some people, liberal, if their head spun around on a swivel. I would say that right on television. It's all going to be that way. Even if they oppose and said, what? You can't make it that. I would say, I'm going to make it that way. Before the end of my term in office, it will be that way. It will be that quick that I will be turning it that way at a minimum 96% of the population, town after town, city after city, will be English people. Absolutely. And that's where I'd put the bar. And I'd say we can do better than that, though. 96% English is great, but it's still not good enough. It's good, but it's not good enough. I'd be aiming higher than that. I'd say I think we can go for, in the next few years, 98 to 99%. You know, we might keep a few around to cook the Chinese takeaways or curry or this or that. There might be a few places left open, but they're not going to be. They're just going to be the ones that own the restaurant and work there. There's not going to be a million of them going to a million in the city. They will stay open by customers that are white people. That's all. And if they don't like it, they can leave too. I think Japan is a high trust society because it's 99% Japanese. Somewhere close to 99%. It's way up there. And that's why it's high trust. And they're taught that you don't steal. They're taught honesty. They're taught values. And the British people were known for their manners and etiquette. And I don't want all of this to be lost. I don't want it to be destroyed. And I don't want our children to lose everything, including a home, a homeland where they can feel at home, where they don't feel like they're in a foreign land. Having all these languages, different languages spoken around them, going somewhere and there's no British people. Yes, it can. Yeah, that's a great point as well. Can be flown in. The whole food thing. I mean, that can be solved. That should never be something that is a deterrent for changing and restoring Great Britain, restoring Ireland. restoring Scotland, restoring Germany, restoring France. All of these places can be brought back and should be. Sweden as well. It's been half of Sweden's been taken over, it seems like, in the past 15 to 20 years, but especially in the past 10 years. And they're trying other places. In Denmark and Finland, they're trying to get in everywhere. And they breed like rabbits in India and Africa, as everyone knows. Everyone knows that. Their population is skyrocketing. Well, they can take care of them in Africa. They can stay there. They can just build some more mud huts there. I don't want to live amongst savages. And I don't want future generations, current and future. So I don't want current generations and future generations having to live amongst savages. I just don't want that. Now, this guy on the screen, Tony Sayers, doesn't matter. He doesn't care, I meant to say. He doesn't care what happens to Great Britain. He just thinks, can't we all get along? He'll bash the New Age, but he's a leftist, like so many others are. And I can spot them because he doesn't speak out against Britain being destroyed. He'll just say, well, we did this, we did that, we colonized, and he's one of those. He's one of those. So as much as he talks about New Agers being brainwashed, he's one of those that just says, well, we did this, we did that. We Brits, we colonized. He has major white guilt. And I don't think that chubby loser can be taught to be proud of his people or of himself or his ancestors. I just don't think so. I think Tony's a write-off, and there's some like that. He doesn't even live in Great Britain. He lives in Mexico. He's about as British as a taco. All right? He's as British as a chubby burrito. That's what he is. He doesn't have a muscle on his arms. He's just all flabby. He could try to flex his arms. There's no bicep, no tricep, no muscle showing in his forearms. Just flab. Just flab. That's all he has. He doesn't care what happens to England. So I can't respect that about Tony or anyone like him. I can't. Yeah, his schnoz is growing. You're right. It's growing longer and bigger, wider. Maybe he could paint his face black. He could turn into a darkie. His nose is getting pretty wide. He just keeps gaining weight, though. Burrito Tony. He's like a chubby burrito stuffed in a tank top. I call him Tank Top Tony sometimes. I've never seen him wear anything other than that. I've never seen him wear anything other than a tank top. It's like since he's been living in Mexico for years, that's all he wears. Tank tops every day. It's incredible. I've never seen a British person wear more tank tops than Tony, ever. That's all he wears. He wears tank tops every day. It's crazy. I wonder what he does if he ever has to go to almost a bell pepper. I wonder I wonder what he does if he has to dress up to go to a fine dining restaurant. What does he do? He only owns tank tops. I don't think he owns a button-up shirt. I don't think he owns a shirt that buttons up. I really don't. He lives in tank tops. I might have to try to get him to answer that at some point. I'll say, Tony, do you own a single shirt with buttons that buttons up? Even one shirt? Do you own even one long sleeve shirt that buttons up? Even one? I don't think he does. I don't think he does. He's gotten fatter, chubbier. He's aged. Everybody ages, obviously, but this guy, When is he happy? That's another thing that I notice. When is he really laughing? And he just seems like another one that's miserable on YouTube. He doesn't have much personality. He's just boring. And he's just kind of miserable. I think he should really consider and come on my show. I would try to get him laughing and try to give him a little bit of joy at least.
And
what is he tapping his face for? Did he just say darky? Surely he didn't say darky. What is he tapping his face for? He's got deep wrinkles in his forehead. This guy's been... Why are you so stressed out, Tony? You live in Mexico. You don't have a real job. What's your job? Do you have fleas on your face? What are you doing? What is he touching his face for?
hello, hello, people. I'm live. Let's wait for people to come on. Hope everyone is absolutely loving things right now out there. What a time to be alive, eh? Don't forget, if you're watching this, hit the like, comment, subscribe, and if you'd like to work with me, check out my website, transcendingtimes.org. Jacqueline's just put a big crying emoji. That's the first comment of the day. What's wrong, Jacqueline? You're not enjoying yourself? You know, this is the new earth. According to the New Agers, this is the new earth, right? We're in 5D. So we got 9 people. Don't forget, put your questions in the chat. Attention, when I drive my car, drive my consciousness, so I'm taking the wheel, is... Oh, that's exactly... I made a video about manifestation not so long ago, but I think we can manifest if you cannot manifest anything if you are not sovereign. Because think about it, a manifestation would be like one of our superpowers, I guess you could say. But if you're not embodied in your highest power, surely it would be difficult to do that. So maybe that would help this like manifestation process as well. I'm just going back to your questions. So we must remain isolated in survival mode or egoic. What does that mean? I don't understand that. I don't understand why being egoic would help us. Or is that how they are? I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying there, Trace. Sorry. The Matrix agents always come to disrupt things when you want peace. Someone shows up at the door. Yes, it's uncanny at this point. It really is. It's definitely like the Truman Show. Has anyone seen their neighbours go to get groceries yet, by the way? That's a good litmus test to know if your neighbours are NPCs or simulated. What are your thoughts with Alex Collier? He says the soul trap is not working now when you look into... No, I don't like him. When I look at Alex Collier, I just see a reptilian. Because he says a few things that are off, doesn't he? I don't know if he says Earth is a school, but there's people that say the soul traps, like Darius is now saying the soul traps ended and all of this stuff. Like all these super popular people with hundreds and thousands of subscribers that the Matrix pushes out, they should always be a red flag to you guys, you know? I'm not telling you what to do or believe, but if they're super popular, they're getting hundreds and thousands, they're doing interviews on you know, all these huge NDE channels like Darius does, that I wouldn't listen to them because there's disinformation. I'm hearing a lot that the soul trap's not working, it's been taken down, and all of this stuff. We've already won. I made a video about that ages ago. You know, this whole someone said that to me today. Yeah, but we've already won, and I'm like, how are you? On what basis are you saying that? Because I don't see that. I don't, like, where are you seeing that? Yeah, people are waking up. I get it. Yeah, I see it. But, you know, I see their agenda going ahead. I mean, you know, maybe if you zoom out, you might be seeing things, but like, even if it is ending or we've won or it's the soul, I'm still not going to stop, right? Because that's what they want you to do, these people. You know, they want to tell you that it's ended, so you stop doing what you're doing, so you stop speaking your truth, you stop resisting, and you just, well, it's finished. You know, we don't have to worry about that anymore. And yeah, so Alex Collier, there was someone sent me something once, and I didn't like what he had to say. I can't remember whether he said Earth was a school or something, but when I look at him, I get reptilian. I just see a reptile. Same as I see a reptile in Dolores Cannon, same as I see a reptile in Stephen Greer. A lot of these people have just got entities working through them, and they're just agents of the Matrix. That's why their YouTube channels are pushed. That's why their content's pushed. And then, you know, there's me. I've got 26,000 subs. I'm struggling to get 100 people on a stream. It's like the algorithm doesn't work in my favor. And David Icke's another one. I mean, his stuff's pushed out everywhere now. He got his channel put back up, and, you know, he's getting hundreds and thousands of views. And I mean, I've spoke about him quite a lot recently. I don't want to go into David Icke, but how do you think we got ourselves into this situation? Well, I think we were tricked at some point. I think maybe these false light entities tricked us and said, "Hey, look, there's this realm you want to go. You can experience this and that, and you know, it's a bit of a challenging place, but there's soul growth or something like that, or maybe it was just a beautiful planet at the time." So maybe we got tricked here, some of us, but maybe this AI at some point overlaid or took over or infiltrated. I mean, everything's infiltration. It wouldn't surprise me if it's an infiltration. I did make a video about that not so long ago, because this is what the Matrix does. This is why the truth movement is infiltrated everywhere. Every aspect of the truth movement, health, wellness, you know, all different aspects of it. They have their controlled opposition. They have their tentacles. You know, it's literally like a tentacles, and it infiltrates all parts. And, you know, people have said to me, "Oh, Tony, you will not everyone's a shield." Yeah, not everyone is a shield, but there's a lot of them. And if you don't think that they infiltrate movements and take down entire movements, then you've not looked at history. Because if you go back and you look at your history, real history, not what they teach you in school, in World War III and all of these, they have infiltrated governments, like trailblazers, groups, like, and then they infiltrate and they divert, infiltrate, divert, infiltrate, divert. Where do they divert you? Back over a cliff. And yeah, Anna says maybe I'm reading something else. You said it's no joke, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's no joke in terms of the infiltration. So discernment, again, this is why it's so important to practice discernment now, because when you pass, you've already strengthened that muscle. Ralph Smart threatened me in his sleep after leaving a critical comment. I mean, Ralph's smart, yeah. Peace. Oh, oh my. I mean, that dude. I mean, he's another. When I see him, I see serpent. Serpent. He's got snake eyes. Look at his snake eyes. Serpent entity working through that one. Oh, they're just disgusting. I just can't stand them. You know what it is about them, right? That makes them worse. I'd prefer it if it was just like an out and out shill, you know, like just a normal control. But it's because because they are pretending to be love and light, you know, and I just find that even more evil, right? They're tricking people with this kind of high vibrations, love and light, new earth, you know, all this. I've heard stuff about Ralph Smart as well, actually. You're not the first person. I've heard stuff about all of them. Oh, by the way, we're shout out to two new agers that have tried to take my videos down recently. Oracle Girl, right? I'm going to expose them both because I don't give a F, right? If you're gonna try and take my freedom, because they're all about freedom in their videos, and then they try and take your videos down, right? Oracle Girl tried to take my video down. Got taken down for 6 days, and I appealed because I know I've got fair use and I'm covered under law. And I got it put back up again. So hang on, I got Jerry Marzinski on the background here, but I want to expose the other one because I forget her name though, so I need to check my own channel. So I'm just doing that now. Yeah, these people, they're so fake. They're all love and light, and you know, everyone's got, Magenta Pixie used to say, everyone's got the right to free speech. And then there was Phil Good, who sent me an email threatening to sue me. Feel Good, Mr. Love and Light. That was a few years ago. And then because I don't care, right? Because I've said before, I give my life for this, right? I don't care what these people do. And you know, I know low key they're scared. Like they don't want to be reviewed by me, and they low key don't want me to doubly expose them when they try and take my videos down. So we're going to put Shauna Domelane Medium on a pedestal now as well, who I reviewed around about a month ago. What happens to our loved ones when they die? She comes across love and light, and she tried to take my video down. So just so you guys know, if you're into any of those two, that's what they tried to do. So I wonder why a small percentage of us see this as a farm, and what does that make us? Well, I don't think it makes us anything. You know, it just makes us cows that are more aware than other cows. Maybe the cows will end up being recycled back on the farm. So, but I don't know. I think maybe there is something in us that triggers us to wake up. So, my daughter, when she was 2.5 years old, told me how big crocodiles showed up at her elf planet and tricked her into going to see this beautiful planet Earth. No way! That's really interesting. I'm going to read that comment again because I want to highlight that. So Oksana says, my daughter, when she was 2.5 years old, told me how big crocodiles showed up at her elf planet and tricked her into going to see this beautiful planet Earth. That's her first incarnation. Wow, that is incredible. How mad is that? Actually, I watched a video on TikTok the other day of a little girl saying she doesn't like it here. She wants to go home. Why is she here? She didn't ever want to come here. And she must have been like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years old. So yeah, that's what I mean. I think maybe some of us are here because they tricked us, like your daughter. You know, maybe they said, "Oh, come to Earth. It's great. It's amazing. We have trees. We have a lot of cows as well." But that's a fascinating insight that you've just shared there. So thanks for that. Thank you for all here. Hey Tony, what's up? Hi Stephen. You haven't missed the shit sandwiches. There's plenty more shit sandwiches to dish out tonight. Yeah, someone ages ago, Feel Good. He threatened to sue me because I did a review on him. So yeah, I was just going through the people that have tried to take my videos down, and I've had a couple recently. So Oracle Girl as well was another one. Yeah, love and light. When you say they are sad, they call you out saying you're victim. Yeah, they say you're sad, or they say, "Oh, stop being so negative." You know, why don't you focus on the positive? You know, you always talk about the negative, like this is the hell realm and, you know, a soul trap. I'm like, well, all right. This guy today on my Facebook, he was like, "You're so negative." You know, I'm like, look, I'm not here to tickle your balls, mate. If you want someone to do that, go and like subscribe to a New Ager, right? Because I'm here for the truth, and I'm here to get out of this place and help others getting out of here. Like, if you want to act like your 6-year-old, so many people do that, guys. They base the truth on how it makes them feel. And it's so dangerous, because if you do that, you're open to deception. And it's a very childish way of doing it. And this is what the whole New Age is about. You know, people are gravitating to that because it all feels good. It's a bunch of horse shit, but it makes you feel good. I get quite tired of people saying stuff like that to me. You know, I'm not going to... I'm just going to put on fake positivity just to make you feel good and make information more palatable for you. It's like, what? So anyway, guys, 66 in the... 111 on the chat, 66 likes. So don't forget to hit the thumbs up, please. Watch the long finger's last knuckle pointing upwards, now slightly up. Oh, is that Ralph Smart? Yeah, I don't know what he is, you know. A lot of these New Agers are, there's a couple of them that are men as well. Oh, who's that one the other day? Blatantly a man. I forget all of them. They all get mixed up in my head. Babies cry because they're pissed off they're in another body, yeah. I mean, don't even get me started about the birthing process. I've gone back to memories of when I was in an incubator. They put me in an incubator for 24 hours. I've gone back to memories where I was stuck in the birth canal and I couldn't get out, and I felt suffocated. And then in the womb, you're taking on traumas from your mother and the father, and you know, their feelings of maybe not feeling good enough, abandonment. And then you've got all the outside shit that's making them like uneasy that you're picking up on, because, you know, we're empathic when we're like actually born, but we're also empathic when we're in the womb as well. It's just a shit show. Do you have any recommendations on navigating family matters? My family cannot see, in denial, or clearly observable spraying. Well, I would say at this point, you know, don't spend too much of your energy trying to do that. I spend little. In fact, most of my family see it now, finally. But, you know, it had to get so bad for them. But they're still not that interested in it all. But, you know, all you can do is speak your truth, let the cards fall where they may, and then just don't have any like